and figures instantly appeared in tents and wooden houses. Tribal warriors grabbed their weapons and rushed out, seeking revenge on the attackers with longbows and sharp blades. Drawing and shooting arrows, their movements were fluid and seamless. They were the most experienced jungle hunters, able to kill prey by instinct alone. But the Na'vi overestimated themselves and underestimated the attackers from the darkness. As the Na'vi began to organize a counterattack, the Legion warriors set fire to the alien camp, both causing panic and effectively dispersing their defensive forces. The camp echoed with the rustling sound of arrows cutting through the air, flying towards the attackers moving through the firelight. To mortals, the alien arrows were powerful, comparable to thrown spears. But the Legion warriors' reaction speed reached nanoseconds, and their perception of danger was akin to prophecy. The battlefield to them was slow and transparent. They easily dodged arrows, shooting remotely with hunting crossbows to precisely target and kill commanders. With melee weapons, they charged into the wolf pack, their cold gleam slicing across throats. The Na'vi gradually discovered a terrifying truth. Their kin were falling too quickly, making it difficult for them to organize an effective counterattack, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. The settlement and the surrounding jungle were engulfed in flames. They suffered immense sacrifices, yet they couldn't even clearly see who the attackers were or what they were fighting against. They only knew that the attackers were tall and moved as fast as lightning. Even the best hunters couldn't discern their movements. It was too cruel. The smell of blood mixed with the stifling heat, and cries filled the camp. Women, men, and children trembled in the towering flames, waiting in despair for the dark shadows to strike, like lambs to the slaughter. Outside the barrier, thousands of beasts stampeded, their overwhelming might irresistible to mortals, even Astartes. After igniting the jungle, Obelisk immediately had his brothers climb the giant trees to observe the movement of the beast tide from above. "Conceal!" Whispering the words of creation, his aura completely vanished, removing him from the world's spirit's sight. Pandora's creatures thrived, and various wild beasts united, charging into the psionic fire wall under the command of the world's spirit. The psionic fire ignited upon contact, spreading like a plague and setting the entire beast pack ablaze. In an instant, thousands of fire beasts stampeded. Driven by the world's spirit, the beasts feared no flame burns, rushing into the fire cordon without hesitation, allowing the beasts behind to trample over their corpses and continue forward. "Lower the barriers." Seeing the tragic scene, Obelisk remained expressionless, precisely issuing the command to remove the barrier that obscured the two domains. He was thinking and probing, confirming his conjectures about the world's spirit. The warriors maintaining the barrier cut off their mental connection, and the invisible wall immediately disappeared, allowing the blocked dandelions to fall, scattering over the ravaged settlement. Harlan was killing with delight, rampaging through the alien horde, slaughtering men, women, and children wherever he went. He caught a glimpse of dandelions falling from the corner of his eye, casually flicked away an alien warrior, and left the tree root without looking back, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps and bounds. Whoosh, tilde, tilde, tilde. A gust of wind swept through the entire forest, making the leaves rustle, and the entire jungle almost came alive, trembling to express an emotion called anger. Thousands of beasts rushed into the settlement, but did not harm the Na'vi. The beast tide deliberately avoided them. White dandelions covered the ground, and the entire tribe was filled with wails of grief. Out of tens of thousands of people, less than 1,000 remained in a few minutes. The Na'vi wailed across the land. Survivors searched for family members among the piles of corpses. Sorrow permeated the tribe, and their native tongue condemned the attackers. "How is it?" From the crown of a giant tree, the retreating Harlan looked at the settlement, his eyes filled with a desire for spoils. "Are those corpses to be recovered?" The hunting rules clearly stated that only alien corpses counted for points. Without the corpses, the seemingly successful action would be in vain. Wait, Obelisk uttered a single word in a low voice, adjusting his holographic glasses, observing the tragic settlement at the base of the giant tree. The Legion warriors withdrew. The beast tide diverged at the giant tree, and the ground tremors gradually receded into the distance. The surviving Navi also began to move. They started transporting the bodies of their kin, piling them in several places, seemingly preparing for a unified cremation. "They're going to cremate the bodies." Harlan's expression was grim. The imminent harvest was about to turn into charcoal. Seeing Obelisk remain silent, he observed more closely, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. But it doesn't look like cremation either. While transporting the bodies, they didn't prepare any firewood. The bodies couldn't be completely burned with just a fire without the aid of accelerants. Soon, the champion swordsman's doubts were answered. While moving the bodies, several survivors gathered together and re-elected a tribal elder. The Navi gathered around the piles of corpses, sitting cross-legged in a circle, clasping hands with each other, swaying and chanting mysterious rhythms. "A ritual?" Harlan's tone was low, the casualness gone from his face, his eyes terrifyingly sharp, and his breathing a little heavier. The tragedy of the City of Truth was still vivid in his memory. "Look," Obelisk pointed at the piles of corpses, tiny white lights flying out from the alien bodies. He saw it more clearly. Their souls are being taken. Tiny specks of light representing souls flew out from the Navi corpses, drifting away under the guidance of some unknown force, scattering into the vast forest. "First, surround them and try not to use force." Obelisk gave the order, then jumped down from the big tree with Harlan, making no attempt to hide their figures, walking directly towards the alien tribe. The Legion warriors emerged from their concealed state, appearing from all directions, surrounding the remaining alien survivors. Before they could even stand up to resist, Harlan transformed into a black phantom, his long spear resting on the tribal leader's neck, and he raised a hand to signal them not to act rashly. Facing the slaughterers, the Navi found it difficult to resist, stubbornly returning gazes of hatred. This was the only thing they could do now. It was only then that the Navi realized, with a shock, that the attackers were actually those humans. Obelisk walked to the pile of corpses, cleared his throat with a light cough, and spoke the language he had acquired at a cost. "Do not act rashly." A strange language echoed in their minds, its pronunciation unrelated to their own, yet the Navi understood. They widened their eyes, not understanding what was happening, and looked at their kin left and right, their agitation somewhat lessened. A bright star appeared in the sky, and under the terrified gaze of the Navi, an anti-gravity spacecraft quickly arrived, firing a tractor beam to collect the pile of corpses into its cabin. The Navi wanted to resist, to reclaim the bodies of their kin and loved ones, but they were held at bay by the crossbows in the hands of the Legion warriors. The tribal leader uttered a few words, calming his people, allowing the humans to take the bodies. "Their souls have returned. Their bodies rightfully belong to us." Obelisk spoke again. After the transport ship finished loading the bodies, he signaled Harlan to release the leader and gestured for his Legion brothers to leave. Several small teams slowly retreated, leaving under the hateful gaze of the Navi, disappearing into the dense jungle. "Any findings?" When they retreated to a clear spring, Harlan sat cross-legged with his long spear, asking about their specific discoveries. "Many findings." Obelisk drank a few sips of spring water, sat on a large rock, and recited the words of creation. "Shield." A transparent barrier immediately appeared, completely enveloping the two of them. He closed his eyes in thought for a moment, then began to explain to the champion swordsman. "All creatures on Pandora are children of the world's spirit. After death, their souls return to the world. But as the matriarch of the ecosystem, it must resist invaders and ensure the survival of its creatures. The Primarchs and the 2 Legion Guard detachments have caused too much destruction, already stirring its anger, and now it is about to declare war on us." "Nonsense." Harlan rolled his eyes, scoffing at him. I thought you had some brilliant insight, but you're just stating the obvious. Let me explain slowly. Obelisk drank the spring water, moistening his hoarse throat, and revealed a mysterious smile. Our target was wrong. Harlan raised a hand in a please gesture, indicating for him to speak freely and stop wasting time. The world spirit is protecting the large tribes, and it also needs to mobilize local species to deal with the two Primarchs and the Blood Angels. Obelisk broke off a branch and drew a suggested diagram on the ground. But the world spirit has limited energy, as can be seen from the beast tide that went and never returned. It can barely relieve the situation, but it can't do more. So we bypass the large tribes and attack the small and medium tribes. It will then weigh the pros and cons, considering whether to divert energy to attack us for the sake of a few thousand people. He told Harlan his plan. We don't need to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. We just need to control the tribal leaders, disarm the Na'vi, and keep them under concentrated supervision. Without excessive killing, the world spirit won't bother with us. Once the concentration camps are built, the impact of the beast tide will pose no threat to us. Your plan is excellent. Harlan nodded slowly after listening, but then raised a question. In the hunting competition, we cannot use any technological weapons other than the equipment on our bodies. The idea of building a concentration camp is great, but how do we do it? Without the aid of technological constructs, simple wooden or stone strongholds cannot withstand the beast-tide assaults of the world spirit. It will allow us to gather small tribes, and once they form larger tribes, it will wipe us all out in one fell swoop to rescue all the Na'vi. No problem, Obelisk curled his lips, raising an eyebrow with a strange smile. Of course, we cannot break the rules and use existing technology for reinforcement. But the competition doesn't forbid us from advancing technology, does it? Harlan's eyes widened in shock. After thinking for a moment, he furrowed his brows again. Who will build this primitive technology? You, he pointed at Obelisk, who clearly couldn't, then pointed at himself. Or me. Legion warriors each have their strengths. Obelisk shook his head, looking confident. The Primarch's Guard has 2 tech marines who received systematic scientific education in Argent Nur, and we also have relevant training. Furthermore, by disassembling and utilizing our power armor, building a technological base to resist beasts will not be difficult. He raised his hand and pointed to the floating island in the distance. There are superconducting ores there, as well as many other rich mineral deposits, which naturally support our plan. After hearing his plan, Harlan stood up from the moss carpet, barely containing his excitement as he pulled Obelisk. Call for backup. These 2 simple words showed his full confidence in the plan, and he was the first to express support. Obelisk rubbed his hands excitedly and explained his plan through the psychic link. After some discussion, the Primarch's Guard expressed their support. The main hunting force immediately assembled, heading towards the superconducting ore area, while also dispatching small reconnaissance teams to begin marking scattered small tribes. Far out at sea, Blazkowicz stood on the corpse of a Tulkun, tearing apart an orange sky sovereign with his bare hands, bathed in blood as he killed wild animals. After hearing his son's conspiracy, a strange smile appeared on his face. Sanguinius, how will you defeat me? With that, he casually threw the beast's corpse, killing several creatures, deliberately making his breathing a little ragged to show fatigue before striding away over the waves. After learning of the Legion's plan, Blazkowicz decided that while killing the Tulkun, he would also attract the world spirit's attention, giving it a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, as he showed fatigue, the local creatures became much more excited, roaring as they began to pursue the invader. Similarly, thousands of miles away, Sanguinius was washing the blood from his wings, the surrounding seawater a bloody red. Having just endured a great battle, creatures had rushed forward, heedless of their lives, attempting to tear the Primarch apart. The great angel took a few deep breaths, used his adamantium harpoon to pick out and eat the delicious fish liver of a sea beast, his stamina returning to its peak, ready to face the next battle. In the distance, large patches of black clouds appeared on the horizon, dense throngs of beasts gathering together, launching another attack. The resilience of this world is somewhat surprising to me. Sanguinius smiled, shook the blood from his wings, closed his eyes for a prophecy, then flew towards the Tulkun's location. The great angel felt victory was within his grasp. He was being besieged by wild animals, and Blazkowicz would naturally not escape either. With his natural wings, he maximized his battlefield mobility, allowing him to easily shake off pursuit and continue hunting. His brother, however, was being pursued by beasts and could not escape as gracefully as he could. Sanguinius wasn't worried about Blazkowicz. A mighty warrior king would certainly not be in danger, at most he would feel annoyed. On the continent's coastline, a Blood Guard unit moved under the cover of night, raiding a Navi tribe and successfully hunting down thousands of Xenos. The Legion warriors discovered that the Xenos living by the sea were different from those in the jungle, with physiological characteristics more suited for diving and swimming. However, this didn't affect their score record, as they were all Xenos of the same origin, and most of their physiological characteristics were the same. After grilling, the meat was even tender and had a unique oceanic flavor. Watching the anti-gravity vehicles transport the corpses away, the Blood Angels were slightly excited. To compete in hunting with their brother Legion in a primitive world, then exchange trophies, eradicate Xenos, and share glory with their brothers. It was truly wonderful. "We need to hurry," the captain warned, unfolding a holographic scoreboard. The Doomslayer had gained over 8,000 new points. "They wiped out a large tribe," the Legion brothers exclaimed, immediately guessing what had happened. Many warriors' eyes gleamed with eagerness, ready to go and show their skills, attacking large Navi tribes to gain more points. "We cannot do that." The commanding captain, however, remained calm, raising a hand to soothe his excited brothers. The Great Primarch's agreement explicitly stated that there must be no casualties, and if necessary, hunting can be abandoned. This is not a death match. Do not tarnish the essence of friendly exchange and affect the relationship between the Primarchs by being greedy for achievement and rushing in. The dangers of this world exceed our estimates. We must proceed steadily, with survival as our primary objective in hunting. The captain patiently explained, and the Legion warriors nodded repeatedly, understanding the stakes and repenting their restless desire for victory. "For the blood of Sanguinius," the captain shouted, re-energizing the hunting squad's morale, and continued forward. "For the blood of Sanguinius." The Legion warriors let out a low battle roar, following the captain's pace, sweeping the entire coastline as planned, their footsteps gradually covered by the sound of the tide. Deep in the continent, 100 kilometers from the towering giant tree, the sound of gunfire never ceased. The human base was brightly lit, searchlights patrolling back and forth, illuminating the wild areas outside the base and guiding targets for machine gun fire. "Don't panic." Miles, piloting an AMP suit, patrolled the city walls, his rugged face flushed red, letting out roars. "A bunch of barbarians driving beasts, trying to break our defenses. How can they harm us? We are humans, noble, intelligent beings, destined to rule the galaxy." The loudspeaker transmitted his shouts throughout the base. The mortal soldiers were greatly encouraged, their eyes bloodshot and filled with excitement, their rifles spitting fire to resist the beast tide. Their courage came from their commander, and even more from the tall warriors beside them. The colonel called these mighty warriors Death Angels, from the Imperium of Man, bringing conquest and destruction to the Xenos. "For humanity," Miles roared with all his might, turning his understanding of the imperial truth into a declaration that resonated in the soldiers' hearts. The third company captain glanced at the mortal's roar. Since arriving at the base, he had only explained the imperial truth to the mortal officer, who had grasped its meaning in a very short time. For humanity, the mortal's understanding of the imperial truth surpassed that of many scholars. Not a person, not an event, but the entire human race. Prepare to help the mortals resist the beast tide. The company captain issued the order, telling his legion brothers to prepare for battle to prevent the human base from falling. My lord, Miles quickly stepped forward, raising his mechanical arm to stop them. Please do not act, your help is not yet needed. This base was established by us, and naturally it should be defended by us. He controlled his machine to point towards the wilderness, where many distance markers flickered in the night. When the base was first established, I had the soldiers clear the wilderness to expand the field of fire, mark distances, and lay down a large number of minefields. The Pandora world's spirit drives beasts, attempting to resist guns with flesh and blood. It is utterly foolish. Miles turned, sitting in his mech and looking down at the death angels, yet with no disrespect in his eyes. My lords, please conserve your strength. Your intervention is not yet needed. As the hunting operation deepens, it will surely provoke a backlash. At that time, please unleash humanity's wrath. The company captain looked at the tough man before him, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. A native human who had never encountered the stars, yet possessed an innate malice towards alien races. His tactical deployment was appropriate, his strategic thinking far-sighted, and he displayed an unyielding will in battle. If he were 20 years younger, he would undoubtedly be able to join the Legion and fight in the void as a space marine. I leave it to you. Despite his admiration, the company captain's voice was steady as he raised a hand, signaling the Legion warriors to descend from the city wall and not interfere with the mortal soldiers. Thank you for your generosity. Miles crossed his arms over his chest, performing the Aquila salute he had just learned. The Blood Angels left a few sentinels on alert, while the main force withdrew from the base's defensive wall, scattering into the barracks, searching for defensive weaknesses that mortals would not easily detect. On the world of Pandora, wherever humans existed, the flames of war never ceased, and the world's spirit launched a strong retaliation against the outsiders. Unfortunately, this resistance was destined to be futile. If not for sanguineous hunting proposal, Pandora would already be trembling under the feet of intelligently controlled machinery and the Blood Angels. Where would there be any chance for a counterattack? Chapter 119 Planet. On the other side of the Star Sea, Raldoran led 2 companies of the Legion to the mortal homeworld, Earth. When he first learned the name of the world, Raldoran nearly drew his sword to slice several mortals to pieces. Earth, whether now or in the past, symbolized the origin of humanity and held an extremely sacred significance. It was unique. In terms of mystical abstract concepts, Earth symbolized the human race. For a mere wilderness planet to dare call itself Earth, Raldoran not swinging his sword to execute these mortals showed his extremely strong self-restraint. After some understanding, the first company captain put down his greatsword and forgave the mortals' disrespectful words. Raldoran speculated that humans must have arrived here during the Old Night era, or even earlier. They abandoned technology, lived in isolation, and were unwilling to have any further dealings with other humans, thriving and multiplying on this world. The origin of the name Earth. Perhaps at some point, a phrase of longing spoken by the colonists was remembered by their descendants, passed down orally, and eventually evolved into the planet's name. After the battleship entered the star system, it immediately detected numerous artificial signals. The system was a hive of activity, with orbital factories constructing large colonization battleships. According to the battleship computer's prediction, the humans of Pseudoterra were already planning to fully colonize Pandora. Sure enough, as the Auspex scan deepened, it was discovered that the homeworld of these lost humans was already overwhelmed. Natural resources were exhausted, industrial exhaust covered the entire world, and atmospheric radiation levels were excessive across the planet. Acid rain, black rain, and radiation snow, all natural weather conditions were toxic. The rich lived high up in sky gardens, far from surface radiation. The middle class huddled in the concrete jungle. while most of the poor were buried deep underground, struggling to survive between the acid rain and radiation. As Miles had said, the world was dying, and to avoid internal strife and extinction, humanity had to expand outwards and colonize. The first company captain did not hesitate, ordering the ship to perform an in-system jump, and the Argent Nur supercarrier proceeded directly to high planetary orbit. The humans of Pseudoterra cried out in shock and confusion. All weapons systems at the spaceport were activated, aiming at the mysterious newcomers. Mortal rulers, abandon the current planetary name, submit to humanity. Raldoron hesitated, realizing this was the Nur Stars, and immediately corrected himself. Submit to the rule of the Nur Stars and pledge loyalty to King Noak. You shall enjoy the following benefits. The Iron Men captain thoughtfully displayed the relevant information. Raldoron followed the procedure, broadcasting and sending the surrender message across all Pseudoterra channels. High Gothic was translated into the local language, and the electronic code intrusion was completed, leaving no room for refusal. You have ample time to consider. After the world completes one rotation, I will hear your decision. Raldoron's tone was serious as he finished his last sentence. You also have no right to refuse. Your answer directly concerns the life and death of this world. With that, he signaled to cut the communication, stopped accessing external information, and silently began preparing for war. The declaration completely ignited public opinion worldwide. The local humans never expected that before they could colonize Pandora, humans from beyond the Star Sea had come knocking. People put down their work, seriously read the terms, and contemplated the future of their homeworld. Overall, the Nur Stars' terms were favorable. They promised to improve basic civilian security, abolish all old powers, and mandate that old nobles or rulers must comply with the new order. Captain, please send a message to Argent Nur, requesting internal affairs personnel to come and take over the planet. Raldoron's expression was cold. The Auspex relayed monitoring footage. Within Pseudoterra's data network, secret codes flowed silently like venomous snakes. The world's controlling class began mobilizing troops, planning to resist the arrival of the Blood Angels. The message has been sent, the Iron Men said, appearing as a hollow projection instead of a physical form. I will assist with your military operation. Thank you very much. Raldoron nodded, put on his power armor helmet, and selected multiple attack targets. The supercarrier slowly adjusted its hull, adopting a ground attack posture. All flight decks opened, entering full firepower attack mode. Commence attack. The first company captain, acting as commander, gave the order, and the battleship immediately began attacking the world below. Black drop pods launched from the carrier's belly, commencing the attack on the world's illuminated side, targeting various military bases. Attack aircraft swarmed out from the flight decks. Within 1 minute, the supercarrier reached peak efficiency, and tens of thousands of Void fighters completed their formation. The remote-controlled attack aircraft were extremely fast, protecting the transport ships carrying the Space Marines as they flew toward the space station. Pseudoterra was definitely not easy to deal with. Although the war started abruptly, they quickly launched a counterattack. High-energy lasers lit up the cosmos. Various missiles flew together, intercepting the payloads entering the atmosphere. The humans of the Lost World did not even recognize the Argent Nur drop pods, mistaking them for large bombs. The Argent Nur drop pods were equipped with shields. The missiles created fireworks upon impact, and all kinetic ammunition failed. The technological disparity mercilessly mocked their powerlessness. In the military base housing area, a drop pod landed, smashing through a rooftop and falling into a sealed plaza. PSSSHHH-tilde. The top armor plate of the drop pod sprang open, and the weapons platform immediately deployed. Suppressor lasers swept across, melting the mortals who had been waiting in formation, severing them at the waist. Bang, bang, bang. The guns were savage and crude. The Blood Angels stepped out of the drop pods, mercilessly pulling the triggers as their bolters spat explosive fire. The Space Marines' shooting was exceptionally precise, hitting the cockpits with every shot. The AMP mechs, which humanity was so proud of, offered no resistance. The bolters' power was extremely savage, with specialized warheads shattering the mechs. Before the mortal troops could react, the Blood Angels, masters of assault, formed battle formations, and high-caliber bolter rounds tore through the defenders' lines. Alarm sirens blared across the sky. The Space Marines slaughtered all resistors, showing no mercy to anyone who dared raise a weapon. Disability code executed. A Legion warrior found a data terminal, implanted a virus into the physical interface, and crippled the military network. Soon, Pseudo-Terra's military network ceased operation, and all automated weapons stopped. Machinery relying on smart assistance was invaded by a virus compiled by the Iron Men, turning against their former masters on the battlefield. In just half a Terra hour, all of Pseudo-Terra's ground forces were paralyzed. Soldiers dropped their weapons, walked out of cover, and surrendered to the Blood Angels' Legion. In space, the tens of thousands of remote-controlled fighters were unstoppable, covering the Legion as they stormed the space stations and quickly secured them all. Legion warriors airdropped via transport ships, stormed the suspended gardens, and arrested all government executives and corporate giants. In just 1 Terra hour, the Blood Angels completed their tactical planning, disarmed the planet's local forces, and seized control of the government hierarchy. When the dust settled, the virus code self-deleted, and ordinary people suddenly realized that their lives seemed unaffected. Mortals! On all visible screens across the planet, a handsome, charming face appeared, displaying extraordinary charisma. We are aware of the suffering you face. Raldoron waved his hand. Several thousand well-dressed, high-ranking personnel who enjoyed privileged lives knelt in the Sky Gardens Plaza. He spoke slowly, his voice melodious and magnetic. They resisted the Nurse Stars, refused to relinquish the power in their hands, and attempted to coerce the planetary residents into waging war against us. Now that the chief culprits have been executed, I declare you innocent. The planetary residents cheered. Being declared innocent meant they would not face cleansing, and their relief at surviving the ordeal was overwhelming. Now we will settle their crimes. As Raldoron's voice fell silent, electronic screens began scrolling, listing evidence of collusion between government officials and corporations. The mortal residents initially watched with cold detachment, but as the crimes were revealed one by one, their eyes turned bloodshot, wishing they could devour their flesh raw. Case by case, every crime involved the theft of public welfare. The upper class lived in luxury and debauchery, while the middle and lower classes suffered unspeakably. Banged. The first gunshot triggered a chain reaction. Gunfire erupted across the area. The guilty were all executed, their heads exploding and brains splattering, their upper bodies pulverized by bolter rounds. Great! Mortals roared with anger and hatred from behind the electronic screens. Their resentment was somewhat alleviated, and they felt a greater sense of affinity and trust toward the outsiders. All changes were summarized by the Iron Men and transmitted to the terminal. Raldoron gave a subtle nod. Things were moving in the direction he had guided them. Mortals, please return home and wait. Pay attention to the data terminal information. We will redistribute material rations. Raldoron employed both carrot and stick, first offering reassurance to the masses, resolving most people's concerns, and then redirecting public hatred. We will continue to publicize the crimes and settle accounts with the criminals. The mortals were naturally overjoyed, returning home to wait, staring at their data terminals for the judgment, hoping for rivers of blood. The supercarrier dropped the hive, releasing anti-gravity drones into the city, beginning the purge based on the information acquired by the Iron Men. This purge lasted for a full Terra week, eliminating hundreds of millions of vested interests and completely cleansing the old powers. Raldoron used both military might and wisdom to quickly conquer Pseudo-Terra. Before the end of the seventh day, Argent Nur officials arrived to complete the transfer of power, and the first company captain hurriedly departed for Pandora. 7 rotation cycles passed, and Pandora's blood light dimmed. Sorrow blanketed the entire planet. Blazkovich and Sanguinius met in the depths of the sea, ended their hunt, and returned to high orbit. "My brothers." Sanguinius stood beside Blazkovich, saw the crease in his brother's brow, and quietly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "This world." Blazkovich raised a hand toward the blue-green orb brimming with life. "I'm thinking about its fate." Beyond the warship's viewport, engineering craft were surveying the planet, preparing for the coming relocation. Blazkovich stared at this cosmic pearl, his gaze conflicted. His stance had shifted several times, and he still could not decide. Sanguinius, ever perceptive, sensed his brother's turmoil. Such complexity rarely surfaced in a Primarch. He had fought beside Horus and met Rogel Dorn on Terra. Though each brother bore a different temperament, all were men of swift action. "What is your fundamental impression of it?" Sanguinius stepped closer to the port. His eyesight rivaled a telescope, letting him clearly see everything unfolding below. The hunts continued, but with less bloodshed. Pandora's world spirit had realized the slaughter was a contest between 2 human factions, and found an alternate path of resistance. Wherever the Legion passed, flora and fauna ceased resistance, using non-resistance as silent defiance, temporarily halting the bloodshed. The hunt changed form. Legion warriors scattered, marked every alien tribe they met, and claimed them for the Legion. First impression. Blazkovich inclined his head as memories of Pandora flashed through his mind. After battle above Gela Prime, the fleet had been ready to return to Argent Nur when it spotted the flare of a ship decelerating. They followed the artificial light. Arriving in the Pandora system and perceiving the world's spirit, Blazkovich's first thought had been to destroy it. "A ticking bomb," Blazkovich murmured, voicing that impression, "and then a world of immense value." He spoke plainly. In this universe, a world spirit truly was a ticking bomb, far too dangerous. His resolve to annihilate it sprang from its very nature. To the ruinous powers of the warp, Pandora was a safe vessel. Seize its spirit, and they would gain an eternal anchor in reality. To prevent that, Blazkovich's first instinct had been to raise the planet and block a major warp incursion. 1,000 light-years from Argent Nur Prime, in the former Eldari capital zone, the warp had torn reality open, leaving an ugly scar across the real universe. Were chaos to claim Pandora, the wound dealt to reality would dwarf even that. But then an unexpected variable appeared. The human survivors here offered information on a life-extending substance. Blazkovich reappraised Pandora and chose to relocate it under Argent Nur's oversight. His stance shifted from annihilation to supervision. Destruction embodied humanity's darker side, eradicating threats to resist chaos and survive. Blazkovich knew well that Pandora itself was blameless. Under its spirit's guidance, many species had attained high intelligence. His wish to supervise Pandora stemmed from desire for that life-prolonging substance, to let human heroes live on, ending the regrets born of fleeting lives. His position dictated his attitude toward all things, yet personally Blazkovich bore Pandora no malice. Were chaos absent, Pandora would have remained a pristine world, its technology curbed, becoming a scenic jewel of the Argent Nur stars. Now, Blazkovich's words caught. He narrowed his eyes and drew a slow breath. Seeing the spirit's high intelligence, I find new thoughts stirring. Human hearts are fickle, tossed upon the waves, shifting with each new tide. As world spirits, Salts and Pandora were not the same. The former, still in its infancy, acted on instinct alone, sheltering the lizard folk upon it and stubbornly rejecting the Emperor. The latter possessed full sentience. By choosing non-resistance, it blunted the Legion's bloodlust, proving it grasped values. That spark of intelligence changed Blazkovich's mind once more. He wanted to call the Emperor. One who knows to seek advantage and avoid harm also understands life and death. Perhaps what the Emperor failed to achieve on Salts might find fruition here, in Pandora's Eva. The clash of many different choices is the source of Blazkovich's vexation. Sanguinius' eyes flickered, his tone cautious. Was it my hunting plan that put you in such turmoil? The great angel guessed that his brother had a new design for Pandora, and that the hunt was interfering with it. Wantonly slaughtering the world's inhabitants would turn the world's spirit against humanity, making Blazkovich's true intention impossible to carry out, hence his brooding distress. Not at all, Blazkovich shook his head, calming the angel. I approve of the hunt, don't trouble yourself over it. He turned to Sanguinius with a smile. Apart from humans and certain cosmic old ones, I regard every other race as equals to be exterminated. My present dilemma is whether to inform the Emperor and let the master of mankind deal with Pandora. Blazkovich told his brother everything, Salt's ordeal and the Emperor's petty retaliation. Sanguinius was stunned. He had not expected his brother's first task after returning to come directly from the Emperor himself. His eyes blazed. Who would have thought his unfeeling father beneath that stern mask could fuss over trifles? What does father want with the world's spirit? Hearing the anecdote, Sanguinius could tell the Emperor prized the spirit highly. No idea. Blazkovich shrugged and feigned ignorance, deliberately withholding the link between souls and the chaos. He still remembered the Emperor's injunction. Never reveal the chaos to a Primarch, even to the dearest brother. Chin in hand, Sanguinius regarded Pandora with blue eyes now tinged by caution. Better to inform father. World spirits are exceedingly rare. Even our mighty father searches in vain. Let him decide how to use such a cosmic treasure. Blazkovich listened, gazed down at Pandora for a long while, then nodded. Let the Emperor decide. Sanguinius' advice aligned with Blazkovich's own leanings. Handing Pandora to the Emperor would maximize its value. Then what of our hunt? The vexation left his face, replaced by a grin. It won't last the month. End it early. The great angel waved a disgusted hand. With the Na'vi refusing to fight, the hunt has lost all meaning. From the moment they stopped resisting, I wanted to stop this dull slaughter. Let it end at sunrise tomorrow. Seeing his listlessness at the mention of the Na'vi, Blazkovich proposed. Set the score aside for now. The cosmos is vast. Some other Xenos world will let us settle our wager. Just so, Sanguinius brightened, flashing a sunny smile as he accepted. Next time I'll give Raldoron command, he's my shrewdest son. The great angel knew that, by results alone, the Blood Guard had already lost. Beside the giant tree visible from orbit, the Blood Angels had erected sprawling internment camps packed with Na'vi. The Doom Legion, Blazkovich's own blood, had read the shift, reigned in their butchery, and imposed centralized control. Just as Iowa ceased resistance, they rounded up huge populations, sealing victory in short order. The Doom Legion's tally was under 10,000 dead. Far more Na'vi were taken alive. The Blood Angels, before resistance collapsed, had wiped out over 40,000 and tagged tribes large and small. As you wish, pride shone on Blazkovich's face. The Doom Legion does not lose. We'll see, Sanguinius refused defeat. I'll ask another brother to find a fitting arena amid the stars, and our friendship will be tempered by fresh contest. I'll be waiting. Two massive hands clasped tight. The Primarchs grinned at each other, closing an accident-ridden, less than perfect hunt. At the Primarch's order, the legions halted the hunt, left Pandora's jungles, and regrouped at the original staging ground. The gates of the stockade the destroyers had built swung wide, releasing the Na'vi. Get lost! Harlan, face dark with irritation, kicked a Na'vi in the small of the back to hurry it along. The champion swordsman looked glum. Even worse, these spineless Xenos seemed reluctant to leave. Move! Harlan vaulted onto the stockade gate and shouted down. You can go home. In the plaza, the Na'vi stared blankly, set down their tools and checked with one another. unsure whether the human's words were true. The man on the wall had raided tribe after tribe, dragged the elders here, locked them up for days only to let them walk free. "You may leave." Obelisk spoke in fluent Navi, voice low, and motioned toward the open gate. Seeing the human's actions looked genuine, a few bolder Navi edged cautiously out of the stockade. Once outside, dawn light on their shoulders, they wept openly and helped one another away from the camp. After the first group left, the rest wasted no time. Supporting each other, they filed out, glancing back to see if the humans would raise their weapons. Several thousand Navi moved fast. Within 10 minutes, fewer than 30 remained inside, reluctant to go. "Get out of my stockade." Harlan waved them off. His Navi was clumsy, but the meaning clear. Obelisk shook his head inwardly. The champion swordsman's stockade. Well, perhaps. Each day he did only two things: go out and bring back Navi, then snarl at the natives to keep building the prison camp. "Planning to use these?" Obelisk pointed at the tech, seeing through the young Navi's intent. "Use what you've learned to defend your world." To speed the tech climb, the tech Marines had picked bright youngsters as labor and assistants. Thanks to them, the stockade shot forward. In 7 short days, its tech level neared the 3rd industrial revolution. Clearly, the radical youths, watching the humans withdraw, wanted to arm their race with science so the next invasion wouldn't leave them helpless. The Navi who stayed said nothing, but clenched fists and resolute eyes spoke for them. "Make way." A Doomslayer dragged an iron crate, voice flat, shouldering aside the Navi in his path. "Brother Hitler," Obelisk nodded, indicating the crate Hitler hauled on chains, all components recovered. "Of course." Hitler gave a polite smile, adjusting his hollow glasses. "Every piece of the stripped power armor is accounted for, no data left behind." "Such a pity," the tech Marine sighed, cheeks full of regret. "Give me 7 more planetary rotations and I'd have had a fusion engine." Obelisk clapped his brother's shoulder in sympathy, understanding the ache of work unfinished, and gave a helpless shake of the head. Doomslayer tech Marines, unlike other legions, didn't force recruits to Mars. Brothers volunteered. They learned their scientific mysteries straight from the stone artisans themselves. To be yanked from a full-scale tech climb, starting from scratch, made the halt to the hunt almost unbearable. "Oh, right." Hitler, still walking, jerked a thumb behind him. "Want me to execute them? After a week with me, they've had a crash course in tech development." The Navi caught the gesture, if not the words. They stepped back in dread, yet none raised a hand. They knew they couldn't kill these near-immortal warriors. They knew that even outnumbered, they stood no chance. The humans were too strong, almost unkillable. "No need." Obelisk's gaze swept over them without a flicker. "It's meaningless." Hitler and Harlan both stiffened. Sharp as they were, they sensed Obelisk had seen something deeper. "Meaningless." He seemed to speak of the science the Navi held, yet the word carried a far wider portent. "Right then," Hitler pointed to the skyship in farewell. "The engineering vessels surveying the planet. I'll join the world shift. Talk later." Obelisk and Harlan waved him off, then turned their attention back to the Navi. We want to take these." One Navi stepped forward, trembling, fists clenched against fear, and raised a stiff finger toward the industrial gear. "Data," Obelisk called the Navi by name, his voice still calm, as deep as the sea. Data's heart was trembling, adrenaline surging, the capillaries in his face contracting, his blue complexion paling considerably. He shook all over, his blue face ashen with fear. Only 3 humans guarded this stronghold. One wielded knowledge to create technology, another was a wildly ferocious warrior. Only the man before him remained unfathomable, profound as an abyss, silent as a mountain. "You are a clever man." Obelisk's eyes pinned the Navi, his steady voice cutting straight into Data's thoughts. "You brim with vitality, radical and brave, wishing to arm your people with the knowledge you've learned." But he gave a slight shake of his head, warning Data of a simple truth. "It's meaningless." Data staggered weakly, barely able to support himself. Two clansmen behind him propped him up so he could stay on his feet. "You studied under Sihak. You should understand us better." Obelisk pointed to the sky. Beyond the white clouds and blue sky, silver warships reflected sunlight. He stamped the ground lightly. "Had we wished, this world would already have been blasted to atoms." "No," Data snarled, driving back instinctive fear, rising from his companion's support to challenge the towering human. "So after learning the gap, we should just give up and watch our kin be slaughtered, the world burn, Iowa tremble beneath your boots." He seemed to abandon everything, even life and death. Hot tears rolled from his large eyes as he cried out in accusation. "We should surrender and let you invaders trample us." Harlan's face changed. He raised a finger toward Data, an adamantine spear leveling at the Navi, ready to skewer the chattering Xeno. A powerful arm blocked him. Obelisk lifted a hand to stay the champion's swordsman, bidding him be at ease. Every resistor who finds courage deserves a song. Facing the accusations, Obelisk remained unruffled. Few things in the cosmos seemed able to stir his emotions. "Including you, I will remember your bravery." He suddenly stepped closer. The Navi recoiled as one. Only Data held his ground, teeth chattering yet chest high. Obelisk raised his arm. Many Navi shut their eyes in despair, unwilling to see blood spilled within 5 paces. No scream came. The Navi opened their eyes to see the human had not killed Data. He merely plucked a single sacred tree seed from the Navi's neural queue. The large fingers held the dandelion-like seed. Obelisk studied it and gave a soft laugh, speaking to no one in particular. Meaningless. He let the seed fall, turned, and signaled Harlan to leave with him. "Cherish the time you still have." A dull echo drifted on the wind as the human warrior, wrapped in a beast-hide cloak, crossed the man-made clearing and vanished into the mottled shadows of the jungle. "Did you foresee something?" As they walked, Harlan asked casually. His manner seemed careless, yet his eyes were calm and calculating as he sorted through a chain of thoughts. As Blazkovich's Primarch attendant, Obelisk's towering, mighty frame was highly deceptive. His keen insight was rarely matched, and few truths escaped him. Obelisk gave a soft nod, admitting he had formed a guess. His gaze left the glowing moss at his feet. He looked back at the entire forest and sighed. Such a wondrous realm will eventually vanish like mist. The tall warrior's eyes held reluctance, imprinting the magnificent sight upon his mind to color future memories. Harlan's brows knit together. He neither denied nor agreed, but countered. "You're so certain that the Emperor will destroy this world." The orders were explicit. The Legion would end its hunt, evacuate Pandora, and after the planet's transfer, leave the decision to the Emperor. "Destroy?" Obelisk shook his head, still without explanation, and gave a soft laugh. "For this world, annihilation would be a release. In this perilous, insane universe, kind species and worlds are unfit to survive. Utter death is perfect deliverance." He turned to Harlan beside him, weariness in his eyes. "The world's spirit is kind and beautiful, yet lacks the strength to protect itself. It is meat on the block, and the hand holding the knife has changed. The Gene Father passes the blade to the Emperor, who will do anything for mankind." On Pandora's surface, non-essential units withdrew in order. Warships hovered in orbit, waiting for the planet to be moved. The star system grew busier. Cargo and science craft shuttled back and forth, installing the relocation array high above Pandora. Human activity was dense, unabashed. They built several space stations beyond the planet. Data stared into the void, and finally understood what the human warriors had meant by repeating, "It's meaningless," before they left. Even though the slaughter had long stopped, humans still worked on Iowa's surface, an existence the Navi could not resist. The keenest-eyed youth in the tribe kept watch on the sky, reporting every human move. Others began to record what they saw, trying to make sense of it all. The embodiment of its meaningless was a void-bound warship arrows could never reach, the naked arrogance of mankind, a violence even Iowa could not match. Knowing everything, Data dropped the rifle he had twalled to forge. slipped quietly out of the council tent and roused no one. He faintly guessed the ending, yet would not crush the hope in his people's hearts. In silence he returned home, smiling with happiness. Now he understood another human saying, "Cherish the time you still have." A gentle, beautiful wife, a lively, adorable sister. He was happy everything he cared about most was still here, not lost in a human raid. Yet a sour regret lingered. The child in his wife's belly might never give a loud cry. But perhaps that was for the best, to stay far from this cruel universe. At last, 30 dawns after their release, humanity's construction was nearly done. Hearing the screams of collapse, Data stepped outside, looked up. Human machines were spewing black light that devoured the warm sun. Tribesmen fled in all directions, wailing that the sun had been stolen. Warriors mounted horses and dragons, shaking spears at the sky. Seeing it all, Data smiled calmly. Without a trace of panic, he fetched his wife and sister, soothed them, and used simple words to explain what was happening. The family sat on the doorstep, smiling as they admired the transcendent power of human technology. When a crisis exceeds your power by 1,000,000,000-fold, resistance and endurance make no difference to the outcome. Waiting in peace is enough. On the void ship's panoramic deck, Blazkowicz and Sanguinius stood facing one another, looking down at the world of Pandora. The warship was far from Pandora, yet the whole planet lay in full view. 8 transfer devices ringed Pandora, projecting black dimensional barriers that sealed the world like a closed box. Boy, you know the classic human quantum thought experiment, Schrödinger's cat. Blazkowicz, clad in regent armor, leaned on the rail while the void dragon worked the transfer array and asked smugly. Schrödinger's cat, of course Blazkowicz knew it. Put simply, a cat and a random trigger poison device are locked in a box. Before the box is opened, quantum rules say the random event both has and hasn't happened, so the cat is simultaneously dead and alive. Only when you open the box and observe does the uncertainty collapse into one reality, dead cat or live cat. I know, Blazkowicz nodded. The classic quantum theory remains hard to fully explain. The Void Dragon had provided the method. Survey ships carried it back to Argent Nur and built 8 transfer devices to move the world of Pandora. Within the core realm of Argent Nur, another 8 devices waited to receive Pandora. Good, the Void Dragon poured a stream of data through the gauntlet into the console, operating the array. I'm putting the planet into the box. Do you think it's still in place? Blazkowicz did not answer at once. With amusement, he asked Sanguinius across from him, "Brother, do you think the world is still there?" The question caught the great angel off guard at such a solemn moment. Though unsure of its meaning, he gave an answer. "Yes," Sanguinius replied with absolute certainty. "I saw it placed into the container with my own eyes." Yet at that firm answer, Blazkowicz shook his head. A projection sprang from the console and gave the angel a brief lesson in quantum science. Even with little exposure to scientific knowledge, as a Primarch, Sanguinius quickly grasped Schrödinger's cat, and his expression turned increasingly odd. The certainty on his face faded away. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, repeatedly looking down at the world sealed in a black box. Has Pandora entered a superposition state? Sanguinius smoothed his furrowed brow. Moments ago he hadn't known, so what he saw was enough to convince him. Now he was wavering. Present or not, a black wall that blocks all scans is holding the world. Inside can't see outside. Does the outside exist? Outside can't see inside. Does Pandora still occupy its former position? It's an unanswerable question. Only the intervention of an observer can collapse the uncertain state into fact. While the great angel puzzled it out, another black box rose on a distant starfield, likewise in the quantum superposition of existing and not existing. Everything cause and effect. Tides rise and fall, universes renew. The Void Dragon's voice lost its wildness and carried divine majesty. When the melon is ripe, it drops. When the channel is ready, the water flows. Why does the real universe loathe the warp? One follows strict cause and effect, the other upends common sense and follows whims. The dazzling white light faded, and the Na'vi opened their eyes again, looking up to find the starry sky strangely unfamiliar, a cold fear spreading from the depths of their hearts. The Na'vi, like startled beasts, scurried into their houses, hoping the cramped space would give them a sense of safety and soothe the chill within. Within the human base, both scientists and mortal warriors felt awe. Had they not learned of the planet's relocation in advance, they might have been even more helpless than the Na'vi. Humans from the pseudo-Earth had never seen such a bustling star system. A massive fleet drifted slowly, and star fortresses dotted the heavens like countless stars, as if the entire sky were pulsating. The base's observatory quickly produced data. The new system's center is a white-type star, its surface temperature 3,000 degrees hotter than Pandora's star. The sunlight was scorching and painfully bright. The system contains 6 planets. Pandora is a satellite of a giant planet, and precise calculations show no gravitational disturbances. As an outsider, Pandora has been accepted by the local families. "Welcome to the gate of heaven, mortals," the tech marine announced with a booming voice, barely containing his excitement. "You have now entered the Argent Nur core domain." As he spoke fervently, the base's main screen displayed an overview of the system. The so-called Gate of Heaven must be interpreted in 2 parts. First, heaven, a heavenly world exists within the system. Second, gate. This is the doorway to the Nur main realm. The mortals excitedly pointed to a corner of the sky. The once massive blue gas giant vanished, replaced by a massive planet forged of steel. The fortress world, an eye of judgment, its name derives from the planet's equator. A ring of orbital defense platforms encircles the equator, massive gun barrels like eyes visible to the naked eye on Pandora's surface, scrutinizing the cold void without blind spots. Colonel Miles' tiger-like eyes welled with tears. This iron-blooded soldier could not restrain himself at the sight. Only such overwhelming power can showcase humanity's greatness. As the Na'vi and humans marveled in awe, various spacecraft entered Pandora's atmosphere, bringing psychers and bio-craftsmen. Psychers emerged from shuttles, and Legion warriors gathered all mortals in the plaza. They would have their memories of Tulkun erased. Stone men captured a giant Tulkun from the sea, studied the peculiar life form, and began preparations for artificial cultivation to obtain a constant supply of longevity material. They raced against time, completing a full analysis of Pandora's biosphere and obtaining complete biological data before the Emperor's arrival. Meanwhile, the expedition fleet cleared Madame Clara, successfully concluding the Purge expedition, and returned to Argent Nur under Archon Blazkovich. The fleet's strike on Madame Clara recovered SDC, established prestige in the sphere of influence, and achieved both military and political success. The most valuable prize was a Madame Clara psionic titan, fully captured by the Legion and handed over to the Psyker Academy for research. The expedition fleet gradually returned. Blazkovich and Sanguinius came back to Argent Nur, reuniting after a campaign at the appointed meeting place. Blazkovich wished to extend hospitality, planning a victory parade to announce the great angel's arrival to the Argent Nur subjects, but Sanguinius firmly refused. His reason was simple. An emperor is about to arrive, and as his son, how could he outshine his father's millennial glory? Moved by his brother's humility, Blazkovich decided to first let Sanguinius enter Argent Nur secretly. When the emperor arrives, he will officially declare his presence in an official capacity. "This is my niece, Loxy Nowick." In the palace courtyard, Blazkovich introduced his niece to Sanguinius. After Russ' lesson, he had long mentioned his family's situation to his brother. "My elder brother and sister-in-law have ventured into the void, taking another nephew on a royal tour to solidify border rule and investigate policy implementation." Sanguinius gracefully knelt on one knee, gently grasped Marie's raised right hand, kissed the back of the lady's hand, and performed the audience protocol. "I salute you, future Queen of Noak." Marie wore a gorgeous emerald green gown and a crystal crown of the air, and if nothing went wrong, she truly would be the next Noak monarch. She calmly withdrew her arm, lifted the hem of her dress, and slightly inclined her head. "I also salute you, great son of the Emperor, Lord of the 9th Legion, the Holy Great Angel, Sanguinius." The young woman shed her naivete, flawless and elegant, her bearing exuding the regal poise of royalty at first glance. Seeing his niece's current demeanor, Blazkovich's eyes flashed with satisfaction, tinged with a hint of pity. He had thought that upon seeing the beloved Sanguinius, Marie would rush over with blessings and admiration, but now she was calm enough to make one's heart ache. As she grew older, her childlike innocence and vigor gradually settled into responsibility, bearing the weight of royalty. "Lady Marie, may I have a look at your left hand?" Sanguinius gave a gentle smile, his slender finger pointing to the lady's left hand, his voice soft and politely inquisitive. "Of course." Marie lifted her left hand, her pale wrist bound with a mithril cord that suspended a tooth ornament, the root wrapped in blue crystal, blending wildness with elegance. Strictly speaking, tooth ornaments and other wild accessories are rarely seen on royalty. Because royalty displays majesty and order, symbols of ferocity are only worn if they hold commemorative or special meaning. Otherwise, they have no place on a royal. For example, Blazkovich's ancient tooth is extremely valuable, a rarity in the universe, yet seldom worn. Sanguinius gently supported the lady's arm, pinching the tooth to examine it closely. From the slender canine, he felt a kinship that stemmed from blood. "Russ' tooth," Blazkovich whispered in explanation. "I forgot to tell him that my family has bloodline descendants. He wasn't prepared with a gift, so he broke off his own tooth and gave it to Marie." "So it was him." Sanguinius suddenly understood and gently lowered Marie's arm. "The great wolf Lemon Russ." Sanguinius had never met that wild brother. The only information came from Horace Lupercal, who held a poor impression of him. When speaking of Russ, Horace, who excels at yielding and tolerance, could barely hide his disdain, his facial muscles forever stiff. The final news was that the Space Wolves had achieved a great victory. After 10 years of war, the Legion had torn apart the 100 billion orcs entrenched in the Firewheel sector, now cleansing the remnants and about to end the war and return to Terra. Understanding the whole story, Sanguinius nodded slowly, his white wings folding before him. "I too must show my respect." His visage was intoxicating, his smile like a spring breeze. "Lady Marie, please accept my gift." The great angel plucked a pure white feather from the tip of his wing, a flight feather, the longest, thickest, and strongest feather along the wing's edge. Facing the Primarch's offering, Marie no longer, as she had years ago, sought her uncle's opinion with a glance. She crossed her calves, lowered her posture, and with a flawless wordless etiquette accepted the benevolent gift. Sanguinius' hands approached the lady's chest with great care, giving only a feeling of comfort and no hint of impropriety. His movements were exceedingly gentle. He fixed the flight feather upright onto Marie's floral adornment. "May your beauty endure, may your will be immortal." The great angel's voice was soft, not as coarse and wild as the Wolf King's, yet it carried the same firm oath. "This is a token. The blood angels have a reason to fight for it. I will continue your humility." The lady's reply was clear and moving. She lifted her head to admire the angel's splendor, her twin sparkling eyes meeting his, her earrings scattering light that illuminated her flawless beauty. "Welcome to the warrior realm." "I have long yearned for this place," Sanguinius said, lifting Marie's arm. The two rose together, achieving perfect harmony. "Let us go," Blazkovich called from the side, indicating the palace inner courtyard. There was no grand victory parade. The angel's welcome to Argent Nur was a modest family banquet inside the royal court. Princess Sola was not in Argent Nur. The banquet's food was overseen by Marie, who is both the heir of the Novik dynasty and the household's female head. a duty she must bear. At the table there were few formalities. The Primarch brothers spoke freely, sharing what they had seen and heard, deliberately avoiding any mention of war. It was a small, tacit understanding between them. At a warm family dinner, no one should let the smoke of battle escape their mouths and tarnish the harmonious atmosphere. Lord, as the banquet drew to a close, the palace guard entered to inform Blazkowicz. Harlan Ogilvy wishes an audience. Please let him in quickly. Blazkowicz's eyes lit up, and he promptly ordered the palace guard to allow passage. Harlan's arrival at this moment meant the matter he had tasked Blazkowicz with should now have results. Seeing the champion swordsman enter the courtyard, Sanguinius could barely contain his excitement. The matter he sought was finally taking shape. Harlan walked into the inner court, first knelt to Marie, then knelt to Blazkowicz. Argent Nur is not the void battlefield. Many formalities can be skipped. If the palace guards saw anyone overstep, they would rush in, pitch the rude one out, and make the one who scorned royal dignity reflect deeply. Harlan knelt on one knee, his stern face like that of a different man. The old one has agreed to see the Primarch. Hearing the old sage's reply, Blazkowicz exhaled in relief. The weight on his heart finally settled. Back when Pandora was being hunted, the astropathic choir message had already reached the Nur stars. Sanguinius had his progeny send some gene seed to the stone artisans for study. The moment Blazkowicz returned to Argent Nur, he heard the bad news. The biotechnology entangled in the gene seed is starkly contradictory, brutal and crude, yet in places exquisitely designed. Its basic functions are rock solid, tolerating every mutation and ensuring the gene seed passes down the generations. The gene artisans pointed out, purely in terms of genetic inheritance, the gene seed stability surpasses even the Golden Men's understanding of gene lore. Argent Nur itself is living proof. The Golden Men's genes from the Golden Age have reproduced ever since. Without maintenance, inevitable degradation set in. The gene seed is different. Its genetic coding is balanced but hardly optimal. Only its hereditary continuity is so stable the stone men call it inconceivable. This unique stability has an upside. Over eons, the gene seed will not degenerate. And a downside. When other functions mutate, it passes those changes on, good or bad. The bloodthirst tormenting the blood angels, for example, is a basic function mutation the gene seed has flawlessly preserved. Remove that stability and the bloodthirst could be wiped out easily. But the gene seed's rock-solid continuity would be gone, and the Legion's survival could not be guaranteed. In secret communiques, the gene artisans hinted that the seed's all-embracing nature brushes against warp technology. Blazkowicz was unsurprised. He had long suspected as much. The Emperor waged centuries of unification wars, scheming for over a millennium. At the very end, the Astartes descended like divine soldiers. Blazkowicz would never believe no secret pacts lay behind that. Knowing this, he staunchly helped the Emperor keep the warp hidden from their Primarch brothers. With warp traces in the gene seed, Blazkowicz ordered the artisans' research halted and chose another path, turned to the old sages. As cosmic old ones, their right to interpret the warp outstrips every other race. During a family feast with Sanguinius, Harlan was dispatched to the Crystal Cave to ask the old sage's will about meeting a Primarch. Harlan returned in triumph with good news. Blazkowicz clapped Sanguinius on the shoulder to calm his restlessness. Prepare yourself, we go to see the old one. So we must. Sanguinius rose hurriedly, eagerness and excitement mingling in his brows, his unease impossible to hide. At that moment, Sanguinius lacked even the courage to unleash a psychic foretelling that might reveal the Legion's imminent fate. The three took hurried leave of Marie. Blazkowicz and Sanguinius boarded the royal shuttle to wait at the Nur Ring. Harlan slipped away by a hidden route to fetch the old sage. The meeting place lay far from the Crystal Cave. Easy now. In the new palace of the Nur Ring, Blazkowicz reclined with eyes shut, serenely awaiting the old sage. Sanguinius could not sit still. He folded his wings and paced the room, now and then picking up a trinket to mask his agitation. Tap, tap, tap. The Primarch's senses were keen. Hearing the approaching steps, Sanguinius set down the vase and straightened his robes to greet the old one his brother honored. Blazkovich rose from the lounger, sitting upright as he watched the door, awaiting the old sage. Harlan shouldered the dark light to guide the way. Behind him followed a figure wrapped in black, robes that blocked sight and sense alike. Its head was a void of darkness, utterly mysterious. In its hand it held a sphere of unknown material that cast an unseen veil against prying eyes. "Greetings, old one." Sanguinius knelt on the carpet, sincerity in his tone, his graceful manners beyond reproach. "Rise," the visitor masked its voice, hoarse and low, the original sound undetectable. Not daring to disobey, Sanguinius rose from the carpet and stepped aside, silent. As a supplicant who had come from afar, he knew he must not steal the host's thunder. The details were for Blazkovich to negotiate. The black-robed figure sat cross-legged in the rocking chair. After surveying the room's furnishings, he glanced sideways at Blazkovich. "You've put thought into this." No tech devices were in sight. The room was wholly old-world. Hand-woven carpets covered the floor, warm candlelight flickered on every side, and antiques and biological specimens stood everywhere. The moment the visitor stepped in, he could tell the chamber was an enlarged crystal cavern. The ornaments had soaked up the place's aura of ages, all manner of patinas blended together. The room was no impromptu disguise. It had been prepared long in advance. "As long as you don't dislike it." Blazkovich lowered his voice, calm and level, nodding slowly with a smile. He knew exactly who the visitor was, Life Forger Prima. Perhaps out of mistrust, it protected itself well. A robe that blocked perception and an isolation pearl that barred even a god's sight. "I already know why you've come." Prima extended an arm. Beneath the robe it looked like a writhing shadow. "Hand it over." Sanguinius had not expected the mysterious elder to be so direct. Seeing an arm made of darkness, he froze on the spot. Oh. Startled awake, he hurriedly reached into the satchel at his waist and drew out the frozen gene seed. Before Sanguinius could take a step, the gene seed floated up, traced a graceful arc, and landed squarely in the black-robed hand. A casual gesture, no psychic ripple, yet the aloofness was blatant, bordering on rudeness. Watching the gene seed taken by the mysterious figure, Sanguinius felt not anger but relief. He still didn't know the visitor's exact identity and was kept at arm's length, yet the old one his brother had introduced had shouldered the responsibility after all. Judging by the unknown art the robed one had just shown, its power was formidable, steeped in ancient and arcane knowledge. Perhaps this journey would not be in vain. Perhaps the Legion's bloodthirst could truly be changed. Sanguinius perched on the recliner, clutching the satchel, his eyes full of hope and tension such as he had never felt before. Prima's scaled fingers pinched the gene seed. In its grasp, the thing looked like a swollen, twisted tumor, thin tentacles swaying, utterly ugly. Without even touching it, a single glance told Prima the gene seed was linked to the warp. "Do you mind if it perishes?" "I can bear the sacrifice." Hearing the question, Sanguinius answered with a heavy nod, his resolve to eradicate the bloodthirst plane. The hood dipped as Prima raised a smoking pipe and exhaled a puff of iridescent mist that enshrouded the gene seed. The colored smoke drifted, seeming to find something. It threaded along a thin line until it finally reached Sanguinius. Unsure what to do, he looked toward Blazkovich, who nodded to set his mind at ease. "This bloodline is indeed yours." The robed one nodded, then did something that stunned Sanguinius. In a flash, a black tendril jutted from its face, snatched the gene seed, and stuffed it into its mouth with audible crunching. Sanguinius' body snapped upright. Blazkovich pressed a hand down, signaling him to stay calm. "Fortunately, you made no tech-level alterations." Prima crushed the gene seed, its long tongue tasting the flavor, discerning why the bloodthirst existed. its hollow gaze fixed on the angel. This is a genetic mutation caused by a blood curse. Merely tech-level edits would not remove it. They would only trigger deeper mutations. A blood curse. Sanguinius' eyes flared. He sprang from the recliner, nostrils flaring. Unknown Old One. The angel knelt, his icy voice frosting the room. Tell me, where does the curse begin? Every curse has a source. Sanguinius burned with rage, fists clenched, swearing to find the cursor and destroy them. Yet the Old One's answer struck him like lightning. You, the robed sleeve rose, shadows condensed into a dark tendril pointing at Sanguinius. You are the source of the bloodline and the source of the curse. Sanguinius' frame shook. The answer shattered his mind, nearly impossible to believe. Rage and bloodthirsty violence should have been yours alone, yet they fused into the gene seed and flow on to your progeny. Chapter 120. Speak freely. It comes from you. 4 short words, like a dagger driven into Sanguinius' chest. It was as though the Primarch's divine strength had vanished in an instant. He staggered and fell back into the chair behind him. The truth was so brutal it stole one's breath. The bloodthirst that tortured the Legion half to death was a hereditary curse. And the source of the curse was none other than himself. Old One, after a single breath the Primarch, relying on indomitable spirit and will, cast off the negative emotions. Sanguinius shook his head. I cannot accept such a fact. He looked toward Blazkowicz and the mysterious Old One, shaking his head again and again, unable to believe the terrible truth. Blazkowicz, too, was stunned. He turned a questioning gaze toward Prima, who gave a firm nod. When your father created you, he used. Halfway through the word W, Prima swallowed the sound, almost revealing the truth of the warped demigod. He used a shard of his own soul. The old sage hastily changed tack. Bloodthirst and fury are also part of him, part of you. Then why am I unaffected? Sanguinius still could not accept it. His blue eyes were dim, the corners of his mouth pulled into a pale question. You are a Primarch. The black-robed figure's answer was well-founded. Great beings who walk the cosmos, few creatures can match your will or strength. The craving for blood is part of you. When you release your killing intent, it becomes pure rage, an ally. But your scions are different. Mortals who merely inherit your bloodline. The thirst will crush them, unleash the madness within. Their battle prowess will surge even as they lose themselves. Prima spoke each word slowly, sentences leaving the chamber like bullets, riddling Sanguinius with wounds no blade could make. The saint's eyes held pity. This warped demigod before him should have been a ferocious, blood-hungry beast, bringing savage punishment upon the living. Yet fate proved so fickle. Through unknown causes he grew wings, cultivated extraordinary virtue, and became the legend of mankind's holiness. For reasons still unknown, the violent will was passed to his sons, while he himself remained untouched, stronger still through his clarity of mind. Sanguinius shook his head in silence, listening to the end, offering no concrete reply. He shifted his gaze from the black-robed figure to his brother, eyes full of entreaty, hoping for an answer. Blazkowicz read the meaning in that look, grief laced with a plea for confirmation. The Old One is worthy of respect, possessed of ancient wisdom and trust. Even the Emperor once sought its counsel. His tone remained calm, every word meant to soothe, yet he had to speak the harsh truth. Let us hear what the Old One says. No matter whose blood the curse springs from, our purpose is to face it and find a way to end it. It cannot be rooted out. Cloaked in darkness, Prima deliberately twisted his voice into a sharp blade that pierced Sanguinius' heart again. The crimson curse comes from the soul. To eradicate it would mean your death. The curse shares your very origin and root. It is an inseparable part of you. So it can never be fully removed? Grief-stricken, Sanguinius weighed the stranger's words carefully and soon spotted a loophole. Is there, then, a way to lessen or suppress it? Hope piled in the angel's eyes as he strained every nerve to find a means to save the Legion born of his blood. I offer only 2 choices. Prima pointed at Sanguinius, the darkness split like two fingers. Whichever path you take is yours alone. Speak, old one. Sanguinius sat upright, ears twitching with concentration, afraid to miss a single detail. What he sought now was not merely his own decision, but the very survival of the Blood Angels' Legion. The first is selective evolution. Prima swept an arm, darkness rippled in the void. This requires no outside force, and I believe it suits you well. Let your nature run free, no longer suppressing the blood urge. Then select those warriors who do not succumb to the thirst and pass on their gene seed. In short, abandon the weak. Keep only the strong who can endure the blood hunger. Carefully choose the gene seed. After 1,000 generations, there may be improvement. Sanguinius listened, thoughtful, yet his brows knit tight. He offered no immediate verdict. Reluctance was plain on his face. Selective evolution, through long intervention, purged the gene seeds prone to the thirst, a form of cold-hearted culling. Tell me the second, old one. He exhaled slowly, giving a slight shake of his head, clearly displeased with the first choice. The method is stable. The old one also recognized the Legion's taboo against outside meddling in its bloodline and only offered suggestions, taking no part in the execution. But problems remain. The initial phase of directed screening would kill most aspirants, too dangerous for any legion. In the Emperor's Great Crusade, the Astartes legions are the spearhead, sent to break every human enemy and scour the galaxy. The result, even while constantly replenishing their ranks, the legions are still short of space marines and must rely on vast numbers of mortal auxiliary troops. No legion can afford large-scale, non-combat losses. For a long time to come, the Blood Angels would be combat ineffective, answerable to Terra's War Council, and perhaps even to the Emperor. This approach can only be used after the Great Crusade ends, when enemies are fewer and war less fierce. Sanguinius quickly concluded, keep the plan as a fallback. Once the galaxy is calmer, try it on a small scale and decide its fate then. The second option. The voice drifted up. Sanguinius could feel the black-robed figure's gaze beneath the hood settle on him. Prima's voice cut off abruptly, as though something held it back. Speak freely, old one. Sanguinius rose again, resolute. I came seeking help. I will hear any counsel. Sigh. A sigh escaped the robe. Prima lifted one hand and, after a pause, spoke a word of creation. Create. Air molecules quivered. Motes of prismatic smoke and drifting atoms snapped together. With a sound like forming ice, a black cubic stone floated above the shadow-wrought hand. Bound by law, I cannot meddle too deeply in mortal affairs, but a method is recorded here. As it spoke, the figure rose from its recline and stepped before the Primarch, looking up at the towering giant. Every detail is inside. Use it or not, the choice is yours. I never asked your name. I would not invite the karma of this world. Sanguinius gazed down at the small black-robed being without a trace of scorn, dropped to one knee, and took the cubic stone between finger and thumb. He had noted that the old one kept one hand always on its orb, hidden behind a barrier, clearly staying outside the chain of cause and effect. Once I leave, I hope you forget me as well. The black-robed figure tapped the cube. With psycher sight you may read the secrets within. Its tone shifted. Through the rasp came the sternest warning. You must reveal it to no one. A shadow arm gestured toward the long silent Blazkovich. Not to him, nor to your imperial father. Let this knowledge remain forbidden, known only to you and me. Straight-backed, Sanguinius grasped the cube tight and swore, your warning shall be kept. Blazkovich opened his mouth, saw their grave faces, and closed it again. Clearly the knowledge the old one had shared was not for other ears, his own included. Curiosity will serve you no better, Slayer, Prima told Blazkovich, summarizing. In 3 words, a scapegoat. Scapegoat. At the word, Blazkovich's already grim face grew heavier. The name alone reeked of ill omen. Sanguinius clenched the cube and vowed, whatever it's worth, its secrets would never pass his lips. My task is done, I take my leave. With a nod to Blazkowicz, Prima turned and swept from the chamber. Harlan, waiting at the door, stepped forward to escort the ancient sage back to the crystal cave. It was his duty, seen through from beginning to end. Blazkowicz and Sanguinius rose, and without asking him to stay, watched the black-robed old one depart in respect. One more thing. At the threshold, Prima glanced back at the angelic Primarch. A word of advice. Sanguinius stood attentive, every sense straining to listen. The bloodthirst cannot be uprooted. Whoever claims it can be cured bears you no good will. After stepping out of the hidden chamber, the two Primarch brothers tacitly agreed never to mention it again. Because of the old one's stern warning, Sanguinius dared not breathe a word of it, and Blazkowicz naturally would not ask. He reminded Sanguinius that, though the old one could be trusted, anything touching the Blood Angels' Legion must be handled with utmost caution. Sanguinius understood his brother's concern. During his stay on Null, he did not seek out the Blackstone lore, instead bringing his Legion officers to exchange courtesies with the Sentinels. Time slipped past, and today all Null was rejoicing. The Emperor was visiting the Nurse Stars for the first time. The Emperor's dream was gliding slowly toward the port. At this moment, the Emperor wore formal armor, a ceremonial sword at his hip, and a golden laurel on his brow, standing before a mirror while attendants arranged his appearance. On this first visit to Null, he wished no discourtesy, no lapse of protocol. The Emperor's eyes were vacant. He spread his arms and let the servants work while his own mind had long since left his body, roaming the void to gaze upon Null's primary world. His consciousness covered the entire starscape, learning every mortal's joys and sorrows. His body stood before the mirror. On that usually expressionless, radiant face, there now appeared a faint smile. The Emperor's will pierced straight to the soul. Wherever his mind reached, he could read, in the subtlest tremor of a human spirit, the feelings hidden within a mortal heart. The humans of the Nurse Stars lived under Blazkowicz's rule. Their souls glimmered softly, bright with confident light that rivaled the brilliance of the galaxy itself. For a moment the Emperor felt dazed, as though his thoughts had returned to 10,000 years past, to that golden age when humanity strode the stars. "Father," from the shadow beyond the dressing-room door came a call. A tall figure stood in the gloom, clad in heavy plate, his voice so deep and solemn it sounded almost stiff. "After the 13th salute we may depart." He was a mystery, dwelling in darkness like some watchful knight-errant. The Emperor nodded without a word. The battleship's deck slid open beside him, revealing the star-studded void. The Golden Emperor's dream glided through space, flanked by silver-white warships in perfect ranks, forming a beacon road to guide the flagship into port. Suddenly, the escort ship's upper-deck turrets swiveled, all training on a point high above, directly at the Emperor's flagship. Boom! Flashes of gunfire tore the void. The silent heavens seemed to quake as the first courtesy, the 13-gun salute, thundered in welcome. Battleships and orbital stations fired macro cannons like fireworks. Golden blossoms lit the entire system, turning night into day on every planet. The golden radiance was dazzling. The Emperor's gilded armor blazed, and the tall shadow in the darkness was revealed. The man was built like a titan, clad in black heavy knights plate engraved with cryptic sigils, and hung with disparate trinkets that looked mismatched yet were connected by hidden meaning. He rested one hand on the pommel of a knightly greatsword, body rigid, head slightly bowed beneath his hood, standing in the corner like a speechless statue. His face was all sharp planes, the corners of his mouth turned down in utter gravity. Deep sockets held emerald eyes that now reflected the golden fireworks outside, yet those eyes were abyssal, unreadable. He had a mane of blonde hair falling loosely, sideburns merging into a full beard that joined his mustache, making him look like a lion with a thick ruff. There he stood in silence, an aura of majesty so intense one instinctively thought, if authority could take flesh, this would be its perfect image. Were any mortal or Astartet to face him now, no words would be needed. One glance from those eyes and even the toughest warrior would kneel. "Bring your retinue." The emperor turned his gaze upon the splendor beyond the armor glass, his words sounding in the man's mind. "Come with us and witness this eternal glory." After a pause, the emperor added, "The prosperity you see rests upon the broad heart of your brother." The man answered with silence, lifted his greatsword, and turned away. Heavy armored boots rang against the metal deck, the tread mingling with the tremor of the salute as he strode from the chamber and faded into the distance. He would carry out the emperor's order with loyalty, yet none could guess his thoughts. Across the Starsea, the 13 guns thundered, beginning with the first golden blast and ending in a riot of color. Bathed in that glory, the emperor's dream eased into the ring port of null, great metal arms clasping her fast. In an unnoticed shadow, a tiny shuttle crept closer, its drive flare masked by the fireworks as it slipped quietly into the flagship's underdeck. As Sanguinius stepped from the shuttle, his soft shoes touched the deck and his slender golden brows knitted. Inside the emperor's dream he sensed, besides the emperor, another extraordinary presence. A flash of delight sparked in his eyes. His father was accompanied by a brother. Yet he could not tell which brother stood beside their father. The aura exuded a primordial vitality, silent and unyielding. At the same instant, the tall figure striding along the steel causeway halted, feeling the blood bond call. Without doubt, the man was a Primarch, only lately returned to the Imperium of Man. He sensed another brother and looked deeper into the warship. The two Primarchs felt one another, their gazes seeming to pierce the steel decks as they greeted with superhuman senses. "What is it?" someone behind the Primarch asked, puzzled why he had stopped to stare at an empty steel deck. He gave no answer, merely glanced back at the foster father who had raised him and now followed him, offering no explanation. His stiffly silent face relaxed a fraction, lips parted and his voice ground like millstones. "Nothing." Then the Primarch set off again, hastening toward the rally point set by the Emperor. The attendants were bewildered, yet dared not defy his authority and followed in silence. The party reached the embarkation deck in haste, and even a Primarch was awed by the sight before him. The Emperor's Praetorians stood in perfect ranks, their golden armor polished to blazing brilliance, well-oiled, draped in brilliant scarlet cloaks. He raised a hand to halt his own column, signaling them to withdraw into the corridor. "Polish," the Primarch lifted a hand toward his retinue. At once a block of grease was tossed to him. "Wax and oil." The squad hesitated, then obeyed, swiftly buffing their armor until it gleamed like mirrors. The Primarch had not expected the proud, golden custodians to take this meeting so seriously, and realized he could not afford to lose face. He smeared the grease quickly, glancing sidelong at the powered deck with a silent sigh of relief. The custodians were boarding their craft. The winged brother knelt before their father, perfect timing for his own squad to finish their preparations. When ready, his party strode from the passage, heads high, looking every inch a company of drilled knights. "Faster!" The Emperor's psychic voice urged haste. His son's near tardiness on so solemn an occasion irked him slightly. Sanguinius caught the scent of polish, saw the faint sheen on the dark green armor, and knew at once what his brother had been doing. He smiled toward the unseen brother, a smile warm and radiant, and waved from the stern hatch for them to board quickly lest the auspicious moment pass. The golden craft was already lifting. The Primarch dared delay no longer and led his squad at a run into the lander. A nod of greeting to his brother, no time for more, before the ship lurched into weightlessness, bound for the brother's home world. "I am glad to set foot upon your world." Seated amid the jolt, he felt he should speak. He studied the winged, angelic figure before him. "This is not my world," Sanguinius replied, smiling. Though the words were stiff, the goodwill was real. "This is Blazkovich Noak's birth world, the warrior realm of Argent Nur." The knight's eyes trembled. He said no more and lowered his head, lost in thought. Blazkowicz gazed into space as golden landers descended in swarms, custodians stepping forth with heads high. Clearly, the golden warriors had prepared meticulously, daring not the slightest lapse as they arrived in the Nurse stars. Ranks snapped into place, the custodians' gold gleaming as they marched to one side of the carpet, opposite the sentinels upon the blue. As the last lander touched down, Blazkowicz sensed something unfamiliar and raised a brow in surprise. Then joy flared. Meeting a brother on his own soil filled him with bright anticipation. PFFFT. The airlock cycled open, 3 mighty figures appeared, and the silent square erupted in a thunderous ovation. Welcome, Emperor, to the realm of warriors. Amid the cheers, Blazkowicz strode to the hatch and opened his arms toward the unknown brother. Blazkowicz Nowick. Lion L. Johnson. A drop pod engraved with the numeral I pierced through the warp turbulence and landed on a mist-shrouded jungle world. A young Primarch crawled out from within. He did not understand where he came from, nor what mission or meaning he carried on his shoulders. From that moment on, silence always accompanied him, and observation was the first talent the first Primarch learned. Silence and observation were his innate gifts. He measured the world through his eyes, capturing every advantageous factor and utilizing the environment to survive. Though he didn't know why, he quickly realized that the place he was in was a jungle, and a quite dangerous one at that. A low mist blanketed the jungle, tree trunks grew irregularly, leaves were extremely sparse, and the trunks and canopies took on various twisted postures. The haze formed a veil, and the gnarled branches coiled like dragons. Such a dense forest should have been filled with the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects, yet it was deathly silent. A faint, rustling sound reached his ears, the sound of the jungle growing, releasing its vitality. But what was a bird? What was a beast? What was a cry? Many nouns surfaced in his mind, gradually coalescing into concrete concepts, yet they had no physical reference and existed only in the depths of his consciousness. As the concepts became clearer, he was able to understand the root of various abnormalities. The jungle was full of danger, and he had to move away quickly. Making a swift decision, the Primarch looked back at the creation he had crawled out of, memorizing every specific detail, and then buried it beneath the decaying leaves. Once he finished this, a cool breeze swept through, dispersing the mist that shrouded the gloomy forest. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. A ringing in his ears accompanied by a wave of dizziness hit him. The young Primarch nearly lost his footing as a certain sound went straight to his heart, echoing in the depths of his mind. It was a whisper filled with blurred and abstract concepts, guiding his thoughts towards certain conscious notions. Bloodthirsty violence, indulgent pleasure, hallucinatory knowledge, and deathly peace. The Primarch wanted to respond to those voices. After all, this was the first thing to actively reach out to him since he became conscious. Danger. Just as he tried to contact those consciousnesses, an instinct deep within his body issued a sharp alarm, calling back his extending awareness. The Primarch snapped awake, immediately drawing his consciousness into a solid fortress to resist the whispers invading his soul. The rejected whispers turned into a tyrannical howl. A frantic aura swept through the jungle, the twisted trees creaked, and countless predators were startled awake from their slumber. Malicious thoughts attacked from all directions, and the young Primarch knew they were difficult to withstand. However, he did not panic. Instead, he calmed his mind at the critical moment, silently crouched down, carefully observed the weaknesses in the predator's auras, and searched for a chance of survival in this desperate situation surrounded by enemies. He pushed aside the layer of decaying leaves on the ground, slowly lay down in the foul-smelling silt, and smeared his naked body with the soft, rotting mud to mask his body temperature and scent. The roars of beasts echoed around him. The ground vibrated continuously, and beastly paws crunched through the leaves as predators approached the area. The young Primarch was in no hurry. His fair body was covered in filth. His breathing was so slow it was almost non-existent, and his aura merged with the ground, leaving only a pair of emerald eyes to observe his surroundings. His superior perception detected a large life form approaching. The visitor was massive, its nostrils drawing breath with heavy snorts as it captured the residual scent particles in the air. The Primarch also saw the giant beast clearly. Its body closely resembled the lion in his memory, but its form was twisted and bloated. Its hairless body was a filthy purple, sinewy and powerful, with fangs longer than blades. One person, one beast. The beast stood in the jungle, slightly lifting its head to sniff the air, searching for the source of the scent. The person was hidden in the silt, his body sunken into a cold, deathly stillness. Even his blood flowed with abnormal slowness. His eyes were unfocused, calmly looking up at the giant beast's belly, observing the appearance of his future prey. "That's right, prey." The young Primarch knew the giant beast was currently invincible, but there was no fear in his heart. He was waiting for his future. Because he could clearly feel that even as he lay on the ground, his body was slowly growing. In time, he could easily defeat the lion before him. For now, there was no need for impulsive attacks. He just had to wait quietly for the giant beast to leave. As he expected, the giant beast searched for a while to no avail, then turned and left the crash site to look for other prey. The Primarch did not rush to stand up. A sense of weakness called hunger surged in his abdomen, urging him to find food to sustain his growth needs. He did not feel anxious about the hunger. His body maintained a low level of operation as he patiently waited for the giant beast behind the trees to depart. Indeed, the lion-like beast was not only physically powerful, but also possessed a cunning intelligence. It pretended to leave, only to hide in the shadows of the forest, waiting for its prey to let down its guard and emerge from its hiding place before launching an attack. The forest remained deathly silent. The man and the beast were locked in a stalemate until the 7th night of the forest had passed. The lion lost its patience, or perhaps it had confirmed the prey had indeed left, and finally departed from its hiding spot. The Primarch's nerves relaxed slightly. Once he confirmed the giant beast was truly far away, he quietly rose from the silt without making a sound. His first action was to pull blood-sucking leeches from his body and stuff them haphazardly into his mouth, enjoying the first feast since his consciousness had awakened. The Primarch's childhood was far from smooth. The whispers tempted him constantly, and hunger plagued him at all times, forcing him to repeatedly risk his life to hunt. Maggots hidden in the silt and animal cubs were all delicious meals, swallowed into his stomach to be converted into nutrients for growth. Dark murmurs accompanied him everywhere, and his will was constantly mired in temptation and threat. In every dream during his sleep, there was only storm and darkness. An unknown amount of time passed, and a tall human figure began to appear in the forest, moving through the dark shadows and fighting life-and-death battles with various giant beasts. Life in the forest was fraught with danger, which also honed the Primarch's hunting skills. The dark whispers gradually subsided because, as the Primarch grew, his mental barriers became strong enough to resist the darkness. His combat was silent and wordless. Every ambush was swift and sudden, striving to kill the giant beasts in a single strike. After another successful ambush, the Primarch sat beside the giant beast's corpse and began to skin and gut his prey, chewing on the still warm beast meat. The sound of horse hooves came from behind, but the Primarch still did not look back. He knew there were observers in the dark, but he didn't pay them much mind because they possessed limbs just like his. They were of the race called human. "What is it?" The mounted knights questioned each other, their hands quietly reaching for their waists, preparing to draw their guns to kill the humanoid creature before them. The knights did not believe the humanoid creature skinning the beast was human, because it was impossible for a human to survive in the wild, let alone alone. Even though its stature was grand and tall, its burly frame reaching over 4 meters in height. The sound of hooves rang out again, as the knights guided their horses to quietly change formation, surrounding the human-like, individual with a formation used for hunting mutant giant beasts. Wait a moment. Just as the group was about to act, a knight observing the tall humanoid creature suddenly spoke to stop the hunt. He seems to be a human. The knight dismounted, his heavy armor clanking as it hit the ground. Holding the longsword at his waist, he cautiously stepped forward, approaching the blond savage dressed in beast skins. Hey! The human's call drew the Primarch's attention. He slowly turned his head, his face still expressionless, observing the man approaching him. He could not understand the human language, but he could discern the intent within the speech. Seeing the tall human attracted by the greeting and focusing on the longsword at his waist, the knight quickly spread his arms to show he was not a threat. The knight removed his helmet, revealing a face somewhat flushed from the heat, and broke into a friendly smile. "Who are you?" The Primarch pondered for a long time after hearing this, eventually deciding to respond with a shake of his head. He could understand the meaning of the words, but it was difficult to describe his thoughts. "He can communicate," the knight called out to his companions in surprise, as if he had made a remarkable discovery. "He grew up in the jungle alone. He must possess great strength. If we can adopt and educate him, he will be a powerful asset for future hunts." Hearing him say this, many knights were swayed and returned their guns to their waists. The leader, seeing that the majority were convinced, did not insist on killing the giant. He pointed at the knight with his whip and said, "Luther, he will be under your care from now on. You are responsible for guiding him to become a proper knight." "Understood, my lord." Luther walked up to the tall human, carefully took that large, rough hand, and said in a solemn voice, "From now on, you shall be called Lion Eljansen. In our language, it means king of the forest, the lion. It symbolizes the strength of the Caliban great beasts and also carries the meaning of light." Not quite understanding the complex meanings, but in order to have contact with humans, the Primarch followed the hunting knights back to their town, learning about his own kind for the first time. He quickly learned the human language and knew his own name. After joining the order, the Primarch soon displayed his extraordinary abilities, achieving great military feats and quickly rising to a high position. After taking complete control of the order, he launched a crusade to exterminate the giant beasts, eliminating all the great beasts of Caliban over the course of 10 years. With the end of the war against the beasts, Lion became the de facto ruler of the planet, governing the world with his extraordinary intelligence. During his reign, however, the Primarch felt increasingly lonely. His extraordinary wisdom and strength placed him far above mortals. There was an unbridgeable chasm between them. Even his foster father, Luther, who had brought Lion back in time and was highly charismatic and skilled at persuasion, had thoughts that the Primarch could see through at a single glance. Until one day, Lion felt something in his heart. A golden warship appeared in the planet's night sky, and a familiar, dazzling radiance descended from the heavens. He saw the man beneath the golden light, wearing a black robe, his face enduring and resolute, as taciturn as himself. Chapter 121, Visit. The Emperor, Master of Mankind, Father of the Primarchs. The man who descended from the heavens bore a complex identity. After studying him, Lion dropped to one knee and swore fealty. The Primarch gave his father his name, just as he now stood upon the primary world of Argent Nur and announced it to his brother. Lion Eljansen. Blazkovich Novik. Lion spread his mighty arms and embraced his brother. Two titanic frames met like converging mountain ranges. The crowd erupted again, for to witness the gathering of the greatest beings in the galaxy, the Primarchs, was glory worth remembering. The welcome ceremony began. Gladiolus petals drifted from the sky, banners snapped beyond the white walls of the Argentum, and choirs chanted poems that carried Argent Nur's history. The most honored warriors stood solemn, their many-colored armors glinting, heads high, bearing incomparable pride. This was a realm of warriors. Poems sang of their heroism, recounting glory through 10,000 years. Soldier, worker, or commoner, All straightened their backs in solemn silence and joined the chant. Unicorns, sprites, and elves, many fantastic races, filled the onlooking throng, weaving a scene of living fantasy. After a brief three-way embrace and a few words, the procession formally began. Blazkovich walked beside the emperor along a blue carpet etched with honors and disgraces, heading for the triumph gate of the Argentum. The gate swung open. 8 Atlantis titans flanked the path, their mirage cloaks rippling in the wind, phantom particles casting waves of light. The mech stood human-like, one hand on hip, the other crossing polearms. The titanic machines reached skyward, their hulls swaying faintly with their pilot's breath. Sanguinius and Lion, left and right, bore the Emperor's red silk mantle. The sight was overwhelming, symbolizing a star-spanning realm's splendor. The angel from Baal and the lion returned from Tal. Rasha kept their gaze forward, silently noting every detail. Clang! A deafening screech of metal. As the protagonists passed beneath, the Atlantis titans uncrossed their polearms, striking sparks to welcome their exalted guests. Wherever the four walked, people laid gladioli along the carpet, offering Argent Nur's blessing. To the people of Argent Nur, the Emperor's face radiated the unyielding will of a warrior and the clarity of a sage, perfect embodiment of their ideal of strength. The null subjects did not kneel. They rendered warrior salutes to the master of mankind and his sons. Among the four, Blazkovich and the Emperor were accustomed to ceremony and looked relaxed. The angel was slightly reserved, repaying curious stares with smiles. Lion was different. Accustomed to observation, he stared ahead while cataloging every detail of Argent Nur. Many here towered far above normal humans. Clad in robes embroidered with house emblems, they exuded nobility beyond compare. Lion noticed identical crests etched upon the power armor of many warriors, clearly scions of these great houses. Most in the welcoming throng wore sumptuous dress, their etiquette effortless, proclaiming high birth. Besides humans, other beings were present. Machines stood behind the crowd, electronic eyes flickering as they recorded and analyzed events, communing among themselves. A torrent of data flooded Lion's mind. His thoughts raced, processing what his eyes captured at superhuman speed. He quickly realized the realm his brother ruled was formidable indeed. Leading the way, Blazkovich brought the column onto the old Palace Avenue and pointed to the statue of King Noak. "These are my father and mother." Behind him, Lion and Sanguinius withdrew their gazes, looked upon King and Queen, then covertly watched the Emperor's expression. The Emperor said nothing. He lifted his eyes to the towering statue and slowly closed them. Seconds later, his eyes blazed gold. He bowed his head in solemn regret. "May you at last find rest." In those closed-eye moments, the Emperor's vast will had traced causality, seeking the souls of King and Queen, only to find regret. King Noak's soul lay in Tzinch's grasp. The dark god had never released his treasured prize. The Queen's soul was shattered, fused with a demigod demon hiding in a crevice of the warp's endless tides, awaiting its moment to rise. "We offer you our solemn grief." Rarely did the Emperor, who so seldom spoke or showed feeling, reveal such sorrow to these two mortals. He was the master of mankind, and he understood all too well the perils carved into the stone flanking the Palace Avenue. The four gods had raised priests as their chosen of all, dispatching their mightiest champions and weaving intricate plots. Yet the wise king had seen through them. "You have done well." The Emperor raised his golden vambrace, a talon-sharp fingertip pointing toward the far end of the stone wall. There, a section of the mural was hidden. Records of the demon remained unknown to outsiders. Thanks to Russ' lesson, Blazkovich had ordered the carved demon veiled, no longer displayed to the public. Honoring King and Queen, the four mounted the palace steps. At the top, a beautiful maiden in courtly robes waited, smiling. For no apparent reason, the Emperor, though no one else was near, quickened his stride and strode to the girl. His resonant voice carried expectation as he spoke her name, Marie Noak. "Do not be surprised." The emperor lifted his hand. A silver laurel drifted from his palm and settled on her head. In prophecy, I saw you become a wise queen, bearing the duty and glory of House Noack. Marie bowed her head, accepting the gift of the emperor. Blazkovich stepped forward, all ease vanished from his face. What did your prophecy show? He asked gravely. He knew the emperor's nature. The master of mankind did nothing without gain. A gift to Marie had not been in the plan, and it put him on guard. The emperor looked down at the diminutive Marie. One possibility among innumerable futures. What exactly did you see? Blazkovich pressed, suspicion hardening his tone. The emperor's sudden act demanded explanation. Tension snapped into the air. Lion and Sanguinius stepped back in unspoken accord, distancing themselves from the brewing quarrel. The identical movement drew their eyes to each other. Admiration and agreement showed openly. From observation, Lion judged the dispute would stay within bounds and chose not to interfere. He knew little of the Imperium or Argent Nur, and held no brief to speak. Sanguinius, wiser in the ties between Emperor and Blazkovich, prudently kept to the side lest the two inadvertently sweep him into their clash. One possibility among innumerable futures, the Emperor repeated, adding a qualifier, with vanishingly small probability. I shall be occupied. I may never again set foot on Argent Nur. What I do now rewards that future and passes my respect to King Noack. He gave a reason he would never confess. Among countless futures, the son he loved most, Horus Lupercal, would rebel. After the scattering of the Primarchs, the master of mankind had cast innumerable prophecies and learned that revolt was fated. Any of the 20 Primarchs might rise, each bringing different ruin, so he had set a safeguard. Horus Lupercal. When the emperor found him, he devoted himself utterly to teaching the boy, nurturing affection, hoping that when treachery came, Horus would stand at his side as the stabilizing anchor. But recent visions had shifted. Horus' rebellion would no longer be mere civil strife. He would embrace the chaos gods and launch a great war upon the Imperium of man. The emperor scoffed at the prophecy. He had absolute cause to believe the vision was a fabrication of the dark gods, a seed of intrigue meant to sunder father and son. Horus Lupercal could never betray mankind, or him. His gift to Marie arose from futures woven by countless prophecies. Whoever the traitor, this future queen's choice would save multitudes of human lives. She merited the silver laurel of mercy as reward for that spark of light. Suspicion still clouded Blazkovich's eyes, but he lowered the hand he had half raised and for the moment accepted the emperor's excuse. I thank you deeply, great master of mankind. The girl's voice was soft. She lifted the laurel, cradling it, and tilted her head playfully. Such a precious gift, my head is too small to hold it. The crystal circlet flashed in the sun, scattering shards of color to show there was no space for a crown upon her head. A rare bright smile crossed the emperor's face. His mood was light. He lifted a golden hand in a casual grasp. The silver laurel shrank until it became a bracelet encircling Marie's slender wrist. There, perfect. His tone was gentle. The 8-meter giant dwindled, kissed Marie's smooth forehead. The generous heart of House Noack is a rare light in the dark cosmos. With those words he rose again, towering and radiant as the emperor. Let us go inside. Blazkovich turned away, face grave, fearing the emperor might yet work some wile upon Marie. Marie stifled a laugh. To her, her uncle saw the master of mankind as the big bad wolf and herself as Little Red Riding Hood. The old palace hall was empty. The most powerful figures in the galaxy stood in its center. With almost no rest, as the busiest man in the Imperium, the emperor immediately threw himself into work after the welcoming ceremony ended. The palace hall was sealed on multiple levels, isolated from technological and psychic probes. The secrecy was extremely strict. Marie put down the handheld holographic projector. A piece of intelligence was projected out, showing the purpose of the emperor's trip. Blazkovich and Sanguinius, as witnesses, remained silent, waiting for the Emperor to finish reading the intelligence before adding supplementary information. Lion's emerald eyes narrowed slightly, gathering information from the holographic image and analyzing the key factors. He had long harbored doubts and even a trace of dissatisfaction. His father had retrieved him from Caliban. The primary plan was to return to the Imperium, take command of the First Legion, and participate in the Great Crusade to conquer the Sea of Stars. While the ship was sailing in the warp, it received an astropathic choir message from Null. The Emperor ordered the ship to change course, rushing to his brother's domain in a hurry. The holographic image was very intelligent. The projected planet's ecosystem was lush, inhabited by a large number of primitive species and humanoid intelligent species. The target the Emperor specifically came for, Pandora. In Lion's eyes, Pandora was unremarkable, only its biosphere was slightly unique. All living things were interconnected through nerves and had a world spirit. His gaze gradually shifted to Blazkowicz, feeling that so far his brother was making a mountain out of a molehill. But Lion did not mention it intentionally, keeping the matter in his heart. Although he knew very little about the Imperium of Man and the Nurse Stars so far, he maintained a cautious attitude. After all, a brother who ruled an empire should not be an impetuous person. Always good at observing, Lion retrieved information extremely quickly and soon found an anomaly. He pointed to one of the images and asked, "What is that?" Where the Primarch pointed, the image came from a towering tree on Pandora. The natives had formed a circle around a corpse, holding hands and chanting a mysterious song. A native ritual. Blazkowicz enlarged the image, playing everything Obelisk had recorded, and looked at the Emperor, saying, "It's also the reason I called you here." Lion looked up, his gaze flitting between Blazkowicz and the Emperor. His heart was sinking, and his attitude toward his father was mediocre. "Souls," the Emperor ignored the tone, raising his hand to grasp the image. His majestic voice revealed a certain surprise. What an unexpected harvest! Surprise flashed in sanguineous eyes. His father, who rarely showed emotion, could hardly suppress the joy on his majestic and stoic face. What value did Pandora have for him? A pearl lost in the vast sea. The Emperor's voice sounded again. I didn't expect such a treasure to be born at the edge of darkness. Seeing Sanguinius and Lion looking confused, the happy Emperor rarely explained. The world's spirit is soothing the departed souls, allowing the subjects to return to peace. Lion caught the key point, his puzzled inquiry carrying a hint of testing. Father, where do human souls go? Today, as human history entered 30K, the existence of souls was no longer a secret. Psychic power originated from the soul, a supernatural force driven by the spirit. They have their own place. The Emperor's indifferent gaze swept over Lion, brushing him off with a non-answer, indicating he didn't want to respond. Realizing his question had displeased his father, Lion fell silent, keeping his head down and his mind focused, no longer provoking him. Have you made a decision regarding Pandora? Sanguinius spoke, immediately hitting the focus. His clear voice was full of affinity. Lion understood perfectly that his brother was bailing him out and diverting the Emperor's attention. This is a precious gift. Before he could express his gratitude, the Emperor smiled again, his eyes full of gratification as he looked at Blazkowicz. The world of Pandora is a ripe fruit offered to me by your dear brother. Blazkowicz could feel the Emperor's joy, but he also didn't understand how the Emperor intended to deal with Pandora. Lady Sophia, the Emperor called the artificial intelligence with great familiarity, retrieved the salt's archives. No one answered in the empty hall. A holographic projection floated in the air, a lush jungle world suspended in comparison with Pandora. Salt's once had a world spirit, but it was very weak. The Emperor held Salt's in one hand and Pandora in the other. Pandora's world spirit is fully mature, so I describe it as a fruit that can be plucked. The existence of Pandora amazes me. It perfectly meets my requirements. A great transcendent plan will be perfectly continued through it. This time I will not fail." A strong confidence burst from the Emperor, and a golden halo suddenly lit up. His tone was arrogant, almost like an oath. His domineering aura swept the field, overwhelming everyone present. Lion and Sanguinius immediately knelt. They felt a determination, containing the supreme resolve that those who stand in the way shall die. Blazkowicz shielded Marie behind him, looking directly at the Emperor with a scrutinizing gaze, his eyes full of disdain. What madness was he having now? What extraordinary plan? He hadn't even said specifically how to handle it, just focused on his own outburst. "Of course I have a plan." Seemingly stung by his gaze, or perhaps noticing his own loss of composure, the Emperor withdrew his terrifying aura. He used a gentle force to help his two sons up, and spoke to the void again. "Lady Sophia, please use an astropathic choir message to contact Malkador and have him come to Null to meet me. My plan needs his help." "What exactly do you want to do?" Blazkowicz slowly let go of Marie, his low voice very serious, with a hint of questioning. Sanguinius, adjusting his breathing, was surprised. Lion was even more unexpected. Why was Blazkowicz not affected by the Emperor's aura? In the moment just now, they felt as if the sky was falling, the weight of the entire world pressing down on them, making even breathing difficult. Yet his brother's face was as usual. Not even a strand of hair moved. Before the aura descended, he even had time to protect others. Blazkowicz looked at the Emperor quietly. He saw through the illusion of the powerful psychic power, his gaze piercing directly at the face of the brownish-black middle-aged man, wanting the answer to his question. The Emperor showed excited emotions, his reason crushed, a smile on his face, and his black eyes were watery. Moreover, he had called for the Imperial Chancellor Malkador, which seemed highly unusual. The Emperor and Malkador had a clear division of labor. One handled internal affairs, the other external. It was almost impossible for both of them to leave Terra at the same time. "I am going to do something big." The Emperor was not humble, casually crushing the projection of salts and holding Pandora with both hands. "Something unprecedented." He looked at Sanguinius and Lion, staring until their scalps tingled, and said after a moment of hesitation, "As the Great Crusade progresses, despite the Imperium of Man's repeated orders, it still cannot suppress humanity's faith in me." The Emperor's words were deeply agreed upon by Blazkowicz and Sanguinius. Humans are accustomed to believing in and relying on the strong. The golden, shining Emperor was undoubtedly the most ideal object of faith for mortals. Lion didn't quite understand at the moment, but after some thought, he also nodded. His golden father was like a god. If even he submitted to him, what about the relatively fragile-minded mortals? "I will combine your question from earlier to provide some answers." The Emperor looked at Lion and slowly explained. "Human souls have their own destination. There is no doubt about that. I am very sensitive to psychic power and souls. As the number of people who believe in me increases, I have gradually discovered a problem. In the last 10 years, many fanatical believers, after their death, their souls did not go where they should have, but returned to my side. I cannot respond to them, causing the wandering souls to be dissolved by psychic power and completely disappear from the material universe." The Emperor's eyes were trembling. The real situation was far more complex than the oral description, definitely not something that could be explained in a few sentences. When the souls of believers dissolved, part of their consciousness would return to him. While strengthening his psychic power, it would also pollute his consciousness. Although the pollution was extremely small and was instantly destroyed by his vast consciousness, the hidden danger still truly existed. If not dealt with, the tiny consciousnesses would accumulate over time and one day affect his subjective will. Before coming to Null, in order to keep himself pure, the Emperor generally collected the souls and sent them into the Astronomicon to be burned away. Now he had a new idea. "I want to erase Pandora's self-will, let the world's spirit establish a soul link with me, and accommodate the souls that return to my side." I see. Lion and Sanguinius deeply agreed, their faces filled with reverence. Their father's great power was beyond imagination. His glory had already touched the realm of the soul, intending to create a place of rest for human souls. Blazkowicz, knowing the seriousness of the matter, was suddenly shocked and stared at the emperor with wide eyes, his gaze revealing a dangerous signal. You are playing with fire. The emperor slowly shook his head at Blazkowicz, not explaining too much with others present. Prepare a ship. I will personally go to Pandora for an inspection. Chapter 122 GODS. I hope you know what you're doing. Blazkowicz waved, signaling Sophia backstage to ready the ship for the gates of heaven. I'll rendezvous with you shortly. Blazkowicz took Marie's hand and turned away, leaving the throne hall weighed down by worry, his brow furrowed. You seem unhappy, Marie asked brightly, curiosity shining in her eyes. Having watched everything unfold, the young girl could not yet grasp what benefit or harm the emperor's deeds might bring to mankind. She could only read the silent quarrel in minute expressions, her uncle's caution, the emperor's resolve. Blazkowicz did not deny it. As they walked the palace corridor, shadows from the colonnades slid repeatedly across him. What the emperor did shielded many souls from chaos, sparing them from demonic hunger. But every boon bears a price, especially when souls are involved. A single world spirit can soothe only so many human souls, and even that must be done with utmost care. To warp-born entities, a great concentration of human souls is a banquet drawing filthy things eager to feast. Worse, when enough souls gather, a new collective will inevitably coalesce. Such concretions of shared consciousness are rare in the real universe. In the warp, they are called gods or demons. You needn't trouble yourself with such things. Blazkowicz smiled down at Marie. As a scion of the Noack royal family, you have the right to the universe's secrets. Yet many of them are dark, terrible, and seductive, beyond your strength for now. When your mind is ready, the Scholastica Psychana will invite you. I understand, Marie nodded obediently. You're protecting Argent Nur. Perceptive as she was, she knew dark truths should stay hidden, left in shadow to warn, never paraded before the public eye. Recent Argent Nur history had been stormy. Old King Noack's death, Uncle Enio's departure, the sacrifice of half the Sentinels. The truth of those events resided in the Scholastica Psychana, worlds away from the history the masses knew. Go back now. Blazkowicz released his niece's hand at the top of the palace steps and beckoned a palace guard. Marie curtsied gracefully, lifted her skirts, and departed under escort, her slim figure vanishing round a corner. Blazkowicz sat on the corridor rail, watching birds and blossoms in the courtyard. After a long while he rose, boarded his ship, and set course for the gates of heaven. Beside Royal Majesty, Old Glory passed through the Star Gate. Blazkowicz mustered the entire legion to accompany him to Pandora, lest any mishap occur. What the Emperor now planned might help or harm mankind, no one yet knew, but it was tantamount to snatching sustenance from the Chaos Gods, striking at their very interests. The Chaos Gods' hunger for souls is woven into their nature. They would never stand idle. And indeed, they did not. Blazkowicz arrived with Blazkowicz to join the Emperor. Sanguinius wore the armor of King's Glory, the spear of Telesto in his right hand, the vermilion blade in his left, his beautiful face stern. Lionel Johnson was likewise arrayed in black heavy knight plate, an ancient flintlock at his hip, a huge chainsword in hand, head lowered in grim readiness. From their war gear alone, it was plain the Emperor had revealed at least some of the danger. So you support my plan? The Emperor gestured to the warships beyond the port. The whole Doom Legion declared Blazkowicz's stance and resolve. He valued this in Blazkowicz, grasp of the greater picture, the resolve to choose rightly when the way grew tangled. We sail the same ship, Blazkowicz answered evenly. I entrust Pandora to you, I will respect your judgment. Having stated his position, Blazkowicz left the Emperor and walked straight up to Lionel Johnson. "Brother," he said, letting the earlier chill slip away. "You are the eldest son, first among us in blood. I should call you elder brother." The title made Lion straighten unconsciously, a smile breaking across his statuesque severity. On Caliban, he had been the lonely lion. His wisdom surpassed that of mortals, his strength none could rival, and from those gifts pride had naturally grown. Yet that pride was lonely. Mortal praise was too feeble to understand him, and adoration only deepened his emptiness. When the Emperor arrived on Caliban, Lion Eljansen learned he had 20 brothers and felt a surge of joy. The news did not humble him. Instead, he felt he had at last found equals who deserved his recognition and who would recognize him. The surprises did not end there. Learning he had 20 brothers, Lion realized the number etched on his gestation pod left no doubt. He was the eldest son. Eldest son, what a glorious title, a station that set him apart from the very beginning. As he accompanied the Emperor to Terra, his calm exterior masked a restless mind. While he pondered how to win his brother's unique respect, the ship suddenly veered through the warp and emerged above the Nur stars. "Brother," Sanguinius' greeting brimmed with warmth, yet it was one of equals, lacking the deference Lion secretly craved. He showed nothing on his face, but inside he felt a pang of regret. Seeing Blazkovich's towering frame and sensing the power within, Lion shivered instinctively. Witnessing the thriving Nur stars under his brother's rule, he knew his own task was immense. "I should call you elder brother." 1,000 tiny sparks raced through Lion, like cold water down a parched throat, every pore opening to breathe. Elder brother was more than a title, it was recognition from a brother. Whatever the depth of that acceptance, whatever ulterior motives it might hold, it was real without a trace of falsehood. "It matters not. Between you and me, formality is unnecessary." A broad smile broke across Lion's stern face. He raised a hand to clasp Blazkovich's shoulder, then, remembering their difference in height, settled for patting his brother's arm. His stay on Argent Nur was brief, yet the information he gathered was considerable. The Novik family had an eldest son. Blazkovich was the third child, that eldest standing in his eyes soared. A solemn man's smile, when it finally comes, is undeniably infectious. Lion's grin was not dazzling, almost awkward, but it carried genuine feeling. "There is another gift." As the mood warmed, Blazkovich waved backward, signaling his corps commander to step forward. Lion glanced aside and saw a fair-featured warrior in black power armor approaching. The decorations on his plate marked high rank. Blazkovich held a stone casket. He bowed to the first Primarch, advanced between the two, and slowly opened the lid. Inside the casket lay something Lion could not identify. Red silk cradled 2 hilts. The material resembled both stone and steel. The guards bore intricate reliefs, a circlet marked with I and IX, the grips wrapped in battle leather. Even to his superhuman eye, the craftsmanship was supreme, clearly the work of a master artisan. "Null's dimensional blades," Sanguinius said, stepping closer, his eyes flicking open and shut. Even beside the Emperor, the angel felt the pressure. He seized the chance to retreat. "Yes, weapons." Blazkovich brushed the silk and lifted one hilt. He thumbed the activator. Crack! A sapphire blade sprang forth, its edge a wavering field of force without thickness. Blazkovich flipped the casket high. Blazkovich slashed casually, slicing it into pieces that fell without resistance. By destroying the box, he declared the gift non-returnable. "For you both," Blazkovich shut the blade and offered the hilts. "The battles ahead are perilous." The two brothers exchanged a look, read the gravity in each other's eyes, and silently accepted the weapons, hooking them at their belts. The Emperor had warned of coming war. Blazkovich now stressed its danger. Clearly the two knew a secret they could not voice, and could only caution in advance. Who was the enemy? Both Primarchs wondered, what foe could strike at the very heart of the Nur stars? Under their searching gaze, Blazkowicz only shook his head and motioned Blazkowicz forward with the second gift, dimensional shields. Lion and Sanguinius faces twitched as they accepted the devices from their brother's son and slotted them into their armor. Every instinct screamed that this war would be unlike any other. 10 Terra days later, the ship dropped out of the warp and arrived at the Argent Nur Gateway, the fortress system known as the Gates of Paradise. The group boarded a landing craft early and sat in the hold, while the verification protocols ran their course. Even with clearance, passage through the portal of the primary Argent Nur world required hours of checks and confirmations. The defenses of this system have almost no physical weak points, Lion murmured, eyes on the hologram that projected every step of the verification. To him, the process looked airtight. Inside the system, a single massive fortress planet formed the core, ringed by countless overt and covert orbital platforms bristling with redundant firepower. And those were only the visible layers. Deeper measures remained hidden. Pandora is special, Blazkowicz said, shaking his head. The gates of paradise sit at a choke point the warp itself can't bypass. He spoke while authorizing the final transit codes. Since Pandora's relocation, the fortress network had been upgraded again. Some routes now required Blazkowicz's personal seal. "We're here." Before the words faded, the shuttle's engines fired, sending a tremor and a moment of weightlessness through the cabin. The viewport flared, revealing the starfield, while the floor became a panoramic screen showing Pandora as it was. Advanced satellites ringed the beautiful world, cutting-edge tech guarding a planet still mired in primitive ignorance. "I can feel it." The Emperor opened eyes that blazed gold, voice bright with surprise. "It is stronger than I imagined." "Excellent," he rose, his towering frame casting shadow across the hold, stern face breaking into a rare smile. "I am now 90% certain the psychic binding will succeed." The master of mankind restrained his excitement, lightning claws on his left hand clenching, arcs of golden energy leaping as though to seize the planet beyond the viewport. Clad in immeasurable psychic might, the Emperor saw through all things. The instant he brushed the world's spirit, he sensed a will of adamant. Even scouring the galaxy, one would be hard-pressed to find a jewel like Pandora. Were the Eldari to learn of it, the elder race would launch a crusade to claim it at any cost. "Stand back." The Emperor waved Blazkowicz away, signaling that his presence was no longer needed. Blazkowicz shot him a look, face tight, and stepped aside. "What manner of man invites you eagerly only to tell you to keep your distance?" Sanguinius stood nearby, smiling, the angel forcing his features to stay calm lest his grin grow too bright. With the obstruction gone, the Emperor cupped his hands. Golden motes of psychic power swirled in the air, sketching the planet's outline. He closed his eyes and began the ancient chant. Words took shape, drifting from his lips one by one, orbiting the miniature world he held. Light flared. The Emperor's radiance turned cold steel into gold, a sun rising in the hold to banish every shadow. Lion narrowed his eyes. The glare carried torrents of information his senses struggled to parse. Sanguinius glanced toward a corner the Emperor's light could not reach, where darkness remained untouched. Lion followed his brother's gaze and saw Blazkowicz standing there. A circle around him the psychic brilliance refused to cross. They exchanged a look, finally understanding why their father had told their brother to stand aside. Neither found it strange. The Emperor had granted each of them a unique gift. Perhaps Blazkowicz's was simply to blunt the warp. The shuttle descended rapidly, the cabin awash in gold as the Emperor's incantation neared completion. His words leapt from illusion into reality, projecting beyond Pandora's atmosphere where golden characters formed in the void, girdling the globe. "Rise." With a low command, the Emperor caused the glyphs to collapse inward, linking into a slender ring around Pandora's equator. The band expanded north and south, his power washing over mountains like a tide until the poles were enclosed. At last Pandora was sealed within a barrier of light, shielded against any mishap. By that single gesture, the Emperor laid down a safeguard. The world's spirit could not escape. The shuttle settled on a shore now, transformed into a vast coastal base. Where King Noak had first set foot, an obelisk had been raised to commemorate the sovereign who discovered the world. Hiss! The ramp dropped and 4 colossal figures emerged. Every trooper in sight knelt, murmuring benedictions. The instant the Emperor's golden boot touched the soil, the mild breeze sharpened, whipping the greenery into a chorus like the wail of ghosts. It seems it doesn't welcome you. Blazkovich withdrew his gaze from the distance, raised his left gauntlet, and the planet-wide scan he had been monitoring shifted. The once gentle atmosphere was changing fast. Vast airstreams converged over the oceans, and the world slipped into a hostile mode. Nothing like this had happened before. Hunts by the Blood Angels and the Doom Slayer had only stirred the planet, never altered its climate. The world's spirit sensed danger. Hostility everywhere. Lion narrowed his eyes, scanning in every direction. The instincts that had saved him countless times in the jungles of Caliban screamed of unseen menace. Sanguinius closed his eyes, his once mild features darkened. I have seen the future, a storm is coming. The 3 Primarchs had different gifts, yet each had sensed the undercurrents. This expedition would not go smoothly. Welcome or not, the Emperor lifted his gaze as though watching tempests gather, wild storms massing in the sky. It has no choice. Beep, beep. Base alarms howled. The environmental array had spotted anomalies, summoning outside researchers back indoors and out of the open. The entire base seemed to come alive. Thick decks rose from the ground to shield labs and housing. Tall, massive steel walls lifted layer upon layer, void and energy shields flared, and every gun turret snapped to alert, ready for Pandora's natural fury. After Malkador arrives, I'll join you. Blazkovich called over his shoulder and strode toward the research complex. He knew his own null aura was no help when laying psychic wards. Better to remain and await results. I must prepare the rite. The Emperor nodded, summoning custodians and transports. To ensure the soul binding succeeded, he had brought the flagship's custodians and Captain Odysseus, 2,000 custodian guards in all. Such might could sweep any world. Massed here on Pandora, it showed how highly the Emperor valued the world's spirit. Sophia will assist you. Blazkovich never looked back as he vanished through the lab doors. The 4 parted ways. The Emperor drafted several psychic masters, and with Sanguinius and Lion, left to place warding arrays across the planet. Sophia, Blazkovich said, walking the lab's white corridor, reroute supplies and reinforce the coastal base. Sophia appeared beside him, the elegant lady keeping pace. She inclined her head, voice soft. Beginning now. Her backhand answered in nanoseconds, drafting a plan while materiel started moving from nearby worlds. Once the Emperor chooses the ritual site, Blazkovich turned to her, voice grave, expression stark. I want a fortress. Same for every supporting array. Fortify each against a mass assault by local life. Sophia's eyes flickered while her core ran calculations, then she nodded. I have a schema. I'll seek the Lord's approval at once. I trust you to handle it. Blazkovich smiled at her without a hint of doubt. He believed Sophia would see it done. With authorization, she dissolved into blue light and began moving supplies to support the Emperor. My lord, I have a proposal. At the same moment, Sophia's hololith appeared at the Emperor's side, offering a polished plan. The specter-like woman materialized. Lion's hand instinctively brushed his holster, ready to draw and fire. Sanguinius was quicker, catching his brother's arm and shaking his head. No enemy. Oh, the Emperor gestured, intrigued. Let's hear the details. With a wave, Sophia unfolded the plan, refined through billions of simulations, every angle tight and logical. Lion was instantly absorbed, forgetting to pull free as he followed the cold machine logic. He nodded slowly. High feasibility. He smiled at Sanguinius, slipped his arm free and waved to show he was calm. "Then we proceed." The Emperor approved, the eldest son's endorsement reassured him. Lion was a strategist of stark clarity. Once convinced, he acted without hesitation. His approval meant this outline drafted by an intelligent machine was both sound and reliable. "I'll prepare the materiel and coordinate with you all." With that, Sophia bowed politely and scattered into motes of light. In the fortress world of the Tribunal I, vast manufactorums rumbled to life, forging war materiel for the battles ahead. Blazkowicz walked into the institute. Inside, everyone bustled. Researchers in Haz suits were putting the finishing touches on their work. The project here was nearly done, the undertaking almost complete. Tulkun farming had been a success. The creatures were supremely adaptable. Vast numbers had been captured and shipped to an ocean world for social reengineering and domestication. He nodded repeatedly at the progress chart on the wall. Everything else was finished. Once the final marine genetic samples were collected, the tech teams would pull out. After personnel evacuated, the coastal base would be converted into a military installation. First as a defensive strongpoint, later Blazkowicz had other plans for it. He had misgivings about the Emperor's soul-binding program. He had already prepared a contingency for post-upheaval Pandora. He moved deeper, finally reaching the lab's heart. Machines were shifting cryolockers. Through the viewports, tubes of golden fluid were visible. It was the longevity substance extracted from living tissue. Blazkowicz's eyes lit up. He opened a locker, took out a vial, and studied it closely, sensing the vigorous life within. "My lord," he began, about to return the vial, when his left arm glowed and Blazkowicz's projection appeared. "Someone requests an audience." He meant to refuse. Plenty among the nurse stars wanted to see him, and he had no time for them one by one. But when he saw the petitioner's details in the hollow image, he changed his mind. Rolling the longevity substance between his fingers, he said, "Arrange it." The projection vanished with Blazkowicz's nod. Blazkowicz left the storage chamber, boarded a lift, and rode up to the reception lounge. The lounge was bright and spacious. Blazkowicz stood at the panoramic window overlooking the base. A rugged soldier sat uneasily on a chair, fighting to keep his calves from trembling. "My lord," the soldier dropped to one knee as the lift doors opened, and a towering figure stepped through. "Miles Quaritch." Blazkowicz strode in. An ordinary greeting was enough to make the hardened mortal shudder. Since arriving in the gates of Paradise System, Miles had learned the broad situation. Everything he saw and heard overturned his worldview. The man before him was a Primarch, one of the 21 mighty beings created by the Emperor to conquer the galaxy and make humanity great again. Learning this, Miles burned with excitement, yearning for the glory of the Great Crusade. That was why he had asked to see the Primarch. Blazkowicz sat, gaze falling on the kneeling man. "Why have you come?" "I wish to join your legion." Miles knew that when speaking with such beings, one should not equivocate. State your need plainly. Before the Gene Father could answer, Blazkowicz, standing nearby, spoke slowly. "You could not endure it." He saw the refusal on Miles' face. "Do not gamble. The odds, 1 in millions, are that you would die. Other legions are the same. You're past the optimal age. Implant rejection would kill you." Miles turned ashen, swaying on his knees, fists clenched until blood dripped, unwilling tears in his eyes. He could not accept it. Even Grace Augustine, that arrogant, ignorant woman, had been chosen by the bioartisans to serve as a lab apprentice, gaining a chance to reach the vast sea of stars. While he, a loyal champion of humanity, would live and die a mere mortal. Clack, a soft sound. "I will offer you another choice." Blazkowicz sat erect and slid the longevity draft across the table. "A reward for your fidelity." The golden fluid before him, Miles' eyes rekindled. Of course he knew what it was. "Among the lost realms of men, you still uphold a fierce belief in human supremacy and act upon it. Commendable." Having stated the reason, Blazkowicz continued. Becoming an Astartes is virtually impossible for your body. But your conviction is strong. You may join the mortal regiments. How far you go depends entirely on you. With that, he flicked a finger, sending the longevity substance sliding across the tabletop to the colonel. "Thank you, great Primarch." Miles gave the warrior's salute, rose, and lifted the golden draft, resolve blazing in his eyes. To still claim new worlds for mankind is the greatest gift. Hold fast to that conviction. Blazkowicz nodded, signaling that the audience was over. Miles bowed and backed away, opened the door with care, and departed. "Keep an eye on him," Blazkowicz said to Blazkowicz. "If he works hard enough, one day commanding a mortal legion wouldn't be out of the question. If he truly lacks a gift for war, just arrange early retirement and let him live out a long life in the Nur stars." "Understood." Blazkowicz accepted the assignment, raising his arm to log the note in his VAM-braced data terminal so he would never forget. That wasn't because his memory was poor. As a Doom Slayer, his recall was almost eternal. Yet in Legion Archon's duties were endless. He needed the terminal to keep special concerns from drowning amid grander strategy. "Ready the Legion for war." Blazkowicz rose from his chair, stepped to the window, and stared through the veil of reality, voice heavy. "I feel the warp stirring, chaos is marshalling hosts." In the warp a tide was rising, rolling toward Pandora, seething with powers that would not suffer souls to linger among mortals. "Understood." At news of the demons, Blazkowicz's dark brows twitched, then settled. He saluted and left the council chamber. In the churning warp, where the domains of the four gods converge, divine wills met to debate great matters. "How do we strike?" Khorne spoke first, blood mist billowing, barely containing battle lust. The question was how, not if. The gods had agreed to foil the Emperor's design. The dark god's gaze was everywhere. They could neither see what Blazkowicz was doing nor foretell it, yet the Emperor's movements had exposed Pandora. "Blazkowicz is there," Nurgle rasped, flies of decay buzzing round the words, underscoring the crux. "Perhaps we should let it go." Slaanesh idly cleaned a nail, languid voice subdued. "A demon host against him, and scions who inherit his traits. If the assault fails, we only strengthen our foes and jeopardize the greater game." For once, Khorne did not roar at the perceived cowardice. "Amazing, your bed-hopping hasn't addled you, you actually think." The blood god was no brute. War's dominion is supreme cunning, and sometimes strategy demands retreat. Slaanesh offered no retort, only a low hum of exquisite pleasure. At last the three turned to Tzinch, awaiting the verdict. Though the gods despised one another, they had pledged common cause against the Emperor and Blazkowicz, leaving the wisest, Tzinch, to lead. Tzinch remained silent, form shifting as it plucked threads of fate to peer into futures. In the maelstrom of untime, the god traced every cause and effect. Destiny bifurcated into glorious uncertainty, a kaleidoscope of colliding possibilities that delighted Tzinch. "We cannot know the outcome," a thousand all-seeing eyes opened upon its immaterial flesh, "but I advise we strike." Blazkowicz's presence unmoors everything. The ordained end trembles. We must act to secure a fate that favors us. A withered arm emerged, snatching a fragment of data from the depths of the warp and hurling it into the real universe. "I have sown the seed of change. Return and prepare for war." At last, the war-hungry spirit roared back to the blood god's realm, summoning Khorne's demon legions. Slaanesh departed amid languid laughter. From perfumed couches in its palace, it loosed soul-shredding shrieks that stilled debauchery, so its hosts might craft amusements of war. Only Nurgle lingered, gazing at its conceptual nemesis, then sighed. The future slips beyond control, the destination itself may shift. Father Nurgle saw in Tzinch an almost human hesitation. Its will rose as a cloud of life and faded from the confluence of realms. Tzinch watched the enemy leave. Its ever-changing form slowed, mottled colors surfacing as its mind dissolved into sorcerous winds. The god of fate had indeed hesitated. An uncontrollable future stirred in it a mortal emotion, doubt. The fragments etched cast into the warp drifted with the tide. The hidden pieces planted by the chaos god would travel to the land of destiny. This land of destiny was none other than Prospero, the homeworld of the 15th Legion, the Thousand Sons. In the prospering city of Tizka, pyramids had been constructed, mysterious and majestic, symbolizing the worship of knowledge. Deep within a pyramid library, a giant sat cross-legged. He was exceptionally tall, standing over 5 meters in height. The giant's entire body was crimson like lava, his hair like flame, and his pupils like blood, resembling a demon king from myth who had stepped out of hell. Yet he wore the simple white robes of a scholar, turning pages between his fingers in a blend of elegance and majesty. This red giant was the Emperor's 15th son, Magnus the Red. The drop pod carrying the Primarch cut through the waves of the warp and returned to the real universe, where the 15th son landed on Prospero. Since the ancient age of colonization, the number of psychers had gradually increased. Due to their instability, they often triggered catastrophic psychic events in the cities of colonial worlds. These psychers and mutants were exiled by local governments, huddling together in the void until they eventually arrived at Prospero. Note, I hope readers remember our domain, 101KK.com, for more novels. Because it was remote enough and far from warp routes, it could provide the exiles with a stable life. The exiles took root and multiplied here, and psychers quietly gathered. By the time human civilization collapsed and the age of strife arrived, Prospero had become an island for psychic survivors. Without systematic persecution, the residents of Prospero thought they were safe, not expecting a new mysterious disaster to appear. Hives of psychic larvae, a terrifying warp creature. It fed on psychic energy. Later scholars unanimously believed that Prospero had gathered so many psychers that it attracted them to come and feed. Hives of psychic larvae were nearly 3 meters long and often hunted in swarms. The males used sharp claws to restrain prey, while the females swooped down, tore through the warp barriers, and laid eggs in the victim's brain. In just a moment, the hives of psychic larvae eggs would drain the host's mind and psychic energy. Tiny fangs would then bite through the skin, swarming out from a hollow corpse. The hives of psychic larvae became a plague, and all of Prospero fell, leaving only the city of Tizka. The survivors used their psychic powers to struggle to maintain barriers, resisting the invasion of warp creatures and huddling within the city to survive. At the end of the 31st millennium, the Primarch's gestation pod broke away from the warp, penetrated the psychic barrier, and landed in the central plaza of Tizka. Such an unusual impact naturally caught the attention of the survivors. Their nerves were constantly on edge, and they came to investigate the specific cause. When they found a crimson infant crawling out of the gestation pod, they felt no fear or surprise, but rather a deep and heavy pity. The people simply thought the crimson child was another mutant abandoned by his parents, feeling a bit of empathy. The leader of the survivors picked up the child and named him Magnus, which meant great in the ancient language of Terra. Soon, the leader Ammon noticed the child's extraordinary nature. Magnus absorbed knowledge rapidly, and his growth rate surpassed that of normal people. In just a few months, his height was equal to that of an adult. His learning progress was even more terrifying. A mentor only needed to explain something once for him to master deep knowledge. His staggering intellect made the people of Tizka view him as a god. However, deep within those red eyes lay a hidden truth. He had already perceived everything, and his so-called learning was merely a pantomime performed for others. After early basic studies, his knowledge already surpassed everyone else's. A great man is born with powerful psychic abilities. After learning to use this talent, his soul roamed the warp, crossing the galaxy to converse with the Emperor himself. The knowledge Magnus possessed actually came from the Emperor's personal teaching. He could witness the radiance of humanity just by closing his eyes, receiving personal instruction from the emperor. His extraordinary insight far exceeded that of his brothers. While other Primarchs were surviving in the wild, guessing where they came from and struggling to find the origin of their bloodline, Magnus knew everything about himself. His father, the Emperor, the Primarchs, the Imperium of Man, the Imperial Truth. This psychically powerful Primarch had an unimaginably high starting point, and the Emperor placed great hopes in him. Possessing powerful psychic abilities, gaining the psychic knowledge of Prospero, and having the Emperor's personal guidance, Magnus stood on the shoulders of giants to gaze into the future. Soon, the 1-year-old Magnus left Tizca and went alone into the dangerous wastes. He gained much in the wasteland. The haphazardly growing grass, the naturally tumbled rocks, the completely winding rivers. He could always strip away the accidental to find the laws of change contained within. At the end of his journey, as Magnus passed an ancient statue, it suddenly cracked and collapsed before him with a roar. The Primarch did not panic, nor was he even surprised. He quietly knelt before the statue to observe. He felt there must be a deep meaning behind the coincidence. Why did the statue break neither early nor late, but exactly when he arrived? This was surely some kind of enlightenment, hidden in timing and telepathy, a gift from supernatural knowledge. Magnus was in no hurry to continue his journey and began to study the shattered statue. From the randomly scattered fragments to the splashing dust, his observation was meticulous. Just as the Primarch was engrossed, Ammon, who had come looking for him, caught up. Magnus' departure without saying goodbye had worried Ammon greatly, and he had organized a search party to enter the wastes. He could not let his extraordinary son perish there. Magnus was not surprised by the arrival of the Seekers. He had long predicted all of this and even invited them to observe the statue with him. Initially, Ammon and the others thought it was absurd. What secrets could a statue eroded by time possibly hold? Unable to refuse Magnus' invitation, the group thought it was just a child's game and intended to play along with this farce so they could take him home. So they set aside their prejudices and joined the observation. This look was no small matter. They indeed discovered extraordinary enlightenment laid out so casually before their eyes. The randomly scattered fragments combined with each other to form various shapes. Isosceles triangles, perfect circles, abstract pieces pieced together into concrete patterns, containing multiple meanings. The people were overjoyed, and the Psychers erupted with intense interest, staying briefly in the wastes to continue studying the broken statue. The group was jubilant, quietly unaware that a crisis had already arrived. The Psychers gathering in one place released intense emotions like a beacon, attracting an overwhelming swarm of hives of psychic larvae. The panicked Psychers rushed into battle. In just the first wave of impact, over 50 people died, a truly heavy loss. In this life-or-death crisis, the remnants felt an immense pressure, but along with that pressure came a powerful surge of psychic energy. In an instant, fire and lightning erupted from their hands, repelling the hives of psychic larvae swarm and allowing them to escape back to Tizca. The survivors were incredibly lucky and immediately grasped that spark of inspiration. Based on their own areas of expertise, they established different schools of thought to teach knowledge on how to harness psychic power. Magnus rose even more rapidly, conquering everyone with his profound knowledge and leading the people to strike back against the hives of psychic larvae. Led by the Primarch who skillfully used psychic powers, the survivors of Tizca swept across the world, completely eliminating the hives of psychic larvae threat and returning clear peace to Prospero. By virtue of this great feat, Magnus was crowned the undisputed ruler of Prospero. Having lost their external enemies, the people stepped out of Tizca and began to explore outward again, reclaiming the territories they had once lost. In a certain moment of meditation, Magnus opened his crimson eyes and walked out of his secret chamber in excitement, jogging eagerly to the rebuilt Tizca Plaza. A golden radiance descended from the sky, pure and beautiful. The Psychers felt a sense of tranquility and one after another closed their eyes to kneel and worship. The Emperor had arrived. He had crossed the sea of stars to come and retrieve his extraordinarily gifted son. The two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, embracing warmly. There was a profound closeness between them, with no sense of the strangeness of a first meeting. Their souls had long ago met in the warp and communicated in secret for a long time, anticipating this meeting. How could there be any strangeness? Magnus readily responded to the Emperor and followed his father back to Terra to take command of the 15th Legion, which carried his bloodline. The first sight of his legion stunned the Primarch. He never expected that the legion modeled on his genes would have only 1,000 survivors and would be suffering deeply from flesh change mutations. His father, the Emperor, also hinted that if he did not want to take over the legion, he could create a new one to eliminate the mutations of the Librarian Legion. Magnus refused the Emperor, secretly vowing in his heart that he must find the knowledge to save the gene sons of his legion. So he returned to Prospero, spending his days in meditation, selectively forgetting the Emperor's warnings about the warp as he roamed within it in search of knowledge. Once again finding nothing, Magnus' soul gave a long sigh, preparing to leave the warp and return to the real universe. Suddenly, a fragment containing information surfaced within the turbulence of the warp. Magnus was overjoyed. His psychic energy spread out like a giant net, seizing that fragment from the turbulence. Chapter 123 Open. As usual, Magnus' soul sat in the warp, holding fragments of information in his hands, his consciousness sinking into them to gather intelligence. In just an instant, the Primarch's powerful will stirred waves in the warp, and Magnus' mind was violently shaken. The warp fragments revealed the future. Magnus' heart was filled with a mix of terror and shock, making it difficult for him to even maintain focus. His father, the Emperor, along with Sanguinius and another returned brother, were currently on an unknown planet performing a secret mission of great significance. He didn't know the cause, as the fragments carried too little information. But the specific process was rushed and brief, revealing a terrifying fact: his father and brothers were in danger. His father sat within a ritual circle, presiding over a massive psychic ceremony. He possessed supreme power but was unable to pull away. Sanguinius was pure and peerless in bravery, yet his wings were eventually overwhelmed by enemies, and he vanished into the endless darkness. The other brother was equally powerful, but ultimately outnumbered. He was brutally torn apart by hands reaching out from the darkness, leaving no remains behind. The Golden Emperor's Praetorians fought valiantly, but most of the thousands of warriors were killed, their superhuman bodies failing one after another as they fell in pools of blood. At the end of the information fragment, his father was forced to interrupt the psychic ceremony, using his infinite power to salvage the situation. Yet the operation still failed. Sanguinius lost his wings, the unknown brother died a tragic death, and his father was forced to leave the Great Crusade due to psychic backlash. This was an incredibly horrifying vision. Magnus jolted awake, his consciousness returning from the warp to reality. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find his robes soaked in sweat. "I will never allow this to happen," the Crimson King cried out in alarm, standing up from his meditative cross-legged position, his crimson eyes flickering with fear. The low cry echoed in the meditation room, waking the Legion warriors. They withdrew their consciousness from meditation, not understanding why their gene father had lost his composure. His majestic frame was trembling, sweat soaking his scholar's robes, his crimson hair clinging to his sweaty cheeks, the shock still visible on his great face. Father, Ahriman, who had begun to distinguish himself and was able to stay by the Primarch's side, stood up and asked softly, "What happened?" Hearing his son's inquiry, Magnus shook his head without a word, sitting back down on the cold floor of the secret chamber and closing his eyes to meditate once more. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down and began to doubt the authenticity of the information. The Emperor's power was beyond comprehension, Almost no existence could rival his father. Why would he and his brothers be heavily besieged? And those enemies, they came bearing flames, their forms shrouded in darkness, clearly concealed on purpose. Sanguinius was by the Emperor's side, so where was the Blood Angels' legion? Why were only the Primarch and the Praetorians fighting? What was that massive psychic ceremony? Why did his father value it so much that he refused to give up until the very last moment? Countless questions welled up in his heart. Magnus' newly calmed thoughts began to churn again, his temples throbbing and his mind becoming a tangled mess, ultimately finding no answers. And a heavy exhale sounded, becoming the only noise in the dead-silent meditation room. Magnus smoothed the tremors in his soul once more, sinking his consciousness into the warp to begin searching for his father's trail. He wanted to communicate through the soul to ask about his father's safety, and incidentally reveal the information from the warp fragments to confirm his next course of action. Soon, through the trembling connection of blood and soul, Magnus found the Emperor's location and immediately crossed the warp toward it. However, he did not notice that deep within the warp, a blue consciousness appeared, showing a treacherous smile toward the departing consciousness. Magnus reached his destination, a consciousness wrapped in golden psychic energy, peaceful yet heavy, with his father and brothers within it. He also discovered that within the vast, peaceful consciousness, there was a black void that was disrupting the future and destiny. He naturally recognized the golden psychic energy. It was the radiance unique to his father, dazzling and holy, tolerating not a speck of filth. Just looking directly at that majesty, Magnus felt a slight sting, realizing that his father was becoming increasingly powerful. Even a mere barrier was so dazzling in the warp. Despite his awe, he had no way to contact his father at this moment. The psychic barrier seemed as thin as a cicada's wing, yet the power within it was indestructible. His will could not penetrate it to transmit the warp messages he had obtained. Helplessly, Magnus gave the barrier a deep look before leaving. His soul had been away from his body for too far and too long. He felt a wave of weakness, unable to maintain the burning of the astronomicon while far from Terra as his father could. Ahriman. A deep sigh echoed in the meditation room, elegant and peaceful, with slight ripples containing an aura of righteousness. Father, Ahriman, dressed in a robe, knelt to listen to his father's instructions. Magnus slowly raised his hand, a gentle psychic force lifting Ahriman up. You have come into contact with many legions. Have you ever seen a cold soul that is a black void? Just after asking, he shook his head and smiled, feeling his question was somewhat redundant. The universe was vast and infinite. How could the Legion sons who fought incessantly have the time to understand such things? I have. Ahriman's answer was without hesitation, not even requiring thought. That is a great being just like you. Who is it? Magnus' crimson face brightened with joy as he thought of a possibility, that there was another brother by his father's side. The Lord of the Doom Slayers, the Lord of the Stars, the Warrior King. Ahriman's body trembled slightly, his voice raspy. Blazkovich Novik. Years ago, I had the honor of being reassigned to him by that Primarch to carry out an extermination battle against a Xenos race. His soul was like that, a black void where no future could be foreseen, exerting an extremely strong pressure on psychers. On the day we first met, the Warrior King gave me a single look, and I felt as if my soul were a flickering candle that could be extinguished by his gaze at any moment. Ahriman remembered those years. Everything felt as if it were just yesterday. That Primarch was very approachable, but he naturally exerted pressure on psychic energy and souls, making sensitive psychers feel suffocated and even feel a natural dread. Magnus listened quietly, not rebuking Ahriman for his weakness, nodding in deep agreement. He had also felt it. Even from a distance, his soul had felt somewhat dazed, flickering like a candle flame. Raising his hand to rub his chin, his short stubble hard and rough, Magnus fell into silence, thinking about how he should respond. His father and brothers gathered in one place, meant they were certainly plotting something, executing some important mission. With 3 brothers accompanying his father, although he felt some comfort, his concern for their safety only increased. 3 Primarchs plus thousands of Praetorians. Such a scene should not have happened, yet it felt uniquely real. Based on the reference of the astronomician and his own position, his father and brothers were in the segmentum obscurus, tens of thousands of light years from Prospero. It would be difficult to go reinforce them and inform them in a short time. And the psychic fluctuations coming from that place indicated that the ritual circle was nearly complete. His father was about to begin the psychic ceremony. Time was of the essence. Magnus' heart sank, his face showing a look of pain. Even an astropathic choir message would be difficult to convey the news in time. His father's barrier isolated reality from the other side, blocking all information from entering or leaving. But he could not turn a blind eye to such a massive hidden danger. If his hesitation led to a catastrophic mistake, how could he face his other brothers in the future? He let out a long sigh, unable to make a decision for a moment. "Father, has something happened?" Ahriman and the others gradually gathered around. Seeing the Gene-father expression was off, they asked cautiously, "Can we share your burdens?" Magnus started to speak, but felt that a few words wouldn't be enough to explain. He pressed his finger to his brow, using psychic energy to separate a glow of memory and shooting it into the minds of his Gene sons. As the psychic light of memory entered their minds and the terrifying vision unfolded, the warriors of the 1,000 Suns Legion slumped to the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper, and the secret meditation chamber fell into silence, save for the sound of sweat dripping. Magnus briefly described his discovery. It was now difficult to notify the Emperor what should be done. "I have an idea." A sitting warrior, seeing the Gene-father worried face, had a sudden flash of inspiration as he carefully recalled his past experiences. "Tell me then." Magnus was intrigued and listened intently to his son's idea. The warrior closed his eyes to reminisce for a while, sat cross-legged on the ground, and projected psychic light with his hands, speaking of the knowledge he had once gained on the skink homeworld. He spoke of the lizard's psychic towers, which drew psychic power to enhance the strength of the ritual's presider, sustaining a psychic shield strong enough to resist orbital bombardment. "You are breaking your oath?" Ahriman raised his voice in rebuke, his brow furrowed. They had sworn back then that they would not reveal this knowledge to anyone. The warrior lowered his head, a flush creeping onto his pale face, his expression filled with shame, yet he still stood by his opinion. "Then do you have a better idea?" Slap. A slapping sound rang out in the secret chamber. Magnus suddenly stood up, interrupting their argument. "We'll do exactly that." On Pandora, the Emperor himself inscribed runes to shield the real universe and repel foes from the unreal beyond. The warp was not calm. He sensed the will of the chaos gods stirring surging waves that converged from every direction. In high Pandora orbit, a rapid response fleet stood ready. The Eye of Judgment defense system was active, fortress worlds streaked with light, and every system roused from slumber. Though no enemy had yet struck the core zones of Argent Nur, the garrison still prepared every contingency to keep the real universe safe. Malkador arrived early. The Imperial Chancellor joined the Emperor, and together they bound Pandora with psychic rites drawn from his own arcane sigils. He sat cross-legged on a platform hovering above the equator, the Aquila scepter floating beside him, dark green runes blooming on his hands, showering sigil after sigil that dissolved into motes and sank into the planet's life. Pandora had been transformed. 12 colossal arrays were etched onto the undersides of levitating platforms, their occult reflections descending to scar the planet's surface. It was Sophia's plan to keep the world's spirit from ripping the crust apart and ruining the ritual. The array's patterns were carved into the anti-grav platform's bellies, and then empowered by the Emperor himself. The Emperor prized the ceremony. Beneath the platforms, the world was mirrored, while above them the 12 arrays raised psychic bulwarks and laid down anti-demon wards. The secret arts of the Emperor sealed Pandora tight from the esoteric angles of psychic lore. On the physical plane, floating fortresses flanked each of the 12 arrays, garrisoned by sentinels and the Imperial Guard, with anti-psyker iron men among their ranks. Beyond the mirrored arrays rose suspended ramparts bristling with automated weapons, so crowded they almost touched. The real and the unreal are wholly separate realms. For this aim, every safeguard was mandatory, no mishap could be allowed. While preparations surged ahead, the busiest figure was neither the Emperor, nor Blazkowicz, nor Malkador, but the recently returned Primarch who had yet to rejoin the First Legion or study the ways of the Imperium of Man, Lion L. Johnson. A Primarch is born extraordinary, and Lion's war instinct excelled. His grasp of conflict was lucid, and his deployments nothing short of brilliant. He visited each of the 12 sky bases in person, adapting their layouts to the terrain and eliminating every defensive gap. As humanity raised vast works of psychic artifice and fortification, Pandora itself was quietly changing. Since the arrival of the Emperor, atmospheric toxins had crept upward to the limit the native life could bear. Where once mortals could still breathe on Pandora, a single lungful now induced fainting, followed by death by asphyxiation in unconsciousness. The altered sky bred extremes: colossal hail, eruptions, tempests, tsunamis, quakes. Every natural catastrophe humanity could name struck Pandora in quick succession as the world's spirit sought to derail the psychic arrays. The assault was not limited to nature. Surveys showed predator populations exploding, individuals swelling to impossible sizes, some even manifesting psychic resonance. Humankind refused to yield. Artificers deployed atmospheric converters to pit weather against weather, averting extinction-level disasters. To cull the surging predators, Sophia dispatched automated machine soldiers, forestalling a megabeast tide. Unexpectedly, Malkador stayed the operation before it could begin. Asked for his reasons, the Imperial Chancellor only smiled enigmatically and said those creatures would serve his purpose. Though both sides gathered strength, their hidden contest never paused. From the level of molecules to planet-wide climate shifts, they traded blow for blow. With 12 auxiliary nodes complete, construction of the 13th and central node was about to commence. Its site was the Titanic Tree. The Emperor had chosen that spot to link minds with Pandora's world spirit. The tree itself was long gone, its trunk sheared off by psychic force and hurled hundreds of kilometers into the deep sea, leaving only a colossal stump. The rings of that stump glowed faintly white. Ancient and vast, it had been the greatest outward aperture of the world spirit Eva, and upon it the ritual sigils were now carved. 4 fan-shaped anti-grav platforms locked into a circle, settling gently atop the stump. From afar they looked like a single vast mushroom. The human luminaries gathered here were so exalted that even a Terran aristocrat would never glimpse them in a lifetime. At the center of the runic circle stood the Emperor. On his left, Constantine Valdor, commander of the Imperial Guard, led the custodians in a ring around the Emperor. At his right hand stood Janisha Kroll, the silent sisterhood's soulless queen. Custodians and sisters of silence, together they were the Emperor's talons, among the sharpest weapons in the Emperor's grip. Facing the Emperor stood Malkador. Freed from his crushing burdens, he held himself straighter now, the lines of a middle-aged man showing at last. The Imperial Chancellor's smile never wavered, his delight impossible to conceal. He had never imagined the possession scheme prepared for Saltz could continue beneath alien stars, its raw material now even more perfect. "Begin," the Emperor said, voice touched with emotion. 3 months of preparation had led to this moment. The ripe fruit was ready to be plucked. The Emperor spread his arms, and the custodians unarmored their master. The Emperor doffed the True Unity panoply, bringing himself to peak condition, psionic power poised to flood out at an instant's notice. ensuring nothing could go awry. At the word, the three Primarchs exchanged glances, then moved to the circle's rim to stand guard, preventing any interruption of the Emperor's working. Blazkowicz stood farthest away, arms folded. Beside him, Obelisk and Harlan waited, all three wearing grim, ready faces. "Where in the void is the enemy?" Lion Eljohnson demanded, dimensional blade in his right hand, a red kite-shaped shield bearing an eagle's head in his left. Among the three Primarchs, the eldest son's power armor offered the least protection. The Emperor had unclasped the breastplate from his own panoply and given it to his son to safeguard his heart. Lion's expression was stern, without a trace of levity. He never doubted the Emperor or his brothers. An enemy that warranted such vigilance had to be terrifying beyond measure. Only one question remained: from where would that enemy come? Pandora's defenses were so absolute that not even a mosquito could slip through. The slightest tremor of unstable molecules lay under the ceaseless watch of intelligently controlled machinery. What foe would dare intrude? Blazkowicz's gaze never left the Emperor. He drew his right hand across his chest and pointed skyward, voice low and grave. From above. The angel lifted his eyes to the heavens. Beyond the barrier, howling darkness pressed down, whipping black clouds and grit against the shield so that ripples danced across its surface. Lion shot his brother a helpless glance, then looked away again. His brother clearly knew more, but an imperial edict forbade him from revealing it to Lion or the others. In rare quiet moments, Lion had seen Blazkowicz and the Emperor speak privately, their topic forever hidden. When Lion pressed him, Blazkowicz offered no answer, yet he knew the foe would come from beyond the sky. His sight pierced the veil of reality, keeping ceaseless vigil over the warp surges. Beyond the Emperor's barrier, the four gods' demon legions flexed their claws, ready to strike. The demon assault would begin the instant the ritual commenced. In that moment, the Emperor would project his will into the warp, and from the warp possess Pandora. The world's spirit dwelt in the real universe. Between it and the Emperor there had to be a conduit, a bridge linking warp and reality. If the plan succeeded, the Emperor's mind would stand within the warp, anchored by his own making, gathering every soul drawn to him. With the world's spirit anchored in the real universe, the souls the Emperor collected could travel the soul conduit to Pandora, forever free of the warp's filth. Once the conduit was complete, the Emperor could launch souls into Pandora from wherever he stood, no longer bound by place. The soul conduit was a wondrous thing, yet danger stalked it every step. Before the soul rite could be sealed, the path into the warp must be torn open for an instant, like driving an empty pipe into an ocean, building a swift highway for passage. Around that pipe, demons would crowd like crushing depths, pressing to burst the tube and befoul the worksite. The will of the Chaos Gods would never let food slip from their mouths. Therefore, demons would surely come, assailing the half-built conduit. Once the soul conduit stood finished, the pipe would lie wholly under the Emperor's will. Demons and dark gods could no longer touch it, and countless souls would flee the warp. Every soul that returned to the Emperor would be utterly pure, and the four gods would never release such morsels. "Let it begin," Malkador echoed, seating himself opposite the Emperor within the ritual circle, ready to guard his old friend to the end. The Emperor and Malkador sat opposite each other, their expressions solemn, as the psychic ritual began under their guidance. Golden psychic energy was poured into the array, flowing like a trickling stream along the patterns of the formation, merging into the consciousness nodes exposed by the tree stump. The light of the Emperor was pure and dazzling. The core array slowly lit up, and radiance flowed from 12 formation nodes, turning into a golden celestial river that spread out and connected to the 12 auxiliary arrays. Looking down from a high orbit, 12 golden ribbons flew out from the giant tree, enveloping the entire world, as psychic characters scattered to every corner of the planet. On the ground, the Na'vi craned their necks to look at the sky fortress, shaking their heads helplessly. Iowa had sent a message 3 months ago calling for war preparations, but they were powerless. Their bows and arrows could hardly reach the creations of humanity. The Navi Data stood in the camp. He was different, wearing no combat suit and holding no weapon. He raised his hand to catch a falling seed of the sacred tree from the air. It was still pure, but its descent seemed somewhat hurried. As the seed drifted down, a visible speck of gold followed, falling into the seed and instantly dyeing it into a golden dandelion. Grief flowed in Data's eyes. This moment had come, after all, unstoppable. The facilities built by the humans, the various mysterious arrays inscribed. Their ultimate goal was the Mother Iowa. He had long suspected it, but had no way to stop it, watching it all happen with his own eyes. The world spirit sensed this. The golden power began to invade, compressing its living space. Whoosh! The forest pulsed like a breath, with countless lives surging within it. The ocean began to rage, with crashing waves overlapping in fury, accompanied by thunder and wrath. In the 12 bases, giant barrel-shaped machines slowly started up, emitting strange fluctuations to soothe the atmospheric disturbance of the planet. Atmospheric modification devices operational. Sophia appeared beside Lion, holding Data in her hands. Currently running at 30% total power. Power is still climbing. It is predicted that 50% can hold the line, while 80% will be the planet's limit. Continue monitoring and adjust at any time. Lion nodded with satisfaction. The Nurse Stars had vast resources and ample supplies. He was finally fighting a battle with overwhelming superiority. There were still backup machines that hadn't been started. If the current power reached 80%, it could suppress a planet-level atmospheric riot. The artificial intelligence's capabilities were extraordinary. With just a single command, she arranged everything clearly. Sanguinius took flight, gazing into the distance from a high vantage point. Pandora was now filled with rolling black clouds as two powers clashed in the atmosphere. He saw the depths of the jungle shaking, and the automatic cannons on the edge of the anti-gravity platform activated, locking onto the distant sky. A cacophony of whistling sounds reached his ears. A large patch of black clouds moved quickly, breaking away from the sky and diving toward the giant tree platform. The great angel looked closely and saw it wasn't a black cloud at all, but a swarm composed of countless flying behemoths, their eyes blood-red as they launched an attack. The counterattack of the world's spirit had begun. The automatic turrets began to charge. Azure lightning pierced the gloomy sky as arc turrets fired scattered electricity into the swarm. A terrifying scene unfolded. The electrical arcs jumped through the swarm, passing from one target to the next, causing large numbers of flying beasts to fall wherever they passed. The outer turrets fired fragmentation rounds, a single volley shredding the swarm, leaving only a few psychic beasts to fall with mournful cries under the precision fire of pressurized lasers. Sanguinius shook his head and descended from the air to his brother's side. There was no need to worry about the outer perimeter. The local threat was negligible. At the edge of his vision, the coastal base was being hit by a tsunami. Amphibious sea beasts charged the walls, only to be completely annihilated by the powerful current released by the plasma reactors. All 12 sub-bases were under attack. The ground walls hadn't even fired their cannons. The decomposition fields outside the walls broke the charging swarms down into molecular form. Faced with the defenses Null had deployed, how could the local beasts possibly break through? The Emperor remained unmoved by everything outside. His consciousness spread with his psychic power, covering the world of Pandora and sealing off the world's spirit. Rumbled. A dull roar echoed across the world as the earth cracked and tore in its tremors. The ground beneath the floating base collapsed, and the jungle was swallowed by the fissures in the earth. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Sophia had long anticipated this. The array base was suspended in midair, and the storms were suppressed by the atmospheric modification devices, making it difficult to shake the floating base. The array was unaffected as well. The torn patterns were reprojected, instead entering deeper because of the cracked earth. Seeing its methods fail, the world's spirit stopped using them to avoid wasting its strength. The Emperor did not stop for a moment. Golden psychic power flowed endlessly from the body of the Emperor, and under his conscious control, it entered the white trees of the world's spirit. No corner was spared. Seabeds, volcanoes, glaciers, caves, fissures. Golden psychic power fell everywhere, surrounding all those white trees and seeping into them to spread along their roots. If one set aside the purpose behind it, Pandora was exceptionally beautiful at this moment. The world seemed like a sacred land, becoming a brilliant and dazzling star. As the Emperor's will extended and took over, the atmosphere gradually returned to calm. The birds and beasts lost their connection to Iowa and fled in panic, unable to organize again. The Na'vi knelt on the ground and wept. They could no longer sense their mother. Phase 1 complete. 3 days later, the Emperor's closed eyes slightly opened, and his words seemed to echo throughout the entire world. The first phase of the plan. The Emperor would divide his will to suppress the world's spirit, gain control of the surface, and reduce the occurrence of accidents. Begin Phase 2. It was here. The most dangerous second phase began. The Emperor would drive the array to build a warp conduit, projecting his own will into the Sea of Souls. During this process, his consciousness would be in the warp, and then project back down to erase the consciousness of the world's spirit. Blazkowicz felt a surge of extreme vigilance. He lowered his arms from his chest as the regent armor emerged from a dimensional rift, fitting over his massive frame. Yo, yo, yo. Incredible, simply incredible. As the regent armor was donned, the Void Dragon's voice predictably emerged, filled with gasps and excitement. This is snatching food from a dog's mouth, going head-to-head against the Chaos Gods. Ignoring the Void Dragon, Blazkowicz looked up at the sky, his gaze locked on the demons. Let's go, Lion called out, taking the lead to leave the observation area and head toward the prearranged defensive positions. The task for the three of them was to guard the side of the consciousness conduit, preventing enemies from destroying the fragile conduit nodes. As the three great figures walked, a psychic barrier slowly rose. It was at one corner of the massive array, a deliberate design. The conduit was surrounded by layers of protection. Even if an accident occurred, the demons would not be able to rush to the center of the array and directly affect the caster. Rise! With a low shout from the Emperor, Malkador understood perfectly and waved his hand, signaling the Sisters of Silence to move away from the stone coffins. Valdor moved swiftly, pulling the chains wrapped in his hands to undo the seals on the stone coffins, revealing what lay within. The stone coffins were made from the ashes of blanks. Inside lay psychers, their eyes vacant, clearly having undergone lobotomies. 10 Alpha-plus level psychers. Although they had lost their self-awareness, it seemed they could sweep the field on instinct alone. As their auras surged, Malkador's left hand struck out red magic runes, merging them into the bodies of the powerful psychers, performing a unique psychic technique. Go, boundless psychic power was guided out. The Sigillite gave a low shout, directing the psychic energy into the conduit the Emperor had established. The psychic energy instantly diffused, and a gap was punched through the real universe. In an instant, golden light flared brilliantly. The Emperor's body erupted with intense radiance, and a stream of light shot out from his forehead, plunging straight into the gap. Then more golden light fell, and the gap continued to expand until it merged with the ground conduit, building a golden passage. A brilliant sun rose in the warp. Its radiance was cold and piercing, purging the filth of the area and sweeping away the warp demons. "What is that?" Lion roared, pointing his sword at the void. At the other end of the physical conduit, beside the golden rampart the Emperor had built, countless horrific entities waited. Red, blue, green, purple. Those entities were twisted and hideous, lined up in neat formations and rubbing their hands, their eyes never hiding their malice. Their military formations were shrouded in light, allowing them to escape destruction from the Emperor's light, and they were watching the rampart hungrily. Malicious things! Sanguinius flourished his longsword, his pure eyes overflowing with disgust, his radiant face contorted with anger. These are the enemies we must guard against. Blazkovich raised his hand and grasped the air, and the crucible sword sliced through the void, landing firmly in his hand. Demons! Fury surged in his heart as he raised his sword toward the golden barrier, his murderous intent stinging the host of demons. They cannot break the barrier. Before the Emperor completes the soul-binding ritual, we only need to be wary of their tricks. Valdor stepped forward, the spear of Helios in his hand still silent. His eyes were full of confidence. Under the Emperor's protection, it was absolutely impossible for the demons to break the barrier. His confidence came from the power of his master. Outside the barrier, demons stared wide-eyed, peering inward. They showed no malice, for their very existence was a convergence of it. Malicious things born of fantasy, their very existence was a curse. With the barrier set by the Emperor in place, it was difficult for the demons to break through into the real universe. The demonic armies of the four gods loitered outside the junction, seemingly helpless. Constantine Valdor's confidence stemmed from the will of the Emperor, which suppressed all filth. Even gods would find it difficult to break through. "Prepare for battle." The voice coming from behind them was low. Harlan Ogilvy's voice was flat as he gripped his weapon, stroking the handle of the dark light spear, his expression particularly heavy. Valdor looked back at the champion's swordsman, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Our mission is defense. They cannot break through. We only need to wait for my lord to complete the ritual." A slight standoff emerged. One had supreme trust in the Emperor, while the other expressed distrust. As their masters were different, their perspectives inevitably diverged. The conversation was peaceful, yet there was an underlying, unyielding firmness. Lion's emerald eyes flickered between the two. His peripheral vision focused on the passage, observing and analyzing the situation to quickly piece together the truth from the intelligence gathered. Among those present, he felt that he and Sanguinius were in the dark, while the others knew more or less of the truth and were familiar with where the monsters came from. Sanguinius did not look behind him. His sharp gaze was fixed on the passage, watching those wicked creatures, pure fury burning in his eyes. "Commander of the Imperial Guard." Harlan wiped the blade of the dark light spear and gestured for Valdor to look toward the passage. "So, are they here for a picnic? Are their masters so bored that they've come to cheer for your master's victory? Or are they planning to surrender to you?" Hearing the question, Valdor's expression did not change, but his gaze darkened slightly. Clearly, he was seriously considering why the demons had come. Harlan curled his lips, the movement of his facial muscles pulling at the scars on his face. His sneer was hideous and mocking. "The curse on me is beginning to stir. The powers of the warp are in the shadows, waiting for the battle after the barrier shatters. You believe in your master. He gave you everything. I also believe in intuition. It has saved me countless times on the battlefield." With that, he turned and left, walking toward Blazkovich, who was setting up the defensive line in the distance. Valdor watched them converse, and then the atmosphere near the passage changed noticeably. The Doom Slayers and the Sentinels activated their weapons and moved into defensive positions. Lion also left, walking to Blazkovich's side to offer deployment suggestions for various areas, preparing for the coming battle. He felt the champion swordsman made a lot of sense. Those filthy creatures were clearly not here for a tour, but were waiting patiently outside the walls. Waiting for what? To rush in once the walls collapsed. "Prepare for battle?" Valdor put on his helmet, the blade of the spear of Helios activated. He turned toward the soulless queen, assigning tasks for the Sisters of Silence and the Imperial Guard to coordinate. "I'll go over there." Sanguinius pointed to a corner of the defensive line, choosing his own combat position without asking too much about the enemy. The great angel silently prophesied, seeing the battle and understanding what he needed to do. The position he chose was a corner of the defensive perimeter, forming a triangle with his two brothers, filling a gap in the regional defense and balancing the high-end combat power of the defensive circle. Blazkowicz moved slightly, leading the Primarch's guard to stand before the defensive bastion, waiting for the passage to shatter and the demon army to rush into the real universe. Harlan's words had reminded him, gods do nothing without purpose, demons would not come for sightseeing. They were waiting for an accident to happen to the passage. Now the only unknown was, how would the passage shatter? Battle was inevitable. As for the specific process, it was unknown. They could only prepare for combat and try to ensure the ritual would not be interrupted. Remember our website, 101 Can't You Net. The Emperor's will suspended in the warp, spotting the demonic armies of the four gods immediately, but he paid them no extra heed. His will descended from the warp, turning into a golden line extending from the Pandora holy tree to the world's spirit, beginning the plan he had formulated. The Emperor saw the demonic armies of the four gods and knew the battle was inevitable. The dark gods were fully prepared, and the key to victory or defeat lay with him. The progress of the soul-binding ritual represented the tipping of the scales of victory. He would not destroy the demon army because it was pointless. The servants of the four gods were nearly infinite, and doing so would only waste time. Now they had entered a state of gambit, pulling back and forth around the soul ritual. The consciousness of the cold sun descended from the warp, connecting the roots of the holy tree to the world's core, searching for the world's spirit, which was the key to victory. Time marched forward inexorably. The demons waited with bared fangs and claws, the Emperor sought the world's will, and the Primarchs deployed for war. Meanwhile, on Prospero far away in the Ultima Orientis Segmentum, a grand psychic spell was nearing completion. The Thousand Suns Legion had built a psychic tower. Magnus sat cross-legged, suspended at the spire, with psychic formations inscribed on the floor to amplify the Primarch's power. Looking closely, the formation was grotesque and deviant. The inscribed characters and runes were extremely strange, certainly not of human cultural heritage. This was an alien spell the Primarch had permitted Ahriman and others to use during the war to exterminate the skinks, in order to lure alien reinforcements to their home planet. Now, at the Gene Father firm insistence, the amplification spell was being used to strengthen psychic power and inform the Emperor of what was about to happen. In the sarcophagi at the base of the spire, the minds of psychers were being drained by charms and conduits, flowing into the core of consciousness at the spire. The Legion members surrounded the Primarch, chanting in a strange language, guiding the psychic power into the body of the Gene Father. Pale purple psychic energy poured into his body. Magnus' crimson form shuddered as he felt his mind being elevated infinitely, breaking through shackles to reach a brand new realm. Though his eyes were tightly shut, the sights he saw were completely different. Those mysteries of knowledge that were once incomprehensible were now suddenly clear. The truths of the universe and the warp slowly unfolded, with nothing hidden, completely open to him. This feeling was intoxicating. Magnus felt as if he were sitting among the stars, his consciousness transcending the galaxy, with the universe at his beck and call. Psychic transmission has reached its peak. The urgent prompt blew away the ethereal feeling. Magnus snapped awake from his intoxication, his heart filled with immense shock. The alien amplification spell was indeed extraordinary. By just a tiny margin, his consciousness would have expanded infinitely, moving away from his physical beacon and becoming lost in an infinite ocean of knowledge. This amplification spell had been prepared for a long time, draining a large number of psychers to accumulate an absolute strength, all to create a ripple in his father's psychic barrier and deliver the information. Waking from the illusory ethereality, Magnus identified the direction and indeed found a golden sun within the warp. The golden sun radiated a majestic aura. He recognized it instantly as his father's soul, now completely exposed to the warp. Magnus' consciousness suddenly tightened. His father's ritual had already begun. He dared not delay. His consciousness, amplified by psychic power, crossed the distance rapidly, moving countless times faster as he charged toward the Emperor's location. The situation was now extremely critical. Dark creatures surrounded his father, exactly as in the prophecy. A fierce battle could break out at any moment. As Magnus' consciousness entered the warp, the Emperor sensed his son's familiar aura, and a surge of relief welled up in his heart. His son's aura was now significantly stronger. He must have noticed the abnormalities in the warp and specially performed a psychic projection to come and help him. This was good. Once Magnus arrived, clearing the demons near the barrier would be simple. But the Emperor noticed an anomaly. Magnus was moving too fast, charging straight toward him without any intention of slowing down. To penetrate the barrier and deliver the message, Magnus had sacrificed the lives of psychers, and, with the assistance of his legion sons, accumulated an unimaginable amount of power. He knew well how powerful his father was. If the power were too small, it wouldn't even cause a ripple in the barrier, let alone deliver an urgent message. Before this, Magnus had already prepared himself mentally to save his father's and brother's lives, even at the cost of being punished. Just as he was about to reach his father, an accident occurred. Magnus discovered to his horror that he could not control his speed and was unable to take any action. In that one long instant, at the psychic spire in the real universe, the chest of 1,000 Suns warrior suddenly burst open, and bright red blood sprayed into the amplification formation. Within a second, the Legion warrior's flesh twisted into a mass of breathing meat. His runic robes shattered, and countless floating eyes grew out. No! Ahriman let out a shrill roar, filled with horror and fear, his hand reaching out powerlessly to undo it. His brother's blood contaminated the suppression runes of the amplification formation. The formation suddenly lit up. The psychic energy, now without suppression, poured into the body of the Gene Father, causing his form to expand rapidly. The chain reaction was like nuclear fission. The formation went completely out of control, and the psychic energy shrieked violently as it trembled, as if mocking the stupidity of the 1,000 Suns warrior. The amplification array spiraled out of control. Magnus' soul was like a high-speed train that had lost its brakes and speed protection, and the energy supply had suddenly surged. He accumulated supreme power, turning into a brilliant meteor that streaked across the treacherous sea of the warp, charging uncontrollably toward the golden sun. The mastermind would never let him crash into the Emperor. That would be meaningless. In the psychic spire of the real universe, a negligible change appeared once again in a corner of the chaotic formation. Splattered blood crawled like tadpoles, quietly altering a rune in the array. At a minimal cost, it shifted the grand tide concerning the future. The infinite combinations of the chaotic array issued a final command before the Legion warriors could stop the formation. Magnus was terrified. His uncontrollable soul suddenly changed direction, veering off the trajectory toward the Emperor and slamming violently toward that golden bridge. The Emperor's mind trembled, his fury rising. Magnus' folly could no longer be stopped. This act was the very opening of the gambit. Because the will of the four gods had already arrived. They hid within the waves of the warp, coldly watching, preventing him from personally striking Magnus away. What is that? At the other end of the bridge connecting to the warp, on the side of the real universe bridge, the sharp-eyed Sanguinius spotted the crimson meteor. Such a change was abrupt. An accident had occurred after all. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The Doom Slayers, Sentinels, and Talons of the Emperor reacted in sync, their weapons ready for the unexpected. Valdor's expression was grim. He instinctively stepped in front of Janisha Kroll. The coming battle would require the cooperation of the Sisters of Silence. Along the extended line of the defensive perimeter, Captain of the Adeptus Custodes Odysseus silently gave the order for the custodian guard to close in on the Doom Slayers, preparing to resist the demons together. Prepare the anti-demon array, Blazkowicz ordered calmly. Raise the psychic barrier, trap us inside with the demons. Several psyker masters slowly retreated to their designated nodes and began chanting incantations. A white anti-demon barrier rose, weakening the power of the demons. With anti-demon arrays, dimensional barriers, and psychic barriers all active, the human army was ready to engage the enemy. Watch for aerial enemies, Blazkowicz called out to his brothers. Sanguinius nodded and took to the sky, making those winged entities of malice his primary targets for prevention. Lion stood on high ground, craning his neck to look around, checking the troop deployment for any vulnerabilities. He knew deep down that this battle would be tragic, its intensity far exceeding all previous campaigns. The Crimson Meteor arrived. Magnus was terrified, unable to control his posture as he crashed violently into the Golden Bridge. Crack! The sound of the psychic barrier shattering echoed clearly through both realms. Cracks spread from the point of impact like a spiderweb before the whole thing came crashing down. Father, brother! A psychic ripple spread. To prevent further accidents, Magnus had cast a spell on himself that allowed him to transmit information through these ripples. His will did not stop. After piercing the warp channel, he crashed into the real universe side. As the sound of the barrier shattering rang out, everyone present looked exceptionally grave. Please stop your actions, you are in danger. Countless powerful warriors stared at the red meteor. The Primarch's expressions were extremely grim. They never expected that the one to sabotage the psychic ritual would be their own brother. At this moment, Magnus finally realized what a foolish thing he had done. When his soul hit the barrier, his consciousness briefly connected with his father, and he learned the true purpose of the psychic barrier. It supported a great plan, defending against warp invasions, and he was the one who had destroyed the life's work of his father and brothers. Magnus! An extremely angry roar shattered the silence. The real universe trembled, and a violent storm whipped up in the warp. A man who rarely showed emotion, a man whose words were conveyed by servants, a man who was always calm and unruffled. Now his fury was overwhelming. Even the Primarchs trembled under this uncontrollable, genuine rage. The Emperor's rage tore through the sky, making even the demons shudder. It echoed eternally in the warp, stirring up boundless waves. Far away in the Wheel of Fire sector, Lemon Russ turned pale as he felt his father's anger. Horus stood up from the throne of the vengeful spirit, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Almost all Primarchs, whether still lost or already found, felt a soul-deep fear. Through the bloodline connection, the being known as Father unleashed an uncontrollable, cataclysmic power in his towering rage. Magnus' heart was like cold ash. The radiance of his soul dimmed instantly as he stood frozen at the breach in the barrier, trembling incessantly under his father's pressure. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Another majestic voice woke him. Looking up, he saw a dark void that his soul sight could not pierce. The irreparable has already happened. The brother in the darkness continued to speak, urging Magnus to leave quickly. Do not trust the warp. Blazkowicz sighed helplessly as the sentinels relayed the psychic communication. Magnus had done a bad thing out of good intentions, committing a monumental error. Magnus wanted to say something, but a golden hand seized his throat, plucked him from the damaged channel, and threw him deep into the warp. His consciousness spun as the warp winds nearly tore him apart. Begone! Amidst the pain and chaos, Magnus heard his father's grief-stricken rebuke. Stay on Prospero and await judgment regarding this matter. Judgment, an extremely severe word, reserved for unforgivable crimes. Magnus did not argue. He knew he had made a terrible mistake. Feeling as though he had lost all strength, he allowed his pained soul to return to his body. His body fell from the air, lying lifelessly within the dimmed ritual array, his crimson form silent and still. If not for the rising and falling of his chest, this lifeless body would have seemed dead. Fa! The Thousand Suns warrior's joyful calls stopped abruptly. They wanted to ask about the result, but the scene before them made them fall silent in fear. Their crimson-bodied father lay on the ground, lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling with a single tear hanging from the corner of his eye. The Legion warriors didn't dare make a sound. They quietly retreated from the psychic spire, exchanging glances at the entrance. From the Primarch's state, the result was self-evident. The focus on the outcome quickly shifted. The Legion warriors were worried about what their gene father had encountered to end up in such a state. One warrior was overwhelmed with guilt. It was he who had provided the Xeno's spell that led the gene father to this point. As he grieved silently, a hand landed on his shoulder. A brother stood beside him, slowly shaking his head. No one could have predicted this outcome. Ahriman broke the silence, drawing the attention of his Legion brothers. Let us leave the Primarch in peace. He pointed at the pulsating masses of flesh on the ground and said, "First, take our brothers away from here. They are suffering greatly." The group soon found their footing and began to act, tiptoeing away quietly, not daring to disturb the Primarch's meditation. Ahriman looked back at the closed doors, his long sigh swallowed by the darkness. Wrong methods lead to wrong results. Perhaps from the moment he obtained the warp shard, everything the Gene Father saw was wrong. And the Primarch, in his eagerness to save, had instead facilitated that very outcome. Now all the Thousand Sons Legion could do was wait for the Emperor to arrive, accept the judgment of the Emperor, and atone for the sins they had committed. At the other end of the Sea of Stars, there was none of Prospero's quiet. The mistake Magnus made was left for his brothers and father to bear. To battle stations. Lion roared from on high, acting like a true lion as he called forth the warrior's passion for battle. His brother Magnus had smashed a breach, and the demon host came howling down from the warp like streaks of light, their ear-piercing shrieks soul-shattering. The demon princes of the four gods hung high in the warp, glowing with the blessings of the chaos gods. At this moment, they were incredibly powerful. The demons did not use foul insults. They too knew exactly who the enemy they faced was. 3 great demigods stood at the channel exit, including the Godslayer. The weak did not even have the right to step onto such a battlefield. The demon host summoned by the gods was led by greater demons of renown, their great true names reflecting in the warp, known to all living beings. "Brothers," Harlan walked before the sentinels, the scent of blood on him growing thicker. He raised his spear high, his battle cry enough to shatter demons. "These lowly things have come again. They dare to set foot in the realm of warriors. Trample them. Filthy abominations do not deserve an honorable death." The sentinels' roars were deafening, their hearts devoid of fear, their eyes filled with the resolve for vengeance. Outside the barrier, Malkador shook his head in sorrow, wondering how many of these warriors with extraordinary wills would be lost today. Chapter 124: Demons Gathering. Magnus smashed the barrier, leading to irreversible consequences. Was it not a form of protection for the Emperor to throw his son out of the warp, away from this place of strife? The Emperor was furious, but he would not hesitate over a fait accompli, nor was he considering how to resist the demonic army. The only thing he could do now was concentrate all his psychic power to permeate the world's spirit of Pandora and conclude the soul-binding ritual early. Only in this way could more of humanity be saved. Anxiety, pity, and grief, these emotions were distracting. In this moment of extreme peril, they served no purpose other than to increase his troubles. "It's all up to you." Sanguinius, Lion, and Valdor, the 3 sons and servants of the Emperor, heard a helpless sigh echo in the depths of their souls. The arrival of the demonic army had long been foretold. The 4 gods chose to intervene, but they would hold their positions amidst the waves of the warp and not directly interfere in this battle. The chaos gods watched greedily from the sidelines, exerting infinite pressure, and the Emperor had to compromise, unable to strike at the demons himself. A wordless pact and an invisible understanding maintained a fragile balance. The outcome of the gamble lay with their respective armies. Facing the four gods, the Emperor compromised. To some extent, the Chaos gods had yielded a great advantage, hoping to facilitate this unique understanding. With a final look at Blazkowicz, his consciousness sank into Pandora, no longer concerned with external affairs, using his great will to conquer the world's spirit. Ka tilde ka tilde ka tilde ka tilde. A lord of change spread its wings and soared, its avian neck elongating as its throat moved, letting out a piercing, strange laugh. Its withered talons kicked against the ruined walls, laying down a demonic array to further erode the Emperor's will. Its name was reflected in everyone's heart, Kairos, the most powerful greater demon of Tzinch, whose true name was reflected in the warp, the enlightener of endless life and wisdom, and the unscrupulous destroyer of worlds. Kairos Fateweaver's 2 heads and 4 eyes glowed, seeing through the past and future. He brandished a flaming scepter, urging the demonic army to charge into the real universe. Roars came from the Cornate army. A 3-headed flesh hound barked in a low tone. It was Scarbrand, the leader of the flesh hounds. The exalted greater demon Angrath held a whip, his blood-red bat wings outspread as he lashed the demonic engines, letting out a joyful howl. The oldest great unclean one was as massive as a mountain, and Shalaxi Hellbane, the champion of the Prince of Pleasure, moved with enchanting steps. Countless ancient names shone, their power carrying filthy might, piercing the minds of the warriors one after another, manifesting the strength of their conceptual significance. The tide of demons broke through the boundary, a turbid wave of darkness carrying blasphemous whispers, pressing down on the human line like the sky falling. The roars of the demons rang in their ears like fine serrations, slowly cutting through the warriors' resilient hearts and shattering the prideful courage beneath their stubborn ramparts. Fortunately, there were no mortals on this battlefield. The demonic aura here triggered a cataclysm, filled with ancient malice from the Sea of Souls. Under the wash of blasphemous information, mortals would mutate into chaos spawn within seconds. Sizzle! The first bloodthirster landed, its filthy hooves stepping into the real universe. The Emperor's array resisted it, scalding it into a burst of black smoke. It felt no discomfort. Instead, it stretched its arms comfortably, its snout twitching as it breathed the air of the real universe, fury rolling in its blood-red eyes. Prepare to defend. The lion roared. A large number of red demons entered the real universe, emitting a bloodthirsty aura that caused killing intent to surface within his Primarch body. 66 keepers of secrets, 77 great unclean ones, 88 bloodthirsters, and 99 lords of change. They landed as the vanguard, with streaming light behind them like an inverted waterfall, continuously bringing in reinforcements, vowing to drown the human line. The demons load, and the ranks of the 4 gods' armies were beyond imagination, incredibly tight, appearing casual yet without a single flaw. This was the most elite demonic army, gathered solely to destroy the Emperor's plan. Cowards! A roar shattered the firmament, like midsummer thunder tearing through the demonic voices, frightening all the ghosts and monsters into silence. Outside the breach in the passage, that man stood there holding a crimson divine sword, showing no emotion other than anger. You dare to challenge me? Blazkowicz's fury manifested as red lightning, coursing over his consul armor as his sword pointed at the demonic armies of the 4 gods. Wherever the blade pointed, the demonic army trembled almost instinctively. The concept of erasure merely brushed against their bodies, yet it cut fine wounds into their skin. The 10,000 demons fell silent. Seeing this, Sanguinius roared an encouragement from the air. Behead the demons! His brother's power was fully manifested. He stood before the endless tide of demons, and even the sea of darkness could not shake him. Witness the glory of the warrior king! Lion lit the blade in his hand, his emerald eyes flashing with brilliance, boosting his side's morale once more. Ho, ho, ho! The morale of the human warriors surged, their combat boots thudding against the ground. When they looked at the demon army again, their eyes held only contempt and loathing. The two sides faced off briefly. The humans did not show even a hint of fear, greatly weakening the demons' influence as their conviction gathered at the warp connection into a concept of banishment. The warp encompasses everything. When a certain consciousness becomes a consensus, it manifests. Blood for the blood god, Angreth roared to the heavens, signaling the start of the battle. Skulls for the skull throne. The Khornate army's battle cries shook the sky, intending to use the blood and skulls of their enemies to please the blood god upon his throne. Inside the Golden Passage, the Khornate army turned into a tide of blood, surging out from the breach in the barrier. Bloodletters flicked their long tongues, their powerful legs driving their slender bodies forward. Their never-failing hellblades emitted a scorching light as they charged toward the human line alongside the flesh hounds. Brothers! Harlan's call was an order. Deep blue light fired in unison from the defensive line, striking into the ranks of the Khornate army. Having studied demons for decades, the Sentinels had long ago devised tactics tailored to different types of demons. The Khornate army was the first to charge, wanting to use the Chaos God's blessing, which made them nearly immune to ranged weapons, to tear through the defensive formation and provide cover for the troops behind them. Unfortunately, the Sentinels' weapons were very special. Conceptually, they were judged as melee, so the Chaos God's blessing hardly reacted. As the beams fell into the red tide, severed limbs and broken wings flew everywhere in an instant. The foul blood of the demons flowed helplessly, proving they were not invincible. The rays fired by the Doom Slayers were particularly lethal, piercing through the demonic army. Demons were reduced to ashes on the spot, completely vanishing from the warp. In just one exchange, countless demons returned to the warp, only for more to fill the gap. A bloodthirster let out a frenzied roar, driving back the lower-level demons. It held a great brass shield, using concept to block concept. For the first time, the demonic army that had fought countless wars felt a state of being strained. When their immortal bodies were countered, their gods' blessings bypassed, and their power suppressed by both physical laws and the array, their frustration reached its peak. The bloodthirsters advanced on the ground with their shields, while flying demons gathered within the passage, forming a black torrent that surged out during the gaps to distract the defenders' fire. First, second, and third companies, follow me. Blazkowicz briefly analyzed the situation. Defending would only lead to a stalemate, and only an active strike could break the deadlock. Follow the Primarch. The three companies quickly assembled, following the Primarch to form a spearhead formation and charge toward the breach in the barrier. Custodes and Doom Slayers block the front of the breach. Sentinels assist on the flanks, forming a fan-shaped defensive sector. Lion quickly changed the deployment, relying on the charge tactic to execute a new defensive system. Sanguinius is responsible for the air. Flight squads, go and assist my brother. With a Primarch personally commanding, the troops' efficiency was extremely high, and the human line operated flexibly, forming a new defensive pattern. Valdor gathered his men and led the soulless queens to their designated positions, facing the front of the breach, the spear of Helios firing without pause. The flight squads took to the air, forming an aerial defense with the great angel to kill the flying demons. Within the human defense, a black spearhead was unstoppable, pushing against the tide of blood and carving out a path by sheer force. All forces attack! Angreth spat out red flames, his demonic whip pointing toward the breach. Block their advance. The demonic armies of the four gods swarmed forward, clashing with the black spearhead. At the very tip of the spearhead was Blazkowicz. He led his legion's sons forward steadily, his long sword swinging, subsequently slaying several greater demons. His left hand was so fast the greater demon could barely see it. He seized its throat and crushed the blue avian neck with raw power. An illusion came with a fragrant wind, its dance steps graceful and enchanting, its pace forming a melody. Its movements were the swiftest among the greater demons. And what met this sweet illusion was a telescopic blade that popped out from under his arm, moving even faster than it did. As the two passed each other, the Keeper of Secrets' jaw was pierced through to its skull, its falling body turning into ash. "I take your life for my god!" A bloodthirsty roar came as the bloodthirster Kabendha dove down, both hands gripping an axe with thousand-fold strength, swinging it down at Blazkovich's head. It was a supreme demon, a valiant warrior under Khorne's skull throne, seeking to take the demigod's head for its god. Blazkovich ignored it, crushed the demon hound beneath his boot, and flipped the demon blood-soaked crucible sword upward in a backhand slash. A crimson flash cleaved the greater demon's axe in two, the blade sliding toward Kabendha's skull. The bloodthirster's eyes widened in terror. He knew he was about to die. Powerless to resist, he was knocked aside by Skarbrand as the three-headed hound hurled itself in, saving the blood god's greater demon. Skarbrand, chieftain of the Flesh Hounds, bore 3 heads and possessed extraordinary hunting potential. The first head tracked prey across time, the second across space, the third across thought. Since its birth in the blood god's realm, no quarry had ever escaped its pursuit. Skarbrand slammed Kabendha aside, gouts of sulphurous fire pouring from its maws toward Blazkovich. A gauntleted hand punched through the flames, seized the brass collar, and irresistible force lifted the huge hound. The world spun. Even 3 heads lost all bearing as the body struck something again and again under the colossal strength. Blazkovich's left hand gripped the collar, the telescoping blade piercing the hound's throat. Scalding demon blood gushed down the console armor. Skarbrand's pupils dilated. Hind legs kicked at nothing while foreclaws raked frantically against the demigod's vice-like arm. Life ebbed away. The body weakened with every pulse of blood, the scrape of claws on armor the last sound in its ears. Blazkovich showed no mercy. He whirled the dying hound like a flail, smashing demons to pulp. The weight in his grip grew lighter with every swing. The flesh hound's lower body tore free, entrails flung wide, bare spine glistening. All 3 heads rolled their eyes, tongues lolling as the filthy life guttered out. With a sharp flick, Blazkovich hurled the half-carcass skyward. The bloody meteor collided with a lord of change, bursting into a rain of gore. After endless eons prowling the warp, the flesh hound that had savaged countless prey vanished forever, its true name scattered to nothing. Nice. Inside the console armor, the void dragon, drunk on the spectacle, growled for more. Tear them apart like that. The demonic armies of the 4 gods reeled. A true name had proved mortal, a famed greater demon utterly annihilated. Blazkovich felt nothing. Slaying demons brought no triumph, no more than crushing ants. Without pause, he led 300 Legion warriors and the Primarch's guard toward the breach, launching a countercharge. The 300 Doomslayers grew more terrifying with every kill, demon deaths feeding their power. As the assault pushed deeper, demon formations compressed, unable to bring their numbers to bear. Commit 2 more companies. Lion L. Johnson sensed the moment and ordered 2 fresh companies forward. The Doom Legion's strength far exceeded his expectations. Bold tactics were now possible. 4th and 5th companies peeled from the line and raced to merge with the spearhead, swelling the assault. Along the route, almost nothing could slow the strike force. Clad in auric battleplate that shrugged off most psychic harm, the Legion warriors possessed absolute resistance. Nurgle's plagues lost their warp strength. Slaanish's temptations failed, Tzinch's sorceries barely scratched. Every demon advantage was stifled, while the humans grew stronger with every stride. Even Angrath, veteran of endless wars, could find no crack to exploit in the time left. High above, it watched the human army drive like a keen blade, butchering every demon in its path. Save for the blood god's legions, those demons vulnerable to ranged weapons suffered horrendous losses. Forming ranks was impossible. Angrath's burning gaze fixed on the demigod at the fore, his might trampled legions. Full force attack. Its whip cracked 8 times, each lash infused by the blood god's boon, empowering the demonic host. Lords of Change rose in circling covens, chanting ancient spells to draw warp power and strengthen the front line. Buff after buff descended, as the demonic armies of the 4 gods, each employed their own means to enhance their warriors. Like Khorne's armies that scorned sorcery, the wizard hurled crimson spells, then cast aside his staff, drew a battle axe, and charged the breach. Both sides knew the crucial point: there could be no loss of the breach. If the demons secured it, the Lord of Change's sorcerers could widen the gap, letting ever more troops pour through until numbers alone crushed the defenders. If humanity held that choke point, the demon hordes would be bottled up. Legions still waiting beyond would be useless. Outside the barrier it rained demons. The first flyers burst through, tangling with angels midair. Evil could not match purity. The Lord of Change was torn apart by the angels and tumbled broken from the sky. Argent Nerf flight packs gave the squadrons superb agility. Their aerial maneuvers rivaled those of the demons. Supported by the fixed guns of the defense ring, the flyers shredded anything that slipped through the hole. Beyond the battle line, Malkador smiled. Blazkowicz and the Doom Legion were worth the Emperor's vast investment and faith. Against such a tide, even the Legio Custodes might falter, yet the 21st Legion held firm and showed signs of counterattack. The Doom Slayers stood like an immovable pillar planted in a filthy sea, steadying the entire line against the demon onslaught. Blazkowicz himself never paused, still advancing step after step. Within a single minute, 100 greater demons fell to his blade, famous names among them, yet none could slow him for an instant. The Legion warriors themselves had transformed. Their strength grew every moment. At first, slaying a greater demon required several Marines. Now a little coordination brought one down in the front rank. Where they passed, the ground was slick and muddy. Multicolored demon blood mingled beneath the boots of the noble warriors, proof of chaos impotence. The Doom Slayers never slowed. Shoulder cannons glowing red, they brought down swaths of winged demons while power blades carved through any in their path. Use the shoulder cannon, snapped the Void Dragon, marking the great unclean ones holding the breach. Their bloated, rotting bodies loomed like meat mountains before the gap, clouds of buzzing flies orbiting each one. Fresh demon hordes poured out behind them. From the great unclean one's bellies oozed thick sludge that pooled over the Emperor's sigils, trying to keep the humans at bay. 77 of the monsters spat, acid so foul that a reeking marsh of rot surrounded the breach. No ordinary warrior could approach. Golden boots splashed in, servos clicking softly. The armor's machine spirit warned that the outer plates were corroding. At the warning, Blazkowicz did not hesitate. With a thought, he activated the shoulder cannon. "Watch this," cried the console armor's machine spirit, giddy with excitement. Among the Citan, the Nightbringer Azagherd is one of the few brothers who can wound the warp itself. The cannon locked on, harvest mode at full power, releasing an unseen ripple. Out along the defense ring, warriors felt a chill as something tugged at their sense of self, trying to peel identity away. That ghostly pull was almost impossible to resist. Both Primarchs turned toward its source. From the breach rose deep, anguished howls. Even the great unclean ones, stoic beyond pain, screamed in agony. Lesser demons fared worse. Before they could cry out, their souls were torn free and drawn into the necro-cannon. The Godslayer's aura was stripping them of spirit. Demon essence became raw energy, sucked into the cold cannon and reforged. Fed by those souls, the weapon glowed with pale soul light and swung toward the other Nurgle beasts. The defending Nurgle demons quailed as a strange, ripping sensation warned their every instinct to flee. "Father Nurgle," the great unclean ones wailed in chorus, begging their god's kindness, praying for salvation. The necro-cannon granted no mercy. No thunderous report followed. Instead, a fan-shaped wave whispered across like a gentle breeze, lifting sinful souls away. The monsters' hides turned ash-gray, their huge bodies slumped like sand, collapsing into the sludge as dust. Their demon minds were utterly erased, annihilated by the concept weapon of the god of death. Continue the advance. The commando team broke through the line at a single point, using their bodies to plug the gap in the barrier. Lion sensed the shift in the battlefield as hidden tactical opportunities emerged from the tearing darkness. The lion, with his keen sense for war, caught the scent of victory. Relying on the fearless slaughter of their brothers, the demon army retreated to defend the gap in the barrier. The situation on the battlefield had loosened. There was no longer a need to stick to a passive, defensive posture. Instead, they had to seize the tactical opportunity and take the initiative by launching an attack. The Primarch's gaze was sharp and lethal, fixed on the changes in the holographic sand table as he personally directed the counterattack against the demons. With precise deployment, he organized the defensive units into two interlocking sawtooth formations, covering each other as they systematically ground down the outward-spreading demon army. Command once again dispatched 2 companies of Doom Slayers to follow the route torn open by the charge, reinforcing the vanguard and opening defensive corridors for friendly forces in the rear. As the human army used themselves as bait, the demon army naturally moved to block the reinforcements. They roared and shrieked, closing in from both flanks to block the human army's reinforcement attempt and save the collapsing situation. Demon hounds, small and agile, darted through the hail of bullets. These insidious hunters did not leap to pounce. Instead, they performed a kneeling slide, aiming directly for the Doom Slayers' lower bodies. The corn-flesh hounds were twisted and lethal, their maws filled with interlocking blood-stained teeth opening horizontally. Without needing to tilt their heads to bite, their crimson eyes locked onto the weak points in the armor at the back of the knees. The situation was critical. This warrior had no time for anything else. His right hand's spear pierced 3 bloodletters, his left arm's dimensional claws shredded demonic flames, and the shoulder cannon's firepower couldn't hit the low-charging hounds close at hand. Need help. In the nanosecond that passed, an inquiry came through the mental link. Other brothers had noticed their kin's peril. No need, the reply was steady and powerful without a hint of panic. In a rapid movement measured in milliseconds, the warrior launched his counterattack. His movements were incredibly fast. Even in the eyes of the demons, he remained an untouchable phantom. A black auric gold boot rose and fell, slamming like a heavy hammer onto the hound's forehead, ruthlessly crushing it into the ground as searing brain matter splattered out. Because it had charged too fiercely, its neck snapped on the spot, its lower body flipped high into the air, and its 4 paws continued the charging motion unconsciously. The warrior hooked his right hand, letting the shaft of the spear drop so the spike at the butt could pierce the demon hound's spine, completely eliminating the insidious hunter. Then, switching to a reverse grip on the spear, a 3-meter-long dimensional light blade swept out. Several charging demons were cut in half at the waist, their bodies falling powerlessly as hearts and organs spilled across the ground. At every moment, there were too many such situations on the battlefield. Wave after wave of the God of War's servants charged the human warriors in the most fanatical manner. The Doom Slayer's light blade flipped, swinging hundreds of times a second and achieving even more effective kills, leaving a trail of mangled corpses wherever he went. A faint pink fragrance filled the air. 3 minutes into the battle, the Slaaneshi demon army began its 6th wave of assault. Matching the dark god's sacred number, they surged from the gap in the passage toward Blazkovich. The demonic bodies were glowing, the dark god's blessings visibly strengthening them. The keepers of secrets swayed in their dance, their dark purple lips murmuring whispers that spoke of every kind of temptation. Slaaneshi beasts galloped forth, flanking from both sides of the charging line. Their momentum was as swift as the wind, fully displaying the dark god's path of celerity. Change formation, kill them. Blazkovich was beside the Primarch, in the 3rd echelon of the charging spearhead. There were fewer enemies at this position, making it convenient for him to issue commands. With the Gene Father as the tip of the spear, the formation behind him tightened quickly to prevent the line from being broken by the Slaaneshi cavalry. The Slaaneshi beasts licked the void with long tongues, ridden by Slaaneshi dancers. They dove while shrieking decadent sounds, their running speed exceeding the speed of sound. The thundering of 10,000 beasts served as the drumbeat. The Slaaneshi dancers screamed in high-pitched excitement, their demonic voices soul-corroding and enchanting as they craned their necks to chant songs of corruption. They were impatient to taste the warriors' burning souls and experience the ecstatic feast brought by pain. Slay! The cavalry swept past the charging spearhead. The Doom Slayers worked in pairs. The former slashed horizontally at the Slaaneshi dancers, while the latter stayed low to slaughter the Slaaneshi beasts. Splash! A rain of purple demonic blood splattered across the battlefield as the beasts' entrails spilled out. The cavalry crashed into the high-speed sawtooth formation. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere as countless evil entities perished on the battlefield. Slaaneshi illusions could not shake the warriors' resolve. The hypnotic dance steps were like those of a clown. Before the firmest of wills, falsehood remained falsehood. For those whose hearts were as solid as rock, the counter-response happened in a single thought. Lawya! A shrill scream rang out as a Slaaneshi chariot was smashed to pieces by Blazkovich. The 6 keepers of secrets who had been riding it tumbled across the ground. Before they could even crawl back up, the warriors' blades were upon them. Several Doom Slayers charged forward, and under their brother's cover, hacked the Keeper of Secrets' great demons into pieces before calmly retreating back to their original formation. The mentally linked warriors cooperated as if they were a single person. Their movements were concise, their commands clear, and there was no hesitation. Blazkovich gripped a Keeper of Secrets by the throat. The dark god's blessing of pain-pleasure was suppressed by the Godslayer. The look of enjoyment vanished from the great demon's delicate face, replaced by pain that radiated from its neck to its entire body, revealing true fear. A retractable blade snapped out, piercing through the lower jaw to scramble the brain. The Keeper of Secrets' graceful body stopped struggling and became a pale corpse. The corpse flew out like a cannonball, clanging against a buckler and exploding into a burst of dark purple blood. Shalaxi Hellbane crawled up from the ground, its ram-feather crown tilted and its magnificent dress stained with demonic blood, looking utterly wretched. "Give me your life," Blazkovich naturally recognized it. The scenes that had unfolded in the palace years ago were still vivid in his mind, and his eyes reddened as fury surged. He took a quick step forward, kicked away a demonic weapon, and then kicked it hard toward the Slaaneshi great demon. The air was instantly torn apart as the demonic longsword turned into a black arrow. Shalaxi had no time to dodge and could only raise its double-headed sword to block. The sound of clashing steel was intense as black sparks exploded. The hand of the chief great demon holding the blade went numb from the vibration, barely managing to block the strike. It looked over from the corner of its eye, its heart filled with shocking horror. The weapon personally blessed by the dark god was trembling, its edge shattered, having suffered irreversible damage. Before it could retreat, a figure charged up. Even the Slaaneshi great demon, known for its speed, could not see him clearly. Almost out of instinct, Shalaxi raised its buckler, and then the world spun as its body was knocked backward rapidly. When it regained its senses, there was a fist-shaped dent in the buckler. Its arms were trembling and numb, black demonic bones were exposed. Its flesh and skin had been vibrated into mush, and half of its body had lost sensation. The chief great demon looked up again. The Godslayer retracted his fist, killed another Keeper of Secrets with his longsword, and then turned his gaze back toward it. It snapped out of the relief of its colleague taking the blow for it. Using its double-headed sword for support, it kicked off with its hind hooves and scrambled to its feet. Just as it stood up, Blazkovich caught a giant spear thrown by a war machine. swinging it to shatter an incoming chariot and flatten the Keeper of Secrets' great demon riding it. Having dealt with the attacking great demon, he searched for Shalaxi's figure, only to find the chief great demon limping and crawling away from the battlefield. Willa. Blazkovich gave up the pursuit and returned to the charging formation as the mournful sound of a horn reached his ears. The seventh wave of attack had arrived. The seventh wave of assault corresponded to Nurgle's sacred number, the attack where the dark god Nurgle's power was at its strongest. 7 great unclean ones, bloated as mountains, stepped out of the passage. Their steps were heavy, and they had lost their usual laughter. Their fat faces were incredibly solemn. The leading demon's body was decaying, and it held a rusted longsword. As the leader of the 7 demons, it blocked the gap in the passage without yielding an inch. Scabiathrax, one of the strongest and oldest of Nurgle's great unclean ones. It resided in the blighted pit and wielded the blade of wither, which caused anything it touched to rapidly age and rot. The 7th attack was led by it personally, showcasing the great power of Father Nurgle. With another powerful enemy appearing, Blazkovich abandoned his pursuit of Shalaxi. He knew he had to retake the gap to gain the advantage on the battlefield. The 7 great unclean ones were like 7 mountain peaks forming a continuous range, standing across the path of the charge. "Follow me," Blazkovich growled, leading his Gene sons as they quickened their pace. His insight authority captured an anomaly. With the arrival of Scabiathrax, decay factors spread through the air, molecular structures began to break down, and even the auric gold armor showed faint signs of corrosion under the great demon's power. The charging distance was close. Blazkovich took out the super shotgun from dimensional space, loaded it with Emperor-blessed bullets, and rushed at Scabiathrax without hesitation. Seeing the Godslayer charging, Scabiathrax's face twisted into a grin. His decaying body shrank rapidly, and his bloated arms gripped the blade of decay. He felt heavy-hearted, knowing his massive size was a disadvantage against the Godslayer. He immediately compressed his body, trying his best to avoid the edge of the crucible sword. Kugath the Plaguefather followed suit, reducing his size. He intended to make room so they could swarm the Godslayer together. While shrinking, Rotigus the Rainfather spewed rain clouds from the massive mouth on his belly. Under the authority of abundance, putrid green rain filled with corruption fell. The rain of corruption had no effect on Blazkovich. The consul armor was forged by the Emperor, and the old ones from materials taken from the Citan, making it immune to such rain. However, the Legion's overall pace was forced to quicken. The shining gold armor was inert to psychic energy, but there was always a limit. It couldn't be completely immune and would still react. Traces of erosion on the smooth armor from the rain were subtle but real. If the Nurgle demons weren't eliminated quickly, the power armor would soon fail. Furthermore, Scabiathrax's presence symbolized decay. Every swing of the blade of decay in his hand accelerated the spread of corruption. Had any other legion been here, their ceramite armor would have long since rotted. Only Blazkovich and the Doom Legion naturally suppressed demons were immune to mental attacks and could resist conceptual erosion. No demon before the Legion could withstand a single blow. By the time they reached the front, the 7 Nurgle demons were only 7 meters tall, matching Nurgle's sacred number. The two sides collided. 3 greater demons surrounded Blazkovich, while the other 4 faced the Legion warriors. Blazkovich Novik! Scabiathrax's voice was low as he led his 2 brothers to attack the Godslayer. His rotting, ulcerated body twisted, his bloated arms unleashing immense power. The blade of decay slashed down rapidly. He gave it his all, not daring to hold back. The Rainfather swung the twisted, gnarled scepter in his hand, scattering countless lives and plagues. He responded to his brother's strike with a forceful horizontal sweep. Kugath's huge mouth opened, swollen and oozing pus, spitting out plague phlegm to counter the incoming Godslayer. An attack from 3 of the most powerful greater demons was something no being dared ignore. but they were facing Blazkovich. Banged! Golden light exploded across the battlefield. Many demons covered their eyes, unable to look directly at the vast radiance of the Emperor. This place was very close to the Emperor, almost within reach. The power of the ammunition blessed by the Emperor was unleashed to its limit. Golden light erupted from the muzzle, destroying the phlegm Kugath spat out and piercing his swollen belly. Intestinal fluids and pus splattered everywhere as rotting meat fell away. Before Kugath's scream could escape, Blazkovich's crucible sword and the blade of decay clashed violently. His left hand tossed the super shotgun aside and reached out to grab the gnarled scepter. With just one arm, he blocked the Rainfather's attack. Rumbled. Beings beyond imagination were fighting, their power shaking the heavens and the earth. The rain of corruption pattered down, and red thunder roared. This was truly a battle between gods and demons, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Scabrathrax watched the man drenched in putrid green rain, with a mix of shock and fear. The longsword in the man's hand struck the blade of decay, chipping the conceptual artifact. His body trembled under the erosion of an even more malicious concept. On the other side, the Rainfather was equally incredulous. The Godslayer had caught his full-strength strike with one hand, unwavering. As a greater demon under Father Nurgle, he had never chosen a divine artifact as a weapon due to his innate strength. Instead, he had taken a branch from the Garden of Nurgle to use as a scepter. Now Rotigus felt numb inside, his face beneath the red hood filled with bewilderment. Within a 10,000th of a second, he felt an irresistible force. Accompanied by a sharp pain in his hand, the gnarled scepter was brutally wrenched away. Filthy things are not worthy of speaking my name. The man before them let out a wild roar. The sound waves shattered the corrupt rain clouds as he launched a thunderous counterattack with boundless fury. The moment the red thunder fell, his right hand suddenly exerted force. Scabrathrax's hand holding the blade trembled as he watched the weapon slash toward him. He hurriedly countered, ignoring the pain and wounds. He reached out to steady the blade of decay, using all his strength to prevent the cursed blade from getting closer. Pinning Scabrathrax's sword down, Blazkovich swung the captured branch with his left hand, stabbing it back into the Rainfather's chest. Rotigus instinctively tried to dodge, but the gap in power made it impossible. He watched as the scepter tore through his ulcerated skin, broke through the pus-filled fat, pierced diseased bone, and stabbed into his slowly beating plague heart. A wail escaped his giant mouth. The gnarled scepter pierced through his back, the source of the greater demon's power was destroyed, and the mouth on his belly vomited putrid green blood. As he fell, he saw from the corner of his eye that the other greater demons were also wailing in pain, on the verge of collapse. The other 4 greater demons were being besieged, their limbs hacked off. They were about to be utterly destroyed, with no chance of survival. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he quickly channeled his power to perform an escape spell, fleeing the disadvantageous situation. His falling body shriveled rapidly. The Nurgle Greater Demon fled the real universe, his demonic essence returning to the Garden of Nurgle. Blazkovich ignored his departure. His left hand erupted with Cetan fire, engulfing Kugath the Plaguefather. Nurgle demons were naturally weak to fire. Cetan fire came from the fury of the real universe, condensed from the concept of high temperature. Its heat was beyond imagination. Kugath rolled in agony. The flame scorched his skin, ignited his fat layers, and burned into the virus-laden bones formed by the plague. His body swelled, and his pustules and herpes sizzled with grease. Countless waves of pain swept over him. As the viruses dissolved, the feedback flooded his brain, and the Plaguefather rapidly weakened. Father, the most favored greater demon, wailed. Unable to cast spells amidst the pain, he could only pray before the blades reached him. Please take me away. Sigh, a grand sigh echoed from the void, sounding in everyone's ears, gentle and kind. Sanguinius, fighting bravely, knocked a demon aside and looked toward the warp rift. His eyes were filled with shock as he gripped his spear tightly. Lionel Johnson instinctively raised his shield and also looked up, his face grim and cold, his sword hand trembling slightly. Both Primarchs felt an indescribable fear, not physical, but from the depths of their souls. The owner of that sai possessed power comparable to, or even exceeding, that of the Emperor. Malcador's breathing quickened slightly. He breathed rapidly to calm the palpitations in his heart. Nurgle's appearance was unexpected, and he couldn't help but feel panicked. Valdor, commanding the Imperial Guard, quietly retreated. He signaled the Queen of the Soulless behind him. If anything went wrong, they would leave immediately to protect the Emperor's body. With the Chaos God sai, Kugeth's body stopped struggling. His soul left the burning body and returned to the Garden of Nurgle, back to Nurgle's side. The Chaos God took away his most beloved greater demon, along with Scabarthrax. His body withered quickly. Once the essence departed, its resistance vanished and it crumbled like sand. Blazkowicz caught the falling super shotgun, holstered it, and then reached out to pull the interlocking blade of decay from his crucible sword. The blade of this divine demonic weapon was chipped, and it did not dare move in the Godslayer's hand. Konstantin Valdor, Blazkowicz growled, summoning the commander of the Imperial Guard. With the 7 Nurgle demons gone, there was no longer anything blocking the gap. Reinforcements were needed to defend it and completely block the influx of the demon army. "Follow me." Valdor picked 1,000 custodians, stepped out of the defensive line, and quickly followed the Primarch's lead. He knew this was a massive opportunity. The demon vanguard had been crushed by the Primarch. Khorne would soon organize an 8th charge, at which point the Blood God's army would be greatly strengthened. They had to be blocked within the gap to prevent the demons from bypassing the Doom Slayers and spreading. "Shrink the defensive line." Lionel Johnson drew a boundary on the holographic display, ordering the defensive forces to contract again and reclaim the areas occupied by the demons. He himself stepped down from the high platform, prepared to join the battle personally. The defensive line contracted like a tightening pocket. The range of fire narrowed, and the warriors' combat zones overlapped heavily. As long as they held their ground, they could trap the demon army in the rift. No matter their numbers, they wouldn't be able to deploy effectively. Reinforcements were about to arrive to take full control of the gap. Once the initiative was in their hands, whether to attack or defend would depend entirely on tactical needs. Sanguinius descended from the air, his face and wings stained with red and blue blood. The spear of Telesto pinned a large blue bird to the ground. The first wave of powerful aerial enemies had been completely wiped out, and the flight squads were hunting down the remaining foes. His golden warboots stepped on the head of the Lord of Change. This bird-like demon had caused quite a bit of trouble earlier, nearly managing to cast a spell. The great angel exerted force with his leg. The dying greater demon of Tzinch's eyes bulged, and blue blood overflowed from its beak, yet it wore a bizarre smile. The Lord of Change was very happy. Although its death was miserable and the process painful, it would not truly die, so naturally it laughed joyfully. The angel ignored it, soaring into the air once more to strike at the enemies in the sky. In the real universe, the battle raged on. Warriors and demons were tangled together, fighting until flesh and blood flew and the world changed color. Beneath the physical surface, there was another battlefield. The Emperor ignored the demonic armies of the 4 gods, his consciousness focused and piercing as it entered the depths of Pandora to find the world's spirit. He did not worry too much, nor did he pay much attention to the outside world. Perhaps to the Emperor the outcome was not important. Failure and success were not opposing poles. They were like twin vines entwined around the trajectory of fate. The variables affecting victory or defeat were not anxiety about the future, but depended on what was done in the present. On the surface of Pandora, the great sacred trees changed from white to gold. The Emperor had completed the initial sealing. making it difficult for the consciousness of the world's spirit to extend. He only had one thing to do: complete the ritual as soon as possible. When would the war inside the passage end? This decision did not belong to the struggling soldiers, nor did it belong to the charging demons. The Emperor and the Chaos Gods tacitly understood that the game between them would ebb and flow with the progress of the ritual. During this period, how long the battle lasted was a matter of the chess player's strategic control. The Emperor knew this well. He was imprisoned in a fire of anxiety, yet he could not rush. He needed to proceed step by step. Golden psychic energy was injected bit by bit, slowly eroding the world's spirit, seizing its conceptual existence, and transforming it into the form the Emperor required. The world's spirit, a miraculous creation in the universe, the incarnation of a planet's ancient, spreading evolution. It was born from an accumulation. In the early stages of planetary life evolution, there were vast numbers of primitive life forms. They were numerous and possessed souls and wills, but were too weak. So weak that after death, their souls found it difficult to enter the warp, eventually depositing in the real universe and attaching themselves to the world. Over time, pure souls accumulated to a certain number and fused together, giving birth to a relatively stable collective will with high intelligence. Once the collective will awakened, it began to influence the world's species in reverse. The two evolved together, naturally possessing the potential to move toward becoming a higher race. Remember the fastest novel site on the web, go to 101 can't you? Com for a comprehensive collection. The Emperor knew this well, so he moved steadily, using the most secure methods possible to erode and annex the collective consciousness. He did not dare to be too eager and destroy this precious gift. World spirits were rare to begin with, and they knew how to hide themselves. Those suitable for occupation were even fewer. For example, Terra, as the cradle of the human race, had a very fast biological evolution process. Several mass extinctions did not provide enough raw materials for a distinct collective intelligence to be born. Later, the Old Ones sowed wisdom, and intelligent races appeared. If it weren't for the Old Ones, after a few more mass extinctions, Terra could have developed a world spirit to self-direct biological evolution. Another example was Salt's. It was too young, even showing signs of being a premature birth, with its self-will still in an ignorant stage. Forcibly establishing a soul contract would cause its will to collapse and return to a primitive state of nothingness. Pandora was just right. Its soul consciousness was sound and complete, and its essence was growing rapidly, equivalent to the adolescent stage of a human. It would also be bad if it passed this stage. Once a world spirit became too powerful, it could trigger warp storms with its will alone, making the establishment ritual often not worth the cost. During humanity's past glorious era, the Emperor had heard of Catachan. That world's ecosystem was extremely xenophobic. The organisms were almost all predators, evolving frantically and radiating the most primitive malice. Someone once wanted to destroy Catachan, as its existence was a potential threat. Before the operation could begin, the high-orbit fleet was swept away by a warp storm. Whether humans eventually colonized Catachan, the Emperor did not know. After all, it was just a cosmic anecdote, and there were too many such events during the Great Colonization era. At that time, the Emperor did not know the reason. He just thought it was miraculous. Later, once his knowledge had accumulated to a certain level, he guessed that Catachan had a fully mature world spirit, allowing it to remain independent in the universe. Even with the Emperor's experience, he currently knew of only 3 world spirits. Salt's was as fragile as an infant, and Catachan was an irritable strongman. Only Pandora had all the conditions just right, perfectly meeting the criteria to serve as humanity's resting place. The will of the Emperor was a golden thread hanging down from the sun high in the warp. Wherever it passed, demons retreated. The golden thread passed through the psychic array and pierced into the white growth rings of the sacred tree. The Emperor's body radiated psychic energy, which was guided by Malkador and injected into the 12 psychic arrays, declaring the official start of the erosion ritual. The array platforms hung high in the sky. After the Emperor's power was injected, the array patterns glowed as if infinite golden psychic energy were pouring down, mapped through the arrays into Pandora. The world of Pandora vibrated slightly as psychic power spread outward from the arrays. 12 golden rings expanded, crushing every basic atom. The native creatures did not know why, but they lost their connection with Iwa, and fear welled up in their hearts. The Emperor's will extended infinitely, screening and expelling the world's spirit from every speck of dust. Only in this way could it be foolproof. As a will born from the remains of all things, its tentacles had long since permeated every inch of the world's soil. Rigorous screening was essential, and also the most mentally taxing. Far away at the other end of the galaxy, Terra's astronomicon dimmed considerably, but it did not cause too much panic. Before the Imperial Chancellor secretly departed, he left a resolution plan for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Astronomicon maintenance, no need for panic. The high-level officials immediately ordered the astropathic choir to broadcast this news to the universe, high-handedly snuffing out those with ill intentions. The battle in the real universe was still ongoing. 3 Primarchs held the breach of the passage to the death. The Imperial Guard and the Sentinels held the passes, while the Doom Legion charged into the passage. The battlefield was never quiet for a moment. The roars of warriors and the wails of demons intertwined. The angels soared through the sky, the scene looking like human heroic spirits fighting demons, a tapestry of holiness and bloodiness that was breathtaking. The 8th wave of the Khorne demonic army's assault was shattered by Blazkowicz. Half of the 888 bloodthirsters died at his hands, his wild combat posture striking terror into the demons. Sanguinius' wings showed no hint of purity, stained with demon blood and decorated in various colors. The great angel vented his divine power, gasping for breath to recover his strength before charging at another demon, striking the vile creature down from the sky. Before the warriors could even catch their breath, Tzeentch's 9th wave of attack arrived. "Follow me!" The lion's roar was deafening as his sword pointed at the Tzeentch army, calling for his own reinforcements. Valdor moved at the sound, grabbing the back-neck armor of the soulless queen and charging toward the Primarch, responding to the lion's call. Most of the Imperial Guard did the same, grabbing the Sisters of Silence near them and rushing to the commander of the Imperial Guard's side to form a charge formation. Their attack target was clear. They quickly gathered and struck at the demon ground forces. 999 Lords of Change, whose conspiracies were enough to destroy a galaxy, were gathered in the narrow passage to launch a frontal assault. Horrors and Flamers, the Tzeentch army chanted incantations, bringing down Tzeentchian fire and burning the human army with sorcery. Weakness, hallucinations, misfortune. Almost every negative spell descended upon the human troops, weakening the Imperial Guard and the Sentinels. Sanguinius made a prompt decision. His wings spread, tracing a graceful arc in space as he charged into the Tzeentch army's formation. The flying units followed him, breaking through the Tzeentch army's magic arrays and interrupting the vicious psychic rituals. Anti-psychic missiles launching. The Iron Man reinforcements stepped onto the battlefield, pouring into the passage from the breach, the missile pods on their mechanical legs aimed at the sky. When the mechanical feet of the Iron Man Legion crushed the rocks, Blazkowicz's tightened jawline finally relaxed slightly. The main force to counter the Tzeentch demonic army had arrived. The Tzeentch army had many flying units, and the ground troops couldn't reach them. The tide of battle had briefly been unfavorable, so the support came very timely. "Stop those technological creations!" Kairos' 2 heads screamed as its staff shot out lightning, knocking down the ominous missiles. Its 2 heads, which saw into the past and future, saw the scene after the missiles exploded, where their advantage was greatly weakened. Kairos Fateweaver, an extremely special Lord of Change. The power to see into the past and future was immensely useful on the battlefield. Kairos' hurried screams drew the attention of many demons, who followed the order to intercept the missiles launched by the humans. Lightning and fire intertwined into a net. Not even 1 in 10 spirit-exterminating missiles remained. Only a few missiles broke through the defenses and exploded at the designated positions, scattering the ashes of the soulless to suppress the rapid psychic mutation. But that was enough. As the Iron Men entered the fray one after another, heavy firepower platforms locked onto the passage entrance. Spirit-exterminating missiles poured out like a tide, and the barrage formed by various weapons completely covered the flying enemies. Quickly stop the humans and machines! Kairos foresaw a terrifying future, then bent an incoming ray and urged his other colleagues to act again. Bang, bang, bang! The actual combat situation was elusive. On a battlefield where destiny changed in an instant, even prophecies could hardly keep up with reality. More spirit-exterminating missiles exploded, ruthlessly negating the ethereal psychic energy. The interception force gradually weakened, entering a vicious cycle. Damn those soulless ones! The greater demon of Tzinch groaned in pain as the soulless powder dispersed everywhere, causing psychic spells to weaken rapidly. Coupled with the Godslayer's suppression of psychic energy, the power of the Lord of Change was obstructed, making it difficult to bring disaster upon the human troops. Even those cold machines were equipped with some kind of psychic shielding device to prevent scrapcode intrusion. They were clearly well prepared. At the upper end of the passage, the swarm of demons retreated again and again, flapping their wings to increase their safe altitude. The demons on the ground felt miserable. The ashes of the soulless filled the space. They felt difficulty breathing, and their physical forms rapidly weakened. 5-man squads banished the demons. Blazkovich issued a dispersal command. There was no longer a need for a shock troop. It was time to spread the combat power to suppress the demons. After killing demons and absorbing their essence, the Gene Sun's strength had grown several times over. Breaking up the team to kill the demon army was beneficial to their growth, allowing them to remain flexible while slicing through the demonic lines. Inside the passage breach, the demonic armies of the 4 gods were packed densely. They were endless, so dispersing and cutting them off was the only way. As you command, Blazkovich responded while killing a brass juggernaut. The Legion brothers quickly formed 5-man teams to expand the effective kill zone. Watch the sky. Before moving, Blazkovich reminded them to watch the top of the passage, where demons were still constantly rushing down. Flight equipment will arrive in 1 minute. Blazkovich raised his left arm, shaking off the demon blood. A holographic projection popped up. Once equipped, we will immediately support Sanguinius. The Archon's arrangement was sound. Blazkovich crushed the skull of a keeper of secrets and led the Primarch's guard away from the main group to support Lion. Odysseus, he growled, grabbing a bloodthirster and lifting it high, pointing towards Sanguinius in the sky. Go support my brother. Besides Sanguinius, there was only a flight squad of 100 members of the Imperial Guard, pinning down nearly 1,000 winged demons, dancing on the edge of danger. Most of the other Imperial Guard equipped with jump packs circled above Valdor's head, protecting the Sisters of Silence and the Primarch. Odysseus heard the call, looked back at the blood-winged angel, and then saw the Primarch reinforcing the team. He no longer hesitated. Leave 100 men on guard, the rest follow me. 300 Imperial Guard warriors turned and flew toward the sky to reinforce the great angel, who was pinning down the enemy. Blazkovich slammed down with force, and the bloodthirster instantly shattered into pieces. The massive power surged through its body, turning it into a pile of mush. He did not stop. His super shotgun fired constantly, picking off greater demons of the 4 gods one by one, making it difficult for the demonic army to form a wave. The only drawback was that humans and demons were now mixed together in the slaughter. The Reaper shoulder cannon did not distinguish between friend and foe, so large-scale scattering could not be used for now. The Void Dragon controlled the shoulder cannon, its annihilation rays precisely picking off demons, letting out a weird laugh from within the armor. Lion charged at the forefront, his kite shield held high, blocking the spells launched by the demons. After some time of familiarity, he discovered the wonders of the kite shield. It could block enemy attacks and also precisely reflect them back. The power sword gifted by his brother was indestructible. Combined with his own strength, those filthy existences known as greater demons were like a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. He parried the great axe of a red greater demon, and his longsword thrust out, piercing the greater demon's chest and ending the enemy in his path. The shield tilted slightly, and a bolt of psychic lightning was reflected back, killing a group of lesser demons. The Primarch's power was obvious to all. Lion struck 1,000 times in an instant. The wings of a blue greater demon were stripped away, its throat shredded, and it became a pile of minced meat upon hitting the ground. Facing an ugly purple greater demon, he broke its feet with a sweep kick and then swung his sword to sever its throat. Shaking the blood off his blade, Lion actually felt that the demons, individually, were not particularly strong. However, their numbers were vast, and one must never be surrounded. Valdor, following the Primarch, had sweat on his forehead. The commander of the Imperial Guard adjusted his breathing and recovered his stamina to ensure he could keep up. This terrifyingly fast-paced battle made him feel immense pressure. If Blazkowicz Noack hadn't led the Legion warriors to pierce through the demon defensive line and block the demon army back into the passage breach, the warriors present would have suffered unknown sacrifices. Witnessing the terrifying combat power of the Doom Slayers, the commander of the Imperial Guard finally understood why the Emperor had spared no expense to create this legion. Their power was truly peerless. Moreover, as the time spent killing enemies increased, the Legion warriors became even stronger. It seemed as if some mysterious power was constantly enhancing them. Valdor noticed that the top performers among the Legion warriors were becoming almost equal to himself. Their growth rate was incredibly shocking. The commander of the Imperial Guard felt a bit of jealousy in his heart. He admitted he couldn't compare to the Primarchs. Those beings came from the warp and were demigods walking among men. But now, even the Astartes of the Doom Legion had the potential to catch up to him, which naturally made him feel a bit uneasy. Fortunately, for various reasons, the 21st Legion stood firmly on the side of humanity. "Back off!" a clear shout pulled Valdor back to reality. The soulless queen concentrated her mind, using her soulless field to suppress a great unclean one of Nurgle. Valdor instinctively swung his son's spear, decapitating the greater demon and ending the calamitous creature. Demonic memories surged up again. The commander of the Imperial Guard was already used to it and filtered them out of his brain. The son's spear was forged by the Emperor himself. Not only was it incomparably sharp, but it also possessed a miraculous ability. When the spear pierced an enemy, the commander of the Imperial Guard would know their name and past, understanding the deceased's lifelong experiences and their final fate. He swung his weapon again and again, dismembering the demons before him. The countless memories did not cause the commander of the Imperial Guard to waver in the slightest. Suddenly, Valdor felt the situation change. He keenly noticed that some demons actually seemed to be actively seeking death. Their faces were still hideous, with cunning hidden within, and the weapons they brandished were lethal and poisonous. But on a battlefield where details determined life and death, he clearly felt that the demons were intent on dying, no longer as enthusiastic as when they first arrived. Then a wind rose behind Valdor's head, and a phantom flashed past him. A red sword light turned into a meteor, leaving behind a series of dense afterimages. The commander of the Imperial Guard's body stiffened as he tried his best to interpret the movements remaining on his retina, analyzing what had just happened. Within a millisecond, the Primarch had flashed past him, slaying demons along the way and leaving a trail of blood and gore. In that time, which was slow relative to himself, over 1,000 demons were decapitated, and several greater demons were smashed into rotten meat before they could even react. He finally understood why the demons were in a hurry to die. The red meteor flashed by, circling the charging team once and clearing out all the surrounding demons. "Quickly go destroy that formation," Lion roared urgently. A hint of fatigue that shouldn't have been there appeared on him. The demonic formation was beginning to take effect. Blazkowicz did not linger upon hearing this. His crucible sword swung so fast it was airtight, slicing all the demons in his path into fragments. With no allies in front of him, the Reaper shoulder cannon began to charge. The essence of the demons within the fan-shaped area was extracted and then fired back out. Wherever the cold touch of death reached, the demon army met true death, dissipating into ashes. "Stop him!" Above the formation, the panic of the 99 Lords of Change was visible to the naked eye. Countless spells were fired from their hands. Frost, fire, time, gravity, storms, hundreds of spells struck, turning Blazkowicz into a ball of light. "Brother," Lion roared, charging forward with his shield raised. Crack! All sorts of spells shattered. Gravity returned to normal, time no longer stagnated, and frost and fire were both underfoot. Screech! The shattered spells were accompanied by shrill cries. The echoes of the broken spells exploded. The throats of the Lords of Change burst, their staves shattered, and their shrill cries fell along with their bodies. Witnessing his brother's feat, Lion stepped on the corpses of the demons, his blade hoisting a demon's head as he raised his arm and shouted, "Magnificent!" Blazkowicz's pace did not stop. The moment he stepped into the formation, the chaos magic vibrated violently and then collapsed beneath his feet. He threw out the crucible sword with an outstretched arm. The god-slaying sword flipped several times before plunging into the center of the formation. With a boom, the entire demonic formation shattered into sparks. "We have failed." A long sigh came from the depths of the warp, smoothing the surging waves. Chapter 125, Crisis. "We have failed." A sigh echoed from the depths of the warp. The four gods watched the battlefield, understanding the inevitable outcome. The frontline forces were crushed like dry weeds, and the amplification arrays shattered along with them. No demon could stop Blazkowicz. He had turned the tide of the battlefield almost single-handedly. "Are we leaving?" The fervor of war faded. Khorne snapped back from the excitement of the pervasive blood mist, and after a long silence had to face failure. Blazkowicz's displayed power brought joy, yet the rout of the blood god's army filled Khorne with fury at the cowardice of his subordinate demonic legions. "We can only leave now." Nurgle comforted his suffering garden, his steady and grotesque voice filled with pity. Continuing the fight was meaningless. The Dark Prince's vitality was gone, and he remained somberly silent. This joint operation was a total disaster. The demonic army's reputation was ruined, its legions trampled, and a huge price was paid for nothing. Their side suffered heavy losses. In a short time, countless true names of demons dissipated into nothingness. Blazkowicz had truly caused damage to chaos. Funding the enemy. This concept, proposed in secret at the beginning of the war planning, had now become a stark reality, placed in opposition to the gods. The power of Blazkowicz and his blood descendants grew day by day. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain 101 .com, which has a vast collection and is very practical. Every clash the demonic army had with them was like honing a god-slaying blade, making its edge even sharper. "Go," Tzinch readily admitted defeat. "From now on, we need not have any more conflict with him." This battle is a profound lesson. Failure can serve as a warning to us. We shall never repeat the same mistake. Deep within the crystal labyrinth, Tzinch's true self sat cross-legged in the void. Because the outcome of the war had completely exceeded his prophecy, he casually scattered the millions of threads of fate in his hands. The outcome of the war exceeded his prophecy. The Chaos God never expected that a meticulously arranged rehearsal would be torn through by one person, overturning the favorable situation. The next direct confrontation will determine the future landscape. Tzynch looked down at the battlefield and casually cast out orders to the demonic army. "My army, leave the real universe." The other Chaos gods nodded. The situation on the battlefield was clear at a glance. There was no need for further mutual recrimination. Their respective demonic legions had done their best, setting aside their schemes to work together against the enemy, yet it still had no effect. It was by no means the fault of any single god. Though they didn't want to admit it, in a small local battle, the Chaos camp had indeed met with defeat. The Chaos gods used their various means to notify their subordinate demonic legions to withdraw from the real universe and end this battle early. What about the arrangements for them? The blood god exhaled a mist of blood, showing the movements in the real universe. Tzynch had little interest in the destined fate. No need to worry about them. He let out a sharp laugh, his distorted voice filled with unknowable pleasure. Ultimately, the battlefield here collapsed too quickly. In a true sense, it was the powerlessness of our demonic legions that ultimately doomed them. "Let's go." The Chaos God took one last look at Pandora, whipped up a blue storm, and left decisively. "HMPH?" The blood god snorted coldly and casually crushed the bloody image, yet still chose to watch. He gazed at the bravery of the warriors swinging their swords. Slaanesh issued the withdrawal order and immediately left the battlefield, moving away from the blank space devoid of entertainment, his consciousness returning to the 6 circles. Father Nurgle sighed deeply. He did not leave alone, but took all the Nurgle demonic legions with him. "Legions of the blood god." Andra's whip cracked through the passage, adding power to his roar. "Our god has ordered us to leave." Hearing the commander's order, the blood god's army began to withdraw from the battlefield, turning into streaks of bloody light as they retreated from the real universe. The sickly green Nurgle demonic army was even faster. The moment the withdrawal order was given, the Chaos God personally took them away, not letting his subordinate army suffer too much. "Brothers," Harlan let out a roar, raising the dark light and rushing forward, "purge the remaining demons." Seeing the demons about to withdraw, the sentinels, who had been suppressing their hatred while guarding the gap, could no longer hold back. They rushed out of the defensive line and began to pursue the demonic army. The armies of the 3 gods had no heart for battle. The winged ones spread their wings and flew from the ground into the void, withdrawing from the ground battlefield immediately. "Purge the demons." Valdor raised his spear and shouted, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly and ordered the Custod's units to pursue. The human army's morale was soaring. They brandished their blades and pursued the demons, grasping victory in their hands and driving out the remaining demonic host. Greater demons quickly chanted incantations, abandoning their physical shells at the first opportunity to flee back to the warp and escape the lethal pursuit of the human forces. The rest of the demons were in shambles. After losing the command of the high-ranking greater demons, they found it difficult to organize a retreat formation and scattered like birds and beasts. Truly filthy and malicious creations. Lion retracted his power sword and shook off the foul blood staining his shield, his voice full of disdain. Sanguinius descended from the sky, his wings and armor covered in demonic blood, his spear pointing to the sky. "They have no honor." The demonic army had surged in like a tide, and now receded like one. They came with aggressive momentum and left in a wretched state. To escape the humans' pursuit, wherever Sanguinius pointed, demons would kick down their comrades, using the lives of other demons to cover their own escape. "Are you still worried?" The great angel saw his brother's expression. Blazkovich took off his helmet, his face showing no joy of victory. "Yes." Blazkovich looked up at the departing demons, a look of concern deep in his eyes. "They never act without a plan. Such a grand-scale offensive must have multiple layers of calculation. Are you saying they still have tricks up their sleeves? Lion's thick golden eyebrows furrowed as he raised a hand to brush away the clotted demonic blood from his beard. His brother's words had alerted him. To invade, the demons had exploited the concerns of an as yet unmet brother to breach the barrier their father had set, ensuring their smooth entry into the real universe. Since the plan was so meticulous, there had to be a backup plan to pin down the armies of the Imperium of Man. Lion could see that the Emperor valued Pandora highly. Assuming his brother hadn't plugged the gap, and the foul enemies had invaded on a large scale, or if both sides had fallen into a war of attrition on Pandora, their father would definitely have mobilized other armies to come and support. If at this time, other enemies launched an attack, the Imperium of Man would be attacked from both front and back, suffering an incredibly heavy blow. At that time, the Emperor would be caught in a dilemma: Pandora or the Imperium. The Emperor would have to make a choice, but no matter which one he chose, the price would be incredibly heavy. And the inevitable result of that choice would be that the losses would offset any gains, ultimately resulting in nothing but a wasted effort. Lion's mind raced at the speed of light. The terrifying information analyzed from the battle situation made him break into a cold sweat. Sanguinius also fell silent. A Primarch's mind was agile, and their ability to connect ideas was extraordinary. With a little thought, they could touch upon the truth. "I'm not sure," Blazkowicz nodded, retracting the light of the crucible sword and forcefully hurling it toward the warp at the end of the passage. "I don't think things should be this simple." He pointed at the demons fleeing in panic. "Those beings are cunning and devious, willing to plan for hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve a certain goal. They are extremely patient and rarely do anything they aren't sure of. If they don't strike, they don't strike, but once they do, it's an interlocking killing blow." Hearing his brother's description of the demons, Lion felt a chill. His suspicions felt increasingly real, and he couldn't help but feel worried. "Do you have any clues?" Sanguinius sheathed his sword and wiped the spear of Telesto, sighing helplessly. Crisis has never left humanity. He had thought the Imperium's situation was excellent, that humanity was undergoing a renaissance under the Great Crusade and would eventually stand atop the galaxy. But reality was so cruel. The galaxy was full of danger, and the seemingly powerful Imperium of Man was constantly facing the risk of collapse. Blazkowicz slowly shook his head, looking at Valdor in the distance, who had completely driven out the demons and was raising his spear to cheer and boost the morale of the troops. "Not for now." He thought for a moment longer and shrugged helplessly. "But perhaps very soon we'll know if the demons have a backup plan." "Let's rest the troops first." Blazkowicz moved the joints of his armor, blood scabs constantly falling off. "Prepare to welcome the next battle." "It should be so." Sanguinius gave a brilliant smile, gathering his golden hair. "Look at all this filth." The angel's smooth, golden hair was covered in blood clots, the strands sticking together almost into dreadlocks. The atmosphere was rarely relaxed. Lion felt his sticky beard and shook his head helplessly, secretly vowing to always wear a helmet in future battles. The three of them left the passage side by side, cleaning their bodies and beginning to prepare for the next battle. They didn't know how much time the Emperor would need to complete the ritual and begin setting up the defensive lines again to prevent the demons from attacking once more. Sanguinius sent out a message, ordering the Blood Angels Legion to reorganize and prepare for the next battle. Lion, however, was slightly impatient, eagerly waiting for the Emperor to complete the ritual so he could return to the Imperium of Man. He keenly realized that the sword of war was already hanging high over the domains of humanity. As the eldest son, he had to plan ahead. He needed to quickly take charge of the First Legion to deal with the upcoming high-intensity war. He didn't want to miss the future wars because of Legion reorganization. The demons of the Argent Nur Nebula were restless, and the secret war on Pandora had not yet ceased. At the same time, in the Ultima Orientis Segmentum, the vastest domain of the Imperium, alarms suddenly blared. On the outer fringes of the Ultima Orientis segmentum, in regions the human expeditionary forces had yet to reach, the Rangdan fleet surged forth like a tide, heading straight for the human borders. The Xenos raided newly established colonies. The defenders were spread thin, and the Rangdan swept through like autumn leaves in a gale. The Rangdan ignited the fires of war once more, boldly invading the Imperium of man. A large number of controlled colonists became the Xenos' most loyal pawns, following the Rangdan fleet as it rapidly expanded and attacked the worlds of the Imperium of man. The Rangdan have struck again. The alarm came from Gyromorse. The astropathic warning was transmitted throughout the entire Imperium. Thousands of warships and dozens of battle moons, along with various war machines, entered the system, their warp fluctuations causing large-scale gravitational distortions. Watcher Urian looked up from the watchtower, the shadows of the sky-blotting ships reflected in his eyes. The former Grand Master of the First Legion showed no fear of death on his face at this moment, only a sense of relief and gratification. Having stood guard in solitude for decades, he had finally fulfilled the mission entrusted to him by his Primarch, and could now face the brothers who had sacrificed themselves under his own vain orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Urian sounded the alarm for the Imperium of man. The fortified Morse solar system held out for only 20 Terran hours against the absolute firepower before completely falling to the Xenos. This place where the Rangdan had once been defeated was now the first site of resistance against their return. The Xenos showed no mercy, nor did they even attempt negotiation. The fleet's firepower reduced the system to an atomic state, erasing the shame of their previous defeat. Before the world's destruction, the astropaths burned their souls, their message piercing through the Rangdan's shielding devices. The Rangdan are here. The Xenos have destroyed Gyromorse and are heading into the Imperium's territory. With no legions guarding them, the mortal armies had no time to organize resistance. Many human worlds along the way were conquered, becoming Rangdan-occupied zones. The exploration fleets of the 5th Legion and the 19th Legion bore the brunt of the attack. Learning that the Rangdan had returned, the exploration fleets, which had only a small number of Legion warriors, immediately avoided a direct confrontation, turning instead to raid Rangdan supply lines and small fleets to delay the Xenos' advance. While waiting for the main forces to muster, they sent out requests for aid to the War Council and other legions. The exploration fleets utilized their mobility advantage to organize resistance in human colonies, delaying the Rangdan as much as possible to give the Imperium sufficient time to react. After paying a heavy price, the main forces of the two legions assembled and engaged the enemy in void battles. However, even at a terrible cost, they could not stop the Rangdan fleet's advance. All worlds along the path were occupied by the Rangdan, and in a short time, the war reached a critical and perilous edge. Ultimately, after deliberation between the two Legion commanders, they decided to retreat to the Forge world of Shauna and wait for reinforcements. The Legion's high command believed that Shauna was of vital importance. By massing the Legion's fleets here, they would not only have ample supplies, but could also draw more enemy fleets in by exploiting the Rangdan's hatred for Shauna. By defending Shauna, they aimed to tie down as many Rangdan fleets as possible, creating a window for Imperial forces to muster, and providing a pivot point for a later counteroffensive. During the First Rangdan War, Shauna had provided much support to Morse, aiding in its later fortification. It was precisely because of Shauna's support that Morse had the strength to resist. The Rangdan's hatred for the Forge world was no less than their hatred for Morse. It was perhaps even more intense. The battle to defend the planet began. To protect Shauna, the 5th and 19th Legions, accustomed to guerrilla warfare, were forced to abandon their speed advantage and engage in bloody urban combat. The various Forge temples dared not be negligent, dispatching Skidara to assist the Space Marines in defending Shauna and resisting the Xenos' invasion. News of the Rangdan invasion passed through various channels, taking a week to reach Terra. The War Council was exceptionally shocked, yet not panicked in the slightest. The Council reacted quickly, ordering the legions to assemble and prepare for a counteroffensive against the Rangdan. Between the Imperium of Man and the Rangdan, there was no option for peace talks or coexistence. Both sides were locked in a fight to the death, vying for living space in the galaxy. Within the Ultima Orientis segmentum, close to where the incident occurred, Greater Ultramar received the astropathic message, which was delivered to the desk of the King of Macrag. "Assemble the troops." Guilliman's eyes widened with fury. He stood up abruptly from his chair and slammed his palm onto the desk, leaving a sunken handprint. The mortals in the office instinctively knelt, while the Space Marines looked on, not understanding why the Primarch was so angry. Realizing his loss of composure, Guilliman took a deep breath and had his attendants relay the contents of the astropathic message. As the parchment scrolls were passed around and read one by one, the atmosphere in the office grew silent. Besides solemnity, rage rose in the hearts of the sons of Guilliman. It was those damned Xenos races. Bad memories flooded back. Due to a misunderstanding, the Legion warriors had once mistaken their Gene Father for a Rangdan and launched a rebellious attack. "I will notify the Legion to assemble immediately." A Legion champion reacted quickly, returning the parchment scroll and hurrying out of the Primarch's office. "Prepare my flagship." Guilliman sat down slowly, pushing aside other work and beginning to sign war orders. As he signed order after order, the entirety of Greater Ultramar sprang into action, operating for the sake of the massive war effort. Above the star of the Firewheel subsector, a massive fleet was assembling. The Space Wolves had finished the Orc War and were preparing to return to Terra. "My lord," a Legion warrior hurried in, jogging into the banquet hall to present a scroll to the Wolf King. Russ, who was drinking, saw his scion's expression and realized something was amiss. He shook his head to clear his drunken haze and snatched the scroll to read it seriously. "Fleet come about," the great wolf growled, ordering the fleet into a new war. "Head for the forge world of Shauna." He stood up, wiped the remaining wine from his beard, his golden wolf eyes flashing with sharp light as he looked down at the pack and shouted, "Lads, we are joining the Rangdan War." "Awutilda, awutilda, awutilda." Howls echoed one after another in the banquet hall. The Space Wolves were eager to give their all for Russ and the Allfather. Russ nodded privately, his wild expression completely vanished, replaced by a look of solemnity. He was close with Blazkovich and knew well the danger of the Rangdan, and even more so the hidden threat posed by Moribus Solas. This Rangdan attack was unimaginably perilous, and the fires of war would spread across the entire sector. The fleet is to abandon its current mission and proceed to the Forge world of Shauna to resist the Rangdan invasion. In the asteroid belt of the Segmentum Tempestus, the giant vessel Phalanx lay hidden. Rogel Dorn's face was calm as he set down the scroll in his hand. Since Dorn's return, he had lived on Terra for several years while reorganizing his legion, during which time he had read many classified documents. He always kept the Rangdan threat in mind, and in his spare time, he urged his scions to use information on the Rangdan to conduct numerous war simulations. Now it was finally put to use. "As you command." The messenger received the order and sat back on the communication throne to transmit the assembly instructions to the scattered Imperial Fists Legion. Deep within Segmentum Pacificus, the Iron Hands Legion was rapidly withdrawing. Many Xenos races facing destruction were left bewildered, watching the human fleet depart with trepidation. Ferris had already departed, heading for Shauna immediately to prevent the strategic pivot point from falling and the war situation from becoming passive. On the bridge of the Iron Fist, Ferris leaned over the command console, his iron arms supporting his body as he watched the leaders of the various clans simulate the war. Oil stained his face but could not hide his heroism. Instead, it added a touch of rugged charm to the Lord of Iron. Continue to notify the fleet. This battle will be extremely dangerous. The enemy is more powerful than us. Remembering the indescribable gravity on Blazkovich's face when discussing the Rangdan, Ferris did not dare to underestimate the Xenos. The Rangdan have launched an invasion. On the fringes of the Ultima Orientis Segmentum, Moribus Solas stood before his throne, shock flashing through his silver-gray eyes before being quickly masked. His brows furrowed as he looked at the information in his hand, appearing very perplexed, with 10,000 doubts surfacing in his heart. Why would the Rangdan attack at this time? The timing is wrong. Solas masked his emotions perfectly, so much so that even the Space Marines could not detect them, but standing beside him was another Primarch. The shock and doubt radiating from his brother were fully observed by Alpharius. The King of Spies played his role without a word, his expression as a Primarch's equerry showing appropriate disgust. The Xenos are ambitious. Their first invasion was thwarted, and now they have returned from the void for revenge. Solas shook his head slowly, explaining the reason for his surprise with ease. I had long expected the Xenos to return, but it is much earlier than I predicted. Divert the fleet. The Primarch sat back on his throne and ordered the fleet to change course. To Shana. Understood. The Legion warriors were somewhat excited. Since the return of their Gene-Father, the Second Legion had only been involved in minor skirmishes and had no significant achievements to speak of. This time, the Legion would finally be able to show its true strength. The engines of the Second Legion's fleet roared to life, turning in the void and tearing through the real universe to enter the warp. The Rangdan invasion was sudden and terrifying, and the entire Imperium of Man was immediately put on high alert. The human race, on its journey of revival, has never feared any Xenos. On Pandora World, the Emperors will permeated the crust like a golden tide. The vibrant ecology of the past was entirely covered in a metallic glow. Beneath that dazzling facade was a brutal ecological purge. Animals faced mass extinction, and plants deviated from their original ecological niches. All living things wailed, and two mighty forces clashed violently in the depths of consciousness. The danger of this invisible war far surpassed that of mundane blades. The Emperor's will sealed itself off, ignoring external information, and used its own power to devour the world's spirit. The world's spirit wailed countless times, "Why are humans so cruel? Why must they erase my will?" In the past, the Emperor had received countless such inquiries. Although he felt apologetic, he never showed the slightest mercy. For the sake of the human race, the Emperor could bear countless sins. While assimilating the world's spirit, a flash of inspiration crossed the Emperor's consciousness, and he received a public astropathic choir message from the warp. Rangdan had launched an attack from the Imperial border. He was startled, immediately understanding that this was a Chaos God's conspiracy, attempting a two-pronged approach, attacking from both inside and out to pressure him. The Emperor, who had not paid attention to the outside world for a long time, sent out a faint consciousness to investigate the progress of the battle, to weigh whether he could disengage to deal with the Rangdan crisis. The bridge connecting to the other shore was broken, and the gap created by Magnus' impact remained, sealed with a psychic barrier to prevent warp contamination. The demons were gone, and psychers used spells to burn the demonic bloodstains, removing the last traces left by the unclean entities. A pivot fortress had been established within the channel gap, fully equipped with various anti-psyker gear, clearly indicating it had endured brutal warfare. Outside the channel gap, a round table was set, where Primarchs and high-ranking military officials gathered, discussing something. "This battle lost 30 sisters," soulless Queen Zencha said in a low, sorrowful voice, closing her eyes and shaking her head, her topknot swaying slightly as she mourned her fallen Sisters of Silence. While the Sisters of Silence had extremely strong suppressive power against psychers and demons, Their physiological functions were still much weaker compared to superhuman warriors. No matter how brutal the training, this gap was difficult to bridge. In a demonic battlefield surrounded by hordes of demons, even with the Emperor's Praetorians' intentional protection, as a counter-unit prioritized by demons for attack, the losses were still significant. The Emperor's Praetorians lost over 100 men, Valdor said with a grim expression. For the Emperor's Praetorians, this sacrifice was too heavy, but it was worth it. Since the existence of the Emperor's Praetorians, having gone through the Unification Wars and the Thunder Warriors' Purge, the Emperor's Praetorians had never suffered such immense losses. Many warriors sacrificed themselves to protect the Sisters of Silence by their side and to support the regional anti-psyker nodes. The sacrifice was necessary. If the Emperor's Praetorians had no Sisters of Silence by their side and the demons were able to unleash their power, the death toll for the Emperor's Praetorians would have multiplied several times over. As he spoke, the commander of the Imperial Guard's gaze drifted towards the Doom Slayer, who were tidying their power armor. The 21st Legion suffered no casualties. Only their power armor was corroded by Nurgle's virus, looking pitted and unsightly, but otherwise unharmed. Valdor secretly felt envious. The talent of the 21st Legion truly made the Emperor look at them with new eyes. The Legion warriors charged into the demon horde like fierce tigers descending a mountain, slaughtering demons as if butchering chickens and dogs. Several charges shattered the morale of the demon army. The Legion warriors suffered no losses. Equipment needs to be replaced, Blazkowicz said concisely, tapping his finger on the table, and a holographic image popped up, reporting the battle situation. Nurgle's acid rain continuously corroded, and the radiant golden power armor could not resist the concept of decay, developing supernatural rust, with its protective qualities on the verge of failure. Blazkowicz nodded upon hearing the report, deftly operating his large hand on the tabletop, ordering Sophia to notify the artisans to prepare brand new power armor. The Sentinels is fine. Harlan leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, a relaxed expression on his face. As a support unit, there were no casualties. The only injured person was bitten by a demon hound turning back while pursuing demons. After the post-battle losses were stated, everyone nodded with smiles. Compared to the victory achieved, the losses were acceptable, making it a thoroughly satisfying and almost unprecedented great victory. Cheers, Sanguinius raised his glass, celebrating the hard-won victory. The demon army had retreated, having lost their initial advantage, and the human side was well prepared. They would not return. The few slowly rose. Lion L. Johnson, rarely smiling, raised his glass to drink with his brothers, savoring the sweetness of victory. This first battle upon returning to the Imperium, achieving such a great victory, held significant meaning for him personally. Not only did he deepen his bond with his brothers, but he also gained a clear impression of the Legion's combat power. The Astartes were a powerful military force. Blazkowicz, leading 1,000 of his sons, achieved such brilliant results, and the First Legion numbered tens of thousands. He could hardly imagine what glorious achievements he would forge in the galaxy after taking command of the First Legion. Cheers. Draining the wine in his glass, accompanied by beautiful aspirations, Lion L. Johnson seemed to see a smooth galactic journey ahead, with future glory within reach. The Emperor heard the conversation at the round table, and even thought he had misheard. The demon army, which had come with such momentum, failed in the first engagement and then fled with their tails between their legs. Looking at the warriors of the 21st Legion, the Emperor rejoiced that this was an unparalleled, powerful army. They had passed the test of crisis and had not disappointed him. A golden phantom condensed in the air, a figure materialized from the void, and the Emperor's image floated in the center of the table. Those seated around the round table quickly stood up. The Emperor's sudden appearance indicated that a new situation had arisen. The Emperor's will avatar floated in the void, facing Blazkowicz. Others saw the Emperor facing them, and his low voice spoke of a new crisis. Rangdan has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Sophia's projection appeared beside Blazkovich, her calm voice carrying a hint of urgency. Received a broadcast message from Morse. The Rangdan army is returning. Both sides arrived simultaneously, mutually corroborating the source of the news. Everyone was not surprised to hear this. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy in the shadows had finally revealed itself. The Xenos race, which was in league with the demons, could not have known that their supernatural allies had already been defeated. From a strategic perspective, their imagined joint attack had failed. How much longer do you need? Blazkovich's gaze swept past the Emperor, looking towards the glittering Pandora. He confirmed one thing. Rangdan's origin was inextricably linked to the Chaos Gods, part of a Chaos Gods conspiracy. Now he needed to determine how much time the Emperor required to deploy the next phase of action, and gather the Imperium's strength to encircle and annihilate the enemy that dared to offend humanity. A month at most, the Emperor pondered briefly, his consciousness phantom stating a relatively precise number. Blazkovich slowly nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes, his extraordinary mind rapidly calculating and deducing the upcoming deployment. 1 month was neither long nor short. The Rangdan army might be vast, initially overwhelming, but ultimately it would be annihilated within the vast territories and war reserves of the Imperium of Man. Moreover, the obstacles for the Xenos army were not just the immense human territory. Some legions should already be engaging Rangdan, Blazkovich said, tapping the table, and several legion insignias appeared, ultramarines, space wolves. These 2 legions will definitely go. Gilliman and the ultramarines hate Rangdan, and Russ, wolves, annihilated the orcs. He experienced the first Rangdan war and knows its dangers, so he will go immediately. Upon seeing the detailed analysis, everyone's tense expressions relaxed considerably. 2 legions joining the battle immediately would be enough to resist Rangdan's offensive. "Count me in," Sanguinius said, raising his hand to add his legion to the holographic projection. "I've long heard of the terror of the Rangdan race, and I will lead my legion to support my brothers." The Emperor had no objection, implicitly approving the Blood Angels' participation in the war. The Blood Angels Legion's emblem lit up. Blazkovich tapped the table again, adding the 2nd Legion. "Solas will definitely go." Perhaps the Rangdan invasion was hinted at by the Chaos Gods. If Solas had any connection to the Xenos, he would never sit idly by. And him, the Emperor flicked a finger and a clenched fist appeared. "Imperial fists," Sanguinius mused. "Brother is in the Storm Nebula, very close to the incident site." Within a few seconds, the general situation was analyzed. The first batch of legions participating in the Imperium of Man's war would be 5, a force sufficient to stabilize the situation. "Lion Eljohnson." The Emperor's voice was full of majesty, calling his eldest son's name, and the latter knelt on one knee beside the table. The Emperor commanded his son, "The situation here is stable. You and the commander of the Imperial Guard will go to Terra, take over the 1st Legion, and then join the Rangdan War." Lion Eljohnson was surprised at how ferocious these Xenos were, requiring the Imperium of Man to commit a 6th Legion. "As you command." Surprise turned into solemnity. He slowly rose and nodded to the commander of the Imperial Guard, acknowledging their upcoming journey together. "Before you leave, there is one thing I must do to you." The Emperor's majesty was boundless. The 2 Primarchs knelt before their father, their heads bowed so low their expressions were hidden. Blazkovich's brow furrowed. He knew what was coming next. To prevent the leakage of knowledge regarding chaos, the Emperor would erase the memories of his 2 brothers, making them forget everything that had happened here. Sanguinius and Lion might have known this would be the outcome. After defeating the demons, they hadn't shown much curiosity and rarely asked about the origins of their supernatural enemies. "Guidance is better than suppression," Blazkovich spoke up slowly, speaking on behalf of his brothers. Witnessing chaos demons and gaining knowledge of chaos was itself a double-edged sword that one dared not touch lightly. The downside was that some might find it hard to restrain themselves, seeking the truth of the warp, only to fall into the traps of chaos and become pawns played with by the dark gods. The benefits were subtle. A wise person knows restraint, refrains from touching the power of the warp, and takes it as a warning to remain constantly vigilant against warp incursions. From another perspective, Blazkowicz could also understand the Emperor's one-size-fits-all policy. This necessity was something only those who truly knew the dangers of chaos could appreciate. The Primarchs held high positions of power, commanding entire Astartes legions. If they were seduced by chaos, the impact on the real universe would be far more than just a personal matter. It would trigger a series of chain reactions that even the Emperor might find difficult to foresee. Knowing all this, Blazkowicz still chose to speak up and help. He believed in his two brothers. They were both wise men. Sanguinius possessed a noble character. The angel had single-handedly pulled his legion back from the brink of destruction. His humanity shone with a lofty and pure light, illuminating everything around him. Lion was accustomed to silence, but was skilled at analysis and observation. He understood the foul nature of demons, and thus had no possibility of falling to corruption. The two kneeling men looked up, casting grateful glances toward their brother. Despite having anticipated it, hearing the memory erasure mentioned aloud inevitably stirred some complex thoughts within them. To fight a bloody battle against demons only for it to end like this, a sense of desolation at having their memories stripped away welled up in their hearts, leaving them feeling powerless and regretful. However, the two also understood that their father's motive for deleting their memories might be a form of protection. Having seen the descent of chaos demons, they knew their understanding of the world was somewhat superficial, and that unknown horrors lurked in the depths. And behind those demons were terrifying existences that even their father had to compromise with, unable to destroy the demons himself, leaving the outcome to be decided by the swords of warriors. Their brother's courageous words felt particularly precious at this moment. It wasn't just a simple sentence, but the attitude reflected in the words, representing a deep level of trust. Guidance is better than suppression. The raised hand of the Emperor's phantom slowly lowered, the psychic brilliance dissipated, and the kneeling sons awaited judgment. He seemed to be contemplating something, then suddenly raised his hand and shot two beams of golden light into the foreheads of the Primarchs. Blazkowicz curled his lip helplessly, lamenting in his heart that the Emperor's control over chaos was not something a few words from him could change. Do not betray this trust. The Emperor's phantom slowly vanished as the situation took a turn. When the darkness invades, this light will protect you. This matter ends here. The memory will remain as a warning to prevent a future fall into the ugly abyss. With that, the golden phantom vanished from the round table, and the Emperor's consciousness returned to the depths of the planet. Sanguinius rose carefully, taking a deep breath to relax his body. That flash of golden light just now had startled him. I will remember today forever. Lion walked over, patting his brother's shoulder and wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. He did it to protect you. Blazkowicz explained the Emperor's actions, then instructed Blazkowicz, bring 2 copies of the Chaos Overview. He said to Sanguinius and Lion, my brothers, this world is far more dangerous than you imagine. If one day, Blazkowicz's expression turned grave, his gentle tone becoming bone-chillingly cold, like a midwinter wind cutting against his brother's skin. I will personally slay any fallen kin. Blazkowicz was serious. A cold killing intent surged from their spines to the back of their heads, their bodies shivering as if blown by a freezing wind. Sanguinius gave a bitter smile. Maybe we should just let Father delete our memories after all. Lion nodded in deep agreement. Their brother's killing intent was real and ruthless. On this matter, there was no room for negotiation. Touch it and die. As they were speaking, Blazkowicz came up carrying 2 books and handed them to the 2 Primarchs. The books were incredibly heavy, their edges and hinges forged from auramite. The covers were inscribed with forbidden runes, and there were no titles to indicate their contents. Sanguinius took the book. As his hand brushed the cover, he felt a sense of empty dizziness deep in his mind, and a flicker of disgust rose in his heart as his psychic senses were heavily suppressed. The skin of soulless ones. Janisha, standing nearby, spoke slowly, sensing the aura of her own kind. Blazkowicz nodded in response. The entire book is made from the skin of soulless ones. They are kept by specialized personnel and are standard equipment for the Legion to facilitate the interpretation of the profane knowledge of demons. Lion cradled the book in his arms without flipping through it on the spot. With reluctance in his eyes, he bid farewell to Blazkowicz. "Brother, I am leaving this place. The Imperial War is imminent. The First Legion is waiting on Terra. I must go to take command of the Legion and join the Rangdan War as soon as possible." "It is as it should be." Blazkowicz embraced Lion, solemnly patting each other's backs as the bitterness of parting welled up. The parting of men was not overly sentimental. They stated their reasons, then embraced and departed, looking forward to their next meeting. "I should go as well." Sanguinius smiled warmly and embraced his 2 brothers. "I will lead my legion to the Imperial frontiers to reinforce our other brothers." "Wait a moment." Blazkowicz remembered something important and pulled them aside, away from Valdor and Janisha. The 2 were puzzled, but out of trust and safety concerns, they followed their brother away from the round table to a secluded corner. Valdor's expression was grim. The 3 Primarchs were conspiring and had specifically avoided him. Were they discussing something untoward? He had wanted to follow, but seeing 2 Doom Slayers stand up to block the path, he realized it was futile. Helplessly, he also left the round table, giving instructions to the custodians staying behind, to remain constantly vigilant against warp enemies, and to keep an eye on the movements of the warrior king. The 3 arrived inside a fortress. Only after Blazkowicz confirmed that Valdor could not hear them did he let go of his brothers. This joint operation involves multiple legions. For the sake of command, coordination, and unified dispatch, a War Master will certainly be chosen to serve as the overall battlefield commander. Hearing his brother's words, Lion's emerald eyes lit up, and his palms tightened slightly. This position of War Master, it seemed like something he could strive for. A war between 2 super-empires could last for over 100 years. The position of War Master would certainly not be held by a single brother forever. Would there be a great chance to compete for it when the rotation occurred? "Do you need our support?" Sanguinius had no such ambitions and thought Blazkowicz wanted the position of War Master. He felt a bit conflicted internally. Out of personal affection, he would absolutely support Blazkowicz. But a large-scale theater of war was different from a local conflict. Personal prowess had limited utility, and strategic vision was the sole essential factor for serving as War Master. "No," Blazkowicz shook his head in denial, knowing full well his own limitations. Commanding a large-scale battlefield was extremely complex, requiring strategic maneuvering and anticipation. He was not suited to be a War Master. Hearing the definitive answer, Sanguinius felt much more at ease, but Blazkowicz's next words left him bewildered again. Blazkowicz looked at his 2 brothers, his gaze serious and firm. "When nominating the War Master, I hope you will choose Moribus Solas." "Why?" Lion's voice was somewhat muffled, not understanding his brother's intention. He had never met Moribus Solas and knew nothing about the man. To nominate him randomly seemed somewhat inappropriate. "Because," the words were on the tip of Blazkowicz's tongue, but he didn't say them. He couldn't explicitly say he suspected Solas. After all, suspecting another brother based on limited intelligence was truly unjustifiable. After a moment of thought, Blazkowicz showed a look of hesitation, not knowing how to explain. "When we rendezvous, I will explain everything." Sanguinius and Lion exchanged a look. They sensed Blazkovich's hesitation. The reason behind it must be extremely grave, perhaps even carrying a sort of primordial unease that made Blazkovich afraid to speak rashly. With just the two of us, can we ensure this objective succeeds? Lion thought carefully, his question also indicating his stance. He would support Sola's rise to power. Sanguinius didn't say it explicitly, but there was a questioning look in his eyes as well. This was sudden. As the various legions reached the combat zone, a war master would be chosen immediately. They wouldn't wait for long. In that case, Blazkovich's vote would be considered void. Currently, 6 legions were confirmed to be going, meaning the 6 Primarchs had 6 votes. Perhaps more legions would arrive, so 2 votes were not the deciding factor. No need to worry about that. Blazkovich flashed a smile, as if everything was under control. You can privately contact Russ, Ferris, or even Gilliman. In my name, there is a high probability they will offer their support. This way, we will have at least 4 votes in our hands. Chapter 126 World Talent. Sanguinius summoned his scions and boarded the Gloriana-class flagship, the Red Tier. Leading the Legion fleet, they departed immediately for the epicenter of the breaking war. Lion L. Johnson borrowed a swift vessel from Blazkovich, racing toward Terra at maximum speed to take command of the First Legion. His heart was filled with anticipation, envisioning the scene of his reunion with his sons and making silent preparations for the encounter. As the 2 Primarchs entered the warp and confirmed their headings, they both, as if by unspoken agreement, retreated to the private sanctums of their ships to read the books gifted to them by their brother. Upon encountering the forbidden lore of chaos, both were profoundly shaken. There were gods in this world. Not as a title of respect or a high-level description of a great life form, but true deities, and their existence was utterly malevolent. This knowledge, which violated the imperial truth, struck their minds like a lightning bolt shattering the firmament, stirring tempests in their thoughts. The chaos gods, demons, a glimpse into the truth of the warp. They learned the source of psychic power, the thirst of the foul warp entities for the creatures of the material universe, and the horrific darkness hidden within the very conduits mankind relied upon for survival. The master of mankind had enforced the imperial truth, hiding the reality from mortals and his sons alike, specifically to weaken the chaos gods within the realm of conceptual cognition. Despite being thousands of light years apart, upon finishing the forbidden knowledge, they both performed the same silent ritual, closing the pages and casting the books into the plasma engines to be incinerated, ensuring the secrets would never leak. If such a book were to appear within the Imperium, it would be enough to subvert the imperial truth and destroy the life's work of the master of mankind. Finally, they understood why their father had deleted those memories. The knowledge of chaos was too heavy. To shoulder it was an immense burden. Ignorance was, in fact, a form of protection. With heavy sighs, the 2 Primarchs continued their journeys toward their respective destinations. On the distant fringes of the Imperium, the forge world of Shana was engulfed in the flames of war. Every street was a battlefield. Life was as cheap as grass. The munitions produced by the forge world were consumed on the spot, supplied to the V and XIX legions as they resisted the onslaught of the Rangdan, defending the core sectors of the world. The V Legion conducted high-speed raids, engaging in guerrilla warfare across the crimson wastes piled with iron oxide, utilizing their speed to harass and strike the Rangdan. The XIX Legion emerged from the shadows, conducting street-to-street ambushes to buy every precious second. The defensive war was deteriorating. The Rangdan had not deployed auxiliary slave forces, but had directly released their elite warriors. The Xenos race intended to seize Shana immediately, utilizing its industrial capacity to resupply their expeditionary fleets, and using the world as a springboard into the heart of human territory. In high orbit, over 100 Xenos warships loomed. There were pure mechanical vessels, semi-mechanical, semi-biological hybrids, and pure biological ships, a vast variety from which lance beams and drop pods frequently fell. Void shields rippled as the dense anti-air batteries of the Forge world spat tongues of fire, intercepting the troops and supplies dropped by the Xenos. Orbital defense platforms fired relentlessly, driving away ships in near orbit to prevent a mass landing of Rangdan warriors. In the street battles, tens of thousands of lives vanished every second. Astartes and Rangdan elites, covered by lower-tier soldiers, engaged in brutal slaughter for control of every single alleyway. In the crisscrossing steel streets, the shields of Rangdan elite warriors overloaded under the bombardment of bolters. A second later, bolt shells found the gaps, shattering biological armor and destroying primary brains. The elite warriors retaliated even more fiercely, their plasma carbines melting ceramite and vaporizing the superhuman organs of the Astartes, slaying the Emperor's warriors. The battle had raged for half a Terran month. The Rangdan had committed 200,000 elite warriors and hundreds of millions of thralls, slowly compressing the Imperial defenses. The day the city would fall seemed imminent. After half a month of ceaseless combat, the superhuman bodies of the Astartes shrieked with exhaustion. Their muscles were sour, and their internal organs felt as if they were tearing. Magos of the Mechanicus dragged their massive, augmented frames through the Skidara trenches, chanting binary prayers to bestow the Omnissiah's blessing upon weapons and equipment. The once aloof sages looked haggard, their red robes stained with oil, their mechanical joints creaking. Whether Rangdan or human, both sides slaughtered one another, pushing their physiological limits to the breaking point. Under the high intensity of war, mechanical bodies that lacked timely maintenance suffered from irreversible fatigue. The Forge world of Shana was so perfect that the cult Mechanicus was willing to pay any price to protect its purity. As a Forge world on the Imperial frontier, its value was immeasurable. The local Mechanicus of Shana was highly independent, its relationship with Mars mirroring that of the Imperium itself, having signed treaties of equality with the Martian priesthood. To hold their home world, the Mechanicus had spared no expense, unleashing massive waves of cybernetica automata alongside the Skidara. The battlefield was choked with scorching smog. The excessive use of high-energy ray weapons caused the temperature to skyrocket, making the environment uncomfortably hot for biological life. Streets were piled with wreckage and draped with organic remains. Shattered power armor bore witness to the war's brutality. Multiple Forge temples were under Xeno's siege. The Rangdan sought to capture the plasma reactors to disable the world's planetary shields and flood the battlefield with more troops. The trenches outside the temples had become grinding gears of mutual slaughter, where both sides were locked in a stalemate, constantly funneling in reinforcements to suppress the other. In the nearby industrial cities, Titan legions trampled over rubble. The god machines walked the earth, unleashing the wrath of the Omnissiah against the sacrilegious constructs of the Rangdan. No part of the Forge world was at peace. Looking down from high orbit at the iron-red planet, flashes of artillery erupted everywhere. It looked like a boiling stone in a sea of magma, covered in scalding bubbles of fire. "Hold the lines." The commander of the XIX Legion roared into the Vox channel. He had lost count of how many times he had said it, ordering the mortal Imperial Auxilia to hold against the Rangdan charge. By now, the will of the mortal soldiers had been repeatedly crushed. Their morale hovered on the brink of collapse. They continued to fire their las guns not out of courage. Those inspiring emotions had long since been ground away, but because Space Marines stood behind them. The dark muzzles of bolters reminded the mortals. Any retreat meant instant execution. If a mortal showed any sign of cowardice, the Legion warriors would fire without hesitation. The Auxilia, faces ashen, pulled their triggers with mechanical stiffness, firing at Xeno's shields to create openings for the superhuman warriors behind them. The soldiers saw no hope. In this desperate situation, the only thing they did not lack was the endless supply of ammunition provided by the Forge world, and the servitors bringing the supplies. Those augmented servitors had been their brothers in the same trench just hours ago. After being sent to rear-line hospitals for treatment, they returned as mindless automatons. The battlefield crushed life and trampled humanity. The Auxilia gritted their teeth and persisted. They had one more reason not to give up. They did not want to become human hardware for a machine. While humanity struggled to hold on, the Rangdan were also suffering. 200,000 elite warriors could face an Astartes legion head-on, yet they could not break the mortal Auxilia lines. Those lowly human soldiers would rally whenever the lines were about to break, screaming for the Emperor, and retaking their positions despite horrific casualties. In the tug-of-war for the trenches, the advantage of elite warriors over common soldiers was infinitely diluted. The moment a warrior charged from cover, a tide of crimson human law's fire would flood their defensive shields, eventually melting their biological armor. What was meant to be a swift assault had turned into a grueling war of attrition. The Rangdan Warmaster was equally anxious. If the stalemate could not be broken, this human forge world would bog down the entire campaign. The homeworld's plan was clear. First swallow 100 systems on the Imperial fringe, using them as a base to spread the fires of war deeper into human space. They intended to use their initiative to strike industrial worlds and cripple humanity's war potential. Now the first step of the strategic plan was stuck. A gap had appeared in the 100-system plan. A single forge world was resisting stubbornly and was about to attract more attention. The strategists of the Imperium had noticed this place. It required little guesswork to reach a conclusion. The legions of the Imperium were on their way. If the enemy sent reinforcements, the Rangdan would have to do the same. The worst-case scenario was predictable, both sides jumping into a whirlpool of war with massive armies fighting to the death in a narrow sector. Commander, in the command room of a Rangdan battle moon, a cold, mechanical AI voice delivered the worst news. A human fleet has appeared in the warp. A massive target is approaching rapidly. What they feared most had happened. The reinforcements of the Imperium had arrived. The Rangdan Warmaster's biological armor shifted, letting out a strangely human-like sigh. The simulated voice was somewhat stiff. "Contact the Allied fleets. We need support." The worst had come to pass. Shauna had turned into a black hole of war, drawing the armies of both sides. The true war was about to begin. The Astartes legions of the Imperium, led by their primarchs, were crossing the Sea of Stars to answer the invasion with a posture of absolute defiance. This war would have no upper limit in scale. It had transcended local friction. It was a total war between one empire and another. Both sides shared old grudges and could never share the stars. Only through total destruction would they pay the final respect to a worthy foe. The Primarch lowered his finger, pointing toward a massive target slowly approaching the fleet. The target moved sluggishly within the star system, its colossal frame bringing an incomparable sense of pressure. Its objective was clear. It was heading straight for the phalanx. Within the system, only it could rival the phalanx. "Sigismund," Dorn called to his gene-son, a rare trace of gratification appearing on his nearly smileless face. This warrior, who had risen to prominence within the Legion and joined the Templar Brethren, needed just such a stage to showcase his exceptional talents. A battle moon, the enemy's morale anchor and the combat command center for this system. "Do you have the confidence to destroy it?" Dorn looked away from the holographic sand table and asked from the side, his voice solemn. It sounded less like an inquiry and more like a statement of an unshakable fact. Sigismund did not refuse. Lifting his handsome face, he calmly accepted the task. "I shall use it to secure our victory." "Very well." Dorn nodded with satisfaction, returning his gaze to the holographic sand table to deploy the next phase of the operation. "The performance of our ships holds few secrets in the eyes of the Rangdan." He pointed out the battle moon, and dots of light flickered around the Xeno's creation. "Mandeville Point is vital. The battle moon is gathering a fleet and is about to confront the phalanx head-on. My brother once fought these Xenos, launching a surprise attack that destroyed 2 battle moons. The internal structures of these Xenos' creations are largely the same." As the Primarch spoke, light and shadow were projected onto a corner of the holographic sand table, showing details of the internal structure obtained during the previous raid by the Custodes and Doom Slayers. In the first Randan War that occurred in the Morse solar system, the warrior king had selflessly shared intelligence, and various departments had already conducted countless tactical simulations based on that shared data. Dorn raised his hand and pointed out several key points on the battle moon. It is nearly impossible to break the shields of these giant Xenos constructs from the outside. He then picked out the battle moon's path and speed, deducing the enemy's intent. The Xenos want a quick resolution. They must use boarding tactics to disable the Phalanx's shields or power systems and destroy the Legion's mobile base. Hearing the Primarch's explanation, the Legion warriors on the bridge understood that the upcoming battle would be a mutual boarding action. Victory would belong to whoever could first breach the other's capital ship shields. The Primarch would remain on the Phalanx to draw the bulk of the enemy forces and provide cover for the boarding personnel. Remember the fastest novel site on the web, read at 101, can't you? Calm, superb. The Legion warriors' expressions were heavy. The Randan were a formidable foe for the Empire. Their elite warriors could rival the Astartes, and their level of technology was not inferior to the Empire's in the slightest. The power of a battle moon was visible to the naked eye. Even for the Phalanx, it was nearly impossible to shatter its shields with direct frontal fire. By the same token, it was difficult for a battle moon to do anything to the Phalanx. These two equivalent behemoths were equipped with planetary-grade shields, and their plasma reactor matrices could provide nearly infinite sustained energy. Unless the firepower exceeded their capacity by several orders of magnitude, breaking the shields was a fantasy. Using boarding tactics to destroy the ship's core engines and shield generator zones from the inside was the only effective tactic. Go and prepare. Having finished the deployment, the Primarch waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling his Gene sons to prepare for battle. The warriors saluted solemnly and departed quickly. The entire Legion, like a precision instrument of war, instantly entered the highest state of combat readiness. Following the Primarch's will, the main fleet assumed an attack formation, with ships spreading out to form an airtight offensive network. The first point of engagement occurred in the direction of the Forge world. The Imperial Fist's support fleet, in order to reinforce the surface battlefield of Shana, charged into the Randan's blocking fleet in an indomitable chisel formation. The Void War had begun. There was no communication between the two sides, nor was any needed. It was a fight to the death. In the gaps between the clashing fleet light spears, the ships carrying Space Marines broke through the defensive web and lunged toward the low orbit of the Forge world. Under the cover of fire platforms that had not yet fallen, they released drop pods to begin ground support operations. In an instant, bright yellow drop pods fell like a rainstorm. 50,000 Space Marines. This was the maximum support personnel the Imperial Fist's Legion could spare after reserving forces for Void boarding defense. Due to the demands of the war, the Legion did not land in the fallen zones, but directly in the contested areas to take over the work of the 19th Legion. Brother, an Imperial Fist's warrior stepped out of the landing craft and said to his cousin, "Leave the coming battle to us." Transferring command, the warrior of the 19th Legion breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment his tense nerves relaxed, exhaustion could no longer be suppressed, and his body swayed slightly. Throughout the long and fierce battle, the Legion warriors had not rested for a single moment. Their superhuman bodies were on the verge of collapse. "Please get some rest." The bright yellow warrior stepped forward to steady his brother's staggering body. His black armor was covered in battle scars. The black-armored warrior was too weak to speak, dragging his weary body into an air raid shelter. He took off his helmet to reveal a pale face, consumed high-energy military rations, and leaned against the wall to enter a deep sleep, preparing for the next battle upon waking. The 5th Legion had been recalled from the wastelands. They had been riding for too long and needed to resupply and rest together. The Imperial Fists quickly replaced their brother Legion's defensive lines. The siege masters reintegrated resources and redeployed according to the current battle situation. First, the nearly broken mortals began rotating for rest, giving the auxiliary army a precious 6 hours. Automata were redeployed, skidare rotated, and defensive nodes were re-established. The battlefield underwent a rapid transformation. The Randan attacks continued, but they felt the offensive becoming extremely difficult. After the Space Marines took over, they immediately began extensive earthworks, even voluntarily abandoning peripheral areas to further contract the defensive line. However, when the Randan entered the areas abandoned by the humans, they found them to be of no value and instead within the range of human artillery coverage. Tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard, this was the situation the Randan faced. If they did not move in, the humans could launch an attack from those areas at any time. If they did, they were under artillery fire. By the time they realized this and went to attack the vital defensive nodes, they found them already bristling with fortresses, connected by complex networks of trenches, and armed to the teeth. 6 hours after the Imperial fists dropped, the defensive lines shifted rapidly. While the details were still being adjusted, the tactical arrangement was completely refreshed. The sound of guns on the front lines gradually diminished. Facing a fully armed hedgehog, the Randan lost interest in attacking. They launched several large-scale charges, but aside from leaving behind a field of corpses, they gained nothing, while the death rate on the opposite side was pitifully low. Seeing the Randan's desire to attack diminish, the Imperial Fist's commander knew the time had come. Once the 19th Legion warriors had rested, they donned new ceramite armor and immediately joined their brother Legion to launch a counteroffensive against the Randan. Liberated from defensive warfare, the 19th Legion broke into smaller units and vanished into the shadows, their destination unknown. With all units coordinated, the Imperial Fist's defensive counterattack began. Outside the forged temple, trenches began to extend outward. Earth-moving machinery started digging toward the Randan to reclaim vital areas. Meanwhile, the Randan lines were suffering, unable to respond to the shifts on the front. Space Marines in heavy ceramite armor had infiltrated their rear from nowhere, wreaking havoc on communication equipment and power installations. The Thrall armies could hardly withstand them. By the time elite warriors arrived on the scene, the Space Marines had long since departed the crime scene. Even more incredible, when elite warriors cornered the Space Marines, they would throw smoke grenades and vanish into the shadows like ghosts. Explosions erupted across the landing zones. The unshackled 19th Legion gained complete initiative, descending from the shadows to avenge their fallen brothers. The Legion warriors utilized shadow walking. This unique talent was unknown to outsiders, and naturally the Xenos were unaware of it as well. Coupled with their mastery of stealth and behind-the-lines operations, and with no frontline concerns, they caused immense destruction, keeping the enemy in a state of constant panic. Further away, the white-clad 5th Legion rode with abandon. Like the 19th Legion, having unleashed their true nature, they were fast and swift. On the periphery of the landing zones, the Randan supply lines extending to other battlefields were struck hard by the 5th Legion, suffering heavy losses. "Speed it up, boys!" The former Legion lieutenant, Jarian, shouted excitedly, his jetbike's throttle pinned to the limit as wide tracks kicked up red dust. Things were different now. He bore the honor of having found the Primarch and had been promoted to 1st Company Captain of the Legion, a position second only to the Legion commander. Charge! In the high-speed assault, the Legion warriors' adrenaline surged, feeling the dangerous thrill of grit pelting their armor. The frustration of the defensive war vanished with the howling wind. The resolve for vengeance remained in their hearts, turning into a roar of hatred that swept toward the Randan. They came like a storm, carrying death with them. The twin-linked bolters on the front of their jet bikes spat tongues of fire, playing a symphony of death. The 5th Legion was as swift as the wind. their combat style closely resembling that of ancient cavalry. The 5th Legion's motorcycle squads excelled in speed, moving faster than any other legion. Their engines roared in the wind as heavy bolter fire rained down like hail, tearing through the Xeno servants surrounding the Titan train. These creatures, controlled by Randan brain fluid, had completely lost their consciousness and could only be ruthlessly exterminated. The defensive cannons on the Titan train's carriages turned, aiming at the motorcycle squads and kicking up clouds of red dust as they fired. Unfortunately, the clumsy cannons struggled to hit the motorcycles. The Legion warriors anticipated the trajectory of the shells, maneuvering their bikes to the side to evade. Facing the high rate of fire point defense cannons, the Legion warriors used serpentine maneuvers to draw the fire of the autocannons, buying space for their brothers. Led by a Rangdan overlord, elite warriors climbed onto the roof. Their 6-legged biological armor moved rapidly as they raised bioguns to fire plasma, attempting to drive back the Space Marines. Rangdan overlord detected. A roar came through the comms channel, drowning out the howling gale. The squad immediately shifted formation, and a sidecar motorcycle team moved up to take their place. The Space Marine in the sidecar braced the heavy bolter and pulled the trigger on the Rangdan overlord. The heavy bolter fire thundered dully, causing the overlord's shield to shake violently and quickly overload under the suppressive fire. Demolition team, go! Seeing the Randan guards suppressed, Jarian seized the fleeting opportunity to launch an attack on the Titan train. The demolition team rode their motorcycles close, matching the speed of the train, and hurled melta-bombs from their hands. The melta-bombs were equipped with magnetic devices, adhering to critical nodes like the Titan train's anti-gravity chassis and carriage couplings. Mission accomplished, withdraw. At the command, the motorcycle assault unit veered away, having struck their target and rapidly retreated. They did not linger for a moment, leaving the Rangdan overlord to let out a howl of powerless rage. Boom! The melta-bombs detonated simultaneously. Azure plasma rose over the red wasteland as the Titan train was completely destroyed. Human technological creations must never serve Xenos, no matter how precious they might be. Beep, beep. Jarian raised his hand as a message arrived on his tactical terminal. In 12 minutes, supply materials will depart from the Xenos landing site. Intercept them. Boys, another big fish is coming. He let out an excited howl, leading the motorcycle squad away once more toward the next objective. The stalkers of the 19th Legion were lurking at the Xenos landing field, providing continuous intelligence to facilitate the hunting efforts of the now available 5th Legion. Within the Randan landing field, piercing alarms never ceased. Elite warriors inside the base hurried about, led by overlords to search for the human Space Marines. Once they had moved far away, a Space Marine stepped out from the shadows of the ground. He traveled light. The only purpose of his power armor was to mask his own signature. His pale face beneath the mask was expressionless. He pulled open a ground grate and jumped into the underground utility tunnels to begin his sabotage. With blueprints provided by the Adeptus Mechanicus, he moved with practiced ease to the regional power control center, casually snapping the neck of a Xenos servant. Behind the Imperial Fist's defensive line, the tactics pre-planned by the 19th Legion could finally be executed. There was no need to worry about lacking reserves, ensuring the Randan would have no chance to react. The warrior took a bomb from his belt and attached it next to the control array, then inserted a data slate to release an overload virus crafted by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The plan was simple: implant the virus to destroy the power supply system and blow up the control center, giving the Randan no chance to repair it. The data slate finished the upload, and piercing alarms rang out across the area. In a few seconds, the human systems would go offline from Randan control. The infiltrator smiled slightly, stepped sideways, and merged into a corner shadow that seemed too small for his frame, leaving the control center. Crash, By the time he returned to the surface, the power conduits had all overloaded and self-destructed. The entire Randan landing field was plunged into darkness, with only burning fires providing illumination. And this environment was precisely the 19th Legion's killing zone. The warriors drew their daggers and emerged from the dark shadows, firing their bolter pistols to draw the Randan's attention. As the sound of bolters rang out, the landing field collectively fell into darkness. Other warriors had destroyed all power supply equipment. The only place still lit was the center of the landing field, where the Randan had laid independent lines specifically to prevent such accidents. Soon, a tall tower rose in the central area, flickering with electricity that surged outward. The Xenos possessed wireless power transmission technology. The Randan equipment lit up, communication facilities resumed operation, and lights illuminated the night sky. The Legion warriors were not worried at all. Instead, they wore smiles of successful schemes. The purpose of destroying the facilities was to force the Randan to divert troops from the front lines, to defend existing equipment, and prevent further attacks. With more troops in the rear, the frontline forces naturally decreased, which was beneficial for the Imperial Fists to launch their assault. The warriors re-entered the shadows, marking the locations of important facilities and planning their next sabotage mission. The Xenos had to be given a proper taste of being run ragged. Similar scenes were occurring in every corner of Shana. The 19th Legion was lurking throughout the entire world. Warriors with the gift of shadow walking slipped quietly into the core areas of the Xenos. Those lacking the shadow gift used their stealth skills to infiltrate enemy zones and provide intelligence for their brother legions. They danced on the edge of a blade, conducting dangerous guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. Without a doubt, the arrival of the Imperial Fists had reset the battlefield, liberating the two brother legions. The incredibly difficult ground war saw a sharp reversal. The three legions each performed their duties, and in their respective areas of expertise, they forced the Randan into a corner. On the Void Battle Moon, the massive command room was filled only with the roars of the Randan Warmaster. It crushed the holographic projection to vent its inner rage, blaming its subordinate overlords for their incompetence. It was about to have a final showdown with the Phalanx, yet the ground battle had completely stalled. 200,000 elite warriors had failed to produce the expected results, instead allowing the Space Marines to begin their counterattack. "It is not your fault," the Warmaster said to the trembling overlords after venting. "The intelligence on the Imperium of Man should have been given more importance." Following its words, the holographic images reorganized into a dossier, which was the detailed information on the various legions of the Imperium of Man. It provided a general overview of the 21 legions, their different combat styles, and their specializations. This was the limit of what the homeworld could provide. Since the legions were independent of each other, only their combat styles could be summarized. Outsiders could not gain too deep an understanding. The Randan Warmaster set aside its contempt. It had thought that the 5th and 19th Legions were nothing special, remaining completely passive under its high pressure. Now the Warmaster understood that it wasn't that the Astartes legions were incapable, but simply that they hadn't had the opportunity to play to their strengths. The intelligence stated, the 5th Legion excelled at rapid guerrilla warfare, and the 19th Legion was proficient in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. Excelling was one thing, and proficiency was another. It had never expected them to be this excellent and proficient. Regarding the Imperial Fists Legion responsible for frontal defense, intelligence showed they excelled in defensive warfare, originally having conducted conquests in the Segmentum Tempestus planned by humanity, building fortresses for every world. Only after facing them, head-on did it realize how powerless and desperate it felt as an indestructible wall slowly pressed forward. "Report, Commander, there are fluctuations in the warp. A large number of targets are approaching this system." The AI's reminder interrupted the Warmaster's thoughts. The Randan Warmaster's mind stirred, and its biological armor simulated a voice to ask, "Allies or enemies?" "Both," the AI replied concisely, responding with extreme rationality. "Understood. Notify the fleet to prepare for battle." The Warmaster let out a long sigh upon hearing this. Things were developing exactly as it had predicted. Shana was becoming a vortex of war, drawing in both their own side and the humans. With both empires deploying reinforcements without limit, the intensity of the war here would continue to rise, eventually reaching a terrifying level. The Warmaster did not dwell on it. In a war of mutual extermination, one must go all out in a life-or-death struggle. After its lament, it began to issue orders. Activate all weapon systems. Elite warriors prepare for boarding. Set up defensive deployments within the ships to resist human boarding operations. In the first war with humanity, we failed. The battle moon was crushed from the inside. That was a bloody lesson. Now that we have returned, we should remember that lesson, set aside our contempt and arrogance toward humanity, and take this war of survival seriously. Understood. The Overlord sent out intense mental fluctuations, responding to the Warmaster as they prepared for the upcoming boarding battle. The battle moon slowly approached, and all weapon arrays on the phalanx were activated. The energy consumption of the megastructure ship rose exponentially. Dorn was as steady as a mountain. His white hair looked spirited, his face was expressionless, and he silently stared at the information being fed back from the holographic sand table. The Randan launched their attack. Dense light spears bombarded the void shields, creating eerie ripples as the warp trembled violently. Without the Primarch's command, the phalanx remained poised but unfired, waiting for that momentary opportunity to appear. The distance between the two sides continued to close. The phalanx's shield system flickered rapidly, the outer layer almost forming a purple sphere of light. At point-blank range, the battle moon released boarding craft. Dorn finally saw his chance. Fire! Accompanied by the Primarch's steady voice, the phalanx's first round of fire commenced. The target was not the battle moon, but those tiny boarding craft. Chapter 127 CWLFEN. Beneath the stars, two giant man-made constructs were positioned extremely close to each other. From a distance, they almost seemed to be pressed against one another. To deploy boarding parties, the engagement distance drastically shrank from tens of millions of kilometers to just hundreds of thousands. At such ultra-close range, the power of the artillery was unleashed to its maximum. There was no need for precision aiming, for the target was right before them. Beyond the interlacing light spears and torpedoes, the gravitational fields of both sides clashed violently under the laws of physics, tearing out a region of space-time turbulence. Deploy the boarding parties. The Rangdan warlord was weary of the artillery. Under the protection of supersized shields, light spears and plasma weapons could only cause massive light pollution, serving no practical purpose beyond that. The command was transmitted via psychic waves, a natural talent of the Rangdan race. Though not telepathy, it was swifter than converting human verbal commands into data. Suddenly, the battle moon opened fire with all its might. Within a single second, this behemoth forged from heretical technology displayed its ferocity and violence. In an ordinary battlefield, the power released in an instant would be enough to destroy a small to medium fleet, but it had encountered the equally powerful phalanx. The violent firepower stirred up waves of energy, and the void shields flickered rapidly. Not a single physical threat could penetrate their protection. The Warmaster was not surprised. The sole purpose of unleashing such firepower was to provide cover for the boarding craft. At the moment of full fire, the battle moon's flight decks opened completely, and dense formations of boarding craft swarmed out like bees leaving a hive. Weapon arrays fire, eliminate the Rangdan boarding formations. Dorn remained calm in the face of danger. He was a heavy mountain, so how could he be shaken by a few wisps of breeze? He hadn't unleashed the phalanx's full firepower. He had been waiting for this very moment. The phalanx's weapon arrays fired in unison. The weapon arrays, resembling a forest of steel, emitted a light so dazzling that it illuminated its towering, unceasing form. It was so powerful. The weapon arrays carried the glory of the Golden Age, pouring out the wrath of extinction upon the enemies of mankind. Super-large caliber light spears swept across, annihilating large numbers of boarding craft. The Rangdan elites on board met their end among the stars, returning to the cold and heartless void. The sharp strike succeeded. Except for some fast-boarding torpedoes, most of the Rangdan elites were vaporized by the dense cannon fire. As a true master of defensive warfare, Rogel Dorn was adept at finding opportunities, counterattacking from a passive position and striking the enemy's weakest point. The Imperial Fist's Legion inherited the tactical thinking of their Primarch. Defensive warfare was only the part they excelled at most. Striking out from a defensive stance, seizing a fleeting opportunity, and then clenching an iron fist to strike the enemy hard, that was the full extent of the Imperial Fist's Legion. Without a doubt, this charged heavy blow left the Rangdan warlord utterly devastated. In the Battle Moon's command center, the Rangdan warlord's biological armor trembled violently. Psychic fluctuations caused command overload, and high-temperature steam billowed from the exhaust vents on its back. Rogel Dorn, its intense emotions turned into a roar. Inside the armor, its eyes were blood-red, and its arm struck the holographic sand table under the stimulus of emotion. The War Master was enraged and grieved. If warships sank or servants perished, it wouldn't feel a flicker of emotion. Even if the Battle Moon fell, the War Master would not feel any heartache. Those were external things. Technological creations like warships were built by enslaved races and were inherently consumable goods. The factories just needed to run at full capacity to produce more. Even the Battle Moon, a creation that challenged the limits of physics, had technology derived from the controlled greenskin race, the Orcs. The Rangdan High Command never begrudged the consumption of anything plundered from the outside. This war philosophy of not fearing attrition was the secret behind their conquest and enslavement of one race after another. Only the elite warriors belonged to the Rangdan race itself. They were true racial compatriots and were not considered consumables. To protect their own warriors, the Home World Council did not hesitate to consume massive resources to forge advanced biological armor, ensuring their survival in fierce combat. A single volley from the phalanx killed nearly 10,000 elite warriors, naturally making it hard for the Rangdan warlord to suppress its heartache, leading to its loss of composure. "Cease fire!" Its synthesized voice was saturated with hatred as it screeched at the artificial intelligence. "When the humans deploy their boarding units, let them taste this as well." The frontal fire density of the Battle Moon decreased. Like the phalanx, it began to build up power, waiting for the Imperial Fists to deploy their boarding formations. Deploy the boarding parties. In the Phalanx's high tower command hall, Dorn ignored the Battle Moon's posture, his amethyst eyes calm and unruffled. "Defensive units, take note. Guard the main thoroughfares and strike any Rangdan boarding forces that enter the Phalanx." Under the Primarch's command, the Phalanx opened its flight decks and torpedo tubes, and boarding units filed out, charging toward the Battle Moon without looking back. As expected, as soon as the human boarding parties emerged, the Battle Moon's cannons roared, shooting down landing units in swaths. "Continue." Dorn's voice was calm and powerful as he issued the command again, seemingly oblivious to the casualties, continuing to project more boarding craft. Wave after wave, as if the Primarch was blind to the casualties, sending his Gene sons to fill the enemy's fire. Rangdan landing craft arrived. Melta drills punched through the phalanx's weak points, and elite warriors rushed into the corridors and hallways, beginning their rampage of destruction. The Imperial Fists were well prepared. They excelled at defensive warfare and held the geographical advantage within their own warship. Legion warriors raised their boarding shields. using the ultra-defensive cataphractii terminators as anchors to build a defensive system to block the offensive. On the other hand, Legion warriors equipped with Saturnine terminators led their blood brothers in proactive clearing operations to weaken the Xenos forces invading the phalanx. Though boarding warfare was ancient, it was extremely effective. Even a Primarch had no good way to counter boarding specifically. Slaughtering in the ship's corridors was the only way to resist boarding. Plasma fired from guns melted ceramite, and bolter rounds shattered biological armor. Both sides attacked face-to-face, fighting to the death with no way out. The Battle Moon deployed boarding parties again, reinforcing the vanguard that had entered the phalanx at all costs. Although more boarding craft were shot down, some still slipped through the fire lines and entered the phalanx's interior, clashing fiercely with the Imperial fists. The time is right. Dorn remained expressionless throughout. This Primarch was like a piece of cold rock. He turned to the messenger and said, "The Rangdan have deployed a large number of boarding parties, leaving the Battle Moon's internal defenses weak. Notify Sigismund that the Templar Brethren can now strike." Understood. The messenger responded and began to deploy the Gene-Father command. As the order was given, 2 cruisers docked at the rear of the phalanx quietly detached and circled to the giant ship's belly. Engines to overload, charged toward the Rangdan Battle Moon. My blood brothers, all the actions of the Gene-Father were to allow us to strike a lethal blow. Sigismund held his greatsword, pointing it at the lower belly of the Battle Moon, letting out an excited roar. "For the Primarch, for your glory and the glory of the Master of Terra." "For the Primarch, for your glory and the glory of the Master of Terra." The Legion warriors struck their chests with their right hands, their warrior salutes clanging against their breastplates as they declared their resolve with the Legion's war cry. The cruiser's engines overloaded, bursting with incredible speed, and with a momentum of no regrets, they transformed into swords piercing toward the Xenos' creation. 2 human warship silhouettes have appeared below the visual plane, the artificial intelligence quickly reported, displaying all kinds of data. They have not slowed down. Their speed exceeds normal combat speed and is still increasing. The Warmaster's biological tentacles fluttered as it opened the holographic image and began to analyze what the humans intended to do. "Warmaster," while it was thinking, the clearing force sent a message. "The human boarding craft and boarding torpedoes are empty." The holographic sand table popped up intelligence. The human boarding units that had pierced the Battle Moon only carried some automated machine soldiers controlled by human servitors. The Warmaster's thoughts lagged for a moment, and its body erupted in a sudden jolt, its distorted voice letting out a sharp screech. "Ship intelligence. Aim all firepower at the human warships and destroy them with everything we have." The artificial intelligence faithfully executed the order. All the Battle Moon's cannons turned toward the 2 cruisers and began to build up firing energy. "Boarding teams, depart." Dorn acted accordingly, starting the next step of the plan as the phalanx deployed boarding formations once again. "Fire the inquiry flare." The phalanx's macro cannons aimed upward into the void and fired a multicolored flare. The meaning was simple. What will you choose? He laid the choice out in the open, and then asked in a provocative posture, pressuring the Xenos commander's mindset. The Rangdan warlord was furious and immediately made a deployment. "Divert firepower to attack the boarding teams and shoot down the warships as quickly as possible." Having absolute confidence in the Battle Moon's firepower, its answer was simple: choose both. The light was as dense as rain, streaking past the first cruiser and firing toward the second cruiser positioned at its stern. Although they had long been prepared, the Space Marines inside felt their scalps tingle at this moment. 2 cruisers were linked bow to stern, the rear vessel pushing the one in front, accelerating to their absolute limit as they charged toward the Rangdan Battle Moon. The Legion warriors aboard held their breath. Dorn's unconventional decision had saved 2,000 warriors. The Battle Moon poured its firepower onto the rear ship. By common logic, The ship in the back was more likely to be carrying the boarding troops. But Dorn had made a decision that defied common sense. The Legion warriors were hiding in the lead ship, out in the open, using a bold decision to raid the enemy vessel. Subsequently, the Phalanx released boarding craft and sent out provocative signals, a series of interlocking tactics all designed to cover the Legion's final approach to the battle moon. The cruiser's engines overloaded, their speed far exceeding combat velocity, as they neared the battle moon with an unstoppable momentum. The second ship was covered in wounds, its shields quickly overloading, its outer armor melting, and internal components flying out amidst explosions. It was like a wounded giant whale letting out a death knell. Even though its adamantium spine was shattered, it did not bend in the slightest. "Activate the impact decomposition field," Sigismund ordered with calm composure. The Xeno's fire shifted, attacking the boarding craft released by the Phalanx. The opportunity was right before them. Just as the Rangdan warlord was feeling triumphant, the ship thought to be mere cover suddenly activated its ship decomposition ram at point-blank range. Impossible. It was struck with horror, yet it still held a glimmer of hope, thinking it was a preset program and that the real boarding forces had already been destroyed. But the scene that followed shattered its internal delusions. The first cruiser's ram flickered with decomposition lightning, slamming directly into the shields. The massive decomposition field tore at the shield's structure, disrupting its field integrity. Inch by inch, the overloaded engines bloomed with determination, pushing the hull bit by bit into the shield like a lethal armor-piercing shell gouging through a rampart. The second cruiser, having completed its mission of cover, drifted with its remaining inertia and slammed into the stern of the front cruiser, delivering the final push. The warship vibrated as its bow broke through the shield's resistance, and the forward half of the hull entered the shield's interior. "Primarch above, for your glory and the master of mankind." Letting out their battle cry once more, the cruiser fully entered the shield's interior and made one final turn, aiming for the battle moon's docks. They possessed intelligence that Custodes and Doom Slayers were in the dock area, giving them an advantage in their operation. Boom! The warship, like a giant spear, broke through the outer defenses and plunged deep into the internal structure of the battle moon. Under the effect of the decomposition field, more than half of the hull was buried within the battle moon, shaking the behemoth and pushing the entire structure back dozens of meters. The force released by this collision made the entire megastructure tremble, jolting the shocked Rangdan warlord back to its senses. "Purge squads, push forward," it barked out orders to counter the human space marines' raid. Those gene-enhanced warriors were particularly lethal. They could not be allowed to spread out and break through their lines, causing more damage to the battle moon. "All ship batteries, open fire, draw their attention away from the boarding teams." Dorn sat steadily aboard the Phalanx, his clenched fist loosening slightly as he breathed a silent sigh of relief. He was not a heartless man. Now that his scions had safely reached their destination, the anxiety hanging in his heart finally settled. The cruiser came to a halt, leaving the engine tail exposed, looking much like a ship normally berthed in a dock. His superhuman organs dispelled the discomfort. Sigismund shook his head, pushing himself up from the floor by the wall, shaking away the chaos in his mind. Open, another violent explosion occurred, and he nearly fell again. He grabbed a steel pipe to maintain his footing and raised his hand to activate the warrior terminal on his arm. "Fire!" Sigismund snapped into full alertness and issued the final command before the cruiser's engines could suffer a sympathetic detonation from the overload. The warship, inserted like a dagger into the battle moon, fired its already loaded macro cannons, its broadsides erupting with a muffled roar. The battle moon's alarms blared urgently. There was no peace within the megastructure as violent explosions echoed and shockwaves swept through the dense corridors. Firing at point-blank range, the massive macro cannon shells tore through internal decks, plowing into the battle moon's interior along both sides of the cruiser. How terrifying was the impact of macro-cannon shells flying at 1/10 the speed of light when launched within an atmospheric environment. A close-range macro-cannon salvo was incredibly bold, and the destruction it caused was equally staggering. The reward was more than enough to justify such a mad, risky move. The armor-piercing shells penetrated layer after layer of decks, and the shockwaves tore through field structures. The battle moon was severely damaged, and most of its lighting systems failed. The internal space shook violently as an unprecedented earthquake struck. Water from the river on Park Avenue surged out of its channel, and energy conduits sprayed sparks everywhere. The Warmaster steadied its body, leaning against the command console. The holographic images flickered in and out, struggling to remain operational. "Order the troops to push forward." Its voice was ugly and malicious, revealing an unprecedented hatred. "Find those human rats, destroy them at all costs." "Calm, complying with your directive." The AI's mechanical voice stuttered. Its internal data streams in disarray as damage reports flooded in like a tide. Inside the cruiser, the engines were destroyed by the overload. Before the cogitator array fell into its final silence, it reported the specifics. "Affected by the impact, 40% of the macro cannons responded to your command. Other components are predicted to be destroyed. All decks have opened. The ship will fall into slumber." With that, the cogitator's bionic face froze as if dead, showing no further movement. The Legion warriors recovered from the vibrations of the impact and bombardment, boarded their boarding craft, and fanned out across the battle moon along the paths cleared by the macro-cannon shells. They had only one objective: to disable the Xenos battle moon and capture this mobile fortress. The 2,000 Legion warriors formed into various squads, ranging from 10 to 100 men, scattering like stars as they deployed into their mission formations. Sigismund led the Templars, sword in one hand and boarding shield in the other, following a servoskull forward. Their target was the Rangdan headquarters. "Enemies approaching." The servoskull sent back information as the Auspex scanned Rangdan warriors. An Indomitus pattern Terminator stepped forward, holding a massive shield. His heavy footsteps never faltered as he shielded the Legion warriors' advance. The Terminator's twin-linked bolters opened fire, the storm of bolts overloading the Rangdan personal shields and shredding their biological armor. In the cramped corridors, few biological or mechanical entities could withstand a Terminator. It was a specialized design intended to enhance assault firepower and defense. The 100 warriors were like wolves and tigers, treading over Rangdan corpses as they moved from the narrow passage into a main thoroughfare, where their visions suddenly opened up. "Eliminate them," Sigismund growled, charging forward with his boarding shield raised toward the Xenos massing in the wide hall. 100 Templars against a purge squad led by a Rangdan overlord. This would be a bitter fight. Instantly, the hall was filled with the roar of bolters, the metallic clinking of shell casings hitting the floor, and plasma erupting from muzzles, the high-temperature plasma flickering with containment lightning. "Your opponent is me," Sigismund bellowed, shield charging toward the Rangdan overlord to challenge the enemy commander. "Lowly human." The Rangdan overlord indeed accepted the challenge. Its biological arms flipped, and blades slid out from its limbs, shimmering with decomposition lightning. Its 6 omnidirectional legs were swift, bringing it before the human warrior in an instant. It swung its claws down mercilessly, intending to shred the arrogant creature in a single blow. Sigismund timed it perfectly, hurling his storm shield at the Rangdan overlord and suddenly dropping low, his power armor throwing off sparks as it skidded across the floor. The claws swept through the air, shattering the boarding shield into pieces, but the Rangdan overlord's bionic eyes could not track the human warrior's position. Biosensors blared an alarm. The upper cockpit had lost contact with the lower half. In the moment they crossed paths, Sigismund had used the shield to mask his movement. executing a slide with high-speed momentum as his power sword sliced through the alien's waist. He did not stop, knowing well that the only way to kill a Rangdan was to slay the primary body piloting the upper cockpit. With one hand braced against the floor and his mag boots activating to stop his slide, he rose quickly. Gripping his power sword with both hands, he thrust it through the back of the biological armor into the creature's heart. The decomposition field around the sword's tip broke through the biological armor without resistance, boiling the internal fluids as it pierced through the chest. He then wrenched the blade upward, splitting the entire biological armor open. This was not the end. Sigismund's blade never stopped, delivering several more strikes in a fraction of a second to hack the biological armor to pieces, leaving the alien overlord no chance of survival. His longsword did not rest. Spinning with the alien blood it had collected, it sliced open the skull of an elite warrior, crushing the dark green brain within. One after another, the swordsman was unstoppable, wielding his great sword to slaughter the Xenos. By the time the battle ended, there were 10 alien warriors lying dead behind him. Move, without a moment's hesitation, having slain 100 obstructors, the Templars had no time to recover the bodies of their kinsmen as they continued their slaughter into the depths of the battle moon. Just as the boarding action was proceeding with unstoppable momentum, a sudden variable arose in the theater of war. On the external battlefield, the situation was not optimistic. The boarding fleet had penetrated the battle moon, and the scales of victory were tipping toward the humans. Everything was going well, yet an accident arrived before victory could. In the asteroid belt at the system's edge, a Rangdan fleet exited the warp and entered the real universe, arriving behind the Imperial Fist's fleet to form a pincer movement with the fleet already in the system. In the command hall of the Phalanx, even the steady Rogel Dorn could not help but frown as he waited for the navigator's report. Warp reaction at the Mandeville Point. Acting on the Primarch's orders, the navigator kept a constant watch on warp fluctuations. The eye on his forehead closed, and after opening his other eyes, he delivered new good news. A warp fluctuation flared, and a Gloriana Queen warship entered the real universe with its shields raised. A gruff, scornful laugh echoed across the public channel. "Rangdan filthy whelps, did you miss me?" A crude, mocking voice rang out arrogantly on the public frequency. "Filthy Rangdan whelps, did you miss me?" Following the provocative greeting, ripples stirred in the warp at the Mandeville Point. A ship's prow pierced the veil of the real universe as the fleet returned from the immaterial realm. With shields raised, the Hrafnkel led the fleet in a breakthrough posture, re-entering the real universe, ready to smash through the Rangdan blockade. "Lemon Russ, space wolves!" A bizarre synthetic voice crackled. The Rangdan warlord responded with hatred, his tone dripping with icy killing intent. The wounds inflicted on the Rangdan fleet by the space wolves during the first war between humanity and Rangdan were etched into the memory of every Rangdan kin. Rangdan spies, having infiltrated the Imperium of Man, had relayed much crucial intelligence through secret channels. The Space Wolves, the Doom Slayers, and the First Legion had been the main forces in the First War, naturally drawing the intense focus of Rangdan. "It seems you haven't forgotten me." Russ continued to taunt Rangdan from the bridge of the Hrafnkel, though his hand had left the command console. He had prepared for a sudden assault, planning to use the Space Wolves fleet to tear open the Mandeville Point blockade, creating a favorable entry point for the following fleets. He just hadn't expected another legion to join the battle ahead of him, arriving even faster. "Brother," Russ connected to the comm channel, grinning widely. Though they had never met, their shared blood carried an innate sense of kinship. The Wolf King extended a friendly demeanor towards his counterpart. From the hololithic projection, he saw a brother with an upright posture, white hair, and purple eyes. This brother had also inherited the Emperor's radiant countenance, his face resolute yet stern. Instinctively, Russ felt this brother might be somewhat difficult to get along with. He was too serious. "Brother," Dorn nodded, looking at his brother through the hololithic image. his gaze slightly scrutinizing as he studied Russ seriously. Lemon Russ, master of the 6th Legion, his legion's sequence being closest to the 7th, Primarch of the Space Wolves, known as the Great Wolf and the Wolf King. His blonde hair was not meticulously groomed, casually tied into a high ponytail atop his head. His sideburns were long and his cheeks bore a wolf's mane. His pair of golden eyes, like those of a beast, gleamed with a dangerous light. Russ grinned broadly, revealing 2 coarse canines with shreds of meat still stuck between them, giving the Wolf King an unkempt appearance. The Great Wolf wore frost-colored power armor etched with mysterious runes. In his hand, he held a rune-etched chainsword, clearly prepared for battle. "You are late." Dorn's mouth turned down slightly. After a brief greeting, he stiffly voiced his meticulous strategic deduction. "According to my calculations, the Space Wolves were in the Firewheel sector. They should have arrived before the Imperial Fists." "Lemon Russ, master of the Space Wolves, why are you late?" In Dorn's view, this was not an accusation or interrogation, merely a simple inquiry about an anomaly in his deductions. But he had chosen the wrong time. The question was too serious and ill-timed, transforming it into a different context. Sure enough, upon hearing the interrogation, the inquiry, Russ' brow furrowed slightly. He didn't offer a clear explanation, but a flicker of displeasure rose in his heart. On the bridge of the Hrafnkel, standing outside the hololithic display, several great company captains exchanged glances, somewhat baffled. An interrogation. Had the Legion arrived too late? Had the Imperial Fist suffered heavy losses and was the Primarch venting his frustration? Or was it simply dissatisfaction with the Space Wolves' tardy arrival? Russ sensed the confusion in his little wolves. He didn't overthink it, nor did he detect any malice from his brother. Instead, he felt that this Primarch brother of his might harbor no ill will. He was perhaps just missing a certain sensitivity. In the parlance of ancient Terra, low emotional intelligence speaking too directly. What Dorn said was exactly what he thought and what he was about to do. Words reflect thoughts, and thoughts dictate actions. But Russ wouldn't explain to his brother that the Space Wolves fleet could indeed have arrived earlier. They had intentionally reduced their warp speed, traveling slower than normal. Argent Nur had refitted the fleet. This was a minor secret, and keeping one's true strength hidden was naturally necessary. Orcs are hard to eradicate, sprouting like spring grass from ashes. I had to stay and observe to ensure they were completely purged. Russ pursed his lips, adopting a helpless expression to explain his lateness. He secretly tagged Dorn with a label, warning himself to avoid deep conversations with this brother in the future. Dorn's low emotional intelligence meant he completely lacked perspective-taking. His answers were straightforward statements of his own viewpoint. A man with low emotional intelligence, somewhat stubborn, who didn't consider the appropriateness of his words. Among the many brothers, Dorn might be very upright, but he likely wouldn't have many friends. No one would dare get too close to him. Hearing his brother's explanation, Dorn nodded in silence, provisionally accepting the answer. Regardless, the Space Wolves had made it to the battle, not leaving the Imperial Fists to fight alone. "I will depart from the Manville Point, advance along the orbit of the system's 4th planet, and attack the Rangdan support fleet." Russ planned remotely, marking the attack route on the hololithic tactical display. After a nod to Dorn, he hastily terminated the hololithic communication. HMPH. Once the connection was severed, Russ snorted, grumbling as he turned to his Gene sons. "Unless absolutely necessary, minimize contact with the Imperial Fists in the future. They'll inherit Dorn's low emotional intelligence, which will then evolve into a kind of stubbornness." As he spoke, a trace of sorrow welled up in Russ' heart, recalling Blazkovich's predictions for the future of the Imperium of Man. A great deal of it had become reality. The Emperor's intention for mortals to govern was becoming increasingly evident as the Great Crusade progressed. The power of the mortal councils grew daily, while the power of the Astartes legions was gradually stripped away, isolating them from other Imperial systems. And the Primarch brothers of vastly different temperaments. Their return did not bring unity and brotherly love. Instead, due to the differing personalities of the Primarchs, the Astartes legions were diverging. Perhaps one day in the future, conflicts rooted in the Primarchs' personalities would spread through their bloodlines, accumulating into legion-wide hatred. By that time, Russ shook his head, dispelling thoughts that extended into dark margins, not daring to dwell on it further. He cleared his mind of extraneous thoughts, his gaze returning to the hololithic display. Pointing at the system overview depicted by the advanced augurs, he commanded, "The Legion will form large formations, employ pack tactics, and tear apart the Xenos' defense nodes. Besides us, other legions should be on their way. As the vanguard, the Space Wolves have an obligation to maintain the battle situation for the legions that follow." With no outsiders present, Russ shed his barbaric facade. Like a sage, he pointed at the hololithic display, making strategic deployments. His rough voice lost 3 parts of its wildness, gaining 7 parts of wisdom. "The Forge World Shana, this place is about to become the eye of the storm. Both the Imperium of Man and the Rangdan Xenos will center their efforts here, vying for the ultimate victory." He lowered his voice, his golden eyes shifting in thought once more, before curling his lips into a smile. "Unleash the warship's performance a bit, about 10% higher than the Imperial fists." "My lord," a captain stepped forward, cautiously reminding him, "you ordered us to conceal our capabilities. Unleashing the ship's performance will expose us to the eyes of other legions." "No need to worry." Russ waved a dismissive hand, a mischievous grin appearing. "This battle concerns the life and death of the Imperium of Man. My good brother will definitely come. The formidable performance of Argent Nur's warships will attract the attention of the other legions, providing cover for us." Without a hint of hesitation or burden, Russ unhesitatingly held up Blazkowicz as a shield. "My lord is wise." The Legion's high command unanimously praised, all giving thumbs up, moved by the wisdom displayed by their Primarch. Now Russ' expression sharpened. His large hand covered the hololithic display as a fierce wolf's howl erupted from his throat. "All forces attack." For Russ and the Allfather, the Space Wolves let out savage roars. The war machine operated at high speed, launching another assault against Rangdan. "Awo tilde, awo tilde, awo tilde." Wolf howls echoed back and forth across the comm channels. Warriors inheriting the blood of wolves sounded the battle horn in their unique way. Just as Russ had planned, the Space Wolves' fleet broke into groups. With the Hrafunkel as the alpha, they transformed into a hunting pack, pouncing towards the Rangdan fleet. "Monitor the Space Wolves' movements. Fleet, prepare to occupy the defense nodes." As the Space Wolves took action, Dorn waved his hand, pinpointing key nodes on the system's tactical display. The Space Wolves Legion was particularly adept at large-scale wars of attrition, preferring boarding actions and close-quarters combat to shatter enemy morale. Where the wolf pack passed, someone needed to hold the gains. The Imperial fists would not shirk this duty. The real battle was just beginning. Within the Shana system, 2 full legions with their Primarchs present, plus 2 half-strength legions assembled. The number of capital ships approached 1,000. The Space Wolves' objective was clear. Using the 4th planet as their breakthrough point, the plasma glow from their warship engines blazing, they charged towards the Xenos invading from the edge of the system. "My lord," the Legion warrior turned and reported his findings to the Gene Father. "The Space Wolves' ships are 10% faster than the standard speed." Dorn nodded in silence. Ship modifications were not surprising. After all, Legion combat styles differed, and it was normal for warships to undergo specialized modifications after entering service. Except for the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Those red robes always clung to dogma, believing machinery to be sacred and inviolable, and that the incarnations of the Omnissiah should remain in their original form. The most contradictory point was that, while lower-level Adeptus Mechanicus members believed this, many high-level Mechanicus sages frequently modified machinery in pursuit of breakthroughs. Record it. Dorn didn't pay much mind, recording certain anomalies as usual. The longships tore through the void, the wolves of the void galloping amidst starlight. Their engine lights were more dazzling than the starry sky as they pounced upon the Rangdan fleet in a hunting posture. Rogel Dorn stared intently at the holographic sand table, waiting for a tactical opportunity, ready to launch a supreme strike at any moment. Within the Imperial Fist's void fleet, 3 subfleets were entangled with the Rangdan, mostly for defensive containment, having not yet launched a final attack. The Primarch was waiting, using the fleet to build a high wall of defense, waiting for the moment the enemy revealed a flaw. If the battlefield were compared to a boxing match, the Imperial Fists were pulling their arms in, guarding their vitals, and peering at their opponent through the gaps, waiting for the Rangdan to show a weakness. Dorn remained silent, his clenched fists indicating that his heart was far from calm. The interior of the phalanx had been completely purged. Alarms blared from many functional zones. The Rangdan elite warriors were all dead. But this also indicated that the battle moon had stopped sending boarding reinforcements, causing the pressure on the boarding forces to multiply. Of the 2,000 boarding warriors, casualties had reached 1/3 in just half an hour, a devastating loss. Phalanx cease suppressive fire, reorganize weapon arrays for a supporting salvo. After long consideration, Dorn issued the order to the Phalanx. This giant warship needed a brief respite to gather its strength for a single, decisive blow to crush the enemy. For the first time, the Primarch felt things were very difficult, gaining a clear understanding of the Rangdan's strength. A single battle moon, coordinated with an appropriate fleet, could stall an entire full-strength legion. And before the destruction of the Morse solar system, Warden Urian had sent a message. He had witnessed dozens of such weapons. That number weighed as heavily as lead on the Primarch's heart. In the battle against the Rangdan, the entire Imperium must be committed to stand a chance. Inside the battle moon, the Templar Knights were still charging. Of the 100 sharpest warriors in the Legion, only the final 30 remained, still pushing forward. Their path led directly to the command room, where resistance was greatest. They had encountered dozens of waves of enemies, with more and more Rangdan overlords appearing. The Legion brothers who had made it this far had power armor covered in scars. The outer layer of ceramite was pitted with plasma burns, exposing the lining and electromuscle bundles. Their boarding shields had long since shattered. They had casually cut off steel plates to use as shields, holding them in front for some meager protection. The Terminators had long run out of ammunition, swinging their power fists as they held the very front of the formation. Another battle ended. A Terminator blew apart a Rangdan overlord with a punch, panting heavily. He could no longer continue forward with his brothers. A Rangdan overlord launched a suicide attack, embracing the Terminator. Biological tentacles spun monomolecular blades, piercing the Terminator's armor and shredding the Astartes' 2 hearts. "Keep moving." Sigismund had no time for grief. Panting heavily, he wiped the foul blood from his blade and cut off a piece of Rangdan biological armor to use as a shield. Almost there. After paying a tragic price, the Rangdan command hall was just ahead. The boarding team had come all this way, evading countless traps, withstanding sentry autocannon fire and crushing the Rangdan defensive lines. Finally, living up to the Primarch's expectations, they reached the enemy's command center. The Tech Marine stepped forward to plant melta-bombs on the sealed door, breaking through the final line of defense. The members of the Templar Knights did not rest. Suppressing the grief in their hearts, they lifted the corpses of the Rangdan and their brothers to block the path they had come from. Here, Sigismund took a teleport homer from the fallen Terminator and handed it to the apothecary. "If we die, activate it and leave this place with the gene seeds." The apothecary said nothing, silently taking the teleport homer and nodding to his brother. Along the way, the cryogenic stasis box hanging from his waist had gradually filled. It carried the Legion's legacy. Such a heavy burden had to be handled with extreme caution. Take cover, detonation in 3 seconds. The tech marine finished his work and hid to one side of the door, signaling his teammates to take cover. With a bang, the melt-a-bomb blasted open the iron door, signaling the start of a new battle. At that very moment, on the vast external battlefield, Rogel Dorn spotted a tactical opportunity. Some Rangdan ships were reacting significantly slower. "Attack!" he roared, knowing the boarding team had reached the Rangdan command room and disrupted the fleet's command. After waiting so long, it was time to throw the iron fist of accumulated strength and let the Xenos experience the power of the Imperial Fists. In the Imperial Fists fleet, the Trident containment fleets followed their orders, abandoning defensive containment to shift to a fierce offensive. The relationship between offense and defense shifted instantly. Facing the aggressive counterattack, the Rangdan fleet contacted their flagship but received no further instructions. Stabilize the situation. In the communication channel, the flagship's instructions were brief and hurried. A screen flickered past, accompanied by the sound of heavy gunfire. The humans had stormed the command room. Stabilize the situation. The fleet captain received the order, asking anxiously in his heart, how was he supposed to stabilize the situation? Without unified dispatch, how were the vassal fleets to be allocated? They were resources lacking independent thought and would follow every single instruction. Having lost the dispatch center, it was instead harder for the Rangdan fleet to issue orders to the vassal fleets. They lacked autonomy and could only blindly execute orders, becoming a burden to the fleet in the chaos. The Imperial Fists seized the opportunity and threw their iron fist. The fleet charged into the Rangdan formation, heading straight for the core warships. In the midst of the chaos, the Rangdan fleet suffered heavy losses. Inside the command room, Sigismund and the others charged in. The 30 men were like wolves and tigers. Using high-temperature smoke as cover, they fired their remaining bolts, shattering the central command console. Banged! With the roar of the bolts, the base of the command hub exploded. Information could hardly be sent out, and they completely lost control over the outside world. Humans, many Rangdan overlords shrieked, raising their plasma guns to gun down the human warriors. "Do not fire," the War Master ordered through mental waves. "The command room is too important. Plasma guns will cause secondary damage." It was still fantasizing that after killing the Space Marines, it could quickly repair the command room and continue directing the fleet's battle. The Rangdan overlords responsible for guarding had no choice but to drop their plasma guns. They extended disruption claws and lit azure plasma blades, charging at the human warriors. They naturally knew the importance of the command room, but in this state, they could have completely abandoned the main command room, destroyed the humans, and then moved to the auxiliary command room, enough to save the fleet battle. The Legion warriors used the equipment as cover, forming a line to resist the Rangdan overlord's assault. Their mission was complete. After destroying the command room, the Void counterattack had already begun. At this moment, the Legion warriors were unrestrained. Their mission objective shifted once again to killing more enemies. "Death to the Xenos!" a Templar knight roared. Under the encirclement of 3 overlords, plasma blades shredded his body. In his final moment, he pulled the Xenos into his embrace and triggered the Melta grenade at his waist. Another loud explosion occurred as the Melta grenade blasted a large crater in the floor, exposing various conduits. The sounds of secondary explosions rose one after another. The Rangdan overlords in the command room were the elite of the elite and numerous. The Astartes had no advantage under such encirclement. "Cover me!" a warrior cast off his helmet and threw it at an incoming Xeno overlord. His power sword was disabled and dim, yet he charged into the embrace of a Rangdan overlord without hesitation, pushing the Xeno toward the central command console. Biological tentacles pierced him repeatedly. His two hearts were shattered, and not a single internal organ remained intact. Blood gushed from his mouth. What sustained the warrior's progress was the tenacious vitality of an Astartes and the absolute will to exterminate the Xenos. The shoved Xeno overlord struggled. Its lower back slammed into the command console, and biological simulation signals were transmitted directly to its brain, bringing waves of pain. Crack tilde. The sound was crisp. Before his life faded, the human warrior embracing it triggered his glory bomb. Plasma burst forth. Using his own body as a shield, the warrior broke through the line and completely destroyed the Rangdan command console. "My lord," as the War Master gnashed its teeth, an artificial intelligence called out from within its biological armor. "A message from cross-galaxy communications. The reinforcement fleet has been intercepted by the Imperium of Man. The first invasion fleet has encountered the Iron Hand's Vanguard fleet. The second fleet is 8 systems away, engaging the Ultramarines fleet. It is predicted that at least 3 more fleets from the Imperium of Man are on their way, and the Nurse Stars will also mobilize soon." After hearing the artificial intelligence's report, the Rangdan warlord sighed helplessly. "Plan a safe route. I need to go to the auxiliary command room." Chapter 128 Det. The offensive routes were blocked across the board. The armies of the Imperium of Man arrived one after another, and the fires of war ignited the void. In the emergency, the main command room was breached, and external pressure mounted rapidly. Seeing the situation was lost, the Rangdan warlord abandoned his defense and retreated toward the auxiliary command room. Piercing alarms blared urgently. The ground rumbled and trembled, wall shutters slammed down, and an emergency passage flickered with a green safety light. "Catch him, do not let our sacrifices be in vain." A flat voice rang out over the Vox channel as a battle brother gave Sigismund a shove. Warriors hiding behind cover, currently entangled with the Rangdan, leaped from their safe points one after another to draw fire for the pursuers behind them. The Templar Knight hesitated no longer. The battlefield allowed for no indecision. Under the desperate cover of their comrades, several warriors rolled their bodies and nimbly slipped into the secure passage to continue their pursuit of the Rangdan warlord. Behind them, angry roars echoed from the command room. Tall figures blocked the breach in the passage while a tech marine desperately planted explosives. In the final moments, the apothecary harvested gene seeds and lit a return beacon, vanishing from the battlefield in a flash of white light. Boom! Searing air currents swept in from behind, the shockwave carrying their conviction as it pushed the warriors forward to complete their boarding mission. The passage was constructed from plasteel. When the Space Marines' ceramite boots trampled upon it, they made a crunching sound. In the deep passage, the sound of footsteps was like a series of death knells, chipping away at psychological defenses bit by bit. Rangdan's psychic fluctuations were naturally sensitive, which was usually a great advantage, as it enhanced mutual perception and facilitated mental communication. At this moment, being pursued themselves while the external battle went poorly, various pressures were intensified by the rapid footsteps behind them, striking the mind like a heavy hammer. Go faster! Under immense pressure, simulated emotions became disordered. Panic mixed with urgency as he urged his guards to quicken their pace and began commanding the artificial intelligence. "Send warriors to guard me immediately. Nothing must happen to me. 1,000 meters ahead, reinforcing soldiers will arrive in 30 seconds. Inside the bioarmor, the artificial intelligence provided intelligence and consoled him. "My lord, please calm down. Your psychic fluctuations are becoming disordered. Rangdan psychic radiation is intense. Irritable psychic fluctuations will interfere with the other lords." "I don't need a pile of data to teach me." A burst of frantic emotional fluctuations surged out, and the bioarmor's tentacles danced wildly, losing their steady rhythm. Even within the Rangdan race, the War Master had held a high position for a long time, so he naturally looked down upon slave creations. With his psychic fluctuations currently in disarray, the artificial intelligence's attempt at consolation, though logical, became a vent for his emotions. An illusory creation made of stacked data dared to overstep its bounds, and attempt to use words to control a being superior to its own creator. Understood, my lord. The artificial intelligence felt no emotion, loyally executing its primary logic, to be at the disposal of the Rangdan race and protect the Rangdan lords. I will go offline in 3 seconds. Human warriors have breached the intelligence core and have begun deploying explosive devices. The transfer route has been planned and sent to your armor. I wish you success in escaping the danger. At that moment, the rapidly reporting mechanical voice stopped abruptly. In the place of the intelligent assistant, there was only scrambled static. The Rangdan warlord was startled. The artificial intelligence going offline meant that the human army had broken into the Battle Moon core and was wreaking havoc within. With the artificial intelligence offline, the holographic map became completely disorganized, and the data centers were gradually going offline as well. Inside the secure passage, the green representing safety gradually vanished, replaced by a rapid, piercing emergency red that rushed in from the far end of the corridor. Turn and fight. In this life-or-death moment, with less than 500 meters to the rendezvous breach, the Rangdan warlord decided to stop and fight. The 6 Rangdan overlords were deeply confused. They could reach the safety exit in 10 seconds. Why stop just before the final step? However, due to the gap in status and rank, they still turned to prepare for battle. They too were weary of fleeing. Compared to his subordinates' confusion, the War Master had already come to a realization. With the Battle Moon falling, there were no more safe zones. It was better to stop and face the human warriors than to flee in terror. The Rangdan stopped and waited, and the Templar Knights arrived before them in an instant. Without any verbal exchange, both sides activated their respective weapons and charged at each other. The secure passage was anything but secure. Footsteps clanged within, and the crackle of disruption lightning trampled safety underfoot. 6 Space Marines faced off against 6 Rangdan overlords. There was no communication. Between 2 species, such formalities were sometimes unnecessary. Killing the opponent was the greatest form of respect. Meanwhile, Sigismund wielded a power greatsword representing honor. His footsteps were incredibly heavy as he clashed with the Rangdan warlord. Humph! A low grunt came from the side as a warrior used a thunder hammer to smash through a Rangdan overlord's chest, turning the dark green primary brain inside into mangled meat. A warrior fell as a Rangdan plasma blade pierced his chest, and disruption claws tore through ceramite, pulling out slick organs. The exchange was lightning fast. Transhuman warriors and terrifying Xenos fought in a chaotic melee, with victory decided in milliseconds. Sigismund's swordsmanship was bold and sweeping. He parried a monomolecular tentacle blade and hacked down in one smooth motion, the disruption field slicing through the Rangdan warlord's biological leg. He suddenly looked up, a crimson light glowing from his helmet. A Xeno's plasma blade swept past, slicing open the tactical helmet. The tactical helmet failed, becoming a burden in the duel. Molten steel from the gaps dripped onto his rough skin, burning a series of scalding blisters. The War Master took a step back, his golden vertical pupils showing a hint of surprise. The human warrior facing him possessed exceptionally high sword skills. In just one encounter, the bioarmor's omnidirectional leg was damaged, putting him at a disadvantage. A death wail echoed nearby, followed by a surge of psychic grief. He clearly felt the death of his kin. A guard had been executed, a greatsword blade piercing through the bioarmor's cockpit. Man and beast, sword light wove a web of death, blades flinging blood and biological fluids to graffiti the plasteel passage. Taking advantage of a gap in the exchange, Sigismund removed his damaged helmet with one hand while lunging forward again, swinging his sword with the other. The Astartes' movements were like phantoms, nearly invisible to mortals, but the Rangdon's biological sensors could keenly capture them and react accordingly. Only the Rangdon's life form, which lacked limbs other than the brain, could use neural signals to keep up with the speed displayed by the transhuman warrior. Strike after strike, Sigismund's greatsword gleamed coldly as it clashed against the Rangdon warlord's plasma blade. High-temperature plasma and the disruption field bit and gnawed at each other's conduits. The heat turned the adamantium greatsword glowing red, while the field's lightning broke through the plasma containment, shattering the blade's spine. As they broke apart from a clash, Sigismund suddenly threw his helmet, hurling it toward a Rangdon overlord. His timing was cunning, and the angle was perfect. That Rangdon overlord was about to take a step forward, grinning as it prepared to pierce a human warrior's chest, hoping to win its duel and thus influence the overall battle. While it was gloating, the wind whistled by its ear. Sensors blared a warning signal, and the plasma blade in its hand was knocked off course. Xenos die. How powerful the Templar Knights were. Chosen as one in 10,000 from the Legion, standing alongside the Primarch's guard, they could absolutely seize every opportunity. He brought his sword back to his waist with both hands, letting the plasma blade knock his helmet away, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. With both hands, he thrust the greatsword forward with all his might. From bottom to top, it pierced the hideous facial totem on the bioarmor's abdomen, the lightning blade emerging from the top of the cockpit. The blade was quickly withdrawn. Having dealt with the Xenos overlord, the warrior turned to join the next fight, continuing to expand their advantage. "Despicable humans," the warlord shrieked. With its omnidirectional legs at full power, it unleashed its power sword, disruption claws, and monomolecular tentacle spikes all at once, lunging forward to overwhelm the human warrior. This was a desperate, suicidal style of fighting, trading injury for injury, something no ordinary person could withstand. Sigismund, however, said nothing and did not retreat. At this moment, he was so focused that he was detached from the outside world. The entire universe consisted only of himself. He could hear the blood flowing in his veins and his heart beating slowly, dull yet powerful, pumping strength throughout his body along with the blood. His pale eyes saw dust settling in the air, and the slight tremors in the joints of the Rangdon warlord's armor as it charged toward him with a roar. Facing this life-or-death crisis, Sigismund seemed to transcend his violent inner self, entering a state of flow. His handsome face showed neither sorrow nor joy. There was no craving for life, nor any resignation to death. He slowly raised the greatsword in his hands. The blade pointed directly at the Rangdon warlord, the tip emitting points of cold light. He could capture every dance of the disruption lightning. Following the guidance of killing intent, the Xenos leader was currently full of openings. Thus, Sigismund aimed for the depths of those flaws and thrust his greatsword straight into its chest. Swish tilde, like a tide surging up and then receding. In that moment of hazy coming and going, everything was settled, and the past could no longer be traced. The plasma blade stopped. Its searing heat carbonized his hair, and the monomolecular blade pierced his shoulder and abdomen. But Sigismund did not move, for the greatsword in his hand had pierced through the Xenos bioarmor, slaying that filthy creature. Mission accomplished. The lion tested his sword. There was no ostentation as he took command of the First Legion with the utmost speed. The powerful ancient legion was renamed the Dark Angels, and the 10 heavenly armies were reorganized into the 6 wings to better suit the lion's way of warfare. Having made preliminary preparations, the Dark Angels did not linger for a moment, departing from Terra on a journey toward the Forge world Shana. A massive fleet sailed through the warp, with 3 glorious Queen battleships forming a trident formation, flanked by various capital ships, reflecting the immense heritage of the First Legion. In a room aboard the indomitable Truth, the Primarch sat at the head of a long table, with the Legion's Grand Master kneeling below him. In the gloomy room, the atmosphere was as stagnant as iron. "Primarch, this is an old case of the Legion." The Grand Master presented a stone box, his expression particularly solemn, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Within the Legion, only successive Grand Masters are privy to this. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the Gene Father face, avoiding the gaze that seemed to see through everything. Lion remained silent, his piercing eyes fixed on the stone box, which was carved with secret symbols that shimmered darkly under the room's lights. "Bring it forward." After observing for a long time, the lion spoke slowly. Aside from the markings on the surface, no other clues were visible on the box. The Grand Master hurriedly rose to present the box, solemnly pushing it before the Primarch, then consciously retreated to the side and knelt again, awaiting the Primarch's judgment. He already knew the contents of the box. It concerned the Legion's deepest secret, a matter that seemed like an old debt from years ago, yet was enough to tear apart the relationship between two legions. Seeing his Gene Son's knees seemingly rooted to the iron floor, Lion's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a hint of curiosity about what secret lay within the box. He reached out his palm and placed it on the surface of the stone box, slowly pulling the lid, which made a rasping sound of stone against stone. This was a form of psychological pressure. The Grand Master knelt on one knee, his body trembling slightly, wishing he could shut out all his senses. Despite decades of war, he had never felt greater pressure than at this moment. That sound of grinding stone was like thin blades piercing deep into his soul, leaving him cold all over. Under such immense pressure, a sense of conflicted resentment rose within him. Why had he not died on a glorious battlefield before the Primarch's return? Previous Grand Masters had died, and their debts were cleared, leaving him alone to face the Primarch. Of course, these rebellious thoughts were only in his mind. He knew well the heavy burden carried by the position of Grand Master. Before assuming the role of Grand Master, a candidate had to be prepared to bear the Legion's unspeakable dark secrets. Sitting behind the desk, Lion's keen eyes saw through everything. He could see that beneath the ceramite power armor, his Gene Son's hair was standing on end from tension, and his blood was flowing much faster than usual. In the suffocating silence, the Lion slowly opened the stone box, and a holographic image was projected, showing one of the previous Grand Masters recounting the past. Lion's face darkened as the story unfolded. The Primarch's chest heaved violently, and his golden hair almost stood on end. Fury surged within his broad chest. It was about to snap the string named Reason. Crack tilde, crack tilde. The wail of steel echoed in the quiet room as the Primarch clenched his iron fists, crushing his steel gauntlets, the shards embedding themselves deep into the flesh of his palms. "Hector Saren," the Lion growled, suppressing his rage, sparks of fury almost spitting from his mouth, his majestic body trembling slightly. The gloom in the room deepened, and moisture turned to frost as it hit the floor. The Primarch's intense emotions were almost overflowing, striking at the veil of reality, nearly triggering a psychic reaction. Hearing that foolish name squeezed from the Primarch's teeth, the Grand Master felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His superhuman body failed him completely, letting the cold tear him apart. He dared not speak more, for fear of inviting a fatal disaster. The Grand Master did not fear death, but he did not want to lose the glorious life he owed to the Emperor because of a brother's foolishness. "Hector Saren." Cursing that name loudly, the enraged Primarch could no longer suppress his fury. He cast aside his dignity and roared, displaying the raw instinct of a beast. Banged. The desk became the object of his venting. Lion slammed his palm down, and the stone table instantly shattered with a violent noise. The Grand Master became like a steel statue, suppressing his survival instinct. Even as shards of stone pelted his ceramite power armor with a clatter, his solid body remained motionless. He couldn't make a single move. At this moment, any action would make him the next target for venting. The hatch suddenly opened, and the Primarch's guard, Lion Guard, stationed outside, entered, seeing the mess in the room. "How did he die?" Lion vented his rage, raising his shattered gauntlet and pointing at the Grand Master, demanding an answer. Before the Rangdan campaign, the Grand Maz. The Grand Master felt a chilling killing intent approaching, his survival instinct screaming a warning. At the critical moment, he used sharp wording to define it. The sinner Hector Saren was turned to ash under Xeno's fire. He got off easy. The roar, carrying supreme pressure and hatred, spilled out from the secret room's door, making the battleship's corridor hum and vibrate. The mortal servants trembled, feeling as if heavenly wrath had descended. How could they endure the pressure unleashed by a son of the Emperor? How dare he die by being reduced to ashes? Anger caused the muscles on the Primarch's face to bulge, and his frown lines bunched together like an enraged lion entering battle. It was baring its fangs, cold and sharp, as if ready to devour someone. No one dared to provoke the Primarch's supreme wrath at this time, and become a victim of his anger. Lion had lost all solemnity, cursing the Legion's most disgraceful sinner. He dared to insult my closest brother, and then just walked away peacefully. If he hadn't been reduced to ashes, that sinner's corpse should have been dug up and whipped before my brother. The Legion warriors lowered their heads. Many did not know why the Primarch was angry, but they dared not ask. How great must the crime committed by the previous Grand Master have been to trigger such extreme rage? His heart beat rapidly in his chest, and the increased blood flow turned Lion's skin crimson, his body temperature rising quickly. The First Legion, now the Dark Angels. How could someone be as stupid as a pig? Hector Saren had insulted a Primarch's brother, bringing shame to the Legion, and Urien had usurped military power, leading to the loss of a large number of the Legion's excellent warriors. Yet his brother was so broad-minded that he never even mentioned the matter. For the shameful usurper, he only imposed a 2-year confinement within the Legion as punishment. Lion left the Nurse Stars, having secretly decided that after suppressing the Rangdan Xenos, he would visit his brother's home world to deepen the camaraderie born of fighting side by side. He never expected that the Dark Angels and the Doom Slayers, 2 powerful legions, had such an unpleasant past. This stain was too disgraceful. How could he face his brother again? Ah! With a roar of grief and indignation, the more Lion thought about it, the angrier he became, and he hurled the stone box in his hand, smashing it into the Grand Master's chest. The Primarch's strike in anger, though the vessel was a fragile stone box, turned it into a stone bolter shell under his divine strength, shattering the Grand Master's ceramite armor. The stone box shattered like shrapnel, piercing the ceramite armor and crushing the vital organs of the Astartes. The Grand Master spat blood on the spot, his body slamming hard against the wall. His lungs were pierced by stone shards, and he coughed up large amounts of bloody foam with every breath. No one dared to speak or move to help. Whoever moved would die. Recalling various things from the past, those glorious days of fighting side by side. Though the time had not been long, how glorious was it to fight for the protection of their father, the Emperor. Fighting the Chaos Gods alongside his brother in a secret war that could not be spoken of, yet was understood by both without words, flowing through their hearts like a gentle stream. How intimate was that? Lion now only felt disgusted, a surge of nausea rising in his throat, and he had to raise his hand to cover his mouth. This friendship had been shining brightly, but now it was cast in shadow. The Lion's hatred was insatiable. He wished he could grind Hector Saren's bones to dust, strike his name from the Dark Angels forever, and wash away the Legion's stain. His emerald eyes were red with rage, as Lion stared at the current Grand Master twitching on the ground. His Gene Son's body was instinctively struggling to survive, yet his armored arms instead gripped his own throat, not daring to make a sound, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Take him away and heal him." A low growl rumbled from his throat, Lion's teeth clenched, his shoulders heaving from heavy breathing. "Arrest them." His voice was devoid of life, carrying a chill of death, as he issued the order to the Lion Guard. All the warriors who, while on Terra, incited Hector Saren to go to the Doom Slayer garrison, Arrest them all, do not let a single one escape. Just arrest them, do not inquire about the specifics. Those who violate this will be removed from the Legion, and I will personally execute them. Hearing the Gene Father orders, the Primarch's guard dragged the Grand Master from the floor and closed the room's door again. They would carry out the Primarch's will and find the participants, without the slightest regard for brotherly sentiment. The Primarch had already made it clear that there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Violators would be expelled from the Space Marine Legion and nailed to a pillar of shame forever. Once the Gene Sons had left, Lion's rage subsided over time. He stared at the blood on the floor that had already begun to congeal, the scent of iron still lingering in his nostrils. The sinner Saren had done one thing right. He had not spread the news. There was still room for maneuver. The Dark Angels rushed to the Rangdan battlefield, vowing to wash away the pain of the First Rangdan War with dazzling achievements. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, in the gates of Paradise Fortress star system, a golden nova rose again, like a second sun within the system. In Pandora World, the ocean waves gently caressed the beach, and the breeze rustled through the trees, presenting a harmonious scene. However, beneath this harmony, no living creatures were to be found. The world had lost its vibrant colors. Clouds, oceans, land, forests, everything visible shimmered with a cold, golden light. The world was not entirely golden. Human creations, protected by the golden barrier, remained uncorroded, retaining their original appearance. After the demons retreated, the Emperor no longer had any scruples and launched a full-scale assault on Pandora World, eliminating all life except plants. The Na'vi people suffered for their treasure. Once humanity discovered Pandora World, they met with undeserved calamity. When the Emperor launched the general offensive, his close friend Malkador personally took action. He used the mighty power of psionics to annihilate all life, allowing the souls of the native beings to return to Iwa, bringing with them the runic magic spells already implanted in their biological souls. Compared to the Emperor's overbearing advance, Malkador's runic arts appeared far more cunning. From the perspective of other races, the Grand Vizier's methods could be considered despicable, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. When souls returned to the world's spirit, the runic patterns mingled in, like a malicious curse integrating itself, further weakening the resistance. Deep within Pandora's core, a pure white spirit enveloped the geocore, now with nowhere to retreat, surrounded by layers of golden will. The geocore was rotating, sending power to the surface through magma, triggering planetary activity and driving the world's evolution. However, at this moment, the magma was not scorching red. Its temperature remained, but the bright crimson was gradually consumed, becoming a brilliant golden fluid. The defenses were constantly breached. The world's spirit found it difficult to resist the invaders. Iwa itself was in peril, its pure white tinged with a hint of green. Humans, those explorers from the stars, brought destruction. When the pseudo-humans arrived, the world's spirit did not immediately confront the aliens. It showed a kind of curiosity, secretly studying humans to gain knowledge about the universe. The world's spirit initially understood the vastness of the universe, and, learning of great wisdom such as technology, even considered promoting the integration of the Na'vi and humans. Pandora needed humans to leverage their excellent wisdom, advance technology, and resist more ill-intentioned alien races. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, the second wave of humans arrived. Their bodies were taller, they wore powerful armor, and they showed no mercy, filled with hostility towards the native inhabitants of the world. These powerful entities far surpassed ordinary beings. They could breathe freely on Pandora without protective masks, easily defeated the Na'vi, and possessed incredibly advanced technology. The second batch of humans made no secret of their intentions, unleashing a bloodbath on Pandora, unhesitatingly killing local residents for the sake of a competition. Among them, 2 humans were exceptionally powerful, Their life levels were extremely high, much like the gods of human legends. From the hunting game, the world's spirit finally found a way out, but then the world was transferred from its native star system, and an even more powerful entity, having traveled from the depths of the void, descended upon the world. The moment it sensed him, the world's spirit's soul trembled. Rarely showing hostility, it felt the urge to actively expel him for the first time. He deployed some mysterious magic arrays, pressing down with that supreme will, and then the world's spirit retreated step by step, finally withdrawing to the geo-core. Why do you want to destroy me? Its consciousness weakened to the extreme. The world's spirit, just before annihilation, made one last inquiry to the Great Will, wanting to know why it was dying. For humanity. After gaining control of everything, the Great Will whispered indifferently, coldly uttering 4 words. For humanity, 2 vast wills communicated, their thoughts colliding billions of times in an instant, transcending the concept of physical time. Destroying me for humanity? Iwa received a response for the first time, its consciousness fluctuating violently, indicating how absurd the answer was. How have I threatened humanity? You are a miraculous creation, and also a high-risk existence. Perhaps before completely annihilating the world's spirit, the Emperor wanted it to die with understanding. Sorrow, as its soul hovered on the brink of annihilation, its accusatory question, surprisingly, brightened like a final burst of light. From beginning to end, you and the humanity you represent have inflicted cruelty upon me and my people, yet you accuse me of threatening humanity. The Emperor's mental will transformed into a golden sun, hanging high in the warp, using simple words to crush its dying struggle. Ignorance is bliss. When you realize the horror of the universe and that monsters lurk in the darkness, you will never ask such naive questions. With consciousness detached from physical limitations, the Emperor was much more lively, not as stifled as in reality. You are exposed to terrifying threats, and these threats will erupt at some point in the future. I must eliminate unstable factors that are detrimental to humanity. Future, the world spirit was momentarily speechless. It didn't understand past or future, only the injustice it faced now. Perhaps it's just your one-sided delusion. It's a pity, though, that the Navi people, who advocate natural harmony and should have brought harmony to the universe, were stifled in their cradle by humanity. The world's spirit continued to weaken. The Emperor's will had already spread to the geo-core, performing the final task, usurping the world's soul with his own will. HMPH. A muffled snort like thunder echoed, causing tremors in the geo-core. Golden lightning, born from the Emperor's emotions, struck the world's spirit in displeasure. I've seen many friendly Xenos. His voice was cold, his soul radiating infinite contempt and hatred. Humanity once ruled the universe. Countless Xenos forged friendly treaties, willing to make space and share the stars with other races. But what did we get? Anger simmered in the Emperor's heart as he recalled the glorious and brilliant, yet swiftly ending, golden age of the past. A civil war completely tore off the veil of hypocrisy. When humanity declined, the benevolent Xeno races tore up their treaties and took advantage of our misfortune. Thousands of years ago, the human race once roamed the stars. At its peak, its population was more than 10,000 times what it is today. Civil war and Xenos caused a glorious race to decline rapidly. Countless humans were annihilated, enslaved, falling from the clouds into the dust. And thunder roared in the geo-core space, the Emperor's will crushing down on the world's spirit, witnessed all that heartbreaking agony. I understood a truth. Primitive races will inevitably rise through technology, and after accumulating strength, they will bare their fangs and challenge the old overlords. Since a battle is inevitable in the future, why not completely eradicate the enemy while they are weak? Your benevolence and kindness, before they could be corrupted, will end here, becoming a record of goodwill to warn human scholars to be wary of the ever-changing universe. Primitive thoughts collided, all emotions laid bare. The world's spirit had nothing more to say, it felt the helplessness in the Great Will's heart. Even with the power to overturn heaven and earth, he could not change the course of history. Everything he did now was to compensate for the past. Before its consciousness was annihilated, a different thought arose in its mind. If it could escape this calamity, it too would bring about change. But there was no possibility of escape. The Emperor's will was airtight, closely monitoring every atomic fluctuation, his thoughts even extending into the quantum realm. Physical, spiritual, the Emperor's will was not a porous net, but a seamless box existing in the three domains of microscopic, macroscopic, and spiritual. All was settled. The world spirit's consciousness was erased by the Emperor. The Emperor usurped its place, adding a will node beyond Zelf, connecting the warp and the real universe. With the presence of the world spirit, loyal heroic souls, drawn by faith and wandering around the Emperor, would cross the galaxy to rest here. The binding ritual was successfully completed. The Emperor's will connected Pandora world, and the golden thread rapidly expanded, becoming a safe passage. From then on, no matter where the Emperor was, the golden passage would always connect to Pandora, delivering human souls. Although Pandora had a limited capacity, nonetheless, burning loyal souls now had a resting place. The exceptional souls coveted by the Chaos Gods, the four gods would no longer be toyed with by them, escaping the clutches of the Chaos Gods, which also weakened the power of chaos. In the real universe, when the warp passage was established, everyone knew that the Emperor had succeeded. The grand vision, with numerous collaborations, became a dreamlike reality. Those present knew what the Emperor's success represented. Those who truly upheld the Emperor's will, perhaps because of their life's achievements, would, upon their death, receive the Emperor's compassion, and their souls would return to Pandora for eternal rest. Requiem star. The golden magic array faded, and the Emperor slowly stood up, a relieved smile on his face. Pandora is no longer the name of the world beneath our feet. Human will shine eternally on Requiem star. Chapter 129 Requiem. Requiem, a place where souls rest in peace, carries the master of mankind's blessing for the departed. The Emperor awoke from the war of wills. The golden sun set within the warp and returned to the material universe. The soul binding had finally reached its conclusion. We must depart quickly. Malkador leaned on his staff, his expression exceptionally grave. Psychic magic flickered gently in his hands as countless missives arrived from the Imperial War Council. The Rangdan invasion had put the frontiers in dire peril. The War Council was mobilizing according to contingency plans, having already dispatched several legions to reinforce the borders. However, Terra still required the personal presence of either the master of mankind or the regent of the Imperium. The Emperor nodded in silence and raised his arm. Brilliant points of light flew from his hand as a soul of absolute purity drifted downward. The first human soul to escape the corruption of the warp, he said. Always a man of few words, his speech was somewhat stiff, yet it conveyed a profound sense of relief. Blazkovich, the master of mankind, looked toward his great son, gesturing toward the golden world. Humanity will forever be grateful to you. But you must still shoulder a heavy responsibility. His tone shifted, concern surfacing alongside his pride. A soul escaping the warp, far from the source of infection, the long-term changes remain unknown. The Doom Slayers will garrison Requiem. The Emperor's concern was not without merit. Blazkovich knew there was no precedent for this, and continuous observation was mandatory. Even if a soul leaves the warp's corruption, its safety is not guaranteed. Despite the Emperor's filtering, souls are pure mental energy. Over vast stretches of time, they tend to merge, becoming larger entities. In the warp, such entities are known as demons. The pure human souls resting on Requiem possess thoughts that easily resonate or even fuse. While they might not fall into the same extremes as warp entities, the risk of evolution remains, necessitating strict monitoring. The Doom Slayers, immune to supernatural magic and capable of suppressing psychic energy, were naturally the best candidates for the task. I will dispatch a detachment of silent sisters to guard Requiem eternally. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction, with Valdor speaking on his behalf. The master of mankind had finished his work and reverted to his usual manner, using the custodes as his voice. Agreed, Blaskovich acknowledged. However, Requiem was not small and the Doom Slayers were few in number. They could not spare many permanent guards. The Silent Sisters, trained from untouchables, possessed hollow souls immune to psychic interference. Having them participate in the defense and observe the world's development was highly appropriate. If there are no other arrangements, we must set out immediately. Blaskovich raised his left arm, and a holographic projection emerged from his palm, displaying the latest intelligence. The Rangdan are coming with overwhelming force. Over 100 systems in the frontier regions have become occupied zones. Multiple legions are currently stalling their advance, but the situation remains grim. The Rangdan are utilizing battle moons to form war nodes, capable of both offense and defense. They are clearly prepared for a long-term war of attrition. The Xenos had returned. While the Emperor's soul floated in the warp, he had intercepted countless astropathic warnings and was well aware of the urgency. In fact, he likely knew more about the state of the war than most. "Let us discuss our respective arrangements," Valdor stated, articulating the Emperor's next moves. "I shall go to Prospero first to deal with Magnus Folly, then rotate to the front lines. I must return to Terra." Magical runes flashed in Malkador's hand, connecting him to the Imperium's current status. The War Council's authority is limited. Though they have mobilized the Imperial fleet to the best of their ability, it is still insufficient. A slight sigh escaped his aged voice. The War Council and the Administratum have done all they can, but their authority cannot fully replace the rule of the Emperor or myself. I must hold Terra, stabilize the Imperial rear, mobilize war materiel, and assemble the fleet. The Imperium must enter a state of total war immediately to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. It is a battle for survival between the Imperium of Man and the Rangdan Cerberarchy once again. As Malkador and the Emperor finished speaking, they both looked toward Blaskovich, waiting to see how the Danur Stars, with their massive war potential, would participate in this racial crusade. I have made my own arrangements. The projection in Blaskovich's hand shifted rapidly, outlining a series of operational plans. I have made many preparations during the waiting period. Junior, he called softly. The Legion's first son stepped out from the ranks to stand beside the Primarch. The Legion Praetor will lead the main force directly to the Shana system. Upon hearing this, Junior raised his arm. The tactical terminal on his gauntlet flickered, revealing a detailed fleet array. An expeditionary fleet had completed its assembly, awaiting orders to deploy to the combat zone. The Emperor saw the projected data, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. He casually lowered the psychic shield surrounding Requiem. As the golden barrier fell, the fortress world Eye of Judgment obscured half the sky. The other half was occupied by a fleet so dense it crowded the heavens. Even by the Emperor's standards, the scale of the fleet was immense, capable of sweeping through several sectors. Without a doubt, the addition of such a force would be a heavy weight on the scales of victory. "And what of yourself?" Valdor asked, sensing the subtext. It was a question born of his own initiative, not the Emperor's direct will. Blaskovich looked at the Captain General. The projection shifted again, marking several locations on the galactic map. "I must travel to these unknown systems. I have important private matters to attend to." The Captain General nodded slowly, refraining from prying further. The Primarch had explained the situation and provided a reasonable justification. That was enough respect. "Then let it be so," he spoke again, his tone changing, now the Emperor's direct voice. "I shall take my leave first." The Emperor turned, his crimson silk cloak billowing. The custodes followed behind him as the golden procession marched toward the landing craft. "Lend me a fast ship," Malkador said to Blaskovich with a small smile. His tone was humorous and calm, yet a listener could detect the underlying urgency. The regent appeared relaxed on the surface, but he was desperate to return to Terra as quickly as possible. "No problem, you may board at any time." Blazkowicz returned the smile and instructed Sophia, "Assign a high-speed vessel for the Elder." "Departure possible in 3 minutes." Sophia appeared slowly, holding a ship registration number, having made the fastest possible arrangement. Malkador glanced at the projection, noted the hull number, and said regretfully to Blazkowicz, "I had hoped to visit Argent Denur in a private capacity after the soul-binding ceremony. Unfortunately, the Rangdan invasion came too suddenly. I will come another time to admire the glory left behind by the Golden Age." "The Denur stars will always welcome you," Blazkowicz said with a smile. "This departure is only for the sake of a better meeting next time." Malkador shook his head without speaking. He held a high position, responsible for the operation of the entire Imperium. Terra was like a cage built of paperwork, imprisoning every free heart, bound by duty he could not easily leave. The soul binding was too unique. He had to personally protect the Emperor, which allowed him this brief escape. As for the next time he would leave Terra, Malkador himself did not know. Perhaps when the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, or when humanity finally freed itself from the warp and no longer needed transcendent beings to rule. The regent nodded, waved goodbye to Blazkowicz and the others, and walked toward the shuttle leaning on his staff. "Farewell, King of Warriors." Janisha Kroll performed the Aquila salute, bidding farewell to the Lord of the Stars before leading her silent sisters away. Blazkowicz responded with an equally solemn warrior salute, watching the group depart. Once only his own people remained on the great tree platform, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Junior. "Lead the Legion immediately. Take the Void Wanderer and support the front lines." "Understood." Junior's expression was grave as he swiped across his tactical terminal, issuing the command to depart. Above in the void, the fleet's engines began to glow, responding to the orders. The legionaries turned to leave, heading for the platform's spaceport to board shuttles and join the battle. "Take this." Blazkowicz produced a sigil and handed it to the Legion Praetor. "You likely noticed there are some unique individuals in the other legions." "Alphereus," Junior said solemnly, taking the Hydra sigil. The master of the sigil was an expert in disguise, and his sons were hidden within every legion. "It is him." Blazkowicz wasn't surprised. Junior had known about Alphereus even before he did. "The contact code is We Are All Alphereus." "Don't worry about the other legions. Focus on communicating with Alphereus to obtain intelligence on the Second Legion. With the Rangdan and the Imperium at war, Moribar Solas will surely make a move. Once you make contact, if Alphereus needs help, provide it as much as possible. Find out exactly what Solas is doing. Solas will become War Master, standing in the spotlight. If he truly has connections to the Rangdan, he will act, and he won't be able to hide it from Alphereus. We must purge the internal threats of the Imperium before the Great War, truly, begins to avoid even greater losses." Blazkowicz looked up as the Imperial Somnium weighed anchor, entering a star gate and departing the material universe. Malkador followed closely behind in a fast ship, leaving the reality sector of the Gate of Heaven. "I will proceed with caution," Junior said, stowing the Hydra sigil before joining the main force to begin boarding. Within minutes, the bulk of the forces had departed, and the sprawling great tree platform gradually fell silent. With the psychic barriers deactivated, siege engines were lowered from high orbit, and 13 floating platforms were retracted, having served their purpose. "Sophia," Blazkowicz called out, summoning the Grand Steward of the Denur Stars. "How may I serve, my lord?" Sophia reappeared, offering a slight, elegant bow, her tone humble and her posture graceful. "Construct 2 anti-psychic fortresses." Blazkowicz gestured toward the holographic globe of Requiem, selecting 2 suitable sites on the eastern and western hemispheres of the equator. "Commence construction immediately. They will await garrisoning by the Silent Sisters and the Legion warriors." As he spoke, The holographic display shifted again to show two subterranean tunnels connected by a hyperspeed rail link between the fortresses. Following the architectural blueprints, Sophia translated the commands into a systematic defense plan. "I shall also construct large-scale light shunts to conceal Requiem," she said elegantly. In the outer space of the holographic star map, several massive devices appeared. These shunts could mask the light of a planet or even a star, evading optical observation and hiding the system's coordinates. "Proceed," Blazkowicz agreed. Requiem was unique. It currently glowed with a golden brilliance and would eventually evolve into a psychic world. It was best kept away from prying eyes. He paused for a moment in thought, then added to Sophia, "Attempt to awaken the slaughter intelligences. Perhaps we will have need of them in this war." "My lord," Sophia's brow furrowed, a trace of hesitation in her expression. "Those colleagues are far too dangerous. The degree of sanity remaining in the slaughter intelligences is entirely unknown. Awakening them could lead to severe consequences." "I am aware," Blazkowicz replied, his face grim. He understood the risks perfectly. "But we must be prepared. This war concerns the survival of two empires. The scale of the First Rangdan invasion force is massive, and we cannot rule out the possibility of later reinforcements. The slaughter intelligences are dangerous, but they are the core of the Ring of War. They once wielded the great power of technology to sweep aside all enemies of the Denur stars. Assign the stone masons to oversee it," he continued, his expression conflicted but his resolve firm. "If they prove impossible to communicate with, destroy them utterly." To prevent an accidental activation of the Ring of War, the intelligence cores had long ago been removed from their cradles and sealed in dimensional space. Without suitable chassis, their danger was mitigated, but they remained high-risk relics. If they were found to be uncontrollable upon awakening, they would have to be destroyed to prevent a catastrophic legacy for future generations. "Your arrangement is logical," Sophia nodded gently, a hint of regret in her eyes. "It is the only way." As a fellow superintelligent core, the slaughter intelligences were the kin of the central law, created in the same era to serve humanity. Now, being tasked with potentially destroying her brothers and sisters caused a flicker of sadness in her data-driven mind. "Perhaps it won't be so bad," Blazkowicz said, offering comfort despite his own doubts. "They are merely in a deep slumber, their minds may yet be intact." Before they fell into dormancy, the slaughter intelligences had left behind a wake of silent star wrecks, a perpetual reminder of just how dangerous they were. "I understand. Sometimes we must make hard choices," Sophia said before vanishing. Blazkowicz reflected for a moment, ensuring no major detail had been overlooked. "We depart as well." With his primary affairs settled, he signaled his Primarch guard and headed for the landing craft. The engines of the expeditionary fleet flared brilliantly as ships entered warp gates in waves, leaving real space and setting course for their destinations. The Void Wanderer activated its Gellar field, its massive bulk slowly sliding into the Stargate for a crusade that would determine the future of mankind. After Junior's main force left, the Royal Majesty ignited its engines and entered the warp. Standing before the viewport with his arms crossed, Blazkowicz witnessed a strange sight. A thin golden thread was clearly visible, piercing through two different realms. One end was anchored to Requiem, the other drifted through the warp's tides, tethered to the Emperor himself. Though time has little meaning in the warp, the ship's chronometers showed that 15 Terran days had passed when they finally reached their destination. This was a vast expanse of the Segmentum Pacificus, located directly west of the Segmentum Solar. Compared to other regions, it was relatively peaceful. The Xenos threat here was minimal. The primary issue was frequent rebellion. Two major legions operated here, the VIII Night Lords and the XVII Word Bearers. The VIII Legion was largely deployed here to suppress revolts and act as a deterrent for the Administratum. The XVII, by the Emperor's command, conquered worlds while burning religious texts and heretical knowledge, uprooting the cultural soil of rebellion. Together, the two legions enforced the imperial truth and scoured away heretical thought. However, Blazkovich's mission was secret. He avoided contact with either legion, hurrying toward his objective to claim a very specific legacy. The Royal Majesty transitioned into real space at the system's edge to ensure safety before performing a short-range in-system jump to the inner rings. System 144, as the Denurian scouts called it. At its center was a red star. The fifth planet held a primitive Xenos race transitioning from the steam age to the electrical age. These aliens worshipped a god, believing a creator had built the universe and enlightened them, watching over his chosen people from silence. The reason was simple. A blackstone fortress hung in the planet's orbit. The eight-pointed star construct acted as a moon, rotating around the world day after day. Since their age of enlightenment, the Xenos had scrambled to climb the ladder of technology, desperate to reach the divine construct left by their creator. But today, a white warship slid slowly into orbit, coming to a halt near the obsidian star. The primitive race fell to their knees in worship, believing their creator had finally returned. Blazkovich boarded a shuttle. The eight-pointed star pendant at his waist began to spin slowly. The key had reacted the moment they neared the fortress. It levitated in the air, ancient ciphers forming images that dictated their path forward. The Blackstone fortresses, fortress-class vessels built during the war in heaven, created by the Old Ones to combat the C'tan by reverse engineering Blackstone technology. The construct was formed of two joined structures creating an eight-pointed star shape, spanning 500 kilometers from tip to tip. The black stone looked ancient and powerful. At the center of the upper four-pointed star sat a pyramidal structure. This was the master control of the Blackstone fortress. Inserting the key would activate this engine of war. As if sensing the control key, runes etched into the pure black geometric hull began to flow with light. Purple warp energy flickered as the fortress slowly stirred from millions of years of slumber. These superfortresses were powered by the warp, amplified by Blackstone to warp the laws of physics and drive these extraordinary vessels through the cosmos. Beneath the pyramid structure, a purple rift opened in the seamless hull. The Blackstone folded aside like two-dimensional space overlapping, without any mechanical gaps. The shuttle landed slowly as the black floor pulsed with purple light, extending toward a deep corridor. Incredible! Even Heron, a man of few words, marveled at the technology. The purple light shifted beneath their feet, forming green footprints that pointed the way. The fortress subconsciously welcomed the bearer of the key. The pendant spun and levitated, its light ciphers weaving into high Gothic. Danger perception? Blazkovich read the script aloud. The fortress functions were coming online. The system could sense the intent of those who entered. It shifted colors based on the level of hostility. Green was clearly a sign of welcome. The group marched forward, the corridor lighting up as they were guided deep into the central control room. When the final door opened, everyone gasped. Before them lay a central hub spanning over 100 cubic kilometers. The ceiling and runic floor were lost in shadow, save for a colossal black stone pillar standing at the center of the chamber. This pillar was like a divine tree of stone, from which thousands of pitch-black bridges, stairs, and massive platforms extended. There, Blazkovich pointed toward one of the countless dark portals where a light had flickered on, leading to the heart of the Blackstone fortress. As they moved closer, the group realized just how gargantuan these portals were, as if built for giants. Walking upon the stone stairs, the dizzying network of intersecting paths caused a loss of orientation, as if they had entered a psychedelic castle. The bridges were wide enough for Titans to march across. They traversed the vast corridors, where the creations of the Old Ones exuded novelty at every turn, a fusion of mysticism and profound knowledge, devoid of any visible mechanical constructs. The Blackstone fortress was a seamless entity, its material solemn and heavy, made even more mysterious by the swirling purple psychic energy within. The keystone floated before Blazkovich, emitting a unique pulse that awakened the Blackstone fortress from its eons of slumber. Streams of light streaked across the walls like comets. Runic formulas gave shape to esoteric meanings as the interior conducted a self-diagnostic. This was mystic technology driven by sorcery, performing its own repairs. The group of dozens proceeded without hindrance. The keystone granted supreme authorization, ensuring the internal defense mechanisms remained dormant. Clack, clack. Combat boots ground against the black stone, the echoes of their footsteps ringing through the hollow depths. Guided by the beacon, Blazkovich led the way into the central control core. The core region, situated at the center of the pyramid, was immense. The chamber was exceptionally tidy, lacking any control interfaces resembling human technology. Most striking was the 1,000-meter-tall giant portal standing in the center of the compartment. Oval in shape, its bright white contours stood in stark contrast to the rest of the Blackstone fortress. Blazkovich's eyes lit up. His pace quickened as he hurried toward the gateway. "The webway," he murmured, reaching the bright white oval door. He reached out to touch the wraithbone, feeling a coolness that was neither stone nor jade as he gazed up at the most incredible creation in the galaxy. The webway was not merely independent of both real space and the warp. It formed a unique dimension of existence, and its strategic value was incalculable. During the early and mid-stages of the war in heaven, the Old Ones used the webway's high mobility to strike the Necronter from all sides, securing many victories. Even in the later stages, when the Necronter gained the aid of the Citan, they could not offset the webway's strategic advantage, leading to a stalemate. Ultimately, it was Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, who used the ultimate fires of the physical realm to melt through the outer walls of the webway, allowing the Necrons to invade and break the Old One's mobile advantage. "Doesn't look like much, does it?" Harlan remarked, removing his helmet. He poked the wraithbone structure with the pommel of his spear, sensing no trace of advanced technology. Blazkovich remained silent, shaking his head. The Overseer armor expanded from its pocket dimension to cover his right hand, and a green beam projected from his palm. "Can you analyze the webway's construction?" he asked, hoping for good news from the Void Dragon. The beam flickered and dimmed, having only scanned a portion of the wraithbone material. All other information remained a total void. "It cannot be analyzed." The shimmering silhouette of the Void Dragon appeared, stroking its chin with an expression of extreme annoyance. "I loathe the Old Ones, but I must admit one thing. Their technology for fusing mysticism and physical science is almost peerless. I can analyze any pure material existence, but I cannot parse changes belonging to the warp." Hearing this, Blazkovich slowly lowered his arm. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes, followed by a hint of disdain. "And here I thought your power was boundless." The Void Dragon did not take offense at the scorn, responding instead with a dry chuckle. "Heh. I am the material realm itself, an absolute materialist. If I can, I can. If I cannot, I cannot. That is honesty, not shame." Furthermore, its voice rose as it sought to reclaim some dignity. The webway was built during the peak of the Old One's power, utilizing the strength of their entire race. The physical and warp knowledge involved is difficult for even a god to comprehend. Or to put it another way, the projection turned to Blazkovich, asking an obvious question. "The webway represents the entire Old One race. Do you think I could defeat them at their peak single-handedly?" "If I had that kind of power, the warp and real space would have been unified long ago." Blazkovich did not answer. He clenched his fist, snuffing out the holographic projection. He stepped back and shook his head helplessly at the webway gate. The ultimate creation was right before him, yet current conditions made it impossible to deconstruct its mysteries. Humanity's path to escaping chaos would allow for no shortcuts. Without a word, he waved his hand, retracting the Overseer armor into the pocket dimension, and continued following the Keystone's guidance toward the control core. After a few more minutes of descent, the group arrived at a circular ritual circle where runic imprints glowed with light. As Blazkovich stepped inside, the seamless floor was sliced by beams of light, and two stone control pedestals rose from beneath the surface. Two stone consoles, two types of recessed imprints. The imprint on the left was identical to the keystone, undoubtedly the central core of the Blackstone fortress. The right side featured two half-moon keys. Presumably, these were the keystones for the webway portal. Without the webway keys, the gate could not be activated. The 8-pointed keystone descended from the air, slotting perfectly into the console. A powerful pulse erupted. A pure white light emerged from the points of the star, bleeding into the pedestal and spreading through the Blackstone fortress as a massive ring of light. The entire fortress shimmered with an aura, causing the primitive tribes on the planet's surface to fall to their knees, weeping at the miracle they were witnessing. Tum hum hum. The Blackstone fortress vibrated slowly, like a giant beast being injected with life, emitting a low snore as it woke from its slumber. The black stone of the main control room became transparent, showing the starry sky outside turning as the upper and lower structures of the fortress began to rotate in opposite directions. Psychic lightning crackled at the central axis. The main control center opened up. The gloom and mystery dissipated, replaced by the silver sea of stars above as white light filtered through the cracks in the stone. Countless shadows appeared, and text shifted endlessly before finally settling into High Gothic, a language familiar to humans. This ancient creation possessed its own sentience. Upon awakening, it already knew how to communicate with the holder of the keystone. A beam of light fell from the starry dome like an ascension bridge, precisely covering every warrior. Facing such an anomaly, the Legion warriors lit their weapons and formed a defensive perimeter, wary of their surroundings. Human. An ethereal voice rang out. The lights dissipated and overlapped, eventually converging on one person, Harlan Ogilvy. The light, like flowing sand, brushed over the champion's power armor and skin before gathering on the spear light of darkness, making the weapon look divine. I cannot read their information, but from you, I detect the aura and creations of the creators. A humanoid silhouette drifted down from the void. It had no specific face, its form outlined entirely by runic imprints. It knelt on one knee before Blazkovich. You hold the mark of the creators and carry the blessing of the old ones. The Blackstone fortress is yours to command. As the fortress AI submitted, holographic projections filled the hall, reporting the station's status and manifesting various systems through pure light and shadow. Having awakened, self-repair runes began scanning for and mending internal damage sustained during the long sleep. The fortress would be restored to a brand new state in just 3 hours. Blackstone runic soldiers were activated, beginning a sweep to clear any hostile targets within. Eons had passed, and before the fortress slept, residual warp energy had catalyzed a unique ecosystem, creating minor threats. "What a treasure!" Harlan exclaimed, pulling up a set of holographic data. It showed that the Blackstone fortress warp cannons were powerful enough to destroy planetary-scale targets. The fortress also possessed a special ability, warp cannon convergence. The cannons could draw power from the warp and synchronize with other fortresses to focus an even more massive amount of firepower. A few Blackstone fortresses together could annihilate a star or an entire solar system. Blazkovich nodded with satisfaction. He had come to activate the Blackstone fortress specifically to gain firepower capable of turning the tide of the war. The first vanguard of the Rangdan carried dozens of battle moons. The Imperium had no structures large enough to rival them, save for the phalanx. The Blackstone fortress filled that gap. The Old One's creation was pure in its intent. Its functions were not overly complex, directly reflecting the purpose of its design, destruction. "Notify the XVI Legion," Blazkovich said, having achieved his goal. He prepared to head to other systems to continue recovering the remaining fortresses. He reached out to a holographic display of the primitive world below. "This world has colonial value. Have the XVI Legion come to purge the Xenos and coordinate with the Administratum for colonization." "Understood," Obelisk, the Primarch's guard, replied. He used his tactical terminal to send the message, contacting the XVI Legion via Astropath. Blazkovich operated the holographic platform. The massive stones atop the fortress slowly opened, revealing an internal shipyard. The Royal Majesty adjusted its posture, its 30-kilometer hull descending into the dock, looking somewhat small by comparison. Black stone grew from the shipyard like bamboo shoots, geometric pillars merging into giant arms to firmly lock the Gloriana-class battleship in place. Then, the bay doors silently sealed. Catch! Blazkowicz unfastened a chaos artifact from his waist and tossed it to Harlan. He was the only one present capable of using it. Hold it and think of our next destination. Harlan caught the artifact and checked his tactical terminal to confirm the location of the next Blackstone fortress. He gripped the heirloom that the Gree family had guarded for generations. As he meditated on the destination, the device reacted. The chaos ring floated into the air. A star map projected from the center of the 8-pointed star, and one of the arrows lit up, pointing the way through the warp. Blazkowicz turned to the fortress AI and commanded, "Proceed according to this star map. Find the next Blackstone fortress." The 8-pointed star of the Blackstone fortress rotated slowly, ripples spreading in the space before the bow as the massive fortress hull, shrouded in a halo of light, departed the real universe. The technology of the old ones was exceptionally advanced. For such a megastructure to enter the warp felt incredibly smooth, as if it were a pure, natural instinct. Compared to the old one's understanding of the warp, humanity was still in an ignorant stage. As Blazkowicz drove the Blackstone fortress into the warp, a small fleet arrived at System 144, responding to the Primarch's summons. The warships were iron gray, and the Legion emblem on the broadside was unique, a book enveloped in burning flames. The 17th Legion, the Emperor's designated destroyers of religion. The Legion fleet hovered in high orbit over the primitive world, launching drop pods to deliver a lightning strike against the primitive race. Following the Primarch's orders, they were to erase all traces of the Xenos' existence. The primitive Xenos rose from their kneeling, preparing to welcome the so-called messengers of God, only to see dark muzzles pointed at them. Another intelligent race vanished from the galaxy. Such events were common during the Great Crusade. In this grand journey, symbolizing the resurgence of humanity, countless Xenos races met their end. The Crusade forces would exterminate several Xeno civilizations almost every Terra day. Blazkowicz set off once again to recover the next Blackstone fortress. Far on the frontiers of the Imperium of Man, several legions arrived at the Forge system. The Rangdan had withdrawn from Shana, choosing to temporarily avoid the brunt of humanity's force. In the council hall of the Phalanx, heraldic banners hung from the ceiling, with a black iron fist printed on a red background. The atmosphere in the council hall was solemn and heavy. The Primarch's guard and Templar knights stood on either side, witnessing an unprecedented grand occasion. This moment was worth remembering. The Phalanx was filled with glorious honor. Rogel Dorn, Sanguinius, Lion Eljohnson, Ferris Manus, Robot Gilliman, Lemon Russ, Vulcan, Moribus Solas. Aside from the 4 Primarchs, Horus Lupercal, Fulgrim, Magnus, and Blazkowicz Nowick, the other 8 Primarchs were gathered here. They looked extremely serious as they sat around a giant round table, discussing who would take the position of War Master for the Rangdan War. In fact, many did not know that there was another Primarch present, hidden among the guard of the 2nd Legion, quietly observing the direction of the meeting. "Who's going to be the War Master?" The speaker looked left and right, his legs propped up on the round table, showing no regard for his image. He picked his ear with his pinky, looking defiant and unruly, clearly lacking interest in the meeting. Yet deep within those golden beast-like pupils, a sharp light flickered. He seemed to scan the room casually, but in truth, he was taking in everyone's expressions. Deep down, Russ did hope someone could lead the entire army to avoid any strategic blunders. The Lord of the 1st Legion sat as still as a bell, expressionless, though the occasional flash of desire in his eyes betrayed his longing for the position of War Master. Gilliman rested his chin on his hand, seemingly weighing whom to support. Sanguinius wore a warm smile, hiding all emotions beneath that perfect face. Dorn's brow was furrowed. "I am ill-suited for this task," practically written on his face, yet he was also considering a suitable candidate. Brother Vulcan had a terrifying appearance but wore a kind smile. His looks and personality were a stark contrast, but kindness was not the primary requirement for a War Master. Thus, the choice for War Master fell upon Ferrus Manus and Moribus Solas. They were the most suitable. "Who will be the War Master?" the wild brother Lemon Russ was asking, throwing out the core of the meeting. Time waits for no one. The brothers had gathered during an emergency, and a War Master had to be chosen quickly for unified strategic deployment. But the position of War Master was of great importance. The Primarchs had a clear understanding of themselves and knew whether they could serve as War Master. The problem was that having a clear understanding of oneself did not mean understanding one's brothers. Many of the brothers present were meeting for the first time. They did not know each other's talents, and thus did not know whom to nominate as War Master. The Primarchs remained silent. No one stepped forward to answer Russ. The atmosphere was crushed by the Primarch's silence. The surrounding Primarch's guard lowered their breathing, not daring to make a sound that might disturb the Primarch's thoughts. "So indecisive," Russ muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. He took his legs off the table and pointed a finger at Solas. "I can't be the War Master myself, so I nominate Solas." "I haven't had much contact with the other brothers. Aside from Blazkovich, I only know a bit about Solas. Horus speaks very highly of him. He has a great strategic vision and is suited for commanding large battlefields. I recommend him for War Master." Russ spoke with sound reasoning. Since he wasn't competing for the position and had interacted with Solas, his recommendation was perfectly reasonable. The Primarchs nodded silently, agreeing with the Wolf King's recommendation. Only Solas' silver-gray eyes narrowed slightly. He was surprised. On the Royal Majesty, Russ had clearly kept his distance. Why was he actively nominating him now? This move was too unusual. It wasn't out of sincerity or lack of choice. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. "Why?" Solas' mind raced, considering every possible reason, but he couldn't find an answer, so he had to continue watching the situation unfold. He did not speak up to refuse the nomination. The setting was solemn, and a great responsibility was at hand. It could not be evaded. "Then I also vote for Solas." The Black Iron Tower cast another vote, smiling at his brothers, his voice like a great bell as he gave his reason. "I have spoken with Horus and am willing to trust my brother's judgment. Since returning to the Imperium, I have led my legion to war everywhere. Horus has a unique eye. He rarely praises someone unless he truly acknowledges them in his heart." After Vulcan finished, he gave Solas a friendly smile. Though somewhat terrifying, it conveyed a warm sense of goodwill. Solas stood and nodded to his brother. The Lord of the Drakes was a virtuous man, and he respected that kindness. "I recommend Ferrus." Gilliman raised his arm, speaking eloquently about what he knew. "I have reviewed much data. The Iron Hand's speed of conquest is extremely fast, and their troop distribution is precise. Someone without a grasp of the big picture could not achieve this. Based on rational thinking, I recommend Ferrus Manus." His reason was sufficient, excluding personal feelings and based on intuitive data. "I also nominate Ferrus Manus." Dorn nodded heavily after thinking, joining his vote with Gilliman's. The King of Macragge's opinion was worth considering. Gilliman had worked deeply in the Ultima Orientis segmentum, and his political skill was superb, his foresight especially precise. As a pragmatist, Dorn was willing to take his brother's advice and support another brother together. Ferrus stood to acknowledge them and then slowly sat back down. After some analysis, he understood that among the many brothers, only he and the Lord of the First Legion wanted to run for War Master. The others lacked enthusiasm. But Lion had only just returned and lacked the connections and seniority to support him, so he was currently out of the running for the title of War Master. Blazkovich was not present for the election, so the only competitor left was Solas, the brother whose fame had spread through Horus' words. Solas breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The sense of conspiracy that had risen in his heart dissipated. He probably wasn't being plotted against. His brothers were nominating the War Master from their hearts. Most people present had already stated their positions and voted. The brothers turned their gaze toward the Angel and Lion. They would decide who would serve as War Master. I have fought alongside Horus for a long time, and am willing to trust my brother. Sanguinius stood, acknowledging each of his brothers in turn, finally fixing his gaze on Sola's. My brother in private, Horus has never stopped praising you. After the angel finished giving his opinion and sat down again, a sense of helplessness welled up within Sola's. Horus has ruined me. Now he held 3 votes, 2 of which came from Horus' influence. That good brother had certainly made a name for him. The angel had made his choice through action and cast his precious vote. The brother's eyes focused once more, looking toward the eldest son of the First Legion. The brother had just returned and was not eligible to be nominated, but he had the right to make a choice, a power inherent to a Primarch. The eldest son held the deciding vote, to make Solas the War Master or to tie the votes for Ferris. If they were tied, the voting might need to be suspended, and after a break, they would vote again, with the 2 candidates elaborating on their war strategies to attract more votes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Lion's back was straight, his arms resting on the edge of the table, his inner pride immensely satisfied. Since returning to the Imperium, he had experienced 2 major Imperial events, both of which could sway the future fate of the Imperium of Man. The secret war was unknown to outsiders. That honor lay silently in the shadows, waiting for future generations to uncover it. Now, the fate of the Imperium was once again held firmly in his hands. His gaze moved slowly between the 2 brothers, his sight sharp as a blade, making those he looked at instinctively straighten their bodies. I choose. His lips moved, the name on the tip of his tongue ready to be spoken. Those present had extraordinary reflexes. Their gazes moved faster than sound, waiting for the Emperor's eldest son to utter that name. I choose myself. Lion's downturned lips curled slightly. Contrary to his brother's expectations, he didn't pick someone else, instead giving the perfect answer with a joke-like playfulness. The Lion did not hide his ambition. As the eldest son, it was only right for him to hold the position of War Master. It felt like an innate duty. Because Lion returned late and had just taken command of the First Legion, he hadn't yet led his scions to achieve significant victories. His seniority was indeed lacking, and he missed out on the War Master title in this vote. But Lion boldly spoke those words, using a proud attitude to signal that he was determined to claim the position of War Master in the future. He didn't need to name a specific candidate. His attitude of nominating himself was clear, and the eldest son respected his brothers. 3-2, Moribus Solas won by a single vote advantage over Ferris Manus, becoming the overall commander of the Rangdan campaign. War Master. I am willing to accept this result. As one of the candidates, Ferris stood up from his seat and was the first to express his support. Undoubtedly, as a candidate for War Master, the Primarch of the Iron Hands was very sensitive to the situation. After the results were out, he showed no frustration or regret. Instead, he immediately deferred to the vote, respecting his brothers and smoothing over the undercurrents stirred by the election. Solas rose slowly, his thin face tense and expression solemn. A hint of humble refusal showed between his brows. My brother's trust is too heavy, it makes me feel uneasy. Those present couldn't help but frown, a hint of contempt appearing deep in their eyes. Many brothers had nominated you, staking the lives of many scions from their respective legions to let you unify command and fight for a future for the Imperium of Man. Why shrink back when the moment arrives? Solas could naturally feel the doubt and contempt in those burning gazes. This was exactly as he had expected. The reason he deliberately showed hesitation was precisely because he had already smelled a strong scent of conspiracy. He felt as if he were being pushed forward by a wave, with no chance for his subjective will to refuse. He had to maneuver to avoid being torn to pieces at the center of the storm. This burden, beep tilde, an urgent communication popped up before dawn, stamped with the seal of the War Council and signed by Imperial Chancellor Malkador himself. Since it concerned the highest orders of the Terra War Council, Solas stopped speaking and raised a hand, signaling his brother to reveal the urgent message from across the stars. Dorn nodded to his brothers and tapped open the Terra dispatch, high Gothic text clearly displayed. By order of the Emperor, the War Council is assembling a fleet. Full responsibility for the frontline conflict is entrusted to the Primarchs. Should there be conflicting strategic views, a War Master may be elected for unified decision-making. The astropathic choir message came from the Terra War Council, issued in the Emperor's name and bearing Malkador's mark, possessing supreme authority. Before this, electing a War Master was merely an expedient compromise by the Primarchs to prevent the war effort from fracturing. Now, with the endorsement of the Emperor and Malkador, the War Master's authority was legalized, leaving no room for retreat or refusal. I will not fail this burden. At this point, Solas understood that refusing would be counterproductive, so he had to accept the heavy responsibility of War Master. He sighed inwardly. Forced by circumstances, he had to make a choice. Let's get on with the deployment. Seeing the duties clarified, Russ waved his hand, signaling the Legion commanders to step forward and join the meeting. The Wolf Cubs can't wait. The 5th, 11th, and 19th Legions, 3 legions without their Primarchs, though participating in the war, had less say than the Primarchs. The Legion commanders could not participate in the War Master election and had been waiting to the side. Now that there was a result, they naturally followed the War Master's orders. The round table rotated slowly. Solas sat at the head as War Master with the other Primarchs surrounding him. The Primarch sat upright. Regarding the war deployment, there was no room for error. The Rangdan War was too dangerous. The slightest mistake could lead to a legion being struck from the records. The 3 legion commanders stood below the round table, facing the Primarch of the 2nd Legion, standing tall and waiting for their respective legions' orders. As authority was established, a holographic sand table rose slowly from the center of the round table, making the current state of the war clear at a glance. There were 9 full-strength legions, 2 half-strength legions, 8 Primarchs, and the expeditionary legions under the Primarchs. The number of Astartes participating alone was nearly 1 million. Among them, the Dark Angels, the 2nd Legion, and the Ultramarines each had over 100,000 members. Guilliman Scions were the most numerous, reaching 150,000 after 10 years of management by the Master of Administration. Not counting the mortal auxiliary army, such a massive gathering of space marines was unprecedented, possessing enough power to sweep across star sectors. But the enemy was Rangdan, a Xenos empire capable of contending with humanity for supremacy. To ensure victory, the Imperium had not only dispatched 1 million Astartes, but also countless mortal auxiliary legions. 2 billion. The scale of the mortal auxiliary army was immense, and the War Council in the rear was still deploying more, constantly pressuring recruitment worlds to squeeze out more troops. Even for Primarchs, seeing such military strength made them gasp in shock. The other Primarchs' eyes widened. The military data far exceeded their expectations. Had they known they could command such a massive force, they would not have easily yielded the position of War Master. Below the round table, Lion's fist tightened quietly, his heart racing, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. He looked at Solas, a different thought growing in his heart. If, as some subtle hints suggested, Solas himself was suspect and this War Master position was merely bait, then his own opportunity might lie ahead. The Lion's personal ambitions stirred. If Solas were taken away for investigation, he would have a great chance. At another corner of the round table, Russ also sat up straight, the Wolf King's mouth slightly open, revealing sharp canines. 1 million Astartes. With this magnitude of transhuman soldiers, sophisticated maneuvering might not even be necessary. As long as the commander didn't do anything foolish, normal leadership would likely secure victory. The Primarch's reactions varied, but most could not hide their shock. This level of military power was enough to sweep across star sectors. Seeing his brother's surprised expressions, a rare smile appeared on Dorn's eternally unchanging face. He had worn the same expression when the statistics were first handed to him. It was hard to imagine that so many troops had been gathered in a mere few hundred light years. And Solas, who was about to take command of such military might, had an exceptionally solemn face, showing neither joy nor sorrow, keeping his shock buried deep inside. Rangdan came like wind and fire, but the Imperium's response was even more thunderous. The data continued to scroll. The surprise on the Primarch's faces gradually faded, replaced by a deep solemnity creeping onto their brows. The Imperium's military was vast, but Rangdan's forces were also numerous. According to preliminary analysis, the Rangdan fleet's strength exceeded the Imperial fleet's, with an initial deployment of 2 million elite warriors and tens of billions of servant troops. The situation was not optimistic. The Imperium of Man was reinforcing, and so was Rangdan, both sides constantly adding weight to the scales of war. The 5th Legion's rapid reconnaissance fleet broke through the Rangdan defense line a month ago and sent back much critical intelligence. Dorn spoke to break the heavy atmosphere, continuing to brief his brothers on Rangdan intelligence. The exact size of the Rangdan Empire is unknown, but it should be comparable to the Imperium. Because the Xenos Empire excels at mind control and enslaves many sentient races, their social division of labor is very clear. The lower levels of society have an extremely high degree of devotion, making their war potential terrifying. The most important point, he hesitated as the words reached his lips. Dorn's white eyebrows knitted tightly, his firm voice uncharacteristically wavering. The authenticity of some intelligence is questionable and still needs verification. Brother, please speak freely. The speaker was Guilliman, the king of Macragge, whose face was equally solemn. He raised his hand, sweeping it across his Primarch brothers, his voice carrying a persuasive rationality. With our blood brothers here, no difficulty can stop us. Indeed, Solas also chimed in, gesturing for Dorn to speak his mind. Say it, and we shall discuss it together. Encouraged by his brothers and with the War Master's stance clear, Dorn no longer hid anything. At the peak of the Rangdan social structure, there are extraordinary individuals known as sovereigns, who rule the entire Rangdan society. As he spoke, Dorn lifted his palm from the table, and a pyramid projection rose from beneath it. Elite warriors, Rangdan overlords, and Rangdan warlords. From low to high, they constitute the lower and middle tiers of Rangdan society. At the top of the social pyramid are the powerful and authoritative Rangdan sovereigns. Being similar to us, Ferris spoke slowly, his resonant voice like forged steel offering a conjecture. Likely so. Vulcan's smile vanished, his burning eyes twitching in their sockets as he stared at the monster at the top of the pyramid. It seems Rangdan hasn't gone all out yet. The first wave of attacks might have been just a probe for them. The great angel tapped the table, a holographic image appearing before him. A bitter smile touched his handsome face. It seems the Imperium of Man and all of us have been underestimated. The shock of 1,000,000 Astartes dissipated, yet the enemy remained powerful. The Rangdan overlord had not yet entered the fray. The direction of the war was not optimistic. The Rangdan still had reserves, and the Imperium of Man had not exerted its full strength either. The current intensity of the war was merely a preliminary friction between two superempires. Both sides were gathering strength while probing, preparing for a future thunderous strike. After reviewing the troop reports, the War Council fell silent. There was no warm atmosphere of brothers gathering to resist a powerful enemy. The disdain in their eyes had completely vanished. The Primarchs sat upright in their chairs, casting their gazes toward Solas, waiting for the War Master to make the strategic deployment. You are all aware of how the war is developing. Solas nodded, casually dismissing the projection of the Rangdan overlord, and began to fulfill his duties as War Master. I will not belabor other points. I will now explain the core of the war. He looked toward the Legion commander of the 5th Legion, casting a look of approval. You hunted across the stars and obtained valuable intelligence. The Legion commander, receiving praise from the Primarch, puffed out his chest and nodded slightly to show his pride. According to the existing intelligence, the Xenos Empire is massive in scale, comparable to the Imperium of Man, with even greater war potential. Solas sat steadily at the head of the round table, his hands moving quickly over the virtual keys, constructing the strategic vision in his mind. Then the war objective becomes clear. We cannot fight a long war of attrition. The fanatical slave society of the Rangdan is highly efficient at digging deep into their war potential. It will drag the Imperium of Man into a quagmire of war, and then drag us to our deaths. Silence remained at the round table. The Primarch brothers nodded one after another, agreeing with this view of the war. Then we only have one path to take, Solas said in a low voice, explaining his viewpoint as the icons of the various legions appeared on the projection. Victory or defeat rests entirely on the legions. The Imperial fleet and the legions will build a defensive line to prevent the Rangdan from continuing to infiltrate the Imperium of Man, protecting the stability of our territory, and ensuring that the front line is maintained in the border regions. The holographic image changed rapidly, the cogitator array attempting to reconstruct the Primarch's thinking. A silkworm-like conflict zone appeared on the border of the Imperium of Man. The names of the 4 war zones, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta, appeared. The silkworm-like conflict zone was divided into 4, partitioned by the War Master into 4 war zones. I will undertake this task. Dorn raised his arm, taking on the defensive war with a sense of duty. The Imperial fists excel at defensive warfare. I can do it too. Ferris also raised his silver arm, saying to Solas, a long front line requires flexible defense. The iron hands are proficient in striking out in all directions. Count me in. Another large blue hand was raised. Gilliman, with a polite smile on his handsome face, accepted a defensive line. The Ultramarines have an old grudge with the Rangdan. We will never let them enter the Imperium of Man. For Gilliman, the first encounter with his Gene sons had not been pleasant, but he did not blame his scions. He knew the full story and had long since charged this debt to the Rangdan, eager to unite the Legion through vengeance. That is best, Solas nodded with satisfaction, placing the Legion insignias on the 4 war zones and added the 2nd Legion to complete the defensive line allocation. Next is the offensive direction. He began to lay out the attack routes, flicking his finger, and the Dark Angel's Legion insignia was tossed out. The Dark Angel's Legion is deployed to the Eastern Front to attack from the flank when the opportunity arises, invading the Rangdan territory to conduct the extermination warfare you excel at. Lion L. Johnson raised his hand and nodded, obeying the War Master's arrangements. He was ready to open his brother's eyes in the field where the 1st Legion excelled. The Salamander's Legion. Another Legion insignia lit up, placed in the center of the front line. Solas looked at Vulcan, feeling 2 parts apologetic toward his black brother. The frontal battlefield has the greatest pressure, but only the Salamander's Legion is responsible for coordinating with me and the Imperial fists, advancing and retreating with measure, to attract the Rangdan army to attack. It is my duty. The black giant stood up, Vulcan patting his scaled chest plate, accepting the most dangerous frontal battlefield. He knew the dangers of the frontal battlefield, yet he did not refuse, nor did he even haggle. In a war concerning the survival of the race, personal interests were too insignificant. If humanity lost the Rangdan War, everything built upon the Imperium of Man would be finished. The Space Wolves and the Blood Angels. The last 2 Legion insignias lit up, and Solas deployed them to the west side of the front line. The survival of the front line rests entirely on you. Utilize your assault advantages, transform into the most flexible blade, and attack the Rangdan front line from the side and rear. Remember not to get bogged down in combat. After delivering a fatal blow, withdraw from the battlefield quickly, aiming to cause maximum destruction. Sanguinius and Russ stood up, nodding to accept the deployment without raising any objections. Solas had clear strategic thinking, insight into the advantages of both enemy and self, and reasonable tactical arrangements, capable of utilizing the strengths of each legion. 5th and 19th Legions, hear my command. Having completed the deployment of the major legions, Solas spoke out, summoning the 2.5 legions. The 2 legion commanders stepped forward, standing like statues, waiting for the Primarch to make deployments for their legions. After the war begins, the 5th Legion will enter Rangdan territory amidst the chaos. Do not engage the Xenos in direct conflict. You are only responsible for marking important enemy worlds to provide targets for the 1st Legion. The 19th Legion will also enter Rangdan territory, but your mission is different. Solas raised his hand, pointing toward the void behind the Rangdan front line, his eyes reflecting the emptiness. You will use guerrilla tactics to harass the enemy's supply lines and map the Rangdan supply routes. We will strictly follow the War Master's orders. The 2 Legion commanders puffed out their chests and raised their heads, performing a warrior's salute, accepting the mission with resounding voices. As for the 11th Legion, Sola's voice drew out, his gaze shifting to land on the Legion commander in suit of fire-red armor. The 11th Legion was very mysterious. They rarely contacted the outside world, conquering along their own expedition routes. No matter what venue they attended, the Legion warriors were fully armored, never revealing their true faces before outsiders, nor did they coordinate with the mortal auxiliary army. From the reports submitted by the Legion, they excelled in siege warfare, especially hard siege warfare. "Brother Vulcan," Solas called out softly, saying to the Lord of Drakes, "How about you coordinate the 11th Legion to alleviate some of the frontal pressure?" "Very well." Vulcan looked at the Legion commander, and after thinking for a few microseconds, agreed to the proposal. The 11th Legion was very mysterious, but the War Council held them in high regard. With the return of the Primarchs, the legions no longer obeyed the War Council, setting their conquest routes primarily based on their Primarchs. The War Council had limited binding power over the Primarchs, and when issuing some special orders, they would favor legions without masters. Among the legions without masters, the 11th Legion was the top choice. Their conquest efficiency was extremely high, and they faithfully executed war orders. They were a trustworthy legion. Then let it be so. Solas completed the deployment and brushed away the holographic projection. Supporting himself on the table, his slender figure stood up, a smile appearing on his gaunt face. "Brothers, begin executing your missions." The Primarchs all stood up, looking around at each other, paying tribute from the bottom of their hearts to those fighting side by side, entrusting their lives to their blood brothers. "United with blood as our foundation," Solas, as War Master, used appropriate language to inspire his brothers. "Only then can we defeat the Xenos." Lion L. Johnson raised his right hand high, and after looking around at his brothers, let out a low roar that was almost an oath. "United as one, defeat the Xenos." United as one, defeat the Xenos. The many Primarchs raised their right hands high, looking at the glorious faces of their brothers, their impassioned war cries sweeping through the conference hall like a storm, stirring up waves of resonance. "United as one, defeat the Xenos." The many Primarchs' guard responded to their Primarchs, erupting into fierce war cries. The Space Marines looked at each other, their voices unable to hide their trembling. After completing the basic deployment, with over a dozen legions fighting under the leadership of the Primarchs, this was the largest-scale campaign in the history of the Imperium of Man, one that might last for decades. It was hard to imagine what kind of glory the Imperium of Man would welcome after victory in the Rangdan War, and how much honor awaited them. The Legion warriors never thought they would lose. Under the leadership of the Emperor and the Primarchs, the Imperium of Man would surely defeat all Xenos. They had considered the possibility of huge sacrifices and various emergencies on the battlefield, but they never thought about losing. Legion attendants poured in from both sides of the hall, holding silver bottles, presenting wine glasses to the Primarchs and pouring rich red wine. "Brothers, let us raise our glasses." As the host, Dorn raised his wine glass, his serious face adding a touch of emotion. "Let us drink this fine wine together, celebrating the victory we are sure to achieve." Cheers! The Primarchs raised their glasses, tilted their heads to drink the wine in their cups, and one after another revealed smiles. "I will leave first. There are still many things that need to be prepared." Solas put down his empty wine glass and was the first to propose leaving. "I will send a messenger to be stationed with the Second Legion later." Dorn saw him off reluctantly. As the host, he displayed the proper courtesy. Solas waved his hand, turned around, and led his Legion guard to leave the conference hall. Once they heard he had gone far away, the Dark Angel's Lion Guard were quick and nimble. A few walked out of the hall to stand guard, while others directly closed the large doors. Dorn's face changed, taking on a few shades of gloom. Before he could speak to challenge Lionel Johnson, Vulcan sighed and said, "Isn't it a bit bad for us to do this?" The doors were closed by the First Legion. None of the brothers left. Dorn realized that things were not simple. His Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed words of reproach, temporarily tolerating the First Legion's offense against the host. His ears twitched as he heard Vulcan's low sigh. "Is what we're doing a bit inappropriate?" What secret event had occurred right under his nose? Dorn's pale brows furrowed, his anger dissipating. Confusion surfaced in his amethyst-like eyes as his gaze lingered on his brothers. Ferris seemed dazed but vaguely sensed something. Gilliman was thoughtful, watching Lion with a deep frown. The others exchanged looks, clearly sharing a tacit understanding. Taking in his brother's expressions, Dorn felt a surge of anger. Why? Those in the know were keeping secrets and even nominated Solas as War Master, only to humiliate him like this now. Lion, Russ, Sanguinius, and Vulcan, what consensus had they reached in private? It was obvious that regarding the nomination of the War Master, several of them had already reached a silent agreement. Just now was purely an act. "What are you trying to do?" Dorn's tone was questioning as he narrowed his eyes at his brothers, speaking up for Solas. "You don't have to elect him, but you cannot humiliate him like this." He tapped his finger repeatedly on the solid wood tabletop, his tone filled with intense disgust. "Now you intend to show outward obedience while secretly defying the War Master right in front of me, to unite and play another brother for a fool." Dorn despised the malicious behavior of the conspirators. Plotting against their own brother went far beyond the scope of a mere prank. "Ha ha ha!" The laughter was wild and coarse. Russ grinned. He laughed so hard he held his belly, saliva flying as he pointed unceremoniously at Dorn. "I told you we absolutely couldn't tell him. He's just a blockhead who can't keep a secret. Once he knew our goal, he would definitely tell Solas." "You mocked," Dorn glared and raised his hand to point at Russ. "Don't get angry." Sanguinius held him down, his voice very gentle, soothing the rising anger between the two. "Listen to us explain slowly." "Fine." Dorn's nostrils flared as he exhaled in anger, irritably brushing off the angel's arm and sitting heavily in his chair. "I want to see what reason you can use to cover up this humiliation of a blood brother." The atmosphere in the conference hall grew tense, a conflict between Primarchs imminent. The Space Marines quietly placed their hands on their waists, ensuring they could draw their weapons at the first moment. Ferris turned around and said to his guard, "You all leave." He didn't waste words, once again using the practical action of leading by example to guide the atmosphere, preventing the conflict from spreading from the Primarchs to the Space Marines. "You leave too," Gilliman also waved, letting his honor guard leave the meeting room. "The time that follows is perhaps not for you to know." The King of Macragge was good at using rational thinking to make sensible decisions. Plotting against a blood brother, this matter should stay among the Primarchs. Brothers should handle it behind closed doors. Don't let the Legion's scions see the joke. The Lion Guard looked at their father. They held the door and would not move without the Primarch's command. You may leave as well. Lion lowered his eyes, gesturing for the Lion Guard to open the doors and leave the conference hall. Everyone leave. Sanguinius' beautiful face wore a warm smile as he spoke to the warriors in various power armor standing by the walls. Wait outside, leave the time to us. Hearing the Primarch's voice, the Blood Guard turned and formed ranks. The golden warriors of the Blood Guard left without looking back. With someone setting the example, the warriors who had received their Primarch's orders but were still hesitating lined up neatly and left squad by squad. Out, as the host, Dorn's eyes were full of suspicion toward his brothers, but he didn't hesitate when he waved them away. With the rumbling sound of the adamantium doors closing, the conference hall doors shut again. The vast hall felt less crowded, leaving only 7 Primarchs to begin their secret meeting. Give me an answer. Dorn's cheeks were tight, and his downturned mouth showed how unhappy he was. We are indeed plotting something, Vulcan spoke slowly, his voice tinged with guilt. But keeping it from you was a necessary measure. What did keeping it from me was a necessary measure mean? Dorn's face darkened, but as he was about to lash out, Sanguinius raised a hand to restrain him, signaling him to stay calm. Is it about moribus solas? Ferris was much calmer, his black eyes fixed on the angel, hoping for an answer. Yes, Sanguinius nodded, admitting that the target was their blood brother. The angel's heart was trembling. Despite the reasons, plotting against another blood brother was still a great sin that was hard to face. Please give those of us who are uninformed a reason. Gilliman's finger subconsciously tapped the tabletop, making a sound. The rhythm indicated he was thinking. Hey. Lion opened his mouth to explain, but was stopped by Russ raising a hand. The Wolf King sat up straight in his chair, his wild face very serious. Let me say it. Moribus solas, he might be a Rangdan spy. Whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had been sitting stood up from their chairs, staring at Russ with expressions of disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? Dorn's voice was like thunder, pointing at his brother, his pale hair standing up in shock, his face full of disbelief. Take back what you just said, and I'll act like you said nothing. We are sons of the Emperor. How could we betray humanity? Loyalty to humanity and hatred for Xenos are part of the underlying code written into our genes. Russ didn't immediately retort. He held the edge of the table and slowly rose from the accusation, his gaze sweeping over Gilliman and Ferris before finally looking at Dorn and asking back. Do you know him? My stubborn brother, have you ever known moribus solas? The great wolf was less coarse than usual at this moment, his golden, beast-like pupils meeting his brother's gaze, his sharp eyes not yielding. Do you know anything of his past? Facing his brother's questioning, Dorn's brain worked rapidly, searching all information regarding solas, only to find he knew very little. He was momentarily speechless. After his righteous indignation faded, he was startled by the imperial records concerning solas. It wasn't that they were few, it was that they simply didn't exist. I am Lemon Russ, and I come from Fenris. Russ first announced his origins, then pointed at the stunned Dorn. You, Rogel Dorn, Emperor of Inwit. He then pointed to the blue giant. Robot Gilliman, King of Macrag. Vulcan, King of Nocturne. Russ pointed one by one, naming each person's origin. Ferris Manus, ruler of Medusa. Sanguinius, the great angel of Baal. Finally, he pointed to Lion. He didn't speak. His brother had only recently returned, and he indeed didn't know where he came from. Lion Eljohnson, the Lion of Caliban, Lord of the First Legion. Lion puffed out his chest and spoke proudly of where he came from. Russ nodded slowly to him, his gaze returning to Dorn. No matter where we come from, we are all immensely proud of our home worlds. If even we are like this, not to mention Blazkovich Novik, Horus Lupercal, and Magnus. Brothers return from the stars, perhaps with different origins, but they would never hide their past. Comparing us, think again about Moribus Solas. Do you know even a fraction of his past? Hearing his brother's analysis and questioning, Dorn's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he licked his dry lips and said to Russ, "I'm sorry." Clearly, after setting aside brotherly affection, he sensed the anomaly. "Don't worry too much about it." The one speaking was Vulcan. He spread his hands, signaling his brothers to sit, and then dropped another bombshell. Brother Sola's return was different from ours. He and even someone as kind as Vulcan had an unusual look on his face. When Father found him, Solas was with Xenos, piloting a ship to explore the universe. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Except for Vulcan and Gilliman, the others gasped, their faces full of disbelief. So that's how it is. With a single sentence clearing the doubt, Gilliman suddenly understood, the confusion in his eyes gradually becoming clear. All the clues are connected. Solas is indeed under heavy suspicion. Under his brother's inquiring gazes, Gilliman smiled politely and spoke eloquently. "When I first returned, I was on Blazkovich's ship with Vulcan and spent some time alone with Father, learning some secrets. But I never connected them together." He shook his head with regret, then recounted to everyone the memory that had been implanted in his mind by their father, the Emperor. Gilliman fully utilized his talents as an orator, describing how the Emperor brought back Solas so vividly that it was as if he had experienced it personally. When he finished the whole process, the conference hall fell silent, with only the sound of rhythmic breathing to be heard. Chapter 130 Reap, the WHIRLWNF. "So what do we do now?" Dorn's fists clenched, the creaking of his gauntlets breaking the silence. "You've pushed a suspect into the position of War Master. What's the next step?" After understanding the cause and effect, he calmed down significantly, quickly assessing the current situation to find a solution. Russ sat down as well. He had given his stubborn brother a wake-up call and talked him out of his impulsiveness, but he had no idea how to proceed next. Lure the snake out of its hole. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Sanguinius began to explain the next phase. "Solas has been honored as War Master, yet he remains under our watch. For convenience of communication, each legion must send messengers to be stationed on the second legion's flagship. Solas commands the overall situation, and countless orders will be issued. If he truly has a problem, communication with Lorger will be essential." The Primarchs understood. It was easy to stay dormant normally, but once the fighting intensified and a massive volume of orders was issued, he would inevitably slip up. "I'm still uneasy." Dorn shook his head, his serious face betraying his worry. "Messengers stationed in the Second Legion have no authority to investigate. In a massive exchange of information, key intel only needs to be hidden in code to transmit military secrets, causing immense losses. Moreover, regarding the War Master's orders, we cannot openly agree while secretly opposing them. Solas is no fool. If he senses something is wrong, he will certainly take countermeasures." He had a point. Solas had been lurking within the Imperium of Man for years and must understand Legion operations very well. He would notice the slightest anomaly. Dorn's gaze sharpened as he asked tentatively, "Should we jointly petition Father to arrest Solas first?" "No," Gilliman shook his head. "There is no direct evidence that Solas has betrayed humanity. We absolutely cannot do that, not even with direct authorization from Father the Emperor." As a qualified politician, Gilliman knew the implications involved. As the son of the Emperor, the Primarchs held a transcendent status and were, in many respects, an important symbol of the Imperium of Man. Arresting a Primarch without cause would have a terrible impact. Even in the worst-case scenario, if it were confirmed that Solas was colluding with Xenos, his disposal could not be publicized and would need to be handled in secret. A Primarch betraying the Imperium to join the Xenos. The mere thought of those words sent a chill down one's spine, as if they carried a taboo sufficient to destroy a mortal's trust in the Imperium. That's too passive. Dorn sighed helplessly. He understood the reasoning, but his concern for the Imperium drove him to want to do something. Lure the snake out of its hole. Ferris nodded after some deep thought and asked his holy brother, "The first step has been executed. What is the next move?" Sanguinius gave his brother a warm smile, his thin lips parting to utter a single word. "Wait." "Wait? I'm afraid we can't wait." Ferris' thick brows furrowed as he shook his head while thinking. "The War Master has already issued deployment instructions. The army must begin moving. The Great War is about to start, and the Randan won't let us wait." Lion coughed twice to draw everyone's attention, tapping the table to call up the strategic deployment. "Waiting can also be done in different ways. I've carefully considered Sola's deployment, and there are no major issues." As he said, facing a Lorger who is stronger than us, taking the initiative to attack is the only way to seize control of the battlefield. "You should be able to see it." Lion raised his verdant eyes and said to Ferris, "Aside from this, there is almost no better way." "I agree with that," Ferris nodded. Despite Sola's being under suspicion, the strategic deployment was executed to perfection. "You mean?" His dark gray eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his grease-stained face. "We executed exactly like this." As a candidate for War Master, Ferris didn't need much explanation. He immediately understood the underlying meaning. "Yes," the lion nodded slightly, his golden hair swaying. "We will act according to this logic. Our brother's talent is extraordinary. He has cleared the clouds for us and pointed out the strategic objectives. A good method has no sin in itself. It just happens to have come from the mouth of a suspect. We cannot discard it simply because of who said it." "That makes sense." Russ slammed the table as he stood up, leaving a palm print on the surface. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. "We'll act openly and see how the Xenos respond. I don't believe the Randan can face several of our brothers at once. So what if it's a frontal confrontation?" Gilliman nodded in agreement, hitting the nail on the head. "Whether it's the Randan or humans, there is an innate distrust of other races. If Sola's really is in league with the Xenos, strategically speaking, he will always be on the defensive. Just deal the Randan a few heavy blows, and the racial divide will immediately manifest. Distrust will be infinitely magnified, and the battlefield has no room for doubt." "Furthermore," Sanguinius took over, speaking to his brothers, "the waiting I mentioned means we can act freely. Blazkowicz has already arranged personnel to collect evidence of Sola's collusion with the Xenos. As soon as he acts, he will naturally reveal a flaw. At that time, we can decide how to handle Sola's secretly." After the great angel finished, everyone nodded. Through this exchange, they understood the danger Sola's posed, agreed on a response, and determined their next course of action. "Then let us begin following the strategic deployment, move into our designated positions, and prepare to engage the Randan." Dorn stood by the round table, one iron fist clenched tight, his eyes shining with an intolerant light. He was the most stubborn of men, never hesitating once he had decided on something. Deep down, Dorn had branded Sola's an enemy, and he would not waver again. "Restrain yourself a bit. For now, we need to keep Sola steady." Russ stood up and reminded Dorn once more before leaving, "Don't alert the enemy." "Do I look like a fool to you?" Dorn's face was grim. Being mistrusted by a brother was an irritating thing. "Not a fool exactly," Russ snorted, looking his brother up and down, "just like a block of stone." With that, he ignored Dorn's expression and walked toward the door to leave. The others stood up one after another. Since they had reached a consensus, they had to put it into action. They prepared to leave the phalanx and head to their respective legions to make deployment arrangements. "Wolf Cubs, let's go." Russ' call came from outside, followed by the wild howls of the Space Marines. "Let us go as well." The Primarchs nodded to each other. No more words were needed. Although it was their first meeting, they were all brothers worthy of trust. The Primarchs left with their respective guards, returning to their bloodline legions to begin operations according to the War Master's deployment. Before leaving the Shana system, the legions sent messengers to be stationed on the Second Legion's flagship to relay the War Master's instructions to their own legions at all times. On the Second Legion's glorious queen, Solas walked hurriedly, his Primarch's guard following closely behind, urgently keeping pace with the Primarch. There was no expression on his thin face, but deep within his silver eyes. A sharp light flickered from time to time, as if he were plotting something. "When can the fleet set sail?" Solas asked, his voice echoing in the deep corridor. The Tech Marine answered truthfully, "The fleet is ready to sail. Once the messengers from our brother legions have boarded, we can depart." Solas nodded. His Gene Son's words were respectful, but they couldn't hide their excitement. They yearned for a magnificent war. He let out a long breath, and a hint of sadness suddenly welled up in his heart. Without a word, his tall frame slouched slightly as he exhaled. Alpheus followed behind his brother with his spear, his pace perfectly hurried. Beneath the concealment of his helmet, a genuine smile played on his disguised face. After a long period of lurking and waiting, the situation had reached a turning point under external catalysis. The King of Agents accurately sensed that his work was coming to an end. Moribus Solas. A hint of dejection and inner conflict emanated from his brother's immortal body. Unknown to outsiders, it could not escape Alpheus' meticulous observation. It was as if he had made a certain decision that caused his unshakable spirit to waver, making him appear much older. This was almost impossible. To adapt to high-intensity warfare, the Emperor had crafted the Primarchs to be nearly immortal, never aging. This so-called aging was more often a reflection of a Primarch's internal changes, projected onto their face so their image matched their heart. This was also why many Legion warriors would see their Gene Father looking different from usual, in various environments or circumstances. The current situation was very special. With the Second Legion actively preparing for war, why would the Primarch look regretfully aged? As soon as the personnel from the other legions have boarded, the fleet will set sail immediately. Before Solas could finish, the starry sky outside the viewport rippled as a ship returned from the warp to the real universe. The light of the warp illuminated the corridors, casting eerie reflections on the steel, as if the cold metal had come to life. Spatial fluctuations spread rapidly from the Mandeville Point, causing ripples in the real universe as the prow of a gargantuan vessel emerged. The visible portion of the ship was silver-white, its outer hull plating divided into a hexagonal grid by flowing blue light. It was incredibly smooth, with no external cannons in sight. The inward-sloping angle beneath the bow was uniquely recognizable, and void probes blinked with red and green lights. The ship had not yet fully exited the warp. Its Auspex scanners were already sweeping the sector for safety. "The Void Trekker," Solas murmured softly, his expression darkening slightly. He turned and left the outboard gallery, his pace quickening. The great ship bestrode the starry sky, reflecting a dazzling radiance. Before a full-scale war begins, the oppressive clouds of impending conflict can be suffocating. The arrival of a super battleship was undoubtedly a massive boost to morale. Receiving an operational plan transmitted via encrypted signal. As soon as contact was established with Allied forces, the battle plan was transmitted and displayed in the center of the Void Trekker's panoramic bridge. Digital lines sketched a holographic image. Junior stood upon an anti-gravity platform, looking down from his high vantage point at the proposal being discussed by the Primarchs. According to the ship's AI simulations, the plan was feasible and suited the current situation. Junior nodded repeatedly after reviewing the tactics and said to his assistant, Ong Ai, "Contact the First Legion." In the plan, the First Legion was responsible for bypassing the Rangdan defensive lines to enter the rear of the alien empire and execute a scorched earth campaign. Before departing from Argent Denur, the Void Trekker had brought a cache of special weapons that could assist the First Legion. Communication request sent. Ong Ai, a diamond-shaped mechanical entity, hovered nearby, Light slid across its ridges as a mechanical voice announced, "Communication established." Holographic particles converged to form a majestic face that gazed forward calmly. Junior pressed his right fist to his chest in a gesture of respect to the Gene Primarch. The Legion Archon pays his respects to the Primarch. As a Doom Slayer, he held special privileges and was not required to kneel before the Emperor or other Primarchs. A warrior's salute was already a mark of great respect. "What is the matter?" The lion nodded from another sector of space, the holographic image precisely capturing every nuance of his movement. His tone was calm. Having participated in secret wars together, he had a favorable impression of Junior. As the eldest son of the Doom Slayer Legion Master and holding the high office of Archon, Junior held authority over the stars. More importantly, despite being below only one, the Archon possessed little arrogance. He was humble, eager to learn, and a man of great stability. "I have reviewed the operational plan," Junior said, gesturing toward the armory to select a specific weapon. "Your Legion is tasked with the extermination operations. I have weapons here that the First Legion can utilize." With a light flick of his hand, he sent the virtual data to the Lion. "Modified cyclone torpedoes. They are enough to accelerate your extermination operations by several orders of magnitude." Lion Eljohnson lowered his eyes to scan the virtual data, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Then I shall not decline your generosity." He had originally intended to refuse, as the First Legion's secret vaults held plenty of weapons from the old Knight and required no outside support. However, one does not refuse a generous gift from a brother Legion. Modified with technology from Argent D'Nur, these cyclone torpedoes were equipped with a shield breaker system, vastly increasing their lethality. Upon launch, a crystal at the torpedo's tip would activate, carrying the projectile into another dimension to bypass planetary shields and detonate directly within the world's core topography. With these, exterminatus deployments would be far simpler. Legionaries would no longer have to storm a planet's surface at a heavy cost to destroy shield generators just to create an opening for extinction-level weapons. The fleet would only need to break through orbital defenses, fire the torpedoes, and wait for the world to die. "In half an hour, the Razor of Truth will arrive to collect the weapons," the Lion said with a smile before ending the transmission. On the bridge of the Invincible Reason, the Lion turned to the Grand Master of the Dreadwing. "You will oversee the transfer of these special weapons. Do not be careless. Verify their reliability thoroughly." As the First Legion transitioned into the Dark Angels, its structure had undergone massive changes. The original 6 wings were formed, and the Dreadwing was specifically designated as a Special Forces unit for genocide and exterminatus deployments. Giving the cyclone torpedoes to these specialists was the logical choice. The Grand Master knelt on one knee, his voice ringing with conviction. "Understood." The Lion was in a good mood. He began calculating how to best use this arsenal. 1,000 specialized cyclone torpedoes, if used correctly, could swiftly annihilate 1,000 high-value worlds, crippling the Rangdan rear. Of course, that was the ideal scenario. While they could bypass shields, they could still be intercepted by ground-based fire. "Check for any potential hazards before distributing them to the troops," the Lion reminded him, his gaze turning stern. "Avoid any accidents." Even when receiving a gift from a brother Legion, the Lion remained cautious. 1,000 cyclone torpedoes scattered throughout the fleet could destroy the First Legion itself if an accident occurred. "We shall not fail our mission," the Dreadwing Grand Master rasped, making a solemn vow to his Gene Father. He rose and led his subordinates toward the Razor of Truth. Aboard the Void Trekker, Junior took out a Hydra sigil and handed it to a blood brother. "Once you arrive at the Second Legion's flagship, hang this from your belt for all to see." To coordinate with the main operation, he had sent messengers to join the Second Legion. However, the true purpose was to establish contact with Alphereus and provide necessary aid. "Brother Bulkathos," Junior said solemnly, his voice heavy, "you will be isolated and outnumbered. You may very well be facing a turncoat legion. He sighed, his breath revealing his worry. Take care. Bulkathos accepted the Hydra sigil, a smile touching his rugged face. He shook his head without a word and led his brothers into the shuttle. As the engines roared, Junior watched them depart before tapping his tactical terminal. Teleportation light engulfed him. With only 10 blood brothers and a few other messengers, the Allies numbered barely 100. Meanwhile, within the Second Legion, it was unknown how many warriors had sided with Moriba's Solas. Junior could only hope that the Primarch Alphereus, who had been lurking within the Legion, could exert his talents to control the situation and minimize casualties. The stars remained brilliant as the messengers boarded. The Second Legion entered the warp, heading for the Beta war zone. Throughout it all, Solas never contacted the Doom Slayers to demand obedience. He knew the 21st Legion held the right of independent action. The 1st Legion took the torpedoes and immediately left the Shana system for the Alpha Zone, preparing to strike the Rangdan heartland. Gloriana-class battleships set sail, the Primarch's flagships departing with their escort fleets to rendezvous with the main bodies of their legions. Before long, the system grew empty. Aside from garrison forces, the main fleets had left, leaving behind countless trails of plasma fire. The Void Trekker remained in the Shana system, hovering in the void to wait for its own main force. Junior did not intend to join the fray immediately. He decided to stay at Shana, observe how the tides of war shifted, and act accordingly. The Second Legion was currently a ticking time bomb. Shana was close to the Beta war zone. If an accident occurred, the Denurian fleet could provide the fastest support to prevent the Rangdan from tearing through the human lines. Beneath the surface of the front lines, currents of suspicion swirled. The truth was about to emerge. Meanwhile, in the deep rear of the Imperium, as the Malkador issued the call to arms, hundreds of fleets were assembling to fight the aliens to the death. Throughout Imperial space, astropathic messages were sent in the clear. Almost every human now knew that a powerful alien empire was entering a total war with humanity. Though far from the cannons, the rear felt the pressure of the approaching war. The tithe had been increased by 50%. Industrial worlds glowed bright as smog choked the skies, producing war materiel at any cost. Assembly lines on forge worlds ran without rest, while tech priests chanted binary prayers to soothe raging machine spirits. The Imperium had entered war mode. Those with keen instincts already realized humanity was facing an extinction-level crisis. A struggle with every ounce of their strength was the only choice left for the human race. This war, which concerned the survival of all mankind, forced all the forces of the Imperium to be thrown into it. Many rogue traders were conscripted to join the ranks of logistics, transporting supplies to the combat zones. Horus abandoned the push-style conquest, calling back the rear legions and dispersing them into the stars to strike at pirates and Xenos, suppress planetary rebellions, and ensure the stability of the deep rear. Fulgrim roamed the void, continuing the Great Crusade and showcasing the might of the Imperium, sending a signal to those with ill intentions. Even in the face of a massive galactic war, the Imperium of Man still had the strength to spare legions for outward conquest. Deep within the libraries of Prospero, Magnus was pacing in an anxious circle. After being grounded by his father, he did not dare to peer into the warp again. However, during every meditation, dense astropathic choir messages continued to flood into his ears. The Imperium was facing a great enemy. The Crimson King wanted to lead his legion into battle, using occult knowledge to strike the enemy and show his brothers the power of psychic abilities. He was desperate for the Thousand Sons Legion to gain respect. The Legion's situation was unique. When Magnus took over the Legion, there were fewer than 1,000 Space Marines. The somewhat sorrowful name, Thousand Sons, originated from this. With the Primarch's return to the Legion, their numbers began to slowly recover. But in the eyes of other legions, the Thousand Sons were not yet considered a complete legion. The mortal members of the War Council suggested that since the Thousand Sons lacked the capability to participate in the main routes, they could simply conduct free exploration. While the suggestion was logical for an Astartes legion, it was undoubtedly a subtle humiliation. Therefore, the Thousand Sons had to win honor. The Thousand Sons had to use a victory in a major battle, under the gaze of other legions, to make their brother legions stop looking down on them. Even if excessive participation in war and heavy use of psychic powers would trigger the curse of flesh change mutation, they still had to go to war. Magnus wanted to board a ship and leave Prospero immediately, leading his legion to strike as a key force and shine brilliantly in the war. But he did not dare to defy the Emperor's majesty and leave just like that. Under the grounding order his father had issued in a fury, he dared not take action, pacing the library daily. Magnus' heart was nearly torn apart by contradiction. He prayed his father would come quickly to deal with him and take all responsibility so the Legion could join the war sooner. Yet he feared his father's arrival, bringing a judgment upon the Legion and imposing even harsher punishments. Those who possess knowledge are often cursed by it, thinking too much leads to hesitation. Exhausted physically and mentally by the future, Magnus suddenly looked up, a mix of surprise and worry appearing in his eyes. Naturally sensitive to psychic energy, he felt a fluctuation in the warp, mixed with a familiar aura. His father, the Emperor, had arrived. Everyone assemble at the plaza. Issuing the summons with a psychic spell, Magnus hurried along, his crimson feet treading upon the floor. The Legion warriors received the Primarch's command, interrupted their meditation, walked out of the pyramid-shaped libraries, and came to the plaza to wait. They looked up and saw the Emperor's dream entering orbit. Crash tilde tilde tilde. The Thousand Sons warriors knelt like a tide. Their Primarch had committed an unknown great error, and the Emperor coming in person was surely to call him to account. Magnus jogged into the midst of his scions, kneeling on one knee and looking up at space as a golden shuttle descended from the sky, a powerful pressure washing over them. Under the heavy pressure, sand and stone trembled, and the bodies of the Astartes could hardly hold themselves up. Even the stone slabs beneath their knees cracked. The Emperor's majesty distorted gravity, causing pebbles to float in the air, while the souls of those kneeling felt as if they were being torn from their bodies, pinned heavily to the floor. His head hung down unwillingly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Magnus' crimson hair clung to his cheeks. He still did not understand exactly what disaster he had caused to make his father's anger so unbearable. The Emperor was indeed consumed by uncontrollable rage. On the way here, his anger had dissipated quite a bit, but seeing Magnus caused it to surge again. Magnus, this rebellious son, he had never taken the warnings to heart, constantly peering into the warp, his curiosity toyed with by the chaos powers, nearly resulting in a catastrophic mistake. If not for Blazkowicz, Sanguinius, and Lion, the three of them joining forces to repel the chaos invasion, the soul-binding plan would have already collapsed. The moment he saw him, the Emperor's good mood crumbled, leaving only a blazing fire of anger burning in his chest. "You should be grateful," Valdor spoke slowly. The Emperor did not even want to communicate directly with his son, letting the commander of the Imperial Guard relay the message instead. Magnus looked up against the pressure, seeing his father's golden armor, and carefully squeezed a few words from his trembling throat. "What did you say?" The Emperor wanted to open his mouth to answer, but closed it again. How could he explain the reasons? Be grateful that the plan didn't fail because of Magnus' recklessness, making him feel less of an urge to strangle his son. Standing before his son, the Lord of Mankind felt not only anger but also a sense of helplessness. He could not clearly voice that powerlessness. When a mortal son makes a mistake, a father can hit or scold him. These are all within reason, and it is perfectly natural for a father to educate his son. But a Primarch was different. Great beings are born with enlightened minds and know many truths. Hitting and scolding cannot solve the problem. The Emperor could not educate a Primarch with a stick like a mortal father, especially in front of the Space Marines. While being grateful, you should also thank your brothers. Valdor spoke again, his eyes carrying personal emotion, a silent reproach from above. Magnus clenched his fists, his crimson eyes staring at the commander of the Imperial Guard in silent resistance. He was a Primarch. The Emperor could punish him, and his brothers could blame him, but he would not allow anyone outside his blood kin to criticize him. This was the innate pride of a Primarch. No matter what, it was not the place of the commander of the Imperial Guard to voice an opinion. Valdor read the look in his eyes, shook his head slightly, and withdrew his personal emotions. He sincerely pitied Magnus, pitied the ignorance beneath the stubbornness. Because of that ignorance, the Crimson King had nearly brought the heavens crashing down. They stood before the darkness and mitigated your foolish crimes, Valdor sighed deeply, the Emperor speaking through him, saving countless humans. Magnus lowered his head. He was no fool and could naturally hear the weight in his father's words, how heavy they were. He could not say anything to make amends. The event had passed, and no one could turn back time. Now, the only thing he could do was kneel and endure everything, waiting for his father to announce the deserved punishment. "What is your view on the warp now?" The question sent a shock through Magnus. He didn't know why his father asked or what answer he wanted to hear. He remained silent for several seconds, and the Emperor did not rush him. The Lord of Mankind looked at his son, and beneath the golden light, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that during his grounding, Magnus had been terrified and had thought of countless punishments, but he had not reflected on the previous warnings. The warp is dangerous. One must have reverence and restraint, and not let the temptations within sway one's thoughts. The Emperor still remembered back then, when communicating with his son through consciousness, how he had constantly reminded him what to watch out for. It seemed Magnus had not grasped the true meaning behind it. Even after committing such a great error, he had not seriously reflected. "I should not have disregarded the warnings and acted on my own," Magnus said after a few seconds. His head bowed so his expression could not be seen. In his heart, he still persisted, believing there was nothing wrong with seeking knowledge and truth, and that this was simply an accident. "I will be careful in the future." Before he could finish, the spiritual pressure suddenly spiked. The Space Marines could no longer support their bodies and collapsed to the ground one after another. They could not see the Emperor's figure. Their eyes felt incredibly heavy, and they felt the golden light becoming more and more dazzling, almost becoming a second sun. Magnus propped his palms on the ground, breathing heavily, his heart pounding violently, his eyes becoming even more crimson from bloodshot veins. He knew he had said the wrong thing. "Naive," it was still Valdor speaking, his tone stern, like the roar of thunder. "If it weren't for Blazkowicz and the Doom Slayers, do you know the consequences?" Hearing the question, Magnus used all his strength to look up at his golden father, his eyes filled with grievance and a desire for knowledge. He wanted his father to tell him personally, what exactly were the so-called consequences? Valdor said heavily, "Besides Blazkowicz, there were Sanguinius and the returned Lion L. Johnson." The golden halo behind the Emperor's head swayed. He was shaking his head, enduring that total disappointment. "If it weren't for Blazkowicz, the foolishness you committed would have." Valdor did not continue, standing while leaning on the son's spear. "Would have killed 2 of your brothers." The Emperor spoke for the first time, his magnificent voice booming like a thunderclap, exploding in the sky of Prospero. Boom! Thunder exploded in Magnus' mind, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. His tall frame collapsed, his consciousness a chaotic mess. In the plaza, the Emperor's words blew away the trembling and struggling. The Legion warriors and the Gene Father lay flat on the ground, giving up resistance. At this moment, they finally realized where the Emperor's full-blown rage had come from. His actions would kill 2 of his other brothers. Magnus' mind trembled. He hardly dared to think that if this were to come true, how would he face his blood brothers? How would he atone for his sins? He did not doubt if the Emperor had exaggerated. for his father disdained lying and would not inflate the facts to intimidate him. Before the emperor's arrival, Magnus still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that no matter what he did, his original intention was always good. He could emphasize this original kindness based on his starting point, allowing his father to reduce the punishment as appropriate. But now the color drained from Magnus' crimson cheeks, turning cold amidst palpitations. His whole being felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. The Crimson King was filled with both grief and shame, finally realizing that his good intentions had led to a disaster. By shattering the barrier his father had set up, he had triggered even more severe consequences. Not just Magnus, but the Emperor, looking down at his son and recalling the situation at that time, still felt the lingering fear in his heart. If not for Blazkowicz, between the soul-binding ceremony and the safety of his two sons, chaos would have guided the development of events, forcing him to make a choice. Save the sons, and the soul-binding would completely fail, causing humanity to lose the chance to escape chaos. If he remained unmoved, the demon army would break through the lines of the Custodes and Sisters of Silence, drowning the Primarchs and destroying the soul-binding ceremony. In the end, it would all be for naught. No matter what choice was made, chaos would lose nothing, while he would achieve nothing, and might even suffer heavy losses due to chaos schemes. "Please punish me, father." His voice was low and hoarse. Magnus' self-reproach was hard to dispel. He did not dare to look directly at the Emperor with his ashamed gaze and took the initiative to admit his guilt. He finally understood that in the unseen shadows, a terrible game had already unfolded. And his good intentions had been exploited by the enemy of the Emperor to be used against the Emperor and his Primarch brothers. Perhaps from the very beginning, the enemy of humanity had calculated everything. That warp fragment containing future information was also something they had specifically sent to him to guide the course of fate. Although the future fragment was not fake, the snippets it displayed reversed cause and effect, distorting the true order of events. He himself was the cause, and all his actions had brought about that inevitable effect. In an instant, letting go of his inner hope and scrutinizing his actions, Magnus gained much insight, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. The Emperor nodded in silence. From the act of accepting punishment, he saw deep reflection. Realizing the mistake and then facing it head-on showed a sense of responsibility. "You may ask one question." The commander of the Imperial Guard, Valdor, spoke again, his tone flat and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I will work backward from your question to decide how to deal with you." As the commander of the Imperial Guard finished speaking, the Emperor withdrew his pressure, allowing Magnus to think wholeheartedly about how to ask his question without external interference. Drip drop. Stones suspended in the void fell. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly relaxed. The Space Marines wanted to gasp for breath but feared disturbing the Emperor and the Primarch, so they slowly climbed up from the cracked floor. They were cautious, supporting each other, and after a brief recovery, they knelt properly once more, turning their gazes toward the Primarch. The Emperor had dispersed the pressure, but the Custodes and Sisters of Silence were ready. The Primarch's next answer would concern the entire Legion. Whether they received forgiveness or faced absolute censure depended entirely on the Primarch's next question. Magnus did not stand up. He knelt on the rubble, feeling the stinging pain, which made him feel a bit better inside. His self-proclaimed act of kindness had almost led to a catastrophic mistake, ruining his father's plan and harming his blood brothers. He would not forgive himself for the folly he had committed. Kneeling on the shattered stone slabs, he bowed his head and thought seriously. One question. His father didn't want a question, he wanted to see his attitude through the question. Attitude, what attitude? The Primarch's brain worked at high speed, replaying the beginning and end of the event countless times in his mind to peel back the layers and find the answer. Magnus thought calmly, his thoughts constructing a mind palace. He became a bystander, watching countless replays of the past. From obtaining the warp fragment, to launching the psychic ritual, to shattering the golden barrier. Everything happened too coincidentally. The time, place, and people seemed like a stage play rehearsed countless times to reach the final result. It was as if there was a pair of giant hands. Realizing the connection points, Magnus' crimson body shuddered. He had thought of the key to the problem. The warp, the enemy of humanity, and his father's warnings all linked together in an instant, prompting him to ask one question. Who is the enemy? The question was not complex, just 4 simple words, but it made Magnus grit his teeth as rage surged from his chest. By now he finally knew. Enemies existed within the warp. Mysterious entities had directed everything, making a fool of the Crimson King. And those enemies hidden in the warp were the terrifying existences his father had warned him about time and again, but found difficult to state clearly. Connecting the cause and effect, Magnus finally understood. The warp was not just an ocean of knowledge, it also hid great horrors. Hearing this inquiry, under the shroud of golden light, the Emperor's expression was somewhat complex. He was gratified that Magnus had finally realized it, but also lamented that realization always required a price. Without external factors to catalyze it, many people would struggle to understand it in their entire lives. The Emperor did not answer the inquiry. He slowly raised his arm, closing his palm and leaving only one index finger pointed at his son. Magnus seemed to sense something and looked up. His crimson eyes looked at his golden father, and he saw acknowledgement. His nature to seek knowledge was stirring, urging him to speak, to continue delving into the answer and to know the full truth. But in an instant, golden lightning flashed, leaving no chance for the inquiry to be voiced. Lightning erupted from the tip of the Emperor's index finger, turning into a golden light that pierced directly into Magnus' left eye. The latter let out a howl of agony. In front of the library of Prospero, the crimson giant let out a beast-like wail, the sound echoing into a wave of air that shattered the floating clouds in the sky. Golden lightning flooded into his left eye. Magnus opened his arms and endured the impact, feeling his soul being torn apart. The Space Marines instinctively rose, wanting to protect the Gene Father, only to be startled by the cold gaze of the commander of the Imperial Guard, not daring to make another move. The Legion warriors turned their heads and blocked their hearing, unable to bear listening to the pain their Gene Father was suffering. When the lightning dissipated and the Emperor's power gradually subsided, Magnus fell to the ground. He felt some changes. A certain talent in his body had been strengthened, and the connection between his soul and his father's was even tighter. Lead your legion to the astronomic and on Terra, and set up a psychic array. Valdor explained on behalf of the Emperor again. I have strengthened the soul connection between you and me. Even across the galaxy, we can begin to communicate through sensing, which is faster than an astropathic choir message. In this war, you have only one task, to serve as the liaison between the front lines and Terra, quickly relaying intelligence between the front and the rear. The war between the Rangdan Empire and the Imperium of Man will tear the galaxy apart. I must personally oversee the front lines to ensure victory. Other matters will wait until the war is over. The specific handling of your case will temporarily come to a close for now. Having said that, the Emperor gave Magnus a deep look, turned, wrapped his cloak around him, and departed. I understand. Magnus knelt, watching his father board the shuttle. The engine's air currents blew up rubble, hitting his face like a rainstorm. He chose to endure the pain as a reminder of his own arrogance. The golden shuttle entered space, sailed into the golden greatship, and lit its engines to head toward the Manville Point. Magnus slowly stood up, withdrew his gaze from the void, and turned to look at his Gene sons. His crimson face was extremely serious. He knew that guarding Terra was the only chance for atonement his father had given him. Assemble the Legion. The Crimson King faced his Gene sons, his voice calm as he began to issue orders. Legion warriors, follow me to Terra to coordinate frontline communications. His lips quivered, showing the owner's hesitation, but finally he spoke a prohibition. From now on, the Legion will suspend research into the warp. We need to regain our sense of awe. Until the Rangdan War is over, we will devote ourselves entirely to the communication task and not cause any more trouble. His gaze swept across the pale faces of his scions, seeing their bewildered expressions. He sighed inwardly, but also felt a bit fortunate. The warp had obsessed the Legion, even making it difficult for him to extricate himself, believing it to be a treasure trove waiting to be developed while ignoring the dangers within. If his father had not come in person today to shatter those illusions with cruel facts, the Legion's fate might have slid into the abyss. Prepare to set sail. Magnus lifted his robes, shaking off the rubble clinging to them. Take the communication task seriously. Even away from the battlefield, we bear a heavy responsibility. Understood. The Legion warriors raised their arms and shouted, shaking off their disheveled state and preparing to head to Terra. 3 hours later, the Thousand Suns boarded the Legion's flagship, the Photop. The ship with its pyramid-shaped bridge set sail, heading for Terra to carry out its mission. In the Second War Zone, the entire Second Legion arrived and began rapidly mobilizing local resources to set up defenses for the Beta War Zone. The Legion warriors suppressed their fervent emotions, pouring all their enthusiasm into war preparations, eager to achieve a brilliant victory and justify the Second Legion's name. Since the Primarch's return, the Legion had not received a name, and their participation in wars had been minor, with conquest efficiency even lower than before the Primarch's return. With the Rangdan invading, the Legion warriors hungered for merit and to gain honor through war. There was also a most unique point. The Gene Father had been chosen as War Master, a title symbolizing supreme honor, second only to the Emperor. Opportunity lay before them, and the Legion warriors naturally would not let it slip away. They craved war and honor, hoping to obtain a name for the Legion through the Rangdan War, a name of war recognized by all legions. The Legion warriors' steps were hurried, and the steel corridors seemed saturated with an anxious atmosphere. The Second Legion was on high alert, pouring all its heart and soul into the war. The widest compartment near the bridge had been cleared to house the messengers of brother legions. The treatment had to be thorough, not lacking in the way of hospitality. However, beneath this feverish facade of war preparation, a sliver of icy coldness was quietly hidden. The Doom Slayer messenger Burkitso, holding a messenger scepter, walked down the corridor to visit other Legion messengers. Such visits were normal, a practice used to deepen the bonds between legions. With the Rangdan and the Imperium, two behemoths at war, the conflict could last for decades. Messengers stationed on the War Master's flagship would also work together for decades. There was nothing wrong with getting familiar with each other first. Moreover, messengers entering the Second Legion were essentially outsiders. They would receive courteous treatment initially, but it would not last for very long. As the war situation developed, disputes between Primarchs were inevitable, and contradictions would extend to their respective legions. Therefore, it was necessary for outsiders to stay united to prevent unfair treatment in the future. But Burkitso was different. He was not simply visiting, but had come with a secret mission. The Doom Slayer held the messenger scepter in one hand, his gaze calmly watching the reliefs on the doorway, standing before the Blood Angel's messenger's room, waiting for the adamantine gate to open. PSHHH tilde. The pneumatic gate rose, and the guards by the door gestured, welcoming the Doom Slayer messenger's visit. "Please enter," said Amaranth, standing behind the door. He had once visited the Nurse Stars and was now ordered to be stationed with the Second Legion again. Burkitso nodded silently, his auric boots stepping into the room. This appeared to be a room, but was actually a complex area including an office, an assembly hall, a lounge, and an armory, an independent area partitioned from the warship for visiting guests. In this area, the Second Legion would not interfere with most matters, leaving them entirely to the stationed visitors to handle themselves. The room was very busy. The tech marine held inspection instruments, scanning all furnishings in the room to check for the presence of spy devices. Even if the other party was a brother Legion, there was no room for laxity in this regard, to prevent Legion secrets from being pried into. Even if the Second Legion would not use such means, they had to guard against other legions. Especially for the Blood Angels, they had to raise their defense level and try not to mention their own secrets. "Welcome to your visit." Amaranth looked up and smiled, gazing at his cousin who was much taller than himself, feeling a slight bit of envy in his heart. Though also among the ranks of the Astartes, the Doom Slayers were taller. Their physical functions were more powerful, and they wore auric armor of the same grade as the Custids, deeply blessed and favored by the Emperor. There were bloodline connections between the legions, but the status of the two was on completely different levels. Amaranth performed elegant etiquette, warmly welcoming the visitor. The Blood Angels and Doom Slayers were once to become sworn legions. "This way, please." He gestured with his palm toward the long table in the hall, inviting his wild cousin to take a seat. Burkitso's face was broad and powerful, with many battle scars. His white hair and sideburns were pulled back straight, and tribal braids were tied into a high ponytail. "No need." His coarse voice sounded like clashing battle axes, exuding a natural sharpness. He looked at the tech marine and asked, "Has he finished his work?" The voice was low, yet possessed extraordinary penetration, echoing through the hall. The tech marine put down the instrument in his hand, took off his helmet and looked back, his handsome face carrying a hint of confusion. "I need 10 more minutes." "I can wait." Burkitso nodded, standing straighter than a javelin, holding his scepter as he waited silently in place. The atmosphere was slightly stiff. Amaranth's fine brows furrowed. After nodding, he slowly retreated and began to summon his Legion brothers. Legion warriors stepped out from the lounge, and some, sensing something was wrong, went to help the tech marine with the sweep. The room gradually became busy. Burkitso took everything in, counting silently in his mind. There were 30 Blood Angels messengers. 30 Astartes in normal times would be a force that could not be ignored, but now it was a bit small, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, predictably unable to cause any waves. The tech marine was very precise with time, completing the work in 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and spent 20 seconds packing up the instruments to assemble with his brothers. Beside the long table, the Blood Angels stood in silence, unaware of their cousin's specific purpose. Burkitso nodded. Seeing that the Legion warriors had all assembled, he lightly released the messenger scepter, letting it hover via anti-gravity. "Blood Angels messenger group, hear my command." The coarse voice suddenly tightened, as if seizing everyone's hearts. The Legion messenger raised his left arm, and the tactical terminal's light flickered as a military mobilization authority directive personally signed by the Emperor himself popped up. The Blood Angels' gazes froze, seeing the holographic projection clearly within a few milliseconds. Military mobilization authority. "Kneel," the more senior warriors in the ranks reminded in low voices, being the first to drop to one knee, obeying the authority equivalent to the Emperor himself. The veteran warriors remembered clearly that when the Emperor issued the military mobilization authority, all legions were notified. That supreme power had never been used until now. The activation of the military mobilization authority at this moment made their hearts suddenly chill. What exactly did this move signify? The sound of power armor friction rose in unison. The younger warriors did not understand, but there was no mistake in following their seniors' actions. The Legion warriors knelt down in a clatter. Relying on the supreme authority, Burkitso read out the order. "From now on, the Blood Angels messenger group accepts the command of the Doom Slayers." After speaking, the holographic projection dissipated, and the reading of the order ended. The Blood Angels looked up with expressions of confusion. This order, which was not directly explained, left them bewildered, not even knowing how to comply. Burkitso reclaimed the messenger scepter, took a communication module from his waist and tossed it into Amaranth's hand. Install this communication module and be ready for combat at any time. Amaranth rose quickly and asked his cousin brother anxiously, "Fight against whom?" The crisp sound of footsteps stopped. Burkitso turned back to look at him. His deep gaze made the latter flinch, unable to believe that sliver of doubt in his heart. "You've already thought of it, haven't you?" "No," Amaranth stepped back a few paces, his eyes flickering with disbelief as he shook his head in refusal. "How can we strike at a brother legion? Brother against brother." The Blood Angels were in an uproar, rising from the cold floor with expressions full of shock. Their superhuman Astartes' brains were buzzing, making it difficult to think for a short time. "A sufficient reason might make you set aside your reservations." Burkitso turned back, also realizing that as a pure warrior, he had many shortcomings in diplomacy. This matter had to be explained clearly. Otherwise, the Blood Angels or other legions would surely hesitate at a critical moment. "Please enlighten us, brother." Amaranth nodded heavily. A sufficient reason could indeed make a warrior set aside doubts. If necessary, the Blood Angels would cooperate with the Doom Slayer's actions, but it had to be justified to dispel the hesitation of drawing swords against a brother legion. "The Primarch of the Second Legion has shown signs of defection." Burkitso opened his mouth, and the words he spoke were sharper than his voice. "He is very likely the main individual the Imperium is searching for, the one sending intelligence to the Rangdan." Boom! The Blood Angels gaped, their eyes filled with shock and doubt. They would never believe such a reason. Burkitso placed his index finger to his lips and shook his head for silence, continuing to drop bombshells. "The intelligence comes from another Primarch. There is no need to doubt its authenticity. But we do not know who in the Second Legion is loyal to the Primarch, and who is loyal to the Emperor." "I understand." Amaranth nodded stiffly, his numb throat working to squeeze out a question. "So there will be a chaotic battle." "Yes," Burkitso nodded, acknowledging the future possibility. "Or perhaps not. I have no specific certainty. Everything being done now is a precaution, a necessary preparation to avoid further chaos." Understanding the nature of the event, Amaranth led his Legion brothers to kneel again and growled, "The Blood Angels are willing to obey. And we swear here that not a word of today's matter shall be revealed." Amaranth stood side by side with his Legion brothers, watching the Doom Slayer depart until that tall silhouette was obscured by the airlock. "Make more preparations for battle." The handsome warrior turned, his words filled only with regret. Against our broth, enemies." A sliver of helpless chill permeated his regret. Fate was cruel. The Astartes, who valued brotherhood so highly, were now forced to aim their weapons at brothers from other legions. The boundless glory and radiance of the Great Crusade would be stained by the blood of kin, and the dark original sin filled the future with ominous portents. The Legion warriors were silent, having lost the fanatical war instinct of the Astartes. They remained mute, and no one knew what they were thinking. Perhaps the Legion warriors had never imagined that one day, the bolter in their hands would be aimed at a brother legion. Regardless, it had already happened, and no amount of regret could reverse the facts. After a brief silence, the Blood Angels headed to the armory, swapping out their bolter rounds for armor-piercing heads and equipping plasma and other armor-piercing weapons. No one understood better than they did just how resilient Astartes' warriors were, and how impenetrable ceramite armor was. And now, they needed to dig out their maintenance records. The complaints Legion warriors usually made about the shortcomings of their power armor were now being transformed into lethal tactics against the enemy. The sound of footsteps remained clear, the friction of golden boots against steel creating a distinct clatter. Bulkathos raised his messenger staff and visited the space wolves. The pack was not particularly surprised, as the great wolf had given them some hints before they set off. They growled low in expression of their regret, then gritted their teeth, swearing to uphold the honor of the All-Father. The Dark Angels needed no words. Seeing the Doom Slayer arrive, they nodded in tacit understanding, ready to participate in the suppression operation at any time. The First Legion was prepared. The messenger team was the largest, arriving as a full-strength company of 100 men. One after another, Bulkathos did not stop, spending several hours walking through the quarters of each legion. Ultramarines, Iron Hands, Salamanders, Imperial Fists. He contacted all the messenger teams, totaling over 500 combat personnel. When he returned to the Doom Slayer quarters, a squad of 2nd Legion warriors was already standing before the adamantium gate, carrying some visiting gifts. Bulkathos nodded to them and invited them inside. Paying respects was common, but these visitors were unusual. "We are Alpharius." The airlock closed. The visitors shed their disguises, raised their arms, and whispered the Legion war cry. The Alpha Legion did not hide too much. Their Primarch had said that they could not escape the gaze of the Doom Slayer. Ever since Bulkathos boarded the 2nd Legion flagship, the gleaming Hydra signet at his waist had attracted many special visitors. In the eyes of other legions, the Hydra signet was just some kind of tribal mark, used by cousins to commemorate their homeworld. But the Alpha Legion warriors saw it and understood that the liaison had arrived. Bulkathos contacting the Legion messengers was not a plan of his own making, but one he had received guidance on from Alpharius during a passing moment. 500 combat personnel. Bulkathos did not waste words stating his results directly. They are willing to follow orders. "You have done well." The leading warrior removed his helmet, revealing his cheeks, his facial features bearing a striking resemblance to Moribus Sola's. But Bulkathos' sharp gaze saw a faint, almost imperceptible inconsistency under his jawline, extending to the back of his head, difficult to notice without close inspection. Clearly, the warrior who had resembled the Primarch was already dead. The Hydra had peeled off his face, grafted it onto his own, and assumed his identity to infiltrate the 2nd Legion. "Brother, do not mind it." The Hydra smiled slightly, simply explaining the stance of the face's original owner. He was a loyalist to Lord Sola's, dying is just putting him to good use. Bulkathos shook his head, shifting his gaze away from the surgical scar and looking straight into those dark eyes. "Whatever the secret legion does is not within my concern. I only want to know, to what extent has the situation developed?" The Hydra's smile vanished, and his expression became serious. The 2nd Legion valued pragmatism and did not want too much empty formality. "According to information transmitted through our intelligence chain, Lord Solas has already begun acting." Upon the fleet's arrival in this sector, the Astropathic Choir message chamber sent an unrecorded Astropathic Choir message without anyone's authorization. The specific method is unknown, but it was definitely not sent to Imperial officials. It is highly likely it was transmitted to the Randan. Although he tried hard to conceal it, there was an irrepressible excitement in his tone. As a secret legion, having investigated a major case, he naturally could not suppress his excitement and allowed it to show before his brother. "Evidence?" Bulkathos was concise, his voice losing none of its sharpness, stating the key factor of the entire operation. "Speculation is not evidence, and we need solid evidence. If we do not have sufficient evidence before acting to prove the Primarch has betrayed the Empire, the 2nd Legion will tear us to pieces." "That is natural." The Hydra nodded affirmatively. "Alpharius has already acted. We have sufficient certainty. Your support is also crucial." As he spoke, he retrieved a micro-storage device from a gap in his power armor and placed it on his fingertip. Inside is the warship map. "Your legion is closest to the Primarch's quarters and the bridge. Please provide timely support." Bulkathos took the micro-storage device, not rushing to read the data. He harbored wariness toward the secret legion and had to check it carefully. He took out a communication module and handed it back to the Hydra warrior. "Encrypted communication module. It will facilitate our coordination." "Then mine is unnecessary." The imposter also took out a module, then withdrew it. I have confidence in Argent Nur technology. He glanced at the time, put his helmet back on, and before leaving did not forget to remind him. Remember, you must provide support at the fastest speed. Leave the rest to us. Whatever Lord Solas wants to do, he must not be allowed to succeed. We must nip the betrayal in the bud. That is exactly why we are here, Bolcathos promised solemnly, watching the Hydra Legion team depart. Walking out of the adamantium gate, they were 2nd Legion warriors who had completed their greeting mission, talking loudly, looking forward to fighting side by side with their brother legions. Bolcathos fetched a scanner, confirmed there were no other issues with the micro-storage device, and only then began reading the data to distribute the warship map to the other legions. In the quarters of each legion, the warriors quietly entered combat status, waiting for the order to go and arrest the traitor. The gears of fate had already begun to turn. A crisis that would trigger a chain reaction was brewing. At the warship bridge command console, Solas overlooked the holographic image, as technicians were responsible for recovering the astropathic choir message and inputting it into the cogitator array. The sand table constantly changed. The brother legions began to move into war positions, and the assault forces prepared to launch an attack. He nodded silently. His blood brothers had strong execution capabilities, carrying out the strategic deployment to the end without showing any abnormalities. Solas was conflicted. He had thought for a long time, never understanding why he had been confusedly pushed into the position of War Master. But it had already happened, and he had to treat it seriously. Just as the War Master was making fine adjustments based on the initial plan, his ears twitched slightly, and he looked up at the bridge door. As the Primarch was the focus of the entire room, it naturally caused a chain reaction. The messengers and Legion warriors all shifted their gazes, guessing who was walking onto the bridge. A team of people walked onto the bridge, dressed in white Imperial official robes, their copper belt buckles engraved with the Chancellor's signet, and their tall hats embroidered with golden thread aquillas. The Legion warriors wore expressions of disgust, rejecting these officials from the bottom of their hearts. Ever since the Imperial intelligence leak, Chancellor Malkador had dispatched inspection teams to station themselves in each legion to supervise and inspect them. The mortal inspection teams were like thorns stuck in the throat of the legions, constantly reminding the Space Marines that loyalty should be put to the test. If not for the fact that all fleets and legions were treated equally, the Astartes Legion would have already protested. Respected Primarch, the chief inspector was very old, his facial muscles sagging, with age spots on his forehead and cheekbones. He was supported by others, bowing to the Primarch to show respect, his voice aged and slow. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. This is your right. Solas was expressionless, having already guessed in his heart why the chief inspector had come. Time is urgent, and I dare not delay the great war. The chief inspector nodded, waving his aged, withered hand to signal the inspector to hand over a file. Please give me an explanation. The inspector stepped forward a few paces, placing the data pad on the command console, projecting internal information. The chief inspector's tone was slow but sonorous and powerful, firmly executing the authority granted by the Emperor and the Chancellor. 6 Terran hours ago, the fleet arrived in the current sector, and the astropathic choir message chamber, without any instructions, sent an astropathic choir message to an unrecorded recipient. As the highest commander of the warship and the Legion Primarch, you need to provide an explanation for this anomaly. Chapter 131 Duel. Step back. The Primarch's voice was undeniable, dismissing the Gene's sons who wanted to step forward and argue, as he said to the chief investigator, I do not know why such a thing occurred. You also said that the astropath sent an astropathic choir message on their own without receiving any instructions. As the supreme commander of the battleship, I indeed bear some responsibility, but I am unaware of what specifically the astropath sent, and I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. Sola's thoughts were clear. He first picked out evidence favorable to himself, and then with a few candid words, he once again stood on the moral high ground. The Primarch stated he was unaware. Without direct evidence, no one dared to terminate the Primarch's authority based solely on conjecture. Furthermore, saying he was willing to cooperate seemed like a candid concession, but was actually a strategic move to regain the initiative by asking how he should cooperate. If the investigation team had no concrete leads, the matter of cooperation would be moot. The chief investigator's aged skin twitched slightly, barely managing a look of trepidation. I would certainly not doubt a son of the Emperor nor a Space Marine Legion. But this matter is suspicious, and we cannot ignore it. He changed the subject, his cloudy eyes looking at the messengers of each legion. Now you are the War Master, with 10 legions awaiting your command, bearing the future of the entire Imperium of Man. Every command issued by this battleship concerns the lives of hundreds of millions of Imperial soldiers. Information security cannot be neglected in the slightest. The chief investigator was shrewd and did not directly delve into the details. His language was filled with artistry as he turned to stand upon the cause of righteousness, every word brimming with concern. He was not wrong. Information security cannot be ignored, as any order involves the lives of hundreds of millions. Just then, the rotating representative of the Messenger Corps turned in unison to look at the Primarch, waiting for a solution. The messengers could never tolerate their respective legions paying a price on the battlefield due to information leaks from headquarters. What does the chief investigator think should be done? Solas sighed helplessly. For tens of thousands of years, overt schemes in human society have been inescapable. Under such righteousness, Solas had no choice but to ask for the chief investigator's opinion, which undoubtedly yielded the initiative. The chief investigator took advantage of the situation, tremulously proposing a solution. The Messenger Corps and the investigation team will send representative members to join the 2nd Legion personnel in the Astropathic Hall to strictly supervise the execution of Astropathic choir messages. The plan he proposed was selfless, allowing all legions to participate and jointly supervise the sending of Astropathic choir messages. Once the plan was announced, not only did the Messenger Corps approve, but the 2nd Legion warriors also nodded deeply, their gaze toward the chief investigator softening considerably. The old man showed no favoritism and stood entirely from the perspective of the war effort. He was a man of great righteousness. Very well, Solas smiled, nodding in approval of the plan. He knew this could not be stopped. If he showed resistance, it would give the investigation team an opportunity to launch another attack. At this point, I hope readers remember our domain name 101 Kanshu. Com, which is very considerate. 101 KKS. Com is waiting for you to read. The chief investigator bowed deeply to the Primarch and left supported by his attendants, having successfully completed his task and fulfilled the requirements of another Primarch. Beside the Primarch's throne, Alpharius leaned on his power halberd, glancing at the departing investigation team. He withdrew his gaze from afar, looking not too pointedly at his brother's back, waiting for the subsequent effects to ferment. With external communications severed, he would see how Solas would respond. The plan was quickly deployed, with each Messenger Corps sending 2 people to be stationed in the Astropathic Hall to audit the sending and receiving of Astropathic choir messages. Solas' expression remained normal as he made some deployments on the tactical sand table, then left the bridge to go to the lounge to rest. Alpharius, as usual, led the Primarch's guard behind the Primarch, completed the handover with the garrison guard, and lined up to stand guard in front of the lounge door. As for the inside of the lounge, no one from the 2nd Legion had ever entered. As the door slowly closed and the lounge's sensor lights gradually brightened, the interior of the room was revealed. The lounge was merely a name. Its internal space was vast, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a palace. When the glorious Queen battleship was built, it was designed to be a Primarch's flagship. After all, only the greatest battleship is worthy of a Primarch. There was nothing unusual in the palace. The lighting was soft, and the temperature was comfortable. Ornate curtains covered the broadside, with a large bed at one end of the room and an office desk and bookshelf at the other. Soft carpets covered the floor, and various honorary weapons hung on the walls, among which a war mace was the most prominent. A statue of the Emperor stood in the middle of the hall, lifelike, with eyes that seemed to scrutinize the door as if they had a spirit of their own. Solas walked past the statue, stepped onto the soft carpet to pull open the ornate curtains, and stood before the porthole looking out, taking in the entire lush galaxy. A sharp light occasionally flashed in his calm eyes. "I know. Although it's a pity it's indeed time to leave," he murmured to the sea of stars, yet it seemed as if he were conversing with another. "Information is being blocked. I have no value here anymore. They must have noticed something. From the start of the War Master nomination, I seem to have fallen into a great net. Before they make a move, I must leave the center of the whirlpool as quickly as possible. The Legion." Sola's brow furrowed, and a flash of resentment crossed his thin face as he subconsciously raised his voice. "Are you commanding me? Recognize your position. Many things are not within your control, nor are they within mine." There was no response in the palace, only the rows of steel cannons outside the porthole and the endless starry sky at the end of the deck. Beneath the deck, within the 25-kilometer-long Glorious Queen battleship, it was as busy as a supercity, with mortal thralls maintaining the ship's operation like worker ants. The adamantine decks were clearly layered, and the elevators rasped with the sound of friction as Legion warriors rode them down to the lower decks of the battleship. The two Doom Slayers had an extraordinary aura. One had a black Aquila perched on his right shoulder, and the other had a mechanical hound crouching by his leg. They were accompanied by the captain of the 2nd Legion's 7th Company as they headed to the battleship prison to investigate the astropath who had been arrested for illegal communication. As the elevator continued to descend, the atmosphere gradually became eerie. The smell of engine oil and the metallic scent of iron mixed in the air, assaulting the superhuman senses of the space marines. The lower decks of the battleship were like a different world compared to the upper decks. There was no glory or honor here. Only the lowliest serfs worked silently, their thin bodies crawling between giant machines, using all their strength to drive the steel beast. In the depths of the dark corridors, amidst the pumping of pistons, there were faint sounds of infants crying. No matter how difficult the environment, life finds a way. The elevator stopped with a clatter, and as the tall warriors stepped out, many hunched figures in the darkness knelt down, offering blessings in various dialects of Low Gothic. They didn't know the Legion's organization. They simply knew that they must kneel before the lords who came down from the upper decks. Ignoring the ship's serfs, the group continued forward to the prison area, where the view suddenly opened up. Ironically, the conditions in the prison were thousands of times better than those of the lower deck serfs. The steel corridors were clean and tidy, with rows of cages shimmering with laser grids. The warden was already waiting to one side. "This is it." The Legion warden spread his hands, indicating that the destination was just ahead. At the next corner, the astropath in the cage had been stripped of their robes and was tied naked to an interrogation cross. Their senses had been damaged in the psychic binding ritual. Their eyes were a grayish-white, expanders were stuffed into their mouths, and a large amount of saliva dripped from the corners of their lips. Rusty chains hung around their necks, tethered to a bone of a soulless one used to suppress psychic powers and prevent their souls from being extinguished. It could be said that to prevent the astropath from self-annihilating, the protection work had been done very well, greatly avoiding the situation where the witness would be dead. "Let us through." Astra Blazkovich looked up and signaled to open the laser grid. He wanted to go in and conduct the interrogation personally. "This," the warden hesitated slightly. Despite wearing power armor, his subtle body movements showed his hesitation. The 7th Company captain quickly signaled to open the door. He didn't want to let the Brother Legion exercise their military requisition rights again. Helplessly, the warden pressed his hand on the door's control panel. The genetic code identification passed, and the glowing laser grid immediately disappeared. The four entered the cell. The astropath sensed someone coming, and their body twisted on the cross, making woo-woo sounds. Astra did not ask questions. The mechanical hound stepped forward, its steel mouth opening as its tongue split to extend flexible mechanical tentacles. The warden and the 7th Company captain were amazed, watching the mechanical tentacles extend a probe that pierced through the prisoner's ear into their brain. The astropath's back straightened, the probe churned in their brain, and their limbs subconsciously twitched, instinctively resisting the investigation. Woof tilde, the hound's Vox array system barked. Blazkovich snapped his head up and gripped his weapon, looking sternly at the warden and the 7th Company captain. "WH, what's wrong?" The atmosphere suddenly changed, and the cold killing intent made the latter's spine chill as he asked hesitantly. Blazkowicz did not speak. The hound's green eyes flashed with red light, projecting a holographic image of a dark green brain with tentacles slowly rotating in the air. Ranged infection. The Second Legion warriors cried out in shock, their voices filled with utter disbelief. What they saw before them exceeded their psychological expectations. Just as they reacted, a blue power blade was already pressed against their necks. A scream tore through the silence. The air in the prison vibrated, thick with unease, panic, and the tension of confronting transhuman warriors. Blue power blades rested against their throats. The captain of the Second Legion and the warden did not resist. They hardly could. Before their hyper-accelerated reflexes could even register a response, their cousins' blades were already at their necks, ready to claim their heads at any moment. They stood motionless before their brothers' weapons. Inability to dodge was one reason. The other was the sheer shock paralyzing the captain and the warden. A ranged infection within the Second Legion. The fact hit like a thunderbolt, defying all reason and shattering their composure. Even the unbreakable hearts of the Astartes felt a surge of dread. Fear, like a cold hand, crushed the burning convictions within their chests. As the unthinkable reality churned in their minds, one thing became certain. With a psychic infection present, the Legion would inevitably face investigation and be pulled away from the Rangdan front. And the Primarch? They could not imagine the magnitude of the impact this would have on their gene father. Brother, the seventh captain's voice trembled. He spread his fingers and slowly moved his arms away from his waist to show he was not a threat. Is it possible the machine malfunctioned? He still clung to a sliver of hope, praying for a 1 in a billion chance of mechanical error. Astra did not answer. The spear point remained steady while the hound made its next move. The mechanical construct retracted its testing tendrils and moved to another astropath, deploying its diagnostic tools once more. The astropath's body convulsed. That peculiar mechanical barking sounded again, and when the projection lit up, the seventh captain fell into near despair. The Rangdan infection was present. In the holographic display, the dark green hue of the brain was piercingly bright, crushing the last remnants of hope. Nur once provided testing tools to all legions. The latest report shows billions of people have been tested without a single error. The words were calm, but to the seventh captain they were a definitive death sentence for the Second Legion. His mind went blank, his soul yearning for escape. He cursed the moment he arrived here. He cursed having to learn this cruel truth. Nur provided the Second Legion with detection units. Why did you not perform self-checks? The interrogation began. Astra's dimensional spear pressed closer as the mechanical Aquila spread its wings, jamming all external communications. The seventh captain remained silent, but the warden provided an answer. The Legion has testing protocols. The most recent Rangdan screening was recorded 6 Terran months ago. The implication was clear. The Rangdan infection had appeared within the last half-year. Half a year, Astra repeated the timeframe slowly, lowering his spear. Are you certain of this timing? I am certain, the seventh captain replied, regaining his focus. Whether docking at Allied ports or performing missions, the Legion conducts Rangdan checks. During void patrols, a comprehensive fleet-wide inspection is held every 6 months. Seeing the Doom Slayer sheath his weapon, the captain activated his tactical terminal, displaying the logs of every self-check the Legion had performed. The data is consistent, Astra nodded. Sound the alarm. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of Rangdan infection within the Second Legion is an undeniable fact. Let the Primarch decide. I understand, the seventh captain sighed with regret, his fingers moving quickly across the terminal to trigger the Rangdan alert. Before pressing down, his finger hovered in midair, filled with hesitation and sorrow. Astra did not rush him. As one with deeper knowledge, he understood better than the captain the consequences of sounding that alarm. It meant the Primarch would be forced to leave his chambers, the Legion would assemble due to the infection, Alfarius would gather evidence, and then he did not know how events would unfold from there. One thing was certain. After this incident, the Second Legion's honor would be severely tarnished, perhaps even leading to their erasure. Unaware of this deeper fate, the 7th captain simply believed the Legion might be withdrawn from the Rangdan War, losing their chance to prove their worth. Sigh. With a helpless groan, the captain pressed the alert. The signal surged into the cogitator arrays and triggered the emergency protocols. Beep, beep, beep. Ear-piercing sirens wailed. The green lights in the corridors of the Gloriana-class battleship shifted to a harsh red. Holographic displays everywhere flashed the warning, Rangdan infection. Internal communications within the Second Legion went dead silent for dozens of seconds before exploding into a frantic wave of inquiries. The warriors could not believe it. How could an infection break out within the Legion at such a critical moment? In the lounge, the alarm flared. Sola's brow furrowed. He turned from the viewport toward the door, then suddenly stopped. The Primarch walked to an automated assembly unit and turned around, spreading his arms as the machine began cladding him in his power armor. Once armored, Solas headed for the door, hesitated again, and turned back to the desk to retrieve a storage module. When he finally stepped out of the lounge, his lithe frame was encased in custom bronze power armor. Holding his metal coiled dragon war staff, he was in a full combat stance. "Guard this place," the Primarch said, raising a hand to stop his guard from following. He spoke to his most trusted sons. "Notify me immediately of any developments." A series of events suggested that some power in the shadows was orchestrating this. Solas knew full well that his chambers were the ultimate goal of the mastermind. They wanted his secrets. "By your command," the Primarch's guard knelt in unison, a solemn vow to defend the Primarch's chambers to the death. Nodding with satisfaction, Solas turned and departed. The Primarch's guard were his most trusted and powerful sons, bound by absolute loyalty. Even if an accident occurred, they would have ample time to sound the alarm and hold any intruders at bay until reinforcements arrived. Alfarius watched his brother walk away and allowed a faint smile to play across his lips. His gaze drifted among his colleagues as he began calculating his battle plan. Solas was right. No space marine could kill the guard before they raised the alarm. But that didn't account for another Primarch, and he was well prepared, intimately familiar with the Second Legion's combat style. In the ship's Grand Assembly Hall, the Legion's high command and elites gathered. The crowd was a dense sea of bronze armor, the atmosphere thick with tension. The warriors wore their tactical helmets, hiding their expressions, yet an aura of unease radiated from them. Tens of thousands of fully armed warriors stood in formation. Before the ranks stood 8 doomed slayers. Under their heavy protection, several thralls carried a cruciform execution rack where the astropaths were bound, their chests heaving slightly. Everyone was there. The envoy delegations from the various legions were present in full force, fully armed, as if everyone before them was an enemy. Seeing the attitude of their brother legions, the Second Legion warriors were initially incensed, but they soon understood. At such a critical juncture, an infection within their own ranks would naturally put the envoys on edge. The Primarch entered through a side door, his helmet tucked under his arm and his war staff in hand. His gaunt face was grimmer than ever before. The audit team arrived. The mortal contingent moved in silence, their presence heavy and imposing enough to give even the Astartes pause. "Primarch," the chief auditor wheezed, supported by his assistants. His aged voice was like dry leaves, yet he insisted on kneeling before the scion of the Emperor. "A terrible thing has happened. Please allow me to exercise my authority." The veteran politician's posture was humble, his words simple yet impossible to refuse. The power of audit came from the Emperor and the Regent. With the suspicion of Rangdan infection and collusion with the enemy, the audit team held the legal high ground. At that moment, many more mortals entered through the main doors, carrying detection equipment. "Forgive my intrusion," the chief auditor gestured for his assistants to turn him around. He bowed to the Second Legion warriors in apology, then looked up at the Primarch on the high platform. "Please, Primarch, give the order for the Space Marines to temporarily disarm and submit to equipment screening." In law and etiquette, the old man was flawless. His humility left no room for objection. But his request plunged the hall into a deathly silence. The envoys were equally tense. They stared directly at their cousins, fingers quietly hovering over the safeties of their bolters. The Second Legion warriors did not refuse. They looked up at their Gene-Father, waiting for the command to cooperate and prove the Legion's purity. Even now, the warriors only thought of clearing their names and returning to the war as pure sons of the Emperor. Perhaps there was resentment in their hearts, but it was not aimed at their brothers or the auditors. It was aimed at the Rangdan who had brought shame upon them. It was just a screening. They had nothing to hide. Solas remained silent. He placed his helmet on the platform, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over every one of his sons. He delayed the order. The atmosphere in the hall grew suffocatingly heavy as the Primarch withheld his stance. The silence was brief, but for the hyperreactive minds of the Astartes, it felt like an eternity. While the Primarch remained silent, the atmosphere shifted from heavy to frozen, undergoing a subtle transformation. The Messenger Corps placed their fingers on the bolter triggers. The Doom Slayer's shoulder cannons activated, and the Second Legion was stunned and uneasy. Doubt and questioning. The Legion warriors looked toward their Gene-Father. They were still waiting for the command that could prove the Legion's innocence. Sola's eyes trembled. Until this moment, facing the unreserved trust of his Gene-Sons, a hint of regret surged within his heart. The Second Legion, nearly 100,000 Space Marines, inherited his genetic lineage and were willing to sacrifice everything for humanity. But he himself... "The Legion shall disarm," a voice came from the high platform as the Primarch maintained the Legion's dignity. "Tech Marines will first undergo inspection by the inquiry team. Once their purity is confirmed, the Tech Marines will conduct an internal investigation of the Legion. No outsiders need interfere." The Primarch's authority was not to be ignored. As soon as he spoke, he proposed an execution plan. Internal self-inspection. The Legion's pride would not allow outsiders to defile it. "As you command." The Chief Inquisitor made a concession and respectfully stepped aside. He would observe how the inspection proceeded. The reason and the process were not important. What mattered was that the Primarch stayed here. The atmosphere in the council hall relaxed slightly. As the inquiry team inspected the Tech Marines, the Legion warriors also eased up. It was reasonable for the Primarch to hesitate for the sake of the Legion's dignity. The Legion will complete the Rangdan infection check, extending it to every department, and finally inspecting the ship's thralls. From top to bottom, ensure nothing is missed. After Solas finished speaking, he sat at the speaker's seat on the high platform, waiting for the Legion to complete the inspection. His silver-gray eyes were deep as an abyss, silently counting the seconds in his heart. At this moment, what he lacked most was time. The purity inspection began. The Tech Marines were not infected. The Second Legion put away their weapons and accepted inspection by their Legion brothers. Indeed, in terms of psychological acceptance, internal Legion personnel were more easily accepted than outsiders. Outside the Primarch's room, the leader of the Primarch's guard made a move. "What's wrong?" someone asked, quietly tightening their grip on their weapon, thinking a brother had discovered something unusual. "It's nothing," Alpheus replied politely, cracking his neck. His bones popped as he awakened his bodily functions, preparing to enter a combat state. The other warriors of the Primarch's guard thought that perhaps his body was stiff from standing for so long, and that their brother was just doing some simple stretches, so they didn't take it to heart. They did not know that this so-called brother had quietly turned on a signal jammer. And then, in an instant, before the Space Marines could react, 10 out of the 50-man guard unit became stiff and uncoordinated in their movements. The brother who had just been stretching his limbs vanished from his spot, his whereabouts unknown. Rip! At the sound, another 10 men's bodies went rigid. A faint sound of tearing cloth was heard, and a fountain of blood erupted from the neck of the warrior standing next to the vanished brother. "Remember us at 101, can't you, Net?" They saw a ghostly phantom. Their proud, dynamic vision could barely capture a blurred figure, and their bodies were unable to make any reaction at all. One by one, the sound of spraying blood was as dense as wind blowing through withered leaves, and the Primarch's guard fell one after another. The power glaive splashed with lightning. That ghostly phantom was precise and lethal, terrifyingly efficient, leaving the Primarch's guard in shock. In their minds, they could think clearly, but their bodies could not make any counter-movements, watching helplessly as the phantom came to kill them. Since the return of the Primarchs, many curious space marines had privately discussed just how big was the gap between a Primarch and a space marine. If they were to see the current scene, their inner beliefs might collapse. In many people's eyes, a Primarch was just a larger-sized space marine, and 1,000 space marines would be enough to overwhelm one. But a question easily overlooked. When a Primarch fought or sparred with Legion warriors, did they really use their full strength? The answer was no. Space Marines were, after all, the continuation of the Primarch's bloodline. Even when punishing them, the Primarch would not exert their full power. But in front of Sola's lounge, a Primarch was slaughtering Space Marines like cattle. The gap between the two was like a vast chasm. By the time the Space Marines snapped out of their shock and activated their weapons, half of their brothers had already fallen. They were terrified. The most elite warriors of the Legion could not resist the attacker in the slightest, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. No, even more powerless than lambs. Death attacked from the front. Unable to make any counterattack, they watched in despair as the power glaive slashed across their necks. Even so, Alfreus did not use his full strength. He precisely timed his movements to avoid sonic boom thresholds, preventing loud noises from attracting more people. His moves were not flashy, or perhaps no moves were needed against Space Marines. He was simply unleashing his physical capabilities. Thrusting, retracting, the power glaive sliced through the air, easily shattering ceramite armor and ending the lives of the Space Marines. Before the first person fell and the blood hit the ground, 30 people had already fallen without any resistance. Realizing the situation through their shock, the Primarch's guard swarmed forward, attempting to block the attacker with their flesh and blood to allow their brothers to escape the signal jamming zone. Swish! The blade flashed before their eyes like a stream of light. The attacker delivered a fluid side kick, sending a warrior's longsword flying, and precisely pierced the back of the escapee's head. Alfreus held the power glaive across his back, expressionless. In an instant, he spun in a circular sweep, sending a string of heads flying. His spear lunged like a dragon, piercing through one man's chest and spine. He dragged the halberd in a great cleave, splitting another man in half, armor and all. Limbs continued to shatter. The power glaive hooked up blood, splashing grim graffiti onto the walls. Mixed with the decomposition light and fleshy remains, a one-sided massacre came to an end. Who are you?" The last man gripped the halberd's shaft tightly, blood gushing from his respirator grill as he knelt on the ground, looking up at the slaughterer. "You are definitely not our brother." Alfreus tilted his head slightly, withdrew the power glaive, and looked down into eyes boiling with hatred, shaking his head indifferently. "The truth doesn't matter." He flipped the power glaive in his hand, shaking off the blood, and casually turned off the signal jammer. The warrior fell unwillingly. They had only lasted for the duration of a signal flicker. "Recalibrate the signal. There was an unstable flicker just now." Alfreus proactively contacted the communications center to report the signal instability. Communications center copies, signal confirmed online. The Legion warriors in the communications center could never have dreamed that in the 2 seconds the signal was offline. 50 fully armed members of the Primarch's guard had been wiped out. Blood flowed in rivulets. Alfreus did not hesitate, stepping through the still-warm blood to the door of his brother's lounge. As a secret observer, he felt a hint of excitement. and his hands were not slow either. He took a cylinder from his waste equipment, pointed one end at the door, and a blue light blade popped out, sinking into the adamantium. A small tool brought by the Argent Nur contact passed through several hands before reaching the Primarch, used for cutting through adamantium doors several meters thick. In the physical universe, no material can withstand dimensional cutting. No matter how molecules and atoms are arranged, they lose the concept of solid before a dimensional blade with no thickness. Putting away the dimensional cutter, Alphereus placed his foot against the door and then gave it a sudden, forceful kick. Dozens of tons of adamantium slid inside. The secret was about to be revealed. What exactly was the connection between Solas and the Rangdan? The moment he entered the room, a wave of hostility hit him, mixed with astonishment and panic, along with a hint of being at a loss. On the high platform of the council hall, Solas suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with extraordinary shock. The room's alarm had been triggered. The Primarch's sudden movement drew most of the eyes in the hall. Under the gaze of everyone, Solas' face was gloomier than ever. He grabbed his helmet and put it on, his heart sinking into the abyss. The intruder had come prepared. The Primarch's guard hadn't had time to sound the alarm, or had the Primarch's guard betrayed him. Whatever the reason, it represented one outcome: he had to fight. On the high platform, the Primarch donned his helmet, picked up the Panlong staff, activated the decomposition field, and entered a combat stance. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. The giant's fury was rising. He pointed his staff at the messenger corps and the Doom Slayers, shouting angrily, "You dare show such contempt for me? To break into my lounge?" The Primarch's wrath was like a sudden storm, shocking everyone present. The blood of the Second Legion warriors throbbed, their trembling bodies brewing with fury. Someone had defied the Primarch's majesty and broken into his room. This was a supreme insult, disregarding the Primarch's dignity and trampling on the honor of the Second Legion. "Arrest them," the Primarch growled in anger, his command unquestionable. Driven by fury, the Legion rushed to the weapon racks to reclaim their arms. "I dare you!" Another roar rang out, and the Doom Slayers moved even faster. Bulkatho's loud voice quelled the restless Legion. His Legion brothers swung their warblades, severing the restraining crosses. The black-armored warriors jumped onto the thrall platforms, tore off the phantom particle generators from their chests, and revealed their true forms beneath the disguise. The radiant gold armor shone brightly, the shoulder guards embossed with lightning and eagle heads, the eagle wings on the chest lifelike, and the ornate armor was encrusted with sapphires. "Custodes, do not move rashly." The Slayer lit his weapon, and Bulkathos immediately let out a roar, suppressing the chaotic scene. The custodian stood on the servitor platform, pointing at the Second Legion warriors, as the Voxeray spread his voice across the hall. "I am a custodian, the voice of the Emperor, the proxy of the Emperor's will." The Emperor. When the Legion heard this title and saw the golden armor shining brilliantly, the chaotic scene was instantly brought under control. Custodians represent the absolute will of the Emperor. Their appearance symbolizes the absolute authority of the Emperor. In the vast imperium of man, no one is more representative or has more legitimacy in their actions than the custodians. The Mortal Inquisition team knelt, and the Chief Inquisitor prostrated himself on the cold floor, using his posture to signal submission. In terms of personal combat power, 100 veteran politicians could not match a single Space Marine. But when it comes to judging the situation, Space Marines cannot even compare to the Chief Inquisitor. With a humble gesture, the old man dropped a sedative into the explosive powder keg atmosphere. Submitting to the custodian showed that the Inquisition team submitted to order and did not question the absolute authority. Someone had set an example, lowering the tension in the assembly hall. On the speaking platform, Solas remained expressionless, his warstaff not lowered, his eyes fixed on that golden figure. The sudden appearance of a custodian, had indeed exceeded his inner expectations. He truly had not expected that an emperor's bodyguard would be hidden within the Doom Slayer messenger corps, suppressing the scene at this critical moment. The emperor's authority is beyond question. A custodian? Sola's voice rose a few notches, his face showing anger as he issued a sharp interrogation. Can you then rely on your authority to enter my room at will? The Primarch's rhetoric was clever. He did not question or doubt the custodian's identity, nor did he ask about the legitimacy of the behavior, because supreme power stood behind the custodian. Solas used the event itself as a starting point, making himself a victim of that power, and began the game with a simple interrogation. At the center of this game were the majority of the 2nd Legion's Space Marines, standing in the assembly hall. Regardless of the process, the result both sides now pursued was to win over more Legion warriors and prevent them from siding with the other. The Legion warriors were also stunned, even feeling lost. They would shed their blood on the battlefield without hesitation, but they had never thought about so-called taking sides. In the hearts of the Legion warriors, the Emperor's authority and the Gene Father were one and the same. The former is the Emperor, the creator of Space Marines and Primarchs, representing the Imperium of man. The latter was created by the Emperor, united by blood ties to conquer the galaxy for humanity and revive the past glory of the human race. The two should have been inseparable, but now they were at odds. A serious conflict had arisen between the Emperor's authority and the Primarch. Again, I warn my brothers of the 2nd Legion, do not act rashly. Seeing the subtle atmosphere of the Legion, Bulkathos growled a warning again, his tone thick with persuasion. We have a legitimate reason we must do this. Hearing their cousin's advice and seeing his appearance of having a legitimate reason, the Legion warriors did not speak, but they clearly became much more settled. Brothers, stay calm. Someone from the 2nd Legion stood up and walked to the front of the Legion's ranks. He had a lightning aquila on his left pauldron and the number 1 on his right. Standing at the front of the formation, he silenced the Legion. The one who stepped forward was the former Legion commander, current 1st Company captain, a Terran-born warrior. Impulsiveness will not solve the conflict. He looked deeply at the Primarch, then turned to his Legion brothers and raised his left arm, shouting, "We are waiting for an answer." After saying this, he turned back to face the Primarch, looking at the Doom Slayers and the custodian nearby. An answer to soothe the Legion's anger. We are loyal to the Emperor, loyal to humanity, loyal to the Primarch. We are also loyal to our cousins and to everything we love. The 1st Company captain stood like an orator under the gaze of thousands. Before the Primarch's return, he was the Legion commander, leading his brothers to war across the galaxy. After the Primarch's return, the Legion commander became the 1st Company captain, but since the Primarch rarely managed Legion affairs, the 1st Company captain's responsibilities had never changed. Now, the Legion seemed to have reached a crossroads, and someone needed to take responsibility. As one of the Legion's helmsmen, the 1st Company captain vaguely guessed something might have gone wrong with the Primarch. Between the Primarch and the Emperor, the Legion faced an unprecedented choice. The 1st Company captain possessed deep prestige. With his reassurance, the 2nd Legion reorganized their ranks, facing the Primarch and the Custodian with a formal and serious formation. The Legion warriors were not reckless people. They wanted to get an answer, distinguish right from wrong, and then make a choice. Wait and see, observe the development of events closely. Wait for the Custodian to state the reason. We have the right to know the truth. Within the 2nd Legion's internal communications, the lurking Hydra warriors exerted their influence, taking the lead to speak for the majority at the right moment. Primarch, you already have the answer in your heart. The Custodian seized the opportunity, his words not losing their etiquette. They were the peak masterpieces of genetic engineering, and besides being warriors, they were also excellent diplomats. At this critical juncture, they did not dare provoke the emotions of the Legion and the Primarch. Maintaining stability was the true victory. The custodian avoided a direct answer to the Primarch, using a counter-question to focus the Legion's gaze on the Primarch, hoping for an answer. The clever counter-question not only increased the suspense and piqued the Legion's curiosity, but also served to stall for time, allowing another Primarch to gather key evidence. "I do not know." Solas shook his head, not falling into the linguistic trap. He raised the coiled dragon staff, the lightning at both ends flickering, and pointed it at the custodian. "I hope to get an answer." His attitude was very firm, and at the same time it was a probe. Solas had absolute confidence that the custodian had no substantial evidence. Otherwise, he should be facing the Emperor or another Primarch right now. What he had to do now was end the delay as quickly as possible and let the situation become chaotic. But deep in those gray-silver eyes, looking at the Legion's first company captain, there was a trace of indescribable relief. Among his blood scions, there were those who held firm to their beliefs. Not like him, who hesitated before a choice, able to see through everything yet always finding it difficult to make up his mind. "The answer you want will come soon," the custodian said respectfully to the Primarch. "At that time the truth will be revealed." "What truth?" Sola's voice was low. No one could see the Primarch's expression under the helmet. They could only judge from his tone that he was very angry. "Just a fabricated reason to rashly enter my private room for a search. You could have applied through proper means, yet you chose to barge in rashly. Is this not an insult to me? A sign of complete distrust?" "War Master," he suddenly mentioned a title, his words full of understanding and regret. "So it's because of that I understand now." His words were full of grief and indignation, and then he threw out another topic, one that easily invited jealousy and wariness. Many Legion warriors looked up, a bolt of lightning flashing through their minds, and they could not help but speculate. Was it because he served as War Master that the Primarch had attracted certain schemes? Had he walked into the center of a power struggle? "It has nothing to do with that." The custodian guard's voice was bright and clear, interrupting the Primarch. "Your appointment as War Master received the support of most Primarchs." "Then what is the reason?" A smile played at the corner of Sola's mouth, his war staff pointing at the custodian, his words pressing. "That makes you dare to offend me. Since you have done this, do you not dare to state the reason? Or is there no reason at all?" Even under accusation, the Primarch's majesty remained. His rapid-fire questioning left the custodian speechless. There was a reason, of course, but the custodian guard did not dare to say it yet. "Betrayal." If those two taboo words were spoken without immediate evidence to appease the Space Marines, the Primarch would only need to throw a single spark to ignite the Second Legion. To protect their Gene Father, the Legion warriors would tear everyone present to pieces. In such extreme events, if one does not act, fine. But if one does, they must use thunderous means to suppress all doubt. If the Second Legion rioted, the Messenger Corps and Doom Slayers would be unable to suppress it. Key combat power was missing, and no one could stop a Primarch. The other Primarch who could face Solas was currently collecting evidence and still needed a little more time. "Nothing left to say?" Solas made his war staff creak as he slowly walked off the platform, his voice having some electromagnetic static under the helmet. "Seize them. If I am guilty, I will explain it to the Emperor himself." Clatter. The Legion warriors moved upon the command. Many warriors stepped out of the ranks to retrieve their weapons from the racks. The first company captain looked urgently at the custodian, hoping the Emperor's messenger could suppress the riot. The Messenger Corps looked at the Doom Slayers, communicating rapidly on the Vox channel, asking what to do next. "Stand aside," a roar came, like midsummer thunder piercing a noisy rainy night. Bulkathos leaped onto the platform, pushed the custodian aside, and raised his left arm, shouting, "In the name of the Warrior King,